Jiang Ruanruan has transmigrated into a novel. She finds herself in a tragic scenario where her relatives exploit her, leading to her being married off as a concubine to a cruel man, ultimately resulting in her untimely demise. The female protagonist begins her journey with the loss of her mother, while her father is framed, leading to the family's exile. Jiang Ruanruan's family serves as a stepping stone for her aunt's household. Observing her elder brother, she sighs, "Truly, the king of green hats, your wife has been stolen by your own brother." In a swift turn of events, her brother dispatches the scoundrel, striving to salvage his precarious love. Second brother, what use is your martial talent if it merely reduces you to a beggar? Yet, soon after, he becomes even more robust and formidable. Third brother, remarkably handsome, no wonder he has become a favored male courtesan. In a surprising twist, he transforms into a rugged man. Fourth brother, the devoted admirer, ends up with nothing in the end. In a shocking development, he completely disregards the original female protagonist. Alas, mother, that is an enemy's confidant, not a close friend. Your second aunt aims to bring harm to you. Jiang Ruanruan laments, only to discover that her family is defying fate. The treacherous second aunt is expelled from their home, while her brothers rise to prominence. Even she, a mere infant, finds herself adored by the world. Chapter 1. A sense of guilt. Yushu, you have become the great benefactor of the Jiang family. The general's residence has not seen a daughter for 3 generations. This child will surely be cherished as a jewel by her brothers and uncles. Jiang Ruanruan opens her eyes to behold an elegantly attired woman surrounded by servants. The woman carries a bowl of ginseng soup, smiling sweetly, yet her eyes seem to conceal ulterior motives. What on earth is happening? Jiang Ruanruan, bewildered, surveys her surroundings and realizes she is in a lavishly decorated mansion, the bed curtains woven with gold thread and the shelves adorned with jade antiques. Attempting to rise for a closer look, she finds herself swaddled like an infant, a mere baby. The noblewoman holding her, looking both flattered and shocked, responds, "Eldest sister-in-law, your efforts are appreciated. Yushu will drink this now." Jiang Ruanruan is taken aback. This woman is named Yushu? Is she truly in the Jiang family of the general's residence? Her mind races. Has she transmigrated into the melodramatic novel she once read? In the story, the matriarch of the Jiang family, Xiao Yushu, dies from a bowl of spiked ginseng soup, leading to the despair of Jiang Zhenyuan, who spirals into alcoholism. Following his return from battle, resulting in a catastrophic failure during his campaign. Consequently, all 4 of his sons face the emperor's wrath and are demoted to the frontier, leaving only the original protagonist, an infant, in the mansion. Meanwhile, the protagonist's cousin, the male lead, courageously takes command during a crisis, achieving great success and inheriting the general's accolades while engaging in a comedic rivalry with a princess disguised as a man. As for the original protagonist, she is pitifully neglected by her uncle and aunt, even the servants looking down upon her, a legitimate daughter reduced to begging before the servants daily. By the age of 12, she is given to a tyrannical young master as a concubine, suffering abuse and dying within 2 months. The thought of her fate sends chills through Jiang Ruanruan, her face paling as she witnesses her mother preparing to drink the ginseng soup, prompting her to wail in desperation. She has always envied the second branch for their better fortune and resented my mother for being knowledgeable and beautiful, seeking to harm her and bring ruin upon us. What a venomous woman. Xiao Yushu pauses, her hand hesitating to take the bowl, incredulous as she gazes at the wailing Jiang Ruanruan. Did she just hear someone call her mother and mention the soup containing safflower? On the side, Li Manyun, seeing Xiao Yushu's stunned expression at her daughter's sudden outburst, feels a surge of resentment. This troublesome child is wreaking havoc. If Xiao Yushu does not drink the soup, her chances of finding another opportunity will dwindle. Suppressing her scheming expression, she urges Xiao Yushu, "Hurry and drink while it's warm. The child is surely hungry, let the wet nurse feed her. You must take good care of yourself." Xiao Yushu bites her lip, pondering if the voice she heard was merely a figment of her imagination. Although her relationship with her sister-in-law is not particularly close, she would not wish for her own demise. Moreover, the first branch is in decline. What motive could there be to bring ruin upon the second branch? Yet, as her hand reaches for the bowl, she feels a tiny hand frantically pushing against her from within the swaddling. No, no. I must find a way to prevent my mother from drinking. If she dies, my father will lose his mind, otherwise he would not have been manipulated into exile, leading to the deaths of my four brothers. Jiang Ruanruan is oblivious to the unusual circumstances, her small hand flailing in the swaddling as she wishes to shatter the soup bowl. Xiao Yushu's pupils widen as she gazes at the red-faced, hoarse-voiced infant in her arms, her fingertips trembling. The child is genuinely pushing her, her eyes fixed on the bowl of soup, filled with urgency. Could it be that she truly heard the child's thoughts? Is there indeed something amiss with this soup? A nearby maid, noticing her silence while staring at the child, assumes she is at a loss due to the crying and reaches to take Jiang Ruanruan. Madam, please drink, I will take the young lady to be fed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruanruan's heart sinks, her cries taking on a different tone. Yet, just as she is about to be taken away, her mother suddenly sets down the bowl with a decisive gesture. No need, this soup does not smell right. Is it truly ginseng soup? Call for the physician to examine what is truly inside. Li Manyun's face turns ashen at this proclamation. Could it be that Xiao Yushu has sensed something unusual? She forces a smile. Perhaps you are simply unaccustomed to the medicinal aroma after giving birth that if you do not wish to drink, then just pour it out, it's only a bowl of soup. What trouble is there in that? Xiao Yushu regards her coolly. What trouble could there be in running an errand? Is it possible that you, sister-in-law, are feeling guilty? Chapter 2. A game Li Manyun vehemently denies. What do I have to feel guilty about? I kindly brought you ginseng soup, and you refuse to appreciate it? You look down on me as your sister-in-law. I am too lazy to push my warm face against your cold rear. She feigns fury, attempting to knock over the soup bowl. Madam, what are you attempting to do? My mistress has just given birth. You cannot act recklessly. The nearby matron senses the tension and stands protectively in front of Xiao Yushu, quickly instructing someone to summon the physician. Li Manyun twists her handkerchief, her eyes flashing with malice yet unable to reveal it. When a physician arrives and examines the soup, he is horrified. This bowl of ginseng soup contains a massive quantity of safflower. If consumed, it will surely lead to hemorrhage and death. Li Manyun's complexion pales further, nearly collapsing to the ground. No, I did not know, sister-in-law. This is a misunderstanding. I was unaware there was safflower in it. Xiao Yushu's expression hardens, astonished that the child's insight was accurate. She can hear the thoughts of the little one, which is already quite strange. This child seems to possess knowledge beyond her years. Could it be that heaven has sent this little fortune to save them from disaster? Sister-in-law, you brought this soup. How could you not know it contained safflower? Who else could possibly be aware? Xiao Yushu's tone is sharp. Within the general's residence, there are those daring enough to plot against me. The matriarch. Who possesses such audacity? Matron, immediately investigate. If we uncover nothing, we must report this. We must ascertain if there are spies from enemy nations infiltrating the residence, seeking to harm Jin Yuan. The matron hurriedly complies. Li Manyun feels cold sweat running down her back. Sister-in-law is correct. This matter must be investigated. She forces a stern face. This soup was also ordered by me. I will have them bring everyone responsible to account. As she speaks, she discreetly signals her personal maid. Gather everyone from the small kitchen. Let's see who the villainous traitor is that seeks to harm my sister-in-law. Xiao Yushu narrows her eyes, sensing something peculiar about her sudden change in demeanor. How remarkable! Mother is truly impressive. With just a few words, she has rendered this wicked woman speechless. This formidable and beautiful matriarch truly deserves to be the leading lady. It is utterly nonsensical that she meets her demise so casually within the narrative. However, this time, for reasons unknown, the matriarch has discerned the true nature of Li Manyun, which suggests that our family shall not be usurped by the male protagonist, and I shall not find myself wed to that scoundrel as a concubine, only to be tormented to death. Xiao Yushu, listening to her daughter's praises, felt the coldness in her eyes dissipate, replaced by a gentle smile that curved her brows. Is she truly so admirable? Does Xiao Wu genuinely cherish her mother so much? The little girl remains oblivious. It is precisely due to this small blessing that she has evaded calamity. Yet, the mention of the book, what does it signify? A sense of confusion enveloped Xiao Yushu, but she could not reveal her thoughts. She could only embrace her child with an air of authority, awaiting the arrival of the officials. Shortly thereafter, the steward brought forth a kitchen maid, declaring, "Madam, we discovered saffron hidden in her quarters." The maid, bound and thrown to the ground, confessed readily, "It was I who administered the poison. I was mistreated and scolded by you, madam, and in my resentment, I sought her life. You may kill or torture me as you please." Xiao Yushua furrowed her brow. Jiang Ruanruan inwardly muttered, "Pa, my mother is the kindest to her servants. How could she possibly mistreat and berate them? This wretch is merely a scapegoat." It is unclear what benefits Li Mannion promised her to embolden her to commit such a crime. Devoid of rational thought, if it were indeed the servant's doing, she would have had to afford the saffron herself. Nevertheless, the officers failed to perceive the inconsistencies. Believing her confession, they intended to take her away. Xiao Yushua interjected, "Wait, you claim I mistreated you while I may not recall. There is one matter I must contest." She gestured toward the saffron. "Since my pregnancy, our household pharmacy has not contained such an item. The maid, Yuan, possesses no more than 2 taels of silver. How could she afford such an expense?" Caught off guard by this inquiry, the maid was rendered speechless. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. An exuberant voice rang out as a well-dressed young master bounded in, exclaiming, "Mother, do I truly have a little sister?" Behind him followed a similarly aged young man, though his demeanor was markedly somber. Upon seeing Li Mannion, he paused momentarily, addressing her as mother before turning to Xiao Yushua with a smile. "Congratulations, aunt, on the birth of a precious daughter. She is the sole girl in our general's household." Upon recognizing him, Jiang Ruanruan clenched her tiny fists. "Is that not the hypocritical male lead, Jiang Sicheng, from a book?" The two young men observed the multitude of people in the room with puzzled expressions, but Jiang Sicheng's demeanor grew slightly unnatural as he discreetly glanced at the saffron. Noticing his motherly Mannion's stiff expression, a flicker of intrigue passed through his eyes. Could it be that something has transpired? "Mother, what is amiss?" Xiao Yuhua recounted the incident regarding the saffron, and before she could elaborate on the lingering doubts, Jiang Mingji erupted in fury. "How dare this vile servant conspire against you, mother?" Jiang Sicheng's eyes turned cold, his expression one of indignation. If second aunt were to come to harm, second uncle would be heartbroken, and our newborn sister would suffer as well. This is simply an attempt to bring ruin upon our family. You wretched maid, you truly deserve death. He advanced, delivering a kick to the maid's chest, ostensibly in a fit of rage, yet it was a lethal blow. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, but Jiang Ruanruan felt a surge of urgency. "Mother, he surely intends to silence her. This matter is instigated by him and his mother. There must be evidence. We cannot allow this maid to perish." Xiao Yushua, having surmised the situation, was not surprised. She commanded with authority, "Stop." What had that sound been? It seemed as though a tiny voice had spoken. Yet, in this room, was there not only her newborn sister, a mere infant? Jiang Ruanruan observed the maid slumped on the ground, while her third brother stood there, staring blankly, his cherubic face contorted with frustration. The narrative had indicated that her third brother was somewhat dim-witted. Perhaps it was indeed true, as he failed to intervene despite their mother's command to halt. Now that the maid could not testify, proving the culpability of the main household would become exceedingly difficult. Alas, he was on the best of terms with Jiang Mingji, who had managed to gain favor with the seventh prince, all because her third brother had implored their father to take him into the palace as a companion reader. Yet, in the end, he showed no mercy when their family faced ruin. Jiang Mingji's eyes widened as he instinctively glanced at the pouch on his waist. His third brother? Could that voice truly have been his sister? She claimed that Jiang Mingji had secured favor with the seventh prince and conspired with Qing'er to harm their family. How could that be? Moreover, could that single kick truly be sufficient to kill? This is preposterous. Chapter 3. Fainting with anger. The surrounding servants remained momentarily stunned before hastily rushing to lift the maid. When they found her unresponsive, panic ensued among them. "Madam, Brother Sicheng has killed her." Jiang Sicheng appeared bewildered. "How could this be? I did not exert any force." He knelt, feigning innocence. "Aunt, I was merely enraged upon realizing you were nearly harmed by this venomous woman. I lost my composure." Li Mannion, seeing there was no evidence to incriminate, finally breathed a sigh of relief and hastily echoed her son's sentiments. Sister-in-law, I too bear some responsibility. It was my negligence that nearly led to your misfortune. Now that the one who harmed you is dead, shall we consider this matter resolved? She turned to the steward. Why are you not removing this wretched maid? What if she has offended my sister-in-law and Xiao Wu? Xiao Yushua cast a penetrating gaze at Jiang Ruanruan. Her eyes filled with coldness for the first time. She perceived the depth of her nephew's cunning. Li Manyun harbored disdain for her, which she understood, yet she had not anticipated that Jiang Mingji, appearing so refined and obedient, would possess even greater ambitions. However, she could not produce evidence at present. Should she continue to investigate, she might force them into a corner. It matters not. Brother Sicheng is a good boy, acting out of righteous indignation. Those who conspire against me truly deserve a fate worse than death. She smiled silently. You may all leave. I'm feeling rather fatigued. Jiang Sicheng sensed something amiss as he observed Qiao Yeshuo's nonchalant demeanor. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort, and thus withdrew obediently. Before departing, he cast an inconspicuous glance at Jiang Ruanruan, smiling. Sister, when you grow up, you shall undoubtedly be as stunning as Aunt, a beauty renowned throughout the capital. Qiao Yushua remained silent, merely nodding with a smile that did not reach her eyes. That little rascal had hit the nail on the head. Jiang Sicheng had indeed killed the maid. He usually appeared so inept. How could he possess such capabilities? Could it be that he had been played for a fool all along? Observing his mother's calm demeanor, he inferred that she had not heard his sister's words. Thus, he alone could hear the little one's thoughts. If this were true, then his sister must indeed be the family's little blessing, and he, the one chosen by this blessing, must diligently safeguard their family. He clenched his fists, maintaining a composed visage as he approached. Mother, are you well? The birth of our sister must have exhausted you. I shall send the nurse to take her to the wet nurse, allowing you to rest properly. Qiao Yushua, indeed, felt somewhat weary, and the revelations of the day stirred tumult within her heart. If she were to disclose to Jiang Ruanruan, that blockhead, that she could hear their daughter speaking, he would surely think her mad, likely causing a commotion that would summon every physician in the capital. This matter she ought to first discuss with her brother from her maiden family. In any case, she must not allow that ungrateful wolf to climb over the second household. Qiao Yushua nodded. Very well. You shall take your sister over and then send for your aunt. Upon receiving his mother's consent, Jiang Mingji eagerly nodded. Jiang Ruanruan exhaled bubbles, allowing the matron to carry her away, completely oblivious to Jiang Mingji, was rubbing his hands and attentively following behind her. Ah, it matters not if the cook has perished, so be it. Thankfully, mother remains unharmed, thus father should not be so easily ensnared. If memory serves me right, father must encounter trouble soon, and that individual is likely to strike shortly. Jiang Mingji's brow furrowed tightly in an instant. It was the entrapment of father that would lead to their family's ruin. He listened intently, noticing that Jiang Ruanruan was being carried into the wet nurse's quarters without a hint of awareness. He stepped forward, intending to enter. The matron hurriedly intercepted him. Young master, it would be best for you to wait outside after all. There is a distinction between the genders. Jiang Mingji suddenly regained clarity, his face flushing with embarrassment as he retreated. Very well, please take good care of my sister and ensure that no mishaps occur. Considering that the little one would require considerable time to feed, he turned and exited, planning to inform his maternal uncle before thoroughly investigating whether Jiang Sijuan had truly committed any disgraceful acts. Unaware of her third brother's thoughts, Jiang Ruanruan found him rather foolish. She smacked her little lips, feeling somewhat fatigued, and her eyelids grew heavy as she drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, she found a handsome young lad squatting in front of her, foolishly drooling and grinning at her. Sister, I, Jiang Mingxiu, am now a brother to a sister. Once she grows a bit more, I shall take her out to show those rascals just how beautiful my sister is. Jiang Ruanruan was startled by the infatuated smile, bursting into tears. Hey, do not cry, little woo-woo. Jiang Mingxiu panicked, hurriedly lifting her and softly coaxing. I am your fourth brother, not a villain. Why are you crying? Seeing the little bundle quivering, Jiang Mingxiu felt his heart soften. Leaning in to nuzzle her small face, woo, my sister is so adorable even when she cries. She is so beautiful, huh? Fourth brother. No way. Jiang Ruanruan choked on her sobs, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Jiang Mingxiu with such a demeanor. Can he truly suppress his dark side and rebel against the city? This is absurd. Jiang Mingxiu nearly faltered in holding Jiang Ruanruan. What had just spoken? What did it mean to suppress a dark side and rebel against the city? Yet now he appears somewhat deranged. Is it truly possible for him to become the Grand Marshal of an enemy nation and persuade their emperor to mobilize troops against the Shang, directly assaulting the imperial city? Alas, he was so close to avenging his family, but tragically he fell in love with the heroine and took his own life before his mother's grave. Such a pity. Jiang Mingxiu's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as if he were hallucinating. Father was the most esteemed general of his majesty. How could he possibly be exiled to the borders? Could he even conspire against the throne? Such ambition? He remained in a daze for a while, when suddenly a maid stumbled in hastily. Chapter 4. The Origins of the Concubine. What did you say? Wait, I shall be there at once. Jiang Mingxiu was known for his fiery temper, often behaving like a little tyrant at home, where even the maids and servants dared not speak loudly in his presence. Today, a situation was undeniably urgent. With that, Jiang Mingxiu lifted his foot and prepared to dash out. Jiang Ruanruan, realizing he had no intention of taking her along, became anxious and began to babble in her cradle. Wait, why am I not included in such an important matter? I wonder if that cheap father knows he has been played. No, I must find a way to go. Although uncertain of the reasons, Jiang Mingxiu thought that since his sister was so capable, taking her along would surely be beneficial. You're clever. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruanruan proudly wiggled her little feet, looking exceedingly adorable, with a chubby little one in his arms. Jiang Mingxiu dared not run too fast, opting instead for a hurried, yet cautious walk. By the time they arrived, the entrance to Qiao Yushu's room was already crowded with people. Jiang Jinyuan stood at the center, appearing quite frustrated. Jinyuan, I must say, considering that Yushu has just given birth and is still weak, you shouldn't have chosen this moment if you truly wish to take her home. Li Manyun had just resolved a personal matter and was feeling lighthearted, unsure of how to occupy her time. Hearing that Jiang Jinyuan had caused a major ruckus, she immediately set aside her tasks to witness the commotion, occasionally interjecting remarks to ensure the chaos was not lacking. What do you mean, sister-in-law? I have told you repeatedly that I have no connection with that woman. Why do you not believe me? For the sake of my elder brother. Jiang Jinyuan had always treated Li Manyun with courtesy. Is this how one should behave within the family? I am merely stating a few facts, yet you unleash your anger upon me. Li Manyun raised the handkerchief covering the lower half of her face and chuckled, saying, furthermore, if you claim you have no relation with that concubine, Yushu must also believe you. Judging by the look in her eyes, she certainly doesn't perceive you as innocent. In a matter of moments, the woman had transformed from an unnamed stranger in Li Manyun's words to Jiang Jinyuan's concubine. Jiang Mingxiu, upon hearing this, hurriedly covered Jiang Ruanruan's ears, fearing she might inadvertently hear something inappropriate. Father, have you truly been keeping a concubine behind Mother's back? Who told you to bring your sister out? She is still so young. What if she catches a cold? We have only one daughter. We must be cautious. Jiang Mingxiu was at a loss for words. What could he say? He certainly couldn't reveal that his sister had expressed her desire to go outside. Jiang Jinyuan, uninterested in Jiang Mingxiu's explanations, prepared to have the steward take the two children away. Considering the time, mother should be waking up soon. As Jiang Mingxiu struggled to articulate his thoughts, Jiang Ruanruan began to exert her influence once more. Who is speaking? Jiang Mingxiu, already irritable, was startled by a voice he had never heard before, drawing his sword from his waist and striking it forcefully against a pillar beside Li Manyun. A gust of sword energy swept through, causing the handkerchief in Li Manyun's hand to split in two. Oh my goodness, Jinyuan, what are you doing? Are you trying to scare me to death? Sister-in-law, you would not believe it. Just moments ago, I distinctly heard Jiang Mingxiu grip the hilt of his sword, scanning the surroundings until his gaze settled upon the infant in his arms. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he could have sworn he saw the little girl blink at him. It must have been a mistake. How could a child born less than a day ago possibly speak? I never expected my foolish father to possess such martial prowess. It is no wonder the treacherous emperor fears him. After a lifetime of battles, he was ultimately slain by his own nephew, leaving him without even a gravestone. It truly is her. Jiang Jinyuan's pupils constricted sharply as he cautiously took the child from Jiang Mingxiu's hands. just as he was about to examine her closely. The family physician emerged from the room and bowed gently to the crowd. Really? Yushu has awakened. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruanruan's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly stepped towards the room. Li Manyun instinctively attempted to follow, but Jiang Mingxiu stopped her in her tracks. "Aunt, it is rare for my parents to meet. I believe it is best if we do not disturb them. You speak as though you would be eager to intrude." Jiang Mingxiu watched her retreating figure, ensuring she had completely left before turning to the steward beside him. "The general has instructed me to arrange for her to stay in the guest house. Do you wish to go and see her? The guest house? That is where the servants of the manor reside. If that woman is indeed a concubine, she should not be placed in such a location." With this thought, Jiang Mingxiu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, scoffing as he replied, "Humph, who would wish to see her? I fear merely laying eyes on such a person would tarnish my vision. You should send a few servants to keep an eye on her regularly and report any developments to me immediately." "Certainly, you may rest assured." Xiao Yushu was kind-hearted and treated the servants well, earning their affection. However, the newcomer, though seemingly meek, was not to be underestimated in the steward's eyes. He hoped she would not stir up any trouble within the manor. Chapter 5. Turning the tables inside. Xiao Yushu had long since regained consciousness and was now leaning against the edge of the bed, allowing the maid to feed her nourishing soup. Upon seeing Jiang Ruanruan enter with the child, Xiao Yushu instinctively turned her head away, unwilling to meet his gaze. "What brings you here? Why are you not accompanying her to rest peacefully during her pregnancy? What use is it for you to come here and put on a performance? Yushu, you truly misunderstand." Jiang Ruanruan, aware that Xiao Yushu was currently angry, dare not say too much. He carefully placed Jiang Ruanruan in the cradle beside her, then took the bowl of medicine from the maid's hands and sat beside Xiao Yushu, speaking softly to soothe her. The maid, perceiving the situation, wisely retreated, closing the door behind her as she left. Xiao Yushu had not intended to quarrel with Jiang Ruanruan. However, the events of the day had been overwhelming, each more exhausting than the last, leaving her with little energy to discern the truth of the matter. Yet, the situation was indeed peculiar. After conversing with that woman and some passers-by, it was as if he had been bewitched. By the time Jiang Ruanruan realized something was amiss, it was already too late. "Ah, my father truly is something else," unable to articulate an explanation, which is truly exasperating. "That woman appears to be nearing full term, considering the timing. My general father should have been engaged in a fierce battle at the border, making the timeline impossible. I just arrived, and this drama unfolded. It is evident someone is attempting to sow discord within the household. Mother is so astute. She must not fall for such tricks. My dear daughter, for your words today, your father shall bestow upon you a grand golden lock tomorrow." Strangely enough, both exchanged glances, and the unspoken understanding cultivated over years of marriage instantly came to life. Jiang Ruanruan, oblivious to her words having conveyed their mutual thoughts, gazed happily at the wooden fish bell hanging above her cradle, smiling foolishly. In her reverie, she soon fell asleep. How delightful it was that this child was so easy to care for. She neither cried nor fussed, even drifting in his slumber without needing to be coaxed. Once Jiang Ruanruan was confirmed to be sound asleep, Jiang Ruanruan dared to speak. Xiao Yushu's mood had also calmed significantly. She cast a reproachful glance at him, remarking that being too easygoing was not always a good thing. If others learned that she possessed abilities that others did not, it would surely invite trouble. "Rest assured, with me here, such occurrences will never come to pass." Jiang Ruanruan, understanding Xiao Yushu's concerns, gently patted the back of her hand. Noticing she did not withdraw, he boldly pulled her into an embrace. "Since the lady has expressed herself thus, may I interpret it to mean that you are no longer angry with me, as you have come to know the truth? Indeed, the woman in question has no connection to me. Should you have any lingering grievances, feel free to voice them, and I shall elucidate each one. There is no need for that, for I am not one to be unreasonable." Xiao Yushu cast a sidelong glance at him. Her tone, though still somewhat aloof, reflected a lessened ire than before. These recent events seemed orchestrated by unseen hands, striking her in quick succession. Had it not been for Jiang Ruanruan's insightful prompting, one might fear a calamity would befall the household today. Not only did Xiao Yushu recognize this, but Jiang Ruanruan also sensed it. It appeared that someone harbored ill will towards their family, seeking to disrupt their most joyous day. If that were indeed the case, we must let them have their way. Xiao Yushu inhaled deeply, continuing Jiang Ruanruan's line of thought. What does the lady imply? Since they have already sent someone over, it would be prudent to keep that individual here and observe their subsequent intentions. In this manner, while they remain in the light, we can operate from the shadows, preparing for any potential danger in advance. The person capable of instigating such actions must wield far greater influence than we can imagine. In such perilous circumstances, caution is paramount. I share your thoughts with the lady. It is simply exhausting for you, being in frail health, yet still playing along in front of outsiders. Do not worry. I'm not as fragile as you might think. Xiao Yushu glanced at Jiang Ruanruan, her heart swelling with gratitude for their precious daughter, whom one might call a celestial blessing. With this thought, she could not help but rise and sit beside the cradle, softly singing a lullaby. Listening to her mother's melodious voice, Jiang Ruanruan slept soundly, her little mouth occasionally smacking as if dreaming of delectable treats. The following noon, Jiang Ruanruan gradually awoke from her slumber, yawning and blinking her large, lustrous eyes. How fleeting the rest of an infant is. She fell asleep without a care. What might those two have discussed last night? Is mother still upset? Xiao Yushu, seated by the bedside, was embroidering a sachet for her daughter. Upon hearing Jiang Ruanruan's concern, warmth filled her heart, and she smiled as she approached. Let mother see, who is this precious daughter that has awakened? Such a delightful visage. Truly, she is my child. The mention of the Jin Suo instantly brightened Jiang Ruanruan's eyes. Observing her reaction, Xiao Yushu felt a sense of relief, realizing her daughter indeed cherished such trifles. Initially, she worried that her unique daughter might disregard these mundane items, fearing she would struggle to find joy in anything. Yet now, it seemed her apprehensions were unwarranted. The speaker was Ji Hua, Xiao Yushu's loyal maid, who had been by her side since her earliest memories. Noticing Ji Hua's unease, Xiao Yushu reassured her with a smile. It is all right. There is no need for you to fret. Since she wishes to play this role, we shall indulge her. Chapter 6. The Unparalleled Lotus Spirit. Mother is formidable. Charge forth. Upon hearing of the impending spectacle, Jiang Ruanruan became equally exhilarated. Her chubby little hands flailed in the air, attempting to attract Xiao Yushu's attention so that she might accompany her. Xiao Yushu, well aware of her intentions, had Ji Hua assist her with a simple grooming before taking Jiang Ruanruan to the front hall. Upon seeing Xiao Yushu, the woman made no untoward gestures, instead bowing respectfully. Her gaze cast downward, not daring to look up. I am Shun Qinghe. I have met the general's wife. I apologize for intruding upon your household. Please do not be angry. I am willing to repay your kindness with my life, even if it means serving as a maid, without a hint of complaint. Is the general's residence so easily accessible? Why does everyone seek to deceive and take advantage? Truly, a pure white lotus has birthed a little white lotus. The entire family seems to be transformed into lotus spirits, posing as humans. White lotus. What an unfamiliar descriptor. Xiao Yushu found herself perplexed by her daughter's mumblings. Nevertheless, upon seeing Shun Qinghe's elegant white gown and her graceful demeanor, there was indeed a unique charm about her. Had her husband been an ordinary man, he might have already fallen under her spell. With this thought, Xiao Yushu decided to forego politeness and spoke directly. Serving as a maid? My general's residence is grand and prosperous. We are not in want of your service. Furthermore, you are currently with child. I must assign someone to attend to you. It is no trivial matter. Rest assured, I can take care of myself and will not trouble you or the general. At these words, Shun Qinghe's eyes reddened, and tears welled up. Is she already crying? Is she here to swindle us? Mother, do not be courteous to her. Show her some strength. Not only Jiang Ruanruan, but Xiao Yushu was also taken aback. Trouble? You have misjudged the situation. I merely assist a fallen orphan in my capacity as the general's wife. What trouble is there in that? Yes, your kindness is a blessing for me, and I am fortunate to encounter you. At this, Shun Qinghe's complexion paled, evidently recalling some unpleasant memories. What is happening? Why are you kneeling on the ground while heavily pregnant? Please rise. Do not harm yourself, and it would be inappropriate for outsiders to witness. Xiao Yushu smiled lightly, prepared to continue speaking when Li Manyun unexpectedly appeared, without hesitation assisting Shun Qinghe to a nearby chair. Her eagerness suggested that anyone observing might think Shun Qinghe was her own daughter come to assist with childbirth. I say, Yushu, you too, as a woman who has recently given birth, should show some understanding towards your sister's difficulties. While it was indeed wrong for her to engage with Jiang without your knowledge, she is now pregnant and, by all accounts, a member of the general's household. She deserves proper care. What does her pregnancy have to do with Jiang? Unless my sister-in-law has conducted a verification to confirm that this is indeed Jiang's child? Xiao Yushu's expression darkened, her voice tinged with displeasure. Yet Li Manyun continued, seemingly oblivious. Li Manyun's long-standing jealousy over her husband's affections was exacerbated by Jiang Jinyuan's evident adoration for Xiao Yushu. Seizing this opportunity, she was eager to assert her authority. This is a matter within your courtyard. What does it have to do with me? Until you find yourself in a similar situation, you will not understand the urgency. Li Manyun was currently in such a state. Her own husband was no better than Jiang Jinyuan. He was a man without standards. Unless she were foolish, why would she invite unnecessary troubles upon herself? So, my sister-in-law is aware that this is a matter of our courtyard and has nothing to do with you? Since yesterday's incident, Xiao Yushu had unilaterally distanced herself from Li Manyun. Previously, she might have engaged in superficial pleasantries for the sake of harmony. But now she was determined to act according to her own temperament. Li Manyun quickly recognized the shift in Xiao Yushu's attitude, and her tone softened. Oh dear, I am merely concerned, which has led to my agitation. Currently, the general's household relies solely on Jinyuan and his brother for support, as your sister-in-law. I must take extra care, for that is what constitutes a family. A family? If my sister-in-law truly viewed me as family, she would not utter such words today. Li Manyun's intentions were clear. She sought to pacify Xiao Yushu, hoping to preserve her own facade. Yet Xiao Yushu was unwilling to grant her that satisfaction. Since the other party had no intention of allowing her peace, why should she extend her forbearance? Enduring hardship is a blessing. Only a fool would believe such words. With that, Shun Qinghe attempted to rise and depart. Li Manyun observed the pallor on Xiao Yushu's face, but dared not to impede her further. Instead, she could only gaze at her with a look of regret. Very well, it seems our fates as a family have not yet converged. Later, you may seek out the steward to receive some silver. After you depart, focus on nurturing your pregnancy. It will not be too late to discuss matters after the child is born. Thank you, my husband, for your compassion. Shun Qinghe shall forever remember your kindness. Upon hearing this, Shun Qinghe, visibly moved, bowed slightly to Li Manyun, her tear-streaked visage resembling delicate willow branches swaying in the wind, evoking an instinctive desire for protection. Jiang Ruanruan, constrained by her infant form, could hardly see clearly. Otherwise, she would have lavished praise upon her. This performance was so compelling that even a 3-time Golden Horse Award winner would find it worthy of study. Why is it so lively in the courtyard today? I hope I haven't missed any splendid drama. Just as Shun Qinghe reached the height of her performance, Jiang Jinyuan fortuitously entered, holding a freshly forged golden lock. And their eyes met fortuitously. In that fleeting glance, Shun Qinghe's scene partner shifted. General, it is Qinghe who insists on leaving. Please do not hold it against the lady. What do you mean by leaving? I find your words rather perplexing, Jiang Jinyuan responded, directing his gaze at Shun Qinghe while subtly maintaining a reasonable distance between the two women, ensuring that Shun Qinghe did not feel alienated. Nor did Xiao Yushu find the situation glaring. Li Manyun, oblivious to Jiang Jinyuan's subtle maneuvering, presumed he had truly succumbed to Shun Qinghe's charm and gleefully remarked, "It's nothing grave, really. It's just that Yushu has recently given birth and is in no mood for any disturbances. Hence we suggested Qinghe seek a different abode for the time being." Qinghe? Who is Qinghe? Jiang Jinyuan's inquiry was genuine. He truly did not know who Shun Qinghe was. To him, the name sounded entirely unfamiliar. Ha ha ha, this is too amusing. Clearly, only a straightforward man can conquer the White Lotus. Well done, father. Hearing Jiang Ruanruan praise him, Jiang Jinyuan felt a surge of pride and turned a glance at Xiao Yushu. She recognized his intention to boast, and with a hint of exasperation, she shook her head. This man, ever the jester, was buoyed by a few words of flattery from their daughter. Shun Qinghe was taken aback by Jiang Jinyuan's words, momentarily losing her composure. Nearly fainting, after a brief recovery, she managed to respond, "It is I, General. You truly have a tendency to forget." "Oh, so you are Qinghe. My apologies for having forgotten you. No matter. My residence has ample rooms. You may stay as long as you wish. Should anyone harbor any grievances against you, just speak to the steward. I have made arrangements. Jiang Ruanruan waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of arrogance that left Li Manyun utterly astonished. It was well known that Jiang Ruanruan was notoriously submissive to women. To speak so boldly in front of Qiao Yushu today seemed to indicate he was indeed entranced by Shen Qinghe. Nonetheless, this development was fortuitous. It meant Qiao Yushu would no longer have the opportunity to boast before her. I still have some matters to attend to. You all may converse for now. Should anything arise, just dispatch someone to the barracks to find me. With that, Jiang Ruanruan hastily exited the hall, neglecting to hear Shen Qinghe's final words of gratitude. Had it not been for Qiao Yushu's subtle encouragement, he would have faltered. Yushu, how should we arrange this matter? Hardly had Jiang Ruanruan departed when Li Manyun eagerly pulled Shen Qinghe to Qiao Yushu's side, attempting to flaunt her question. I do believe that in this household, the affairs are ultimately decided by men, and we women should simply obey. Yushu, do not be too disheartened. As an experienced sister-in-law, my advice is infallible. Li Manyun was keen to see Qiao Yushu embarrassed, but to her dismay, Qiao Yushu did not grant her that satisfaction. Li Manyun had no choice but to take Shen Qinghe away. Once the two departed, Qiao Yushu exhaled deeply, lifting a nearby teacup and draining it in one go. What a tiring ordeal. I never anticipated that acting would be so challenging. Had I known, I would have let that rascal Jiang Ruanruan handle it himself. After all, it was his mess to begin with. Jiang Ruanruan, engrossed in her own amusement, suddenly realized that her parents might have been acting all along. Wait, what does this mean? Could it be that father and mother were just performing a scene? I knew something was off. My father is the most devoted husband in the capital. How could he possibly say such things in front of mother? Seeing everyone so skilled, I feel relieved. With this revelation, Jiang Ruanruan relaxed and resumed gnawing on her foot. Perhaps influenced by her infantile body, Jiang Ruanruan found her hands and feet particularly delectable today, with a hint of milkiness that made them even more tempting. She often felt an urge to nibble on them. Upon witnessing her antics, Qiao Yushu couldn't help but chuckle. Rest assured, my dear little one, with your father and me around, no one shall dare bully you. As she spoke, Qiao Yushu wrapped her arms around Jiang Ruanruan, gently patting her back. The scent of milk lingered around the woman who had just given birth, and Jiang Ruanruan inhaled deeply against her shoulder, feeling a profound joy envelop her very soul. This overwhelming maternal love, how delightful! I declare, from this day forward, I am the most cherished daughter in the capital. I love my mother. Oh my, has my sweet daughter become so eloquent? The unexpected praise made Qiao Yushu blush, and she tightened her embrace around the infant. Jihua, having completed the tasks assigned by Qiao Yushu, entered the hall and, upon witnessing this tender scene, instinctively softened her footsteps. The child born to them was extraordinary, even in appearance surpassing that of ordinary children. Typically, newborns are wrinkled and unappealing, but the young lady was entirely different, plump and fair, resembling a charming girl from a traditional painting, utterly endearing. Qiao Yushu was well aware of Ji Hua's capabilities. Otherwise, she would not have entrusted such important matters to her. However, they were not the only family residing in the manor, so it was imperative to proceed with caution. Well, the First Lady, has she made any moves? No notable actions have occurred. Recalling the snippets she had overheard, Ji Hua frowned. However, the First Lady had engaged in several private conversations with Shen Qinghe, according to the reports from the spies sent by the general, most of which pertained to the general himself. Li Manyun, who typically remained within the inner chambers, was entirely uninformed about military affairs. The matters she shared with Shen Qinghe were likely nothing more than Jiang Ruanruan's preferences and daily habits. With this thought, a cold smile crept across Qiao Yushu's lips. How diligent my dear sister-in-law is, bustling about in her own courtyard while meddling in my affairs. Very well. If she wishes to play the role of the Good Samaritan, let her do so. Should any trouble arise in the future, she cannot blame anyone but herself. Yes, I understand. The two continued their discussion, but Jiang Ruanruan, eager to listen, found her eyelids betraying her, and she succumbed to sleep before completing even a full yawn. It seemed that one must possess a healthy body to indulge in gossip. This was Jiang Ruanruan's final thought before closing her eyes. Chapter 8. Wear your hat and follow me that night. Shen Qinghe finally managed to dismiss all those attending to her. Seizing the opportunity to slip out under the pretense of using the restroom, to avoid drawing attention, she circled the courtyard before proceeding. ensuring everything was in order before heading toward the corner in the southeast. Just as she steadied herself, 3 sounds emanated from the corresponding area outside the courtyard. Shunqing's face brightened with joy, and she tidied her loose strands of hair, confirming her appearance before extending her hand to pass something through the crack in the bricks. "Is everything in order?" A cool male voice responded, its mere sound igniting a sense of longing. "All is proceeding smoothly." Such is the case. The general's residence is teeming with people and eyes, and as you are new to this environment, I urge you to exercise utmost caution and avoid revealing any signs of instability. In due course, I shall devise another method for us to rendezvous. In the meantime, take care of yourself. Yes. Once she entered the house and closed the door, a figure immediately emerged from behind a distant rockery. Soon, another person followed, notably shorter than the first. "Did I not instruct you to remain in the room? Why must you insist on following me? I will handle everything. Your only duty is to protect our mother and sister." With both elder brothers absent from home, Jiang Mingji felt a sense of obligation to shoulder this responsibility. It is precisely to safeguard our mother and sister that I insist on accompanying you." However, Jiang Mingxiu shared the same sentiment, and the 2 brothers exchanged glances for a moment, neither able to convince the other. Reluctantly, Jiang Mingji allowed Jiang Mingxiu to stay behind and observe while he ventured alone to investigate whether Shunqing had left any clues in the corner. The answer was negative. Furthermore, since Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingji had refrained from getting too close for fear of alarming the snake, it could be said that aside from Shunqing herself, they had seen nothing clearly, nor did they know what she had discussed with her contact. After a night of effort yielding no clues, Jiang Mingxiu could not help but feel a sense of disappointment. Logically, if he could hear his younger sister's thoughts, did that not signify that he was the chosen one? Why then could he not manage even this trivial task? How would he protect his sister and ensure her healthy growth in the future? No, something must be done. What's wrong? Feeling disheartened, Jiang Mingji, who had recently grown closer to Jiang Mingxiu, could guess what his younger brother was thinking with just a glance. "Who said that?" "It was not me." Jiang Mingxiu, lost in contemplation, immediately bristled at Jiang Mingji's remark. "The very fact that I dared to come today indicates that I have made ample preparations. However, every endeavor begins with difficulty. Capturing that woman's vulnerability will undoubtedly take time. This is merely the beginning, and I certainly shall not give up." "That is good to hear." Jiang Mingji nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. With Xiao Wu now involved, it seemed his younger brother had matured somewhat. "Rest assured, I anticipated this outcome and have already dispatched someone to follow her. I believe news will arrive shortly. When the time comes, if you wish, we can explore together." "Really? You are quite impressive, third brother." Trusting Jiang Mingji, Jiang Mingxiu refrained from leaving the residence for several days, fearing he might inadvertently miss something of significance. However, after waiting and waiting, there was still no sign of new developments from Shunqing. It is worth noting that she was less than a month away from giving birth. Any reason for her to venture out at this time must be of great importance. Shunqing had only been gone for half an hour. She must still be within the Zui Xianlu. We should be able to reach there in time. "Wait, what are you holding in your arms?" "What else could it be?" "Of course, it is our sister." Jiang Mingxiu proudly revealed Jiang Ruanruan's small face, completely oblivious to any wrongdoing in his actions. After all, it had been his sister who expressed a desire to go out, and he was merely fulfilling a small wish of hers. "Third brother, my dear third brother, do not waste any more time. Let us hurry to Zui Xianlu. Coincidentally, your fiancé, Yi and Jiang Xijin are there as well. If you go now, you might even catch them in a compromising situation if you delay." Jiang Ruanruan recalled the events between Jiang Xijin and third brother's fiancé, Yi, that had transpired earlier in the text. Unable to bring herself to continue, and merely looked at her third brother with sympathy. Alas, what a good noble son. Yet how has he been cuckolded? Before Jiang Mingji could express his surprise, he looked down to see Jiang Mingxiu holding Xiao Wu, both staring at him with an oddly intense gaze, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. Resignedly, Jiang Mingji could not say much more and hastily arranged for a carriage to ensure Xiao Wu did not catch a chill on the way. Zui Xianlu is the most renowned tavern in the capital, famed for its exquisite Ling Long 8-treasure duck. As he returned, Jiang Mingji felt a tangle of emotions. How fragrant! The scent of meat. Regrettably, my teeth have yet to fully develop, and I do not know when I shall be able to enjoy a meal here. As fate would have it, The two brothers, accompanied by Jiang Ruanruan, had just stepped through the grand entrance of Zui Xianlu when Jiang Xijin and the daughter of the minister, Lin Qingqing, emerged from a private room on the second floor. Lin Qingqing was dressed in a water-red ensemble, her face alight with joy, exuding the youthful vitality of cherry blossoms blooming in early spring. Their close demeanor suggested a long-standing acquaintance. Jiang Mingxiu, having met Lin Qingqing at previous banquets, recognized her as his third brother's fiancée. Observing this scene, he could not help but feel astonished. Who would have thought their relationship was more than ordinary? Indeed, Xiao Wu's earlier insights were accurate. How unfortunate for his third brother, who had barely reveled in his engagement before being subjected to such humiliation. Were this to become known, it would surely be a source of ridicule for him. It is not my fault. Why should I hide? During their conversation, Jiang Xijin and Lin Qingqing had already turned their gaze toward them. Chapter 9. A fine pair of scoundrels. Oh dear, a real-life battlefield. How captivating to witness this spectacle with family. Third brother, charge forth. Curse this pair of scoundrels. Look at how awkward they are. They must be frightened of my third brother. No wonder they feel guilty. They've been toying with my third brother since before the engagement, and today, the truth has finally come to light. Before the engagement? Does this imply they had been involved from the very beginning? Yet, Jiang Mingji distinctly remembered questioning whether she had affections for another, as marriage is a serious matter, and if there were any doubts, he would never compel her. Jiang Mingji only recalled her blushing and uttering a phrase that would remain etched in his memory. In my heart, there is only you. The irony is that Jiang Mingji had previously felt little affection for Lin Qingqing. Their engagement was merely a transaction of interests. It was only after that declaration that he genuinely began to care for her. Now, it all appears to have been a farce. She spoke of exclusivity, yet she shared her affections with others. What then becomes of the vows sworn during their engagement? Jiang Ruanruan, merely a saying. Perhaps Jiang Mingji's gaze was too intense. For Lin Qingqing could no longer pretend to be oblivious. She was compelled to steel herself and descend with Jiang Xijin standing before them. What a coincidence, Mingji! What brings you here? I had some leisure time today and decided to stroll outside. By chance, I encountered Miss Lin, who inquired about your well-being. I found the outside noise unbearable, so I came to say, Xian Lu Mingji, please do not overthink this. Before Jiang Mingji could respond, Jiang Xijin hastily unleashed his rehearsed lines, exuding a sense of desperation akin to "there's no silver here." In contrast, Jiang Mingji remained surprisingly composed. Overthink? How could that be? You and Qingqing are genuinely concerned for me. Even in a chance encounter, you do not forget to worry about my well-being. I should feel honored, not suspicious. Huh? Ha ha. Indeed, Jiang Xijin and Lin Qingqing were taken aback by how easily they had managed to deflect the matter, momentarily at a loss for words. Only Jiang Ruanruan remained delightfully entertained, unaffected by the tension. How fitting for the protagonist. Lies flow effortlessly from your lips. Had I not known what the two of you had been up to in that private room, I might have almost believed you. That scene can only be described as a thunderstorm igniting a fire. Hearing this, Jiang Mingji instinctively raised his gaze toward the private room above. Zui Xianlu was typically bustling with patrons, making it not particularly difficult to gather information here. Jiang Xijin and Lin Qingqing truly dared to act so recklessly. Lin Qingqing stood between the two for a moment, unable to endure the tense atmosphere any longer. Just as she considered an excuse to slip away, an unidentified object slipped from her sleeve, landing precisely at Jiang Mingji's feet. Upon recognizing what it was, Jiang Xijin's pupils dilated in shock. Just as he reached to retrieve it, Jiang Mingji was quicker and seized it first. The style of this fragrant sachet seems so familiar, as if I have encountered it somewhere before. After all, there are only a few styles of sachets, so feeling a sense of familiarity is not particularly surprising. Jiang Xijin awkwardly chuckled, taking a step back and discreetly removing the sachet from his waist, hiding it within his sleeve to avoid being discovered by others. Indeed, this is merely one I had my maid purchase casually during my recent visit to the garden. Mingji, if you like it, I shall personally embroider one for you another day. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing eagerly chimed in. I initially thought Jiang Mingji would decline, but to my surprise, he readily accepted. Excellent. That is precisely what I was waiting for. Coincidentally, Mingxiu and my younger sister are here today. They would surely appreciate it as well. If you don't mind, could you please prepare one for each of us? Consider it a gift for my sister's introduction. How does that sound? What? But I, Lin Qingqing, am not adept at embroidery. The sachet I made for Jiang Ruanruan took me several nights of burning the midnight oil to complete. Now, with Jiang Mingji requesting 3 right off the bat, it is evidently setting me up for a challenge. Under normal circumstances, Lin Qingqing would have categorically refused, perhaps even storming off in indignation, knowing full well that Jiang Mingji would not take offense. What? Is there a problem? I merely thought it looked lovely, as I have often seen Sijin with a sachet at his waist. If you feel I have offended you in any way, then kindly disregard my request. With that, Jiang Mingji turned to leave, pulling Jiang Mingxiu along. Wait, I never said I wouldn't make them for you. Why the rush? It is simply quite a task to create 3 sachets at once, which may take some time. If you're not in a hurry, I can send them to your residence once they are ready. Really? Jiang Mingji's eyes lit up at this, and he instantly broke into a smile, making one wonder just how much Lin Qingqing's words had pleased him. Lin Qingqing found his reaction quite delightful, her previous tension dissipating. After all, they were just a few pouches. She could easily find someone in a stall to procure a few to pass off as her own, knowing well that Jiang Mingji, in his naivety, would likely not discern the difference. The thought of that scene brought a smile to her face. Embroider a koi. Koi. I want many, many koi. Don't ask. It is merely for good fortune. Ah, right, and also koi, my younger sister may fancy those. Thank you for your trouble. Jiang Mingji's relentless requests completely extinguished any hope Lin Qingqing had of casually purchasing a few. By the time they concocted an excuse to leave Zue Xianlu, Lin Qingqing's anger had yet to subside. Upon turning the corner, she shot a fierce glare at Jiang Sijin, who was following closely behind. Why did you not speak up for me when Jiang Mingji was being so difficult? Did you all conspire to watch me make a fool of myself? Qingqing, you are overthinking it. In that situation, my silence was genuinely for your benefit. As for the sachets, you need not worry. I own an embroidery workshop, and I can simply assign the task to one of the embroiderers there. Really? Lin Qingqing had considered hiring someone, but was hesitant since the sachet she had made was still in Jiang Mingji's possession, making it easy to expose her. Naturally, the embroiderers at my workshop possess exceptional skills. Imitating your style would not be a challenge. If I were to have you do it yourself, I would actually feel somewhat envious. Lin Qingqing felt her spirits lift at Jiang Sijin's comforting words, and before she knew it, she was following him onto the carriage, which swayed violently. Nearby, Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Ruanruan, who had been trailing Jiang Mingji to observe, remarked, "What a couple of shameless individuals." Chapter 10. Bold and rebellious offspring. Given the current situation, Jiang Mingji had no intention of expending further effort on Lin Qingqing. The priority now was to locate Shen Qinghe. However, after being delayed by Jiang Sijin and the others, there was no trace of Shen Qinghe left within Zhe Xianlu. When Jiang Sijin followed the clues, he found only a waiter tidying up in the private room. "Please wait a moment, sir. We will clean this place up quickly." The waiter, noticing Jiang Sijin standing at the door, assumed he was expecting guests and hastened his pace. Jiang Sijin waved his hand, not pushing for urgency. "No ruse. I merely wish to ask you a few questions." "You may be disappointed, sir. I am just a worker here and cannot enter the private room without permission, nor dare I speak of the esteemed guest's affairs." Understanding the implication, Jiang Sijin generously produced a silver ingot and handed it over. "Rest assured, I will not make things difficult for you. I simply have a few straightforward inquiries. What would you like to know?" With the heavy silver in hand, the waiter's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. How many individuals were present in this private room earlier? The waiter, clearly a professional, promptly divulged all the information he possessed upon hearing Jiang Sijin's single question. Impressed by his cooperation, Jiang Sijin slipped him another ingot as he departed, instructing him to notify the general's residence immediately should he encounter those individuals again. Just as Jiang Mingji was about to inquire about their whereabouts, he noticed Jiang Ruanruan clutching a large meat bun, and he immediately scolded, "Who permitted you to buy this for Xiao Wu? She is still too young for such indulgences. What if she falls ill?" "I know, but I just wanted Xiao Wu to hold it and smell the aroma," Jiang Mingxiu mumbled softly. He was well aware that Xiao Wu should not be consuming such things at her age, but he could not resist when he saw the pleading look in her eyes as they passed the bun stall. "Don't scold, fourth brother." "Fourth brother? Who bought me the bun is the best fourth brother in the world." Jiang Ruanruan, not one to be ungrateful, immediately waved her little hands to defend Jiang Mingxiu. Good Xiaowu, brother truly did not dote on you in vain. Hearing this, Jiang Mingxiu cast a grateful glance at the little girl in his arms. Ahem. If it is merely for smelling, then it is indeed not a major issue. Is there anything else you wish to eat? Third brother will buy it for you. With his sister saying as much, Jiang Mingji felt it inappropriate to object and allowed her wishes. Thus, Jiang Ruanruan successfully acquired a spiced chicken leg. Influenced by her, the mood of Jiang Mingji and his brother lightened considerably. Fortunately, Jiang Mingji acted swiftly, pulling Jiang Mingxiu to kneel just in time. Otherwise, they would have found themselves in deep trouble the following day. Bold and rebellious offspring, you dare to take Xiao Wu out of the residence without permission? Hurry and kneel to apologize. Father, let me explain. Before Jiang Mingxiu could finish, Jiang Zhenyuan stormed over in a fit of rage, snatching Jiang Ruanruan into his arms and inspecting her thoroughly before he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Explain? The facts are right before us. What is there to explain? Jiang Zhenyan reprimanded them sharply, leaving the two brothers too frightened to even breathe. After all, they were indeed in the wrong, and they could not blame anyone for the consequences they faced. Yes, I willingly accept my punishment. Hurry up. After reprimanding the two wayward sons, Jiang Zhenyuan quickly shifted his demeanor, almost coaxingly attempting to trick Jiang Ruanruan into handing over food. Good Xiao Wu, may I have what you're holding? You are still too young to eat these. When you grow up, I will buy you whatever you wish. Jiang Ruanruan, being clever, tightened her grip on the chicken leg the moment she sensed her father's change in expression. No, I worked hard to get this. I want to hold it while I sleep tonight. Ha ha ha. To be able to eat is a blessing. My daughter, Jiang Zhenyuan, is indeed fortunate. Since you like it, keep it. Tomorrow, I will have the kitchen prepare some more. We shall alternate each day. Jiang Zhenyuan, witnessing this, was not angered. Rather, he embraced Jiang Ruanruan and laughed heartily. To be able to eat is a blessing, and at such a young age, Xiao Wu already knows what she desires and enjoys. This signifies great fortune. Jiang Ruanruan gazed at Jiang Mingji's dejected figure, wishing to intercede on their behalf, but alas, she was not yet of the age to voice her thoughts, leaving her only able to watch anxiously. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenyuan felt a tinge of regret in his heart. Although these two unruly children occasionally acted recklessly, they genuinely cared for Xiao Wu. Their escapades had not resulted in any calamity. Perhaps his reaction had indeed been overly hasty. However, he paused, as they had yet to disclose what they had done during their outing and whether they had encountered anyone. Lin Qingqing's father was an old acquaintance of Jiang Zhenyuan, and the two families had numerous connections within the court. Had it not been for the certainty that Jiang Mingji did not wish to burden his parents with his own affairs, he would have instinctively chosen to conceal the truth. Yet, he overlooked the presence of Jiang Mingxiu, who was always ready to champion his cause. Father, you have no idea what we discovered during our outing. That minister's daughter, Lin Qingqing, was actually mingling with Si Jin, and when we stumbled upon them, she brazenly flaunted it before Sange. It was utterly outrageous. Considering Jiang Ruanruan was still present, Jiang Mingji did not express his words too bluntly. Nonetheless, from his indignant demeanor, Jiang Zhenyuan could surmise the gist of the matter. Mingji, is what the fourth said true? Indeed, at this point, Jiang Mingji saw no reason to hide the truth any longer. With a thud, he knelt down, his gaze resolute. Miss Lin is not a suitable match for me. I humbly beseech Father to annul this engagement. Chapter 11. The annulling of the engagement, Mingji. What are you doing? This matter is not your fault. Get up at once. Jiang Zhenyan was not eloquent, but he understood the character of his sons. Since they had all spoken up, it indicated that the fault did not lie with them. As for Jiang Sijin, Jiang Zhenyuan had previously held little impression of this nephew, only recalling him as a kind-hearted, yet mediocre individual. It was not until Madame mentioned the incident with the red flower that he realized something was amiss. Jiang Sijin had personally executed the errant cook. Jiang Sijin appeared unremarkable, yet he was the most popular among his peers, with countless friends in the capital and a good reputation. If he were truly as mediocre as he seemed, how could he attract others to befriend him? It seemed he had been deliberately concealing his talents all along, aiming to catch others off guard for a future revelation of his capabilities. Jiang Zhenyan ought to feel gratified by his nephew's foresight. However, the actions of the main family had painted them as adversaries, compelling him to reconsider his strategy. Thus, tomorrow I shall visit the Lin minister's residence, seeking a reason to annul this engagement, lest prolonged delays bring forth further complications. Excellent. If we annul the engagement early, that Lin Qingqing will have no means to slander Sangu, and Sangu will no longer face exile. Wait, this situation might lead to our family being perfectly fine. What exile? Sangu will surely be safe. Ba ba ba. Jiang Ruanruan was busy sticking out her tongue, completely oblivious to her father's increasingly grim countenance. Thank you, father. Jiang Mingji was taken aback by how smoothly Jiang Zhenyuan acquiesced, feeling a swell of gratitude. Indeed, their father still cared for them. An annulment is an annulment. Yet the punishment still looms ahead. Why are you dawdling? Hurry and kneel in the ancestral hall. Do you need me to escort you personally? Indeed. Before they even entered the courtyard, Jiang Zhenyuan spotted Qiao Yushu's anxious figure and hastily quickened his pace to deliver Jiang Ruanruan into her arms. As Qiao Yushu received Jiang Ruanruan, she was at a loss for words, tears streaming down her face, landing on Jiang Ruanruan's cheeks, feeling warm and causing her to squint. Xiao Wu, you frightened your mother to death. Heaven knows how terrified Qiao Yushu felt when she discovered Jiang Ruanruan was missing. She even pondered whether all of this was merely a dream, that she had not evaded that red flower at all, and everything that followed was merely a fleeting illusion before death. Yushu, do not grieve. Jiang Zhenyuan gazed at Qiao Yushu with deep compassion, embracing her gently. Mother, do not cry. Xiao Wu understands her mistakes. I will never sneak out again. Jiang Ruanruan raised her small hand to gently wipe away Qiao Yushu's tears, feeling inexplicably remorseful. Had she known it would cause her mother such distress, she would not have insisted on accompanying fourth brother on their outing. It was also her fault for being so absorbed in play that she forgot her frail body was still that of an infant, destined to be cherished by family. It seems she must be more mindful in the future. With their combined efforts to console her, Qiao Yushu soon regained her composure, wiping her tears as she inquired. One cannot hide anything from a madam. Jiang Zhenyuan recounted the events to Qiao Yushu in detail. The matter of the third's marriage had been decided after mutual discussion between the couple. Thus the annulment should also be addressed by both. With prior events as a foundation, Qiao Yushu quickly accepted this reality. After deliberation, they decided to visit the Lin residence the following morning to discuss the annulment, conveniently coinciding with a day off, ensuring that Lin minister would have no reason to refuse them. After an afternoon of revelry, Jiang Ruanruan was utterly fatigued and, after a bottle, fell into a deep slumber until noon the next day. Upon awakening, she saw her mother marching angrily from outside the courtyard, clutching a broken jade pendant. This Lin Zhiheng. How charmingly he spoke when the engagement was first established. I thought he was indeed a reasonable man, wishing to leave each other some dignity, yet he acted so recklessly, denying everything and overturning prior agreements. Does he believe everything in this world is dictated solely by his whims? Due to Jiang Zhenyuan's acquaintance with Lin Zhiheng, Qiao Yushu now viewed him in a negative light, entering without even offering him a cup of water. Madam, do not be upset. The Lin family's refusal to annul the engagement may not be entirely unfavorable. At least the initiative remains in our hands. With Lin Qingqing causing such a ruckus, she will inevitably expose her flaws, and when that time comes, we can still proceed with the annulment. Although Jiang Zhenyuan harbored resentment, he chose to focus on comforting Qiao Yushu, standing nearby and offering reassurances. Jiang Ruanruan lay in her cradle, listening intently. She understood the annulment had failed, but was utterly bewildered by the details, anxiously scratching her head. What on earth has happened? Did I not just take a nap? Why are my parents so furious? What have I missed? Upon hearing their daughter's thoughts, the couple exchanged knowing glances. Jiang Zhenyuan cleared his throat, ready to begin his explanation. Ahem, madam. Do you recall how Lin Zhiheng treated us when we visited the Lin residence this morning? Qiao Yushu immediately responded, of course. That fellow initially treated us with courtesy, but the moment we expressed our intention to annul the engagement, he turned hostile, allowing Lin Qingqing to shatter the engagement jade pendant and accused Mingji of being at fault first. Ah, I see. Through their back-and-forth narrative, Jiang Ruanruan quickly pieced together the entire sequence of events. Initially, she had worried about her parents being mistreated during the annulment, but given the current circumstances, the situation appeared simpler. Considering the timeline, Lin Qingqing is nearly a month pregnant now. It won't be long before the truth is revealed, and the Lin family will undoubtedly rush to finalize the marriage. In the book, Lin Qingqing drugged Sangu at a banquet to ensure he acknowledged the child. To alter this outcome, I must assist Sangu in evading this calamity. But how can I inform my parents? So it was. Xiao Yushu sighed softly, and in a moment, a plan began to form in her mind. Chapter 12. My mother's ingenious insight. The power of rumors is the most fearsome. Within 3 days, the news had spread through every street and alley. Everyone speculated about the identity of the minister's daughter's lover, and some even revealed the confrontation that had occurred at the Drunken Immortal Tower, making Jiang Ruanruan the center of attention. Upon hearing this, Lin Minister was furious and promptly confined his daughter, forbidding her from any contact with outsiders before the wedding. Father, all these rumors in the city are mere fabrications by busybodies. If you confine your daughter at this time, will it not arouse suspicion? Lin Qingqing pleaded desperately, gazing at Lin Jiheng, standing with his back against the door. Suspicions? You now seem to be concerned, yet when you were secretly involved with Jiang Ruanruan, why did you not consider our family even a little? I truly believed your deceitful words, especially when the envoy from the general's residence defended you so fervently. Lin Jiheng never anticipated that his own daughter would be so audacious as to clandestinely meet with a man behind everyone's back. To make matters worse, Jiang Ruanruan has recently won several battles, now regarded as a favored figure before the emperor. Such a promising connection is not something our Lin family can easily discard. Even if it means enduring harsh words from Jiang Ruanruan, Lin Jiheng is determined to marry his daughter off smoothly. Ajin and Jiang Mingji are both companions in the palace, destined for greatness, and his daughter merely chose the one she feels is more suitable. Is this truly a mistake? Or does it mean that you, father, only see profits and never care for your daughter's happiness? Lin Qingqing, seeing her father's refusal to let her go, desperately voiced her thoughts. You, insolent wretch! Lin Jiheng, upon hearing this, was infuriated and struck Lin Qingqing to the ground, scolding her. As the legitimate daughter of the Lin family, how can you not consider the family's interests? Your mind filled only with frivolous romance? If there is a next time, I, Lin Jiheng, will deny your existence as my daughter. Father Lin Qingqing, who had been spoiled since childhood, could hardly accept that Lin Jiheng would truly resort to violence against her. Just when she wanted to argue, she suddenly felt a warm sensation beneath her, followed by an overwhelming pain that caused her to faint. No, this is terrible. The young lady is bleeding. Someone, hurry and call for the physician. That night, the Lin residence was ablaze with lights. The next day, when the news reached the general's residence, Xiao Yushu was leisurely sitting in the courtyard, basking in the sun while sipping tea, her expression unchanged as the messenger relayed the entire message. Jiang Ruanruan, held by Ji Hua, was playing nearby and could not help but exclaim, "Truly, mother is unflappable, maintaining her composure in all situations. I must learn from her and strive to become as formidable as she is." Xiao Yushu, unable to suppress her laughter, nearly spat out the tea she had just sipped. This little girl of theirs is indeed quite entertaining. "Madam, are you all right?" A servant, who had been reporting, noticed Xiao Yushu's reaction and, fearing he had said something amiss, glanced up at her with trepidation. Xiao Yushu waved her hand to dismiss him, then poured herself another cup of tea. Ji Hua, observing this, curiously inquired, "Madam, your calmness suggests that you had anticipated the Lin family would falter? I too wish to know." With Ji Hua's assistance in conversation, Jiang Ruanruan was spared much trouble, whether it is true or not. Sensing the inquisitive gaze of the two, Xiao Yushu set down her teacup and patiently explained. Lin Jiheng is a man who values face and profits, detesting any disruption to his plans, even from those closest to him. During the last engagement, when our two families were at odds, he could still argue his case, but now that the entire capital is discussing their family's disgrace, he can only resolve it from within. About Lin Qingqing, I happened to catch a glimpse of her during our last meeting. She is still young and lacks vitality. If she truly is pregnant, she must take great care to ensure the safety of this child. I see, madam. Your foresight is indeed remarkable. It cannot be said that it is merely foresight. If the general had not shared this information with me, I would not have conceived a way to break this situation. Now that all is proceeding smoothly, it must be due to divine favor. What I truly anticipate now is the full moon celebration for our little fifth. To make amends, my elder brother specially sent word that he would bring generous gifts to the celebration tomorrow. My dear fifth, all your uncles will come to see you at the full moon banquet tomorrow, and how much red envelopes you receive will depend on your own efforts. So do not blame your mother for not reminding you. Xiao Yushu held Jiang Ruanruan in her arms, speaking earnestly. Red envelopes. Seeing Mother's expression. I suspect that uncles are quite wealthy. No, I must practice in advance to ensure I don't miss out on the red envelopes. Jiang Ruanruan's eyes lit up as she stretched her small hands into the air, seriously mimicking the act of grabbing, as if the red envelopes were already within her grasp. The following morning, Jiang Ruanruan was awoken from her slumber, obediently sitting before the bronze mirror while Ji Hua and several other maidservants fussed over her appearance. By the time she was fully awake, the reflection in the mirror revealed a transformed little girl. My goodness, how adorable. Is this truly me? Jiang Ruanruan gazed at the little girl in the floral dress adorned with a golden necklace, her expression filled with confusion. With a rosy face, perfect. Chubby little hands, perfect. And her nose appears soft as well. Wait, why does my hairline seem precarious? Am I destined to face the burden of baldness at such a young age? I refuse. Xiao Yushu, initially being attended to by the servants while changing clothes, thought something was amiss upon hearing Jiang Ruanruan's cries and quickly donned her outer garment to rush over. What is it, little fifth? Are you feeling unwell? Do not mention it. I am distressed. Jiang Ruanruan found it difficult to articulate her concerns to her mother and could only pout, pointing at her reflection in the mirror while tapping her bare forehead with her small hand. Bald, it hurts. Do you understand? Chapter 13. Such a handsome Uncle Xiao Yushu was momentarily taken aback, then, somewhat amused and exasperated, reached out to pat Jiang Ruanruan's little head. My silly little fifth. Children do not have an abundance of hair. You will grow out of this as you mature. Besides, our little fifth is so beautiful that even with a little less hair, she remains the prettiest girl. Indeed, a mother's perspective is always tinted with affection. Jiang Ruanruan expressed skepticism at Xiao Yushu's reassurances. To be safe, she resolved to go to bed early and rise early, diligently exercising to protect every strand of her hair from a young age. By noon, the full moon celebration officially commenced. Jiang Ruanruan, often away at war, rarely engaged in courtly disputes. Thus, the number of colleagues arriving to offer congratulations was few, mostly consisting of old friends and subordinate soldiers with whom he had fought side by side. Just as Jiang Ruanruan was placed in the cradle by Xiao Yushu, she was surrounded by 4 or 5 burly men, petrifying her momentarily. Private Marcia's mother, it seems I'm going to be scared to death here today. The burly men, oblivious to Jiang Ruanruan's unease, drew closer until they nearly pressed their faces against hers. Just as Jiang Ruanruan thought they were going to do something to her, the leader suddenly poked her chubby cheek, chuckling. You little one, how did you become so adorable, especially this little face, so plump? Plump. You are the plump ones. All of you are plump. Jiang Ruanruan, summoning unexpected courage, who had just moments before been terrified, now clutched the edge of the cradle and stood up unsteadily, her other hand waving vigorously at the burly men, attempting to convey her indignation. However, after much effort, the burly men only found her even more endearing, and they promptly lifted her from the cradle and began to shower her with affection. This little girl is too cute. Is she truly the general's daughter? She looks nothing like him. Indeed, previously Mingji and Mingxiu had not seen anyone this adorable. Could it be that this girl is simply more beautiful? I say it is still the sister-in-law who bore little fifth so well. Otherwise, how could such a cute daughter emerge from our general's rugged face? These burly men were all deputy generals who had long served alongside Jiang Ruanruan, sharing a close bond. Thus their words were spoken without reservation. Was initially preoccupied with welcoming guests at the entrance when he noticed Xiao Wu being carried away. He promptly approached, delivering a sharp reprimand to the back of each person's head. What are you doing? I called you over to assist, not to loiter here. My apologies, General. It's simply that your Xiao Wu is exceedingly adorable. We couldn't help but gaze a little longer. Not one to be modest. Jiang Ruanruan felt a swell of pride at their words and lifted his chin. It was rather fortuitous that, while each of these vice commanders had children, they were all boys, none had a daughter. Hearing Jiang Ruanruan's remarks, they exchanged glances and birthed a new scheme in their minds. Indeed, we are all family. We would never bully Xiao Wu. Not a chance. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. Just because you lack daughters, you wish to take mine? No way. Now that you're fathers, act with some decorum and quickly go welcome the guests. Yes, madam. With the crisis averted, Jiang Ruanruan, concealed within Xiao Yushu's embrace, secretly exhaled in relief. In moments of safety, one's own father could be the greatest threat. Today, she finally comprehended the essence of this saying. Good Xiao Wu, do not be upset. Come, my dear, mother will take you to see your uncles and aunts. They have prepared a grand gift for you, one that exceeds what your brothers have received combined. Upon hearing Xiao Yushu's words, Jiang Ruanruan's spirits lifted instantly, her little eyes wide with excitement, fearing she might miss out on something wonderful. Yushu, you've just emerged from confinement, and your body hasn't fully recovered. Why are you personally bringing Xiao Wu out? Come, let me hold her. Good Xiao Wu, do you know who I am? Not long after, a lively group came rushing from the entrance, laughing as they took Jiang Ruanruan into their arms. When she turned to look, she met a strikingly handsome face. Although it bore some years, the gravitas of time only enhanced his charm, rendering him far more attractive than any youthful lad. Jiang Ruanruan was momentarily dazzled. Wow, so handsome. Is this my little uncle? Indeed, just as the books describe, he possesses an extraordinary demeanor, clearly a remarkable individual. It's a pity that following the passing of mother and the change in the general's household, the Qiao family has gradually fallen from its former glory. The more tragic the character, the more endearing they become. In Jiang Ruanruan's eyes, her uncles and aunts from the Qiao family embodied this sentiment. Enough of your nonsense. Xiao Wu has only just turned a month old. How could she possibly recognize you? Stop teasing the child. Is that so? Yet, I feel she does recognize me. Before Qiao Jinyan could recover from the shock of what he had just heard, Jiang Ruanruan was whisked away by other uncles and aunts, leaving him standing there, unable to shake off his astonishment. With Yushu's passing and the general's household undergoing a transformation, what does this child truly know? How is it that she can hear her thoughts? Could it be that Yushu's little daughter is a reincarnation of some celestial being? Brother, didn't you say you would give Xiao Wu a red envelope? Why are you still standing there in a daze? Are you reluctant to part with your savings? After exchanging pleasantries with a few sisters-in-law, Xiao Yushu noticed Xiao Jinyan still standing in a stupor and, understanding his thoughts, approached to gently tug at his sleeve, attempting to create a diversion. I know what you're thinking. Once we are alone, I will explain everything. Realizing that Xiao Yushu was aware of the situation, Xiao Jinyan finally felt reassured enough to respond. Not at all. The household's earnings are managed by your sisters-in-law. How could I possess any secret funds? Chapter 14. The palace's congratulatory gift. Why haven't you brought it out yet? Can't you see our Xiao Wu is growing anxious? Xiao Jinyan's wife, Su Shi, was rather impatient. Without waiting for them to finish speaking, she took the red envelope from Xiao Jinyan's sleeve and thrust it into Jiang Ruanruan's arms. Here, Xiao Wu, take this. It is all love from your uncles and aunts. Spend it freely, and if it's insufficient, you may ask your uncle for more. Jiang Ruanruan squeezed it, instantly beaming with joy. As expected of my aunt, so generous. At this rate, by the end of the day, I shall surely be the youngest heiress in the capital. Seeing Xiao Wu's delight, she truly was just as fond of money as I am. By the way, Yushu, have you decided on a name for Xiao Wu? Given that my brother dotes on this daughter, surely a name must have been chosen before her birth. That had indeed been the plan. Reflecting on it, Xiao Yushu felt a twinge of headache. Since they learned of the pregnancy, Jiang Zhenyuan and she had begun contemplating names. They had initially agreed on Mingli if it were a boy and Yinzhu if a girl. However, due to her severe pregnancy symptoms, she had been unable to finalize any decision. So, regarding the name, we decided to let Xiao Wu choose for herself. The slips of paper are ready, and whatever she picks will be her name. Although this method might seem somewhat hasty and irresponsible, Xiao Yushu believed that their little Xiao Wu, with her cleverness, would certainly select a name that she found pleasing. Moreover, all the names were derived from ancient texts Jiang Zhenyuan had referenced, ensuring none would be unappealing. Reflecting on my parents' lifelong struggles with indecision, upon contemplation, this indeed seemed a viable approach. Just then, a servant rushed in, bowing deeply to the group. Madam, someone from the palace has arrived, saying the seventh prince has sent a congratulatory gift and wishes for you to bring the young lady to see it. The seventh prince? Normally, receiving congratulations from the palace when a child is born is a cause for great joy, as it symbolizes the emperor's favor and provides significant support for their family's future in the capital. Yet, Xiao Yushu could not muster any happiness. Every time she heard the seventh princess name, she was reminded of Xiao Wu's words. When life and death are at stake, A mere congratulatory gift seems inconsequential. Nonetheless, whether she liked it or not, as Jiang Ruanruan's legitimate wife, Xiao Yushu must present herself and the child in front of the palace. Thus, the party moved forward, escorting Xiao Yushu and Jiang Ruanruan toward the front courtyard. Jiang Ruanruan, already informed, was engaged in cordial conversation with the palace steward when Xiao Yushu arrived. Today's affairs are numerous, and I regret not being able to properly entertain you, father. Please accept this small token. It is intended to bring some blessings for my daughter. With that, Jiang Ruanruan presented a pouch of coins he had prepared in advance. The steward did not refuse but smiled and replied, "General, you flatter me. Your standing with the emperor is well known, and it is our honor to be here. Unfortunately, the seventh prince is currently preoccupied with his studies and could not attend in person, hence the gift as a token of goodwill. Please convey my regards to the seventh prince." Rest assured, General, while they claimed to deliver gifts, the group was merely going through the motions. Xiao Yushu held Jiang Ruanruan close as the palace steward sought an excuse to depart. Once they were gone, Xiao Yushu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, they're finally gone. Madam, there's no need to be anxious. I have made all necessary arrangements to ensure they harbor no ill thoughts. Jiang Ruanruan observed Xiao Yushu's unease and gently pulled her into an embrace to comfort her. Meanwhile, Li Manyun, watching the couple's interaction, felt a surge of discontent. It's merely a financial burden. Do they really need to put on such a grand performance in front of everyone? The only reason they are here is out of respect for the general's household. Do they truly believe their achievements are solely their own? Oh, if that is the case, what of your daughter? Is she merely a financial burden too? Do not speak nonsense. I was merely jesting, with no other intentions. Besides, our Wanxiu is now considered the foremost talented woman in the capital. How could a mere toothless infant compare? Li Manyun understood Su Shi's temperament well and didn't dare to argue further. After her remark, she turned and walked away. You are aware that our little Wu is still a child, are you not? Comparing a newborn babe to your daughter, who has already reached the age of maturity, is quite shameless of you, especially as an elder. How can one be so hot-tempered like Su Shi? I merely jested a little, yet she berated me relentlessly, showing no semblance of a lady. Upon returning indoors, Li Manyun remained apprehensive, her hand trembling as she struggled to bring the cup to her lips. She had ample reason to suspect that had she not been quick-witted enough to escape, Su Shi would have escalated matters well beyond mere words. Madam, do not be angered. Su Shi is indeed youthful and impetuous. We should not lower ourselves to her level, for in the end, it will only be her who becomes the subject of ridicule. The nearby Mama, perceiving the tension, discreetly dismissed the other servants, remaining by Li Manyun's side to offer her counsel. Indeed, with a son as admirable as Sighed, there is no need to compete with someone who has yet to bear children. Li Manyun nodded in agreement, finding Mama's words quite reasonable. By the way, where is Sighed? I did not see him at today's full-month banquet. Although Li Manyun harbors disdain for Xiao Yushu, they are on the surface family, and certain courtesies must still be observed. Initially perplexed by the absence, she recalled that Jiang Sighed had previously engaged her in conversation regarding this very matter. Why then was he not present at the feast today? Could it be that something has happened? Mama appeared troubled, stating that the eldest young master was about to leave when he was intercepted by the daughter of Lin Shirlang, who insisted on speaking with him and forbade any servants from accompanying. What? Upon hearing this, Li Manyun slammed her hand on the table and rose in a fury. Lin Qingqing is nothing but a shameless vixen, and the rumors surrounding her in the capital are rampant. Is she not content with the havoc she has already wreaked upon my Sighed? How dare she come to our door? Chapter 15. Little Wu is missing. I was aware of this, which is why I cautioned the eldest young master when Lin Qingqing sought him out. But he insisted that he could handle it and instructed me not to interfere, even telling me to remain uninvolved. What? You must tell me quickly. What is this hesitation? Li Manyun's maternal instincts were in turmoil. In her mind, Lin Qingqing had transformed into a monstrous figure, and she feared that if she were even a moment late, her precious son might be in grave danger. She warned that if the madam learned their whereabouts, she must not seek them out. Mama, recognizing she could not evade the situation, relayed Jiang Siged's exact words to Li Manyun. Did he truly say that? Only after the rumors began circulating in the capital did Li Manyun grow concerned. How long has it been since that little harlot Lin Qingqing dares to come to their residence? If others learned of this, Would not her son's reputation be utterly tarnished by Lin Qingqing? No, this must not happen. Yet, the young master had previously mentioned Mama knew that Jiang Xijin was rather resolute in his decisions. And since he had specifically advised her against meddling, she found herself at a loss as to whose counsel to heed. But what does but mean? Do you truly wish to witness that woman ruined the young master's reputation? Am I the mistress here? Or are you? Now go quickly. Li Manyun, seething with rage, seized a nearby teacup and hurled it to the ground, shouting vehemently, "Yes, yes, madam, I shall go at once." As for Jiang Xijin, he was initially unaware of Lin Qingqing's arrival, for they had presumed she would still be confined to her residence. However, now that she had come, Jiang Xijin would ensure she was not given the opportunity to present herself publicly, quickly concocting an excuse to lead her to the southern courtyard. That courtyard, the most remote of the general's estate, was typically used for storing miscellaneous items and seldom saw any visitors aside from servants. To be cautious, Jiang Xijin arranged for his trusted aides to guard the entrance, ensuring no unforeseen incidents occurred before ushering Lin Qingqing inside. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Lin Qingqing eagerly rushed towards Jiang Xijin. In their past, he had often expressed his fondness for her playful demeanor, and she believed he still felt the same, completely oblivious to the coldness that now clouded his gaze. Once Lin Qingqing had finished her lengthy monologue and looked up at Jiang Xijin, he quickly masked his emotions, adopting a fade of sorrow as he embraced her. "Qingqing, I understand you. You must believe I wish to be with you as well, but our paths have diverged." At the same moment, in the front courtyard, Jiang Ruanruan seemed to sense something amiss and lifted her head, curiously scanning her surroundings. Strange. Why is Jiang Xijin not present today? He typically revels in such lively gatherings. Though he appears indifferent, he is quite perceptive. Jiang Mingji, standing protectively beside Jiang Ruanruan, shared her confusion. Indeed, it had been quite a while since he had last seen Jiang Xijin, including when the 7th prince's entourage had arrived today without him in sight. An inexplicable unease settled in Jiang Mingji's heart. However, to avoid disrupting the atmosphere, Jiang Mingji maintained a calm demeanor, gently lifting Jiang Ruanruan from the ground. "All right, little Wu, you cannot remain on the floor any longer. If mother sees your clothes dirty, you will surely be scolded. Mother would never scold me. I am but a child. If anyone is to be scolded, it shall be you, dear brother." Jiang Mingji, that stings little sister. Realizing he could not deceive her, Jiang Mingji opted for a different approach, coaxing Jiang Ruanruan to accompany him to the front hall. In the center of the hall stood a large wooden table adorned with a layer of red fabric, upon which lay numerous folded slips of paper, clearly prepared for Jiang Ruanruan. "Our little Wu has finally arrived. Look, father has prepared something special for you. These names have been meticulously chosen just for you. Take whichever you prefer, and if you can select Yunxiu, that will be splendid." Yunxiu? That name is indeed lovely, but with so many strokes. It will be quite a challenge to learn to write later on. Jiang Ruanruan shook her head, indicating her disapproval of Jiang Zhenyuan's suggestion. Reluctantly, Jiang Zhenyuan smiled and carefully placed Jiang Ruanruan on the table, allowing her to choose for herself. Indeed, names like Yin, Rongxiang, and Shiruo are all quite melodious. It seems my father truly invested thought into this. See? My daughter appreciates my efforts. Jiang Zhenyuan beamed proudly at Xiao Yushu, his smile widening. Yet, none of these names quite match my essence. I prefer something simpler. I'm so tired. My stomach is a bit hungry. When will we eat? Jiang Ruanruan shuffled about on the table, soon overwhelmed by choices, finally settling in one spot, refusing to budge. It seemed our little Wu was indeed hungry. It would be best to postpone the selection for later, as the items were already laid out and could remain untouched for now. They would let the wet nurse take her for a brief rest first. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruanruan cast a grateful glance at Xiao Yushu. "You truly understand me, mother." Aware that children can easily become hungry, the wet nurse had been standing by, and upon hearing Xiao Yushu's instruction, promptly stepped forward to carry Jiang Ruanruan into a nearby chamber, while the others continued to chat leisurely in the front hall. Jiang Ruanruan seldom cried or fussed like other children, and her nursing sessions were usually swift and smooth, taking little time. However, Xiao Yushu felt a sense of unease and was just about to rise to find them when the wet nurse rushed in, her demeanor frantic, holding Jiang Ruanruan's blood-stained red jacket. "Madam, Miss, With that, she fell to her knees before Xiao Yushu, trembling as she presented the jacket to the onlookers. This was due to my carelessness. I beg for your punishment, madam. Chapter 16. A disturbance in the household. What did you say? Xiao Yushu felt darkness closing in, nearly losing consciousness. Fortunately, Jiang Ruanruan noticed her distress and swiftly stepped forward to support her, allowing her to regain her composure. With a trembling voice, she inquired, "Are you certain you did not make a mistake? The ear room is merely a few steps away from the main hall, surrounded by numerous individuals, making it inconceivable for the young lady to simply vanish without a trace." The wet nurse, filled with despair, admits her ignorance regarding the turn of events. Initially, she noticed that the young lady's clothing was slightly damp with sweat and thought to change it for her comfort. However, to her astonishment, when she turned to fetch a new garment, the young lady who had been seated comfortably in the cradle had inexplicably disappeared. Are there any other clues? Yes. There are blood handprints. 2 blood handprints appeared beside the cradle. The prints were incomplete and blended with the color of the cradle, leading the wet nurse to overlook them at first. It was only when she discovered the bloodstains on the young lady's discarded clothing that she realized something was amiss and hurried to report it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yushu felt utterly drained, tears streaming down her face like pearls released from a broken string. "Xiao Wu, my Xiao Wu, how could this happen? Madam, do not panic. For today's full moon banquet, I have doubled the personnel in the residence for safety. Moreover, our Xiao Wu is quite clever. The perpetrator will not be able to escape far with her." The close friends and family present rose in unison, responding to Jiang Ruanruan's words. "Indeed, let's not waste time. We must search the residence immediately. The sooner, the better." Xiao Yushu, noticing the concerned gazes of those around her, gradually regained her composure. She could not afford to falter at this moment. "I appreciate your efforts," she said. "It is no trouble. It is our duty," they replied. With that, the group swiftly dispersed, led by Jiang Ruanruan, searching every corner of the estate with keen determination. The remaining women were not idle either. They urged the wet nurse to recount the situation once more, examining the details for any inconsistencies. The ear room was quite small, with servants stationed at the door, making it likely that if the assailant intended to act, they could only enter through the window. The cradle was positioned rather close to the window, suggesting a potential lead in that direction. Su Shi, standing in the spot where the wet nurse had been, reviewed the events and finally pointed towards the window on the right side of the ear room. Ming Ji and Ming Xiu have already gone to investigate. Xiao Yushu nodded, in agreement with Su Shi's assessment. "That's good, but why is the eldest madam not present at this moment? She was just arguing with me. Yet now she is nowhere to be found." The small ear room was crowded with people, and Su Shi, tiptoeing to scan the crowd, confirmed that Li Manyun was indeed absent. This prompted Xiao Yushu to feel a sense of unease, leading her and the group to Li Manyun's courtyard. Earlier, in search of Jiang Xijin and Lin Qingqing, Li Manyun had instructed the nurse to remove most of her servants, leaving only a few ordinary maidens, who were unable to report her arrival in time. It was only when the group barged in that Li Manyun realized something was amiss, nearly knocking over another cup on the table. "Li Manyun, you are indeed hiding here." Su Shi's voice boomed, startling Li Manyun, causing her to tremble. However, regaining her composure, she realized she had not been caught in any wrongdoing, straightening her posture. "You may be innocent, but who can guarantee that the criminal is not hiding with you? Xiao Wu is missing, and as the eldest madam, you are not only unhelpful, but also hiding here in seclusion. Do you not fear the gossip that may arise? Xiao Wu is missing. When did this happen?" Upon Su Shi's reminder, Li Manyun recognized the commotion outside had escalated significantly. "Just now. Ruanruan has already taken people to search various locations. We do not intend to pressure you, eldest sister-in-law. We simply hope you can assist us in uncovering any useful clues." Xiao Yushu implored, stepping forward. "What clues could I possibly provide?" "At most, I can lend you a few people to help search," Li Manyun replied, somewhat unnaturally clearing her throat upon hearing that Jiang Ruanruan was leading the search. She genuinely did not know where Jiang Ruanruan had gone. Is this desolate courtyard truly part of the general's estate? "Elder sister, where are you taking me? I'm still in my undergarment. Did you even consider my opinion before whisking me away? You appear so well dressed, yet seem unconcerned for my plight." "Father, mother, Xiao Wu is sorry. I have been taken away by bad people before even enjoying my full moon banquet. You must come and rescue me." Jiang Ruanruan babbled all the way, yet the person carrying her did not spare her a glance, focused solely on moving forward until they reached a corner where they paused and smiled sweetly at someone ahead. Ajin? Hearing the name, Jiang Ruanruan instinctively looked up, spotting Jiang Sijin standing a few steps away, gazing at the newcomer with a wary expression. Lin Qingqing, what is wrong with you? What do you mean? Lin Qingqing feigned innocence, her deranged demeanor clearly reflecting her unstable state. Isn't it you who said we cannot be together because I failed to protect our child? You feel hurt, but I did not wish for this outcome either. He was barely a month old when he was taken from us. Lin Qingqing turned Jiang Ruanruan to face her, forcing a display of mother-daughter affection before Jiang Sijin. But now, everything is different. We have a new child, and as long as she is with us, you will never leave me. Our little family will surely thrive together. Isn't that right, Ajin? Jiang Sijin, watching Lin Qingqing's performance from a distance, felt a surge of conflicting emotions. Lin Qingqing, you have truly lost your mind. Wait, elder sister, you must come to your senses. He is with you. Jiang Ruanruan glanced between Jiang Sijin and Lin Qingqing, feeling more distressed than if she had swallowed something foul. So this is how they are, engaging in a romantic entanglement while using her as a pawn? Chapter 17, No Good Men. Mad? Indeed, I have been driven mad. Ever since my father confined me to this estate, denying me freedom and forcing me to consume medicine daily, I have lost my sanity. I exerted every effort to have a maid act as my substitute, enduring great hardships to seek you out, and yet you simply cast me aside with a declaration that we cannot be together. What do you take me for? A mere plaything? Lin Qingqing grew increasingly agitated, unknowingly retreating to the edge of a dilapidated pond. You even found a substitute? Ingenious, but not enough. I pity that maid. Jiang Ruanruan remained indifferent, eagerly observing the unfolding drama. It was a rare opportunity, not only to eavesdrop on juicy gossip, but also to gather incriminating evidence against the male lead. Others would crave such chances, and she was determined to seize this moment. However, it seemed the original narrative did not mention any such subplot. After Lin Qingqing married her third brother, she maintained an ambiguous relationship with Jiang Sijin. Otherwise, she would not have later assisted Jiang Sijin in framing the third brother. Only after Jiang Sijin and the original female lead solidified their bond did Lin Qingqing's involvement come to a complete end. The current situation could only be attributed to a confluence of factors. One could only blame Lin Qingqing for her misfortune in falling for such a scoundrel. That was not my intention. At this point, Jiang Sijin did not wish to waste further energy on Lin Qingqing, but upon glancing at the infant in her arms, he decided to press on. He could not afford to offend Jiang Jinyuan. Rescuing that child was imperative. Yet, judging by your father's stance, your marriage to Jiang Mingji is a foregone conclusion and cannot be altered. He is the son of a general with a promising future ahead, while I remain stagnant, having only gained entry into the palace as a companion due to his assistance. How could I dare to delay your happiness? So you are aware of how much my third brother has helped you, Wu Weiga? I thought you were merely an ungrateful wretch. Moreover, Jiang Sijin gazed at Lin Qingqing, his eyes brimming with deep affection. In addition to the child we lost, every time I see you, memories of those events flood my mind, and I cannot help but feel a pang of guilt. I do not wish for my emotional state to cast a shadow upon you, fearing that it may lead you to blame yourself, which is why I refrain from expressing it. Before Jiang Sijin could finish his words, Lin Qingqing interrupted him, evidently moved by his sentiments. Do you really believe that? Big sister, I, who have just turned a month old, do not trust the deceitful words of men. How can you be even less trustworthy than I? Jiang Ruanruan cast a bewildered glance at Lin Qingqing, but the latter was completely absorbed in Jiang Sijin's heartfelt confession, her gaze leaving no room for anyone else. The loss of the child was solely my fault and had nothing to do with you. My self-reproach is warranted. Ajin, you need not overthink it. As long as I can be with you, I care not for the lofty prospects of a general's son. All I desire is you. Is that so? How splendid. Jiang Sijin forced a bitter smile, feigning emotion as he extended his arms toward Lin Qingqing. Without hesitation, she walked straight into his embrace. However, before they could truly connect, in the next instant, Lin Qingqing was unceremoniously kicked aside by Jiang Sijin, landing ungracefully in the abandoned pond. Jiang Ruanruan had yet to grasp the situation when she found herself in Jiang Sijin's arms. Is this male lead truly akin to a donkey? How can he kick someone with such ferocity? Is that love-struck big sister still alive? I am truly sorry. Qingqing, Jiang Sijin stood by the pond, gazing at the mud-covered Lin Qingqing, who had fainted without a shred of remorse. He was confident that his choice was justified, for in the very next moment, Jiang Ruanruan arrived with a group of individuals. Xiao Wu, we finally found you. You cannot imagine how anxious we were just now. Let me see if you're injured. I am fine, just that, Father, there lies someone at your feet. Though there were 3 people present, Jiang Ruanruan ignored the other 2 until Jiang Ruanruan prompted him to look. Who is this? Lin Qingqing's face was so muddied that Jiang Ruanruan could not discern her identity, and it was only with Jiang Sijin's reminder that he realized. She is the daughter of the Minister Lin, Miss Lin Qingqing. Oh, so it is her. But how come you are here, Sijin? The situation is as follows. Jiang Sijin was waiting for this very question. Upon hearing that Xiao Wu had gone missing, I thought to search the vicinity and happened to see the minister's daughter passing by, seemingly concealing something within her arms. Thus, I intended to stop her for inquiry. But she fled in a frenzy, compelling me to take action to restrain her. What a fabrication. You continue to weave your tale. It was clearly your quarrel with that girl that ensnared me. Yet in the end, it becomes solely her fault. Truly, not a single good man exists. Jiang Ruanruan felt an unjust grievance at being labeled a villain by his daughter. However, in front of Jiang Sijin, he forced a nod and feigned enlightenment, stating, "So this is how it is. It seems Miss Lin was dissatisfied with recent events and deliberately infiltrated the estate today amidst the crowd, intending to abduct my Xiao Wu in retaliation. It appears fortunate that I happened upon the scene. Otherwise, Xiao Wu would have surely suffered today. What a stroke of luck. Indeed, on that note, Sijin, you have become a savior to Xiao Wu. Such a grand favor warrants my gratitude on behalf of Xiao Wu. However, your aunt is likely awaiting news from me, so I cannot linger. Shall we discuss this further on another occasion? Of course, uncle, do not keep aunt waiting." Jiang Ruanruan, trusting him, nodded in acknowledgement and departed with Jiang Ruanruan, reminding his men to retrieve Lin Qingqing from the pond for future confrontations with Lin Jiang. Jiang Mingxiu hurried over upon hearing the news, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Father, do you truly believe what Jiang Sijin has said?" Ever since learning of Jiang Sijin's actions toward his family, Jiang Mingxiu had ceased to call him cousin, deliberately minimizing their interactions. "Do not ask me why. It is simply how I feel." "Of course not. The defenses of our General's residence are formidable, and Lin Qingqing, being an outsider, could not possibly know where the Nanyuan is located. It is evident that the scoundrel himself led her there. However, such details are of little consequence at present. Our immediate concern is to annul your 3rd brother's engagement." Lin Qingqing's abduction of Xiao Wu was indeed true, and with such leverage in hand, Jiang Ruanruan was unperturbed by Lin Jiheng's potential refusal. Chapter 18. Rejecting the love-struck mind. What a great father. It seems you are not foolish after all. Seeing how earnestly you listened earlier, I thought Jiang Sijin had deceived you. Heaven knows how despairing Jiang Ruanruan felt when Jiang Sijin spoke. She wished she could grow up in an instant, leap up, and deliver a slap to that scoundrel, silencing his incessant nonsense. "So it is. And you have indeed considered this thoroughly, father. Naturally, do you not realize who I am? Such petty tricks do not faze me." Jiang Ruanruan's words seemed directed solely at Jiang Mingxiu, yet they also served to comfort Jiang Ruanruan. After all, he was a renowned general, skilled in the art of warfare and strategy. Previously, he had met with dire consequences, not because he lacked insight, but because he had failed to anticipate that the enemy would be among his closest kin. Now that he was aware, he would fiercely safeguard his family, ensuring that such tragedies would never unfold again. What shall we do now? Jiang Ruanruan harbored some concern regarding Lin Qingqing. If their Xiao Wu were to become similarly obsessed with romantic entanglements as Lin Qingqing, what would become of them? Should they confine him like Lin Jiheng did? No. The mere thought of such a scenario made Jiang Ruanruan's heart ache, and he instinctively held Jiang Ruanruan even tighter. "Father, I can hardly breathe. Father, I apologize." Upon returning to the front hall, everyone stood at the entrance, gazing out. Seeing Xiao Yushu on the verge of tears, Jiang Ruanruan quickly endeavored to console her. "Indeed, Xiao Yushu, you are too anxious. With so many of us present, unless that villain grows wings and flies away, there is no way he could escape." Li Manyun, noting that the crisis had passed, approached to voice her grievances about her earlier experience. "By the way, our Sijin has indeed rendered great assistance. Yet you all frighten me terribly." Xiao Yushu, lost in the joy of having regained what she thought was lost, did not counter Li Manyun's words for once. Li Manyun seized the opportunity, agreeing wholeheartedly, causing others around them to exchange glances. No sooner had she departed than Lin Zhiheng arrived, accompanied by a throng of servants. His demeanor uncharacteristically subdued, devoid of the arrogance he had exhibited during the engagement's dissolution. Jin Yuan, I sincerely apologize. Today's incident is indeed due to my negligence, causing trouble for your household. Though Jiang Yuan was a martial general, he was renowned in the capital for his easygoing temperament. For him to display such anger indicated that the Lin family had indeed caused a considerable stir. Very well, let be as you say. Being confronted publicly left Lin Zhiheng somewhat embarrassed. Having made his statement, he hurriedly took Lin Qingqing away from the general's residence. After such a commotion, the guests understood that the hosts had lost their inclination to entertain, and they too did not wish to linger and add to the inconvenience, thus making their excuses and departing, leaving only a few from the Qiao family to assist. The uproar caused by the Lin family would surely stir up gossip throughout the city come morning, a thought that was quite vexing. Do not fret. The news of this incident will ultimately benefit the general's residence. At the very least, everyone will understand that the annulment was due to their missteps, and Mingxi shall not be affected by it. Xiao Jinyan, closest to Jiang Mingxiu, immediately turned to comfort him upon hearing his complaints. Here, take this red envelope. I have a red envelope too. Jiang Mingxiu, still very much a child at heart, cast aside his troubles at the mention of his own red envelope. Of course, after all, you're now a big brother. From now on, you must embody the qualities of an older sibling. Consider this red envelope as a small reward for me. That's wonderful. Thank you, uncle. Jiang Zhengyan had gone with others to inspect the estate for security loopholes, while the rest were entertaining Jiang Ruanruan. Once Jiang Mingxiu left, only Qiao Jinyan and his sister Qiao Yushu remained in the room. Yushu, I have something to discuss with you regarding Xiao Wu. Are you implying that you can hear Xiao Wu's thoughts? Before Qiao Jinyan could finish, Qiao Yushu had already guessed his intention. This matter was indeed too strange. Anyone would be shocked upon discovery, and she could understand Qiao Jinyan's feelings. How did you know? Could it be that you could too? Qiao Yushu nodded, not hiding the truth. It's not just me. Jin Yuan can as well. Initially, we thought we were able to hear her thoughts because Xiao Wu is our child, but it seems that may not be the case. The matter was too intricate, and Xiao Yushu could only begin to analyze it with Xiao Jinyan. Starting from the day Jiang Ruanruan was born, and before long, an hour had passed. The more Qiao Jinyan listened, the angrier he became, and finally, he stood up, struggling to contain his fury as he muttered, regardless of everything, they are still family. How could they treat you this way? To call such people scoundrels would be an understatement. They are simply wretches. Who knows? Perhaps this is fate. All we can do is try to avoid it. When she first heard Jiang Ruanruan's thoughts, Qiao Yushu had felt a similar rage. She knew she had never mistreated her elder brother's family. Yet all the pain seemed to stem from them. Moreover, now that we have a strategy, if there is anything I can assist with, do not hesitate to let me know, all right? Speaking of needing assistance, Qiao Yushu indeed had something in mind. However, before she could voice it, Jiang Mingxiu burst through the door, holding a piece of paper, and exclaimed excitedly, Mother, my sister has a name. I know what my sister is called. Really? Let me see. Qiao Yushu, overwhelmed with joy, quickly reached out to take the paper, only to find it incomplete. What is this? Qiao Jinyan read aloud. Ruan? Qiao Yushu had a vague memory of that character. When Jiang Zhenyuan and she had named their child, they had indeed considered it, but they had settled on Ruanqing. Not just a single character. Does Xiao Wu want to use a single character? No, no, no. Jiang Mingxiu shook his head, his expression inexplicably proud. If it were that simple, it wouldn't be Xiao Wu. What does that mean? Stop keeping me in suspense. Qiao Jinyan found it rather amusing. It seemed Jiang Mingxiu had truly taken his previous words to heart. And now he was so pleased with the name for Xiao Wu that he would likely boast about it throughout the city if she accomplished anything remarkable in the future. It's not Jiang Ruan, but Jiang Ruanruan. After taking the paper, Xiao Wu clapped her hands twice, which should mean just that. Naming is indeed a significant matter, and Qiao Yushu dared not take it lightly, ultimately deciding to check personally. Ever since the earlier events, they no longer dared to leave Jiang Ruanruan alone in one place. When Jiang Mingxiu went to deliver something, Su Shi and Jiang Mingji stayed nearby to guard her. When Xiao Yushu and Qiao Jin arrived, Su Shi happened to be calling out the new name Jiang Ruanruan had chosen. Jiang Ruanruan? Jiang Ruanruan nodded. Little Ruanruan? Jiang Ruanruan nodded and giggled. Witnessing this scene, all of Qiao Yushu's doubts vanished, and she promptly settled on the name. Jiang Ruanruan, that's a lovely name. It seems Xiao Wu is quite pleased with the character her father has chosen for you, right? We truly share a connection. For this reason, as you grow up, do not let a foolish man cause you to quarrel with your father. Jiang Ruanruan, who had been busy dodging the new stubble that had appeared on Jiang Zhenyuan's chin, couldn't help but glance up at him upon hearing this. I'm not saying, father, but you're changing the topic rather quickly. It's almost as if you're wearing your intentions on your sleeve. Moreover, I don't seem like a person who would be infatuated. Men can't compare to the allure of wealth. My goal is to become the wealthiest person in the capital. Hearing his daughter's retort, Jiang Zhenyuan awkwardly scratched his chin. Is it really that obvious? He felt he had disguised it rather well. And what is this infatuation? It sounds rather fitting. All right, you've had a long day. Quickly put down Xiao Wu and take a moment to rest. Do not forget about your injuries. Xiao Yushu reminded, watching the two of them play. Those minor injuries. I've long forgotten. Madam, you seem troubled. Is there something on your mind? Not particularly. Xiao Yushu shook her head. Today, when she bid farewell to her elder brother, she had specifically recounted the matter regarding Li Manyun, asking him to help identify any issues concerning her sister-in-law. Now, she simply needed to wait for the results. I was just pondering how the Lin family will handle Miss Lin. Lin Qingqing had caused such a tremendous disaster. No family in the capital could tolerate her. Yet the Lin Jiheng household had only this one daughter. They had initially hoped to find a reliable ally through Lin Qingqing's marriage. But it seemed this path was now completely blocked. I see. No wonder we share such a connection. I just sent someone to inquire about it. Lin Jiheng ordered Madame Lin to take Lin Qingqing out of the city overnight. It appears they are heading to the countryside. Jiang Zhenyuan didn't elaborate too much, but both he and Xiao Yushu understood the implications. They were just a step away from officially becoming in-laws, and thankfully, they had Xiao Wu's thoughts to guide them. With this in mind, Xiao Yushu held Jiang Ruanruan tightly, as if only in this way could she find a moment of peace. Jiang Ruanruan, inhaling the scent of her mother's embrace, felt immense joy, giggling and cooing on Xiao Yushu's shoulder. Just as Jiang Zhenyuan was about to join them for a group hug, a servant's voice called from the doorway. General, Shun Qinghe says she suddenly feels palpitations and is unwell. She wishes to see you. If she has palpitations, let her find the estate physician. Why would she seek me? I am no doctor. Jiang Zhenyuan had no intention of going. He merely found it bothersome. If not for Xiao Yushu standing beside him, he might have stormed over to her quarters. Shun Qinghe was an orphan, and the people serving her were all under Xiao Yushu's command. If it weren't for the annoyance Shun Qinghe caused them, they wouldn't have come to relay the message. Now that they received a response, the servant departed without lingering. Wait, since she mentioned feeling unwell, we should check on her. After all, she is in my household, and if something goes wrong, it would be difficult to assign blame. Madam, are you sending your husband into a den of wolves? Jiang Zhenyuan was taken aback by Xiao Yushu's willingness, looking rather disheartened. You think too nicely of yourself. Who said you could go alone? Xiao Yushu shot him a glance, taking the lead and holding Jiang Ruanruan as they headed toward the side courtyard. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenyuan finally understood Xiao Yushu's intentions. He followed along cheerfully, realizing that his wife was indeed clever. This way, they could maintain the dignity of the general's household while avoiding any easily grasped faults that could lead to trouble. It was truly a brilliant strategy. Enough of your nonsense. When we get there, do not forget our previous agreement. Rest assured, madam, your words are etched in my heart. So sweet, it's simply too sweet. Jiang Ruanruan nestled in Xiao Yushu's arms, feeling a mix of emotions as she consumed the affection radiating from her parents. Although parental love is indeed delightful, being inundated with too much of it made her feel somewhat overwhelmed. Was this the treatment reserved for the cherished? It seems that fans must maintain a respectful distance from the principal, lest they find themselves overwhelmed, particularly someone like her, whose digestive health is rather delicate. The separate residence is situated a fair distance from their dwelling, and upon their arrival, the air was soon filled with the delicate moans of Shun Qinghe, echoing like sirens more alluring than those of the sea. General, is it you who has arrived? Why do you stand silently at the entrance? Qinghe feels unbearable discomfort. Might you come in and offer some solace? As they journeyed, Jiang Zhenyuan felt as though lead had been poured into his feet, rendering him immobile. Madam, must I really proceed? He inquired. Indeed, you must, Qiao Yushu affirmed resolutely, even giving him a gentle push forward, fearing his hesitation. How cruel you are, my lady! Should any misfortune befall me, you must take good care of our little Wu. Do not forget to tell her I was compelled by necessity. All for the sake of our family. Enough of such ominous talk, Qiao Yushu retorted, tugging at Jiang Ruanruan's little arm as she waved goodbye to Jiang Ruanruan. Entering this door feels akin to stepping into a den of spiders. It seems father truly fears what that woman might do. However, rest assured, the organization will remember his contributions. Jiang Ruanruan clenched her small fist, offering her father an encouraging gesture at the last moment before he stepped inside. Although Jiang Ruanruan could not decipher her intent, the concern emanating from his daughter filled him with pride. Once inside, he swiftly composed himself, adopting a demeanor of cold detachment as he approached Shun Qinghe. I have been informed of your ailments. How do you feel now? Would you require the physician? Remarkably, upon seeing the general, Qinghe suddenly felt a considerable alleviation of her discomfort, her heart no longer aching as before. General, have you employed some clever stratagem to ease my burdens? As she spoke, Shun Qinghe reached for Jiang Ruanruan's hand, her tear-filled peach blossom eyes shimmering with tenderness. Jiang Ruanruan, taken aback by such an approach, instinctively employed the swift reflexes of a warrior, narrowly evading her advance. You must not, Qinghe. You are with child and must exercise utmost caution. As a mere soldier, I wield blades and firearms. I would not wish to harm you. Is it that you disdain me, General? Shun Qinghe, aware of her current state, understood his reluctance to visit her and felt a pang of comprehension. Failing to entice him, she resorted to a tactic of feigned vulnerability, rising to grasp Jiang Ruanruan's clothing, revealing her delicate shoulder in a display of frailty. Jiang Ruanruan, astonished by her cunning, glanced anxiously toward the door. Young lady, let us not jest. We are mere acquaintances. There is no past between us. General, you. Shun Qinghe was about to protest when she noticed Qiao Yushu standing at the door, swiftly adopting a look of alarm and releasing her grip. My lady, it is not as you perceive. Nothing untoward has transpired between Qinghe and the general. Ah, indeed, Jiang Ruanruan replied distractedly, preoccupied with trying to sever the corner of his garment that she had grasped, only half listening to the women. My lady speaks truth. The general has indeed shown me particular kindness. Shun Qinghe, a master of manipulation, continued to weave ambiguous phrases in an attempt to tarnish Jiang Ruanruan's reputation, much to Jiang Ruanruan's growing discomfort. Such delightful banter. It seems father has been so occupied fanning mother-s flames that he has neglected to fan yours, Jiang Ruanruan remarked, amusement evident in her tone. My husband is kind-hearted and particularly compassionate toward those in distress. I understand him well. As she emphasized the term, those in distress, the pallor drained from Shun Qinghe's face. There is no need for concern, dear Qinghe. Since you have come to my household, it is fate. My husband and I will ensure you have the support you need for a safe delivery. Our commitment to your well-being is unwavering. Then I shall express my gratitude for your kindness, dear lady. Your beauty and benevolence will surely bring you a life of peace. Having seen enough, Qiao Yushu intended to depart. Once the physician confirmed Shun Qinghe's health, she and Jiang Ruanruan left the separate residence. No sooner had they exited than Shun Qinghe's demeanor shifted dramatically. She seized a nearby medicine bowl and hurled it at the door in a fit of rage. You insolent wretch, merely a general's wife, yet you dare mock my plight to my face. Do you not know who I once was? In a moment of clarity, Shun Qinghe refrained from speaking recklessly, adjusting her breathing to regain her composure as she sensed a maid eavesdropping outside, growing anxious at the prospect of failing her assigned task. You there, come in. Yes. The maid, obedient in Shun Qinghe's presence, hurried inside. Observing her reaction, Shun Qinghe felt a surge of satisfaction. Of course, she was aware that her surroundings were monitored, but with money as her ally, she doubted the maid would disobey her. Please rest. I shall take my leave for now. Go, but summon me if needed. Once outside, the maid retrieved a small notebook from her chest and began to meticulously record the 2 taels of silver she had earned that day. Previously, she had no habit of keeping accounts, but now she felt compelled to do so, having been promised that the general's residence would compensate her generously for her service. Furthermore, should she wish to leave the household in the future, the lady would assist her in finding a suitable marriage. Such enticing conditions compelled her to tread carefully. As for Shun Qinghe, wanting her assistance without offering payment was truly stingy. After all the sacrifices I have made today, should not my lady offer some reward? What reward do you seek? Being a longtime spouse, Xiao Yushu understood Jiang Ruanruan's intent, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. If you have a nurse take Xiao Wu away, I will tell you. Concerned for their clever daughter, Jiang Ruanruan summoned the nurse to usher Jiang Ruanruan next door for a nap. He thought this would ensure a peaceful environment, but just as the nurse reached the door, the couple suddenly heard her thoughts. Let us make a grand spectacle of the inside wastrooom. Jiang Ruanruan exclaimed, What? I thought you were asleep. The commotion caused by Jiang Ruanruan kept Jiang Ruanruan awake for much of the night, as he felt an incessant noise circling the roof, leaving his mind in a state of turmoil. Fortunately, the following day was free of obligations. Jiang Ruanruan had intended to coax Xiao Yushu into resting together. But as dawn broke, a servant hurriedly knocked on the door, indicating an urgent matter. Reluctantly, Jiang Ruanruan abandoned his plans, rising to accompany Xiao Yushu to the front hall. To his astonishment, Jiang Mingfeng, having previously pursued martial pursuits, abruptly shifted his focus to literature and achieved remarkable success, leaving Jiang Ruanruan both vexed and speechless. With the passing years, Jiang Mingfeng's demeanor had grown increasingly composed, exuding a tranquility that felt refreshing, yet Jiang Ruanruan found it challenging to communicate with him. Although he was indeed his son, Jiang Mingfeng often displayed a level of decorum that surpassed even that of Jiang Ruanruan, causing frustration. Jiang Mingwu, in contrast, shared his father's straightforward disposition, expressing disdain for the convolutions of bureaucratic affairs, and interrupted Jiang Mingfeng before he could finish speaking. Unperturbed, Jiang Mingfeng maintained his gentle smile, responding with a hint of resignation. There must be a reason for Minister Feng's actions. Our role is simply to obey orders. By the way, where is our little sister? We have yet to meet her. With that, Jiang Ruanruan stifled a significant yawn. Xiao Yushu gently patted his back, remarking that despite being a father, he still lacked composure. She pondered whether it was Xiao Wu who hadn't rested enough or if he himself was fatigued. Am I being too obvious? As the two resumed their conversation, Jiang Mingfeng and Jiang Mingwu exchanged a knowing glance and promptly left the front hall together. Over the years, they had grown accustomed to slipping away whenever their parents engaged in conversation, oblivious to their surroundings. All right, let us depart. Jiang Mingfeng nodded, his heart filled with anticipation. Jiang Ruanruan, accustomed to sleeping soundly anywhere as long as she was well fed, found her life as a child uncomplicated, revolving around eating and sleeping. Yet today, for reasons unknown, she felt as if someone was watching her in her dreams, occasionally whispering in her ear, leaving her restless. Brother, is this our little sister? She is so adorable and chubby, reminiscent of the bear cubs we encountered while marching in the mountains during winter. Do not speak such nonsense. Our little sister would surely be displeased to hear you say that. How could she understand? She is still so young. Jiang Mingwu's comment eased Jiang Mingfeng's mood, prompting him to poke Jiang Ruanruan's chubby cheek, which felt softer than the delicacies at Zui Xianlu. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that she was indeed plumper than the average child, a testament to the attentive care of her wet nurse, ensuring her health in the future. Jiang Mingwu, however, went even further, poking her bottom repeatedly. Indeed, I have a fondness for chubby ones. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Jiang Ruanruan swiftly struck out, aiming for someone's chin, then swiftly turned to confront the two who had openly commented on her size. However, from Jiang Mingfeng and Jiang Mingwu's perspective, she merely stretched and turned over with a slowness that could hardly be likened to a turtle, gazing at them with her round, innocent eyes. Indeed, when one lacks strength, even threats appear endearingly charming. I am furious. Look, our little sister is awake. Her eyes are so bright. Indeed, she is quite charming. Oomph. I shall take that as a compliment. Jiang Ruanruan's gaze flitted between the two brothers, quickly deducing their identities. The lively one, resembling a playful puppy, must be her second brother, while the more composed one is her eldest brother. Strangely enough, both brothers are rather handsome, especially the eldest, who holds the esteemed title of Minister of Works, exuding a presence that seems even more reliable than their father. No wonder he caught the attention of the eldest sister-in-law. It is unfortunate that their time together was so brief, before I could indulge in a proper chat. The eldest sister-in-law met a tragic fate on the road to exile, and the eldest brother, in his attempt to save her, was left disabled. Alas, I wonder if he ever regretted his choice to abandon martial pursuits for scholarly ones. Jiang Ruanruan's inner thoughts struck Jiang mid-phone like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily frozen, his deep-set eyes reflecting a rare ripple of emotion. Abandoning martial pursuits for scholarly ones? How could his little sister know of such matters? When he made that choice, his younger brothers were still children, and only their parents were aware. His sister had barely turned a month old. Could she possibly possess some divine insight into fate? Eldest brother, why are you silent? Jiang Mingwu, having never witnessed such an expression on Jiang Mingfeng's face, initially thought he was possessed by some spirit. Just as he was about to approach, he heard a youthful voice whisper in his ear. Jiang Mingwu, the only son destined to inherit my father's legacy. Once a formidable warrior, now reduced to a beggar after being crippled by the male protagonist's minion, seeking vengeance, yet ultimately meeting a tragic end. The thought of the sunny youth before her destined for such a grim fate brought an inexplicable urge to cry for Jiang Ruanruan. Fortunately, the original storyline was quietly shifting. As long as she could foresee events and respond timely, she could alter their destinies. Encouraged by her resolve, she intended to draw closer to her brothers. But upon raising her gaze, she found them both wearing expressions of despair, as if they had experienced a great shock. Chapter 22. A different eldest sister-in-law, Jiang Mingxiu, undeterred, hastened to catch up with Jiang Mingwu, gripping his arm, only to be startled by his grim countenance. I just remembered I have something to attend to. We can discuss this later. With that, Jiang Mingwu shrugged off Jiang Mingxiu's hand and strode towards his quarters, Jiang Mingfeng's demeanor mirroring his, both appearing increasingly unsettled. Strange. Could it be that they were scolded by our parents? Why do they look so grim? Unable to unravel the mystery, Jiang Mingxiu decided not to waste any more time and, as usual, went to play with Jiang Ruanruan. Jiang Zhenyuan had many official duties to attend to, and Jiang Mingji was occupied with palace studies. Thus, apart from the wet nurse and Xiao Yushu, Jiang Mingxiu was the closest person to Jiang Ruanruan. Upon seeing Jiang Mingxiu, Jiang Ruanruan eagerly extended her arms, signaling him to carry her out to play. Words cannot express the complexity of my thoughts, Jiang Mingxiu exclaimed, bewildered. His little sister was incredibly articulate, effortlessly stringing together so many idioms, surpassing even him, her elder brother. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Mingxiu felt a twinge of defeat. Unlike his second brother's martial prowess or his eldest brother's academic achievements, he had always intended to be a carefree slacker. Now, it seemed even his little sister was surpassing him. No, as an elder brother, Jiang Mingxiu could not allow this to happen. Thus, he solemnly regarded Jiang Ruanruan. You are right, little sister. I can no longer languish. I must dedicate myself to my studies. For now, you may play with the wet nurse and the others. I shall visit you when I have the time. Jiang Ruanruan was perplexed. What had she said? She had not uttered a single word. Departing, Jiang Zhenyuan, having awakened from his slumber, nearly thought he had entered someone else's home. The following days unfolded similarly, and fearing that they might stifle themselves further, Jiang Zhenyuan decided to send everyone outside to enjoy the sunshine. Jiang Mingxiu was notably speechless, lamenting that even reading was now being taken from him. What you are doing cannot be called studying. It seems you have lost your mind, Jiang Mingwu remarked. Having heard from the servants that Jiang Mingxiu had not left the study since his last visit, even having his meals brought to him. Even their eldest brother had not exerted himself to such an extent when he topped the imperial examinations. I was merely striving to overcome my limitations, Jiang Mingxiu stammered, increasingly defensive. To be honest, he had spent his days in the study contemplating how to be diligent, although he had not truly absorbed much. Yet, he dared not admit this to anyone, fearing mockery from others. Jiang Ruanruan, perched on Jiang Mingji's shoulder, listened to their conversation with a sense of resignation. My dear fourth brother, effort must be directed. You are not suited for academic pursuits. Even a year in the study would yield no results. You might as well join the military and practice with the second brother. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingxiu's eyes lit up. Indeed, how could he have forgotten? According to Xiao Wu, he was destined to become a great commander in the future, and military training would be a mere trifle. With this thought, Jiang Mingxiu reached out to Jiang Mingwu, offering a sycophantic smile. Fourth brother, you have finally come to your senses. Rest assured, I will take care of this matter. Despite being Jiang Zhenyuan's son, Jiang Mingwu had never leveraged his status in the military. All his achievements were earned through his own efforts. Compared to those seasoned veterans, the amount may seem modest, yet it suffices for guiding Jiang Mingxiu. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the crowd inexplicably began to stir, indicating a dispute had arisen. "You shameless woman, how dare you leave your children at home and meddle in my affairs? I toil day and night to support you and that worthless wretch. Yet I have said nothing. Why do you involve yourself with me? That money was meant for Ying's medical treatment. If you take it away, how will our daughter survive?" Today, the streets are bustling with a gathering, and wherever one looks, there are people drawn to the commotion. Upon hearing the noise, they all surge toward it, making the scene even more chaotic. What could have transpired to attract such a crowd? Who knows? Jiang Mingfeng shook his head, showing little interest in the unfolding events. His heart tethered solely to Jiang Ruanruan. "Our priority is to protect our little sister. We must ensure we do not get lost in the throng." "Yes, brother. You need not worry. After all, being from a military family, the brothers possess some martial skills. Safeguarding Jiang Ruanruan amidst the crowd should not pose a challenge." As they approached the tumultuous crowd, Jiang Mingfeng instinctively quickened his pace. However, in the next moment, a loud crash erupted from behind. A middle-aged man clad in a dark gray linen garment soared into the air, crashing heavily before several onlookers. "What sort of hero are you to bully your own wife in public? If you have the guts, face me." Following this, a woman dressed in Red Riding attire dashed over, wielding a long whip. Her hair was elegantly tied in a ponytail, and her striking almond-shaped eyes were tinged with a hint of crimson fury, resembling a phoenix reborn from flames, appearing before Jiang Mingfeng with no warning. Jiang Ruanruan, who had been preoccupied with nibbling on her little hand, immediately halted upon recognizing the newcomer, her round, sparkling eyes fixated on the graceful figure before her. What a dramatic entrance and splendid attire. This must be my beloved sister-in-law, Hunyang. The original text offered scant description of Hunyang, merely skimming over her character. Yet Jiang Ruanruan recognized her by the crimson whip she held. However, observing her elder brother's demeanor, it seemed he held little interest in their sister-in-law. How could this be? Had she misremembered? Jiang Ruanruan tugged at her little ears, unable to grasp where the confusion lay. Chapter 23. A Heart for Helping Others? Ah, how dashing my sister-in-law is. I want her. Brother, look at her. Jiang Ruanruan exclaimed excitedly, wriggling in Jiang Mingfeng's embrace, fearful that her future sister-in-law might overlook them. "Ah, you brought a little one along. You'd best keep your distance to prevent scaring her should I need to take action." With that, Hunyang flicked her whip, ensnaring the man's neck and dragging him to the wall, her movements swift and decisive, surpassing even some men Jiang Ruanruan had encountered. "Fear not, dear girl. Our family has practiced martial arts for generations, and your sister is already accustomed to such matters. Moreover, your actions are in the name of justice. To avoid it would only dishearten her." Jiang Mingfeng's words prompted Hunyang to laugh heartily once more. "Indeed, I relish that sentiment. Why run? Were you not quite imposing when you tormented your wife just moments ago? Why cower now?" Hunyang lightly tapped the whip against the man's face. Before she could apply any force, he instinctively closed his eyes in fear. "Your bravado is quite filthy. Allow me to tidy up a bit. What do you intend to do?" Upon hearing Hunyang's words, the man exhibited a flicker of regret. Just as he prepared to beg for mercy, he was flipped over like a fish on a chopping board, face down, crashing into the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. His previous arrogance vanished. "Excellent. Now you're much more subdued." Satisfied with her handiwork, Hunyang clapped her hands. Observing the scene, the Jiang brothers bore a variety of expressions. Judging by Xiao Wu's implication, this heroic figure might soon become their sister-in-law, yet given their elder brother's demeanor, the two seemed ill-matched. Could Xiao Wu be mistaken? Unlikely. This thought briefly crossed Jiang Mingxiu's mind, but was quickly cast aside. So many events had aligned thus far. Xiao Wu could not possibly err in this instance, and surely future developments would further shape their impressions of one another. Filled with anticipation for their future sister-in-law, Jiang Mingxiu led the applause. Hunyang, with a radiant smile, was about to speak when an opulent carriage unexpectedly approached, interrupting her thoughts. Such a grand carriage could only belong to a noble son or daughter. "Are you blind?" The carriage bears the insignia of the general's mansion. It must be the renowned talent of the capital, Jiang Ruanruan. "I saw this very carriage last time." Jiang Ruanruan. It is she, rumored to be the most beautiful woman in the capital. One wonders if she will make an appearance today. "Oh look, she is descending." Amidst the crowd's eager anticipation, a young lady clad in a flowing azure dress gracefully emerged from the carriage, her ornate jewels jingling melodiously with each step, carried by the wind to every listener's ear. As a sister of the original male protagonist, Jiang Ruanruan indeed possessed remarkable talent, well known throughout the capital. In later chapters, Jiang Xijin ascended through military accomplishments, elevating their family's status alongside him. Particularly, Jiang Ruanruan directly wed the seventh prince, becoming the happiest woman in the narrative aside from the female lead. Oh dear, is that not my splendid cousin, Jiang Ruanruan? A quintessential white lotus. She cannot stand to see others thrive. It was she who alerted Jiang Xijin about the dolt who was once betrothed to me. Jiang Ruanruan, strikingly beautiful and talented, was cherished by her maternal grandparents, often residing in their southern estate, enjoying a lifestyle funded by them. Jiang Minfeng and the others were not well acquainted with her. Even when they crossed paths under the same roof, their interactions were limited to mere nods. Now, hearing Jiang Ruanruan's remarks, their goodwill evaporated. Those who bully their sister cannot be virtuous. Unaware that the persona she had painstakingly maintained had crumbled in the eyes of her own kin, Jiang Ruanruan continued onward, stopping only when she reached the woman who had been struck. I heard commotion from this direction and hurried over, but it seems I have arrived too late. Are you unhurt? Would you like me to escort you to a physician? Hurrying? Who arrives in a carriage, swaying leisurely, making a grand entrance. Only the likes of passers-by would be deceived. Jiang Ruanruan pouted, then returned to peeking at her beloved sister-in-law from her brother's embrace. Sister-in-law is truly wonderful, both beautiful and kind-hearted. No, I am fine. Taken aback by the celestial figure's concern, the woman hesitated, her hand frozen in midair. Unwilling to accept the handkerchief Jiang Ruanruan offered, fearful of soiling the noble's reputation. Jiang Ruanruan, noticing her discomfort, did not scold her. Instead, she reached out to assist her up, smiling reassuringly. There's no need to be tense. We are both women and fundamentally the same. If you are in need, please confide in me. I will certainly assist you. Thank you, my lady. Thank you, my lady. This situation is truly unfortunate. Had it not been for my little girl's severe illness necessitating medicine, I would never have humiliated myself in such a manner. I implore you to show mercy and save my daughter's life. The woman, unaccustomed to receiving concern, could not hold back her tears upon hearing Jiang Ruanruan's words. What difficulty is this? You may take as much silver as you require. If it is insufficient, bring your child to the residence and seek me out. I will ensure it is resolved. With that, Jiang Ruanruan gestured, and a servant promptly retrieved a bag of silver to hand to the woman. Fearing it might not suffice, she personally added a few more coins. The amount was so substantial that the woman nearly stumbled upon receiving it. This is rather excessive. No worries. Feel free to keep it. Given your husband's injury, he will certainly be unable to work outside for some time, and it seems you will have to manage the household more diligently. It is wise to have some silver on hand. Thank you, noble one. Thank you, noble one. Upon hearing Jiang Ruanruan's words, the woman was once again overwhelmed with emotion, kneeling on the ground and bowing her head repeatedly in gratitude. This first-rate talent truly is beautiful in both appearance and heart, generously offering such a large sum of silver without a moment's hesitation. The power of the general's residence is far beyond our reach, yet this woman has been fortunate enough to receive such a windfall. How wonderful it would be if I could encounter such an opportunity. It is a delightful thought. Yet Jiang Ruanruan indeed possesses a kindness that surpasses those who merely shout for violence. The woman, having received the silver, turned and made her way home, while the onlookers dispersed to resume their own activities. After Jiang Ruanruan's intervention, no one paid Hunyang another glance. Fortunately, Hunyang herself was unconcerned, quickly catching up to the woman to offer her some additional silver before departing alone. Truly, she is a remarkable woman. Jiang Minfeng gazed at her retreating figure, murmuring to himself. Chapter 24. The pirate uncle elder brother. Do we not agree with second brother to visit the villa together? Why are you not coming? Thinking? It seems you are clearly pondering over sister-in-law. Jiang Ruanruan noticed Jiang Minfeng's thoughts and could not help but chuckle. Little fifth, hurry and lie down to sleep for a while. I will wake you when we arrive. Jiang Minfeng found himself at a loss, gently pressing her little head against his neck while patting her back to lull her to sleep. I'm not sleepy. Let go of me. Jiang Ruanruan initially attempted to struggle, but within moments, she dozed off, sleeping soundly until they reached their destination. Upon their first meeting, he naturally harbored no improper thoughts about the young lady, merely curious about how such a vibrant and spirited individual could end up in a fate of exile alongside him. Moreover, she possessed some martial skills. She certainly did not seem like someone who would succumb to indignities. Unless her family's affairs had ensnared her in misfortune, leaving her vulnerable. Contemplating this, Jiang Mingfeng felt a twinge of bitterness within. Unfortunately, Jiang Ruanruan was now fast asleep, unable to provide him with answers. Jiang Mingfeng could only suppress these concerns for the time being, hoping for an opportunity to resolve them later. The carriage swayed gently as they soon arrived at the villa in the outskirts. This property was purchased by Jiang Ruanruan in his youth and had since become his personal possession, thus permitting greater freedom in their activities. "We have arrived, let us disembark." Today, without a coachman, Jiang Mingwu was the first to step down, having spent the entire journey outside. Burgers, large drumsticks, sweet and sour ribs. Wait, where am I? Jiang Ruanruan, blissfully dreaming, suddenly found herself scooped up under her armpits, her little head instantly alert as she yawned and curiously surveyed her surroundings. "Little sister, look, this is our family's secret base. I rarely bring anyone here." With that, Jiang Mingwu carried Jiang Ruanruan through the door. Seeing Jiang Mingwu enter, everyone gathered around. "Mingwu, why did you bring a baby over today? Did you pick her up on the way?" "Nonsense, this is my little sister." "Is that true? Our general finally has a daughter? How wonderful. Look how adorable this girl is." Thankfully, she did not inherit her father's looks. Most of these veteran soldiers had families of their own, and upon seeing Jiang Ruanruan, they were delighted, eager to reach out and touch her, yet hesitant, fearing she might be frightened by their rugged appearances, leaving them awkwardly standing still. "Pirate. Such a cool pirate." "A pirate? What is that?" Jiang Mingwu had never heard of it before, but seeing Jiang Ruanruan's excitement, he entrusted her to the embrace of one of the men, reassured that the brothers in the courtyard would ensure her safety. "Old Li, you are quite fortunate. Our general's daughter actually allows you to hold her." A man leaning on crutches observed this with envy. Had he not been using both hands, he would have taken the opportunity to hold the chubby little girl himself. "Of course, if the little lady allows me to hold her, it means she likes me. You all can just stand by and envy." Although Old Li appeared fierce, he held Jiang Ruanruan with utmost gentleness, fearful of causing her any discomfort. Jiang Ruanruan sensed their affection and gradually grew bolder, reaching out to pat the man's hair and smiling at him. The previously somber courtyard was instantly enlivened by her presence. As expected, they were right. After being cooped up in this courtyard for so long, they needed to encounter fresh experiences, or else it would be quite alarming to see their serious faces all the time. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Mingfeng's remark, the other three nodded in agreement. Jiang Mingxiu had been meaning to ask about this matter, yet had not found the opportunity. "Do not mention it." As soon as this was brought up, Jiang Mingwu grew agitated. "How can this be? Did not the emperor already agree?" Jiang Mingxiu, still quite young, posed his questions with a hint of youthful naivety. As elder brothers, they could not bear to shatter Jiang Mingxiu's beautiful illusions, merely sighing in helplessness. It was merely a verbal agreement. If others choose not to acknowledge it, there are countless reasons to refute. How infuriating! How can the world be so unjust? Jiang Mingxiu did not comprehend. Although he had yet to step onto the battlefield, he understood that those present in this courtyard were heroes dedicated to protecting their homeland, each having risked their lives in combat. Otherwise, they would not have suffered such severe injuries. Now that the war had subsided, when they required care, those individuals began to feign ignorance, turning a blind eye to their needs, merely waiting for the next conflict to send them back to the front lines to fight again, seeking stability without wishing to pay the corresponding price. How can such logic exist in this world? Enough, I understand your frustration, but the current situation is as it is. We can only find ways to resolve this. Let us move these items first. Shortly, Father will be bringing the doctor to change their dressings. Jiang Mingwu knew what Jiang Mingxiu was thinking, for he too had once harbored similar questions. Yet, as he matured, he learned to suppress these doubts within, no longer holding expectations for those individuals. "All right." Jiang Mingxiu nodded sullenly, just about to turn away when a one-armed veteran approached them, wearing a mysterious expression. "I have discovered a secret. Would you be interested in hearing it?" Chapter 25. 2 silver notes, what secret? Jiang Mingxiu, standing closest, eagerly approached, oblivious to the fact that his brothers remained stationary. The one-armed veteran, undeterred, found satisfaction in having at least one listener, believing that the presence of others would only disrupt the atmosphere. A treasure? What kind of treasure? Upon seeing the veteran's serious demeanor, Jiang Mingxiu felt his heart race with excitement. However, I am afraid others might covet it. So I have hidden the treasure in a place known to all yet unknown to anyone. Do you know where that is? The veteran, with an air of mystery, gently patted Jiang Mingxiu's shoulder with his remaining arm, then raised his hand to point above his head. Right up there. So high up. Could it be hidden in the beams of the house? Jiang Mingxiu curiously looked up, seeing nothing but empty space on the beams, with no place to conceal anything. Nor did he spot a treasure chest. The man beside him continued, "For safety, I have also placed a spell upon it. During the day, everyone can see it, but at night, it remains invisible. Do you know what it is?" Jiang Ruanruan, eavesdropping nearby, initially curious, immediately calmed down upon hearing this. No need to guess. This is likely just a riddle. Only Jiang Mingxiu, that fellow with a completely smooth brain, would take this as a genuine riddle to ponder over. What's worse, after contemplating for an entire afternoon, he still couldn't arrive at an answer. Eventually, even the questioner could no longer bear it, and delivered a sharp knock on Jiang Mingxiu's head. "You fool! It's the sun, visible during the day and absent at night. Is there anything else besides the sun?" The pain was excruciating. Although he had lost an arm, the man was a seasoned veteran who had fought on the battlefield, and his strength was not something an ordinary person could contend with. Jiang Mingxiu was left crouching on the ground, cradling his head in agony. Alas, a decayed wood cannot be carved, yet the sensation was indeed quite remarkable. Observing this, the instigator shook his head in disappointment and leisurely turned to leave, stroking his non-existent beard. Once he had walked far enough away, Jiang Mingfeng and a few others encircled Jiang Mingxiu, patting him on the shoulder with earnest admonition. "Fourth brother, when you're out in the world, you must remain vigilant. Believing everything others say is something only someone as young as fifth brother would do." "Nonsense. I would never." Jiang Ruanruan, who had been engrossed in playing with her uncles, immediately turned her head upon hearing her brother use her as an example, pouting in defiance. "All right, it seems fifth brother wouldn't do that either. Fourth brother, you ought to take care." At the moment their eyes met, Jiang Mingwu hastily changed his words, fearing his little sister might hold a grudge against him. Jiang Mingxiu felt a sense of injustice and glanced around at the other courtyards, finding none he could defeat, except for Jiang Ruanruan. After much contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the idea of seeking revenge and instead switched to a mode of eager inquiry. "Brother, how did you know he was intentionally teasing me?" "Intentionally teasing you? That might be an exaggeration." Jiang Mingji shook his head and patiently elucidated. At this point, Jiang Mingxiu's mood inexplicably grew heavy. Contemplating, he unconsciously stepped forward, pursuing Lu Bo in the direction he had departed. "Lu Bo, please tell me another story. This time I will surely guess it. Is that so? You said it yourself. If you can't guess, you shall be punished. Come at me. I'm tough enough to withstand it." The two exchanged banter, enjoying their conversation immensely. Jiang Mingfeng, observing this harmonious scene, couldn't help but shake his folding fan and sigh. Fourth brother may be foolish, but he truly possesses a kind heart. Hearing this, Jiang Mingwu and Jiang Mingji couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. When it comes to speech, the eldest brother is truly impressive. He can insult without a single foul word. Compared to others, the injuries of these two were slightly less severe. Thus, they were responsible for procuring essential living supplies. Jiang Mingwu recognized them immediately after a few encounters. "Old Bai, Uncle Mo, do you have something to discuss?" Old Bai and Uncle Mo exchanged glances, seemingly having made a significant decision. "There are indeed matters we must discuss, but you need to prepare yourselves. This may be more serious than you think." "What happened? Is someone gravely injured?" "Not to that extent. Don't be fooled by the severity of their injuries. Each of them is quite resilient. As long as they don't return to the battlefield, they will be fine, so you needn't worry so much." "That's a relief." Jiang Mingwu sighed in relief, patting his chest. In his view, as long as they were unharmed, everything else could be resolved. After all, they had scarcely left this courtyard. So how bad could the troubles be? However, reality proved that Jiang Mingwu had underestimated the situation. In the next moment, Old Bai and Uncle Mo each produced a banknote, neatly placing them in front of the group. The note on the left is the one issued by the general this time, and the one on the right was sent by Old Bai's daughter from Lichuan. Can you discern the difference between the two? Are you suggesting Jiang Mingwu dared not elaborate, for the implications were vast. If what Uncle Mo hinted at was true, half of the officials in the capital might find themselves implicated. We aren't entirely certain, so we hesitated to inform you. However, the note on the right does indeed possess some flaws, and the other notes sent from Lichuan are similarly affected. If we wish to uncover more clues, we may need to send someone to Lichuan for an on-site investigation. Chapter 26. What a disgrace. Years ago, when banknotes were first introduced, similar issues had occurred, but at that time, the counterfeiting techniques were not sophisticated, and the differences between the fakes and the genuine notes were significant, making them easily identifiable once they reached the public. However, this situation was drastically different. Those counterfeit notes were nearly indistinguishable from the authentic ones, and without keen eyesight, one would certainly fail to notice. Moreover, Old Bai mentioned that out of 10 banknotes his daughter sent from her hometown, 8 were counterfeit. Such a staggering proportion left Jiang Mingfeng unable to fathom the chaos currently engulfing Lichuan. Eldest brother, I will discuss this matter with father. This is of grave importance. The fewer who know before it is thoroughly investigated, the better. Yet in the next moment, Jiang Ruanruan's voice echoed in their ears. What is happening? What did I miss? Having been held by her uncles earlier, she hadn't caught the conversation. Now, when I catch up, she didn't know how to express herself, and could only stare at them, attempting to use her gaze to coax them into sharing. Jiang Mingxiu, being the closest, could hardly pretend not to see and had to muster the courage to ask again. This matter came upon us suddenly. Does eldest brother feel confident? Whether I do or not, we must first test the waters. Although Lichuan is geographically remote, it is resource-rich and serves as one of the border trade outlets, extremely vital for both our country and Beiyuan. If chaos erupts there and counterfeit currency proliferates, the consequences would be dire. As he spoke, Jiang Mingfeng unconsciously tightened his grip on the folding fan until the veins on the back of his hand bulged, slowly relaxing his hold. At present, they could only pray that the spread of counterfeit currency had not yet accelerated. Otherwise, if discovered by enemy spies, it would spell great trouble. Not only would local trade in Lichuan be affected, but the safety of the common people would also be jeopardized. Lichuan? That name sounds rather familiar. As Jiang Mingfeng recounted the events, Jiang Ruanruan gradually pieced together the entire narrative. Originally, Jiang Xijin encountered a counterfeit currency case in Lichuan during his eastern expedition. Coincidentally, the 7th prince happened to pass through there, and together, they successfully uncovered the true culprit behind the counterfeit currency scandal, which brought Jiang Xijin considerable fame. But what was that culprit's name again? At the crucial moment, Jiang Ruanruan simply couldn't recall. This left her brothers anxious, sitting by, and holding their breath, afraid to disrupt her train of thought. I remember, that person's surname was Du. He seemed to be a minor county magistrate from Lichuan, with his family having engaged in commerce there for generations, thus possessing considerable wealth. Otherwise, as a mere county magistrate, he wouldn't have been able to sustain such a large-scale counterfeiting operation. Speaking of which, why has the female lead yet to make an appearance? Jiang Ruanruan attempted to touch her chin in a contemplative manner, but ended up searching for it in vain, becoming frustrated and crossing her arms. Logically, she and Jiang Xijin should have already met and developed an instant connection. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked infiltrating the military camp to alleviate her longing, culminating in a passionate kiss with Jiang Xijin in the command tent. Magistrate Du, with all the conditions stacked against him, ensured that this would be a significant case. Just as they were engrossed in the discussion, Jiang Ruanruan mentioned military camps and the command tent, startling them into sitting up straight. As sons of military families, while they had not all enlisted, they held a certain reverence for military camps, especially the command tent, where the core figures of a battle would be seated, capable of determining victory or defeat with their words. But what was Jiang Xijin doing? How dare he kiss someone inside? What a disgrace. In the latter part of the narrative, the relationship between the male and female protagonist develops at a remarkable pace, with Jiang Xijin's military tent transforming into their shared sanctuary. Each day, he finds himself either engaged in battle or brewing wine with the female lead, Jiang. The thought sends a shiver down Jiang Ruanruan's spine, prompting her to decisively shut off her mind to prevent any further unwelcome imaginings. If she dwells on it any longer, she cannot guarantee that she will refrain from retching in the carriage. Meanwhile, Jiang Xijin sits alone in a private room on the 2nd floor of Zui Xianlu, lost in contemplation as he gazes at the bustling street below. This marks the fourth day he is engaged in this solitary ritual, the reasons for which remain elusive even to him. Yet, he feels an insistent sense of having missed something significant, leading to a restless heart and sleepless nights. In his pursuit of solace, he finds himself here, only to discover that drowning his sorrows in drink only deepens his melancholy. He muses on his own carefree nights out, questioning his right to chastise others. At this moment, there is a knock at the door, and his devoted attendant, Shiju, who has been by his side since childhood, enters. Jiang, feeling emboldened by a recent sip of wine, speaks with increasing audacity, as if seeking answers to his misfortunes. "Young master, be cautious with your words," Shiju cautions, lowering his head in deference, unwilling to engage further. What is there to fear? They are in Zue Xianlu, not a brothel. Why would he come here? Jiang harbors grievances towards his so-called father. Had he not squandered his days in frivolous pursuits, perhaps he would not have found himself in a position where he must disguise himself in mediocrity to survive. He yearns for the fortune of being his uncle's son, or perhaps even more audaciously, to occupy his uncle's esteemed position. Gazing into the distance, Jiang is plagued by an array of complex emotions. The night deepens, and no amount of wine can warm the chill within his heart. Drawing a deep breath, he prepares to leave when suddenly, a group led by the seventh prince approaches, their laughter echoing as they ascend to the second floor. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang steps forward, deliberately placing himself in their path. This night, the wheels of fate silently turn. "Greetings to the seventh prince," Jiang acknowledges. "Who are you?" The seventh prince queries, peering at Jiang face for an extended moment, failing to recognize him, though he appears vaguely familiar, as if they had crossed paths at a recent court banquet. Fortunately, a familiar face among the seventh prince's entourage discreetly reminds him of Jiang's identity, easing the tension in the air. "Oh, you're the son of Lord Jiang. I recall you. Did we not meet at the banquet?" The reference to Jiang's family rather than the general's estate indicates the seventh prince's clear distinction between Jiang Zhenhai and Jiang Zhenyuan, the latter being a figure of potential alliance, while the former is merely an ordinary civil servant without any real power. Indeed, Jiang acknowledges, noting the subtlety of the distinction, feeling a pang of hurt, yet maintaining a tranquil exterior. His composed demeanor piques the interest of the ever-admired seventh prince. "Fate has brought us together. If you have no urgent matters, please join us inside. More company makes for a livelier atmosphere." "Thank you, seventh prince." Having finally secured an opportunity through his own efforts, Jiang sees no reason to decline. Moreover, the seventh prince has recently addressed the flooding in Qingzhou, making him a popular candidate for succession. Aligning himself with the prince could prove beneficial for his future endeavors. Thus, Jiang proceeds with heightened caution. What should be a relaxed banquet, instead, leaves him drenched in cold sweat. "Seventh brother, let us postpone any discussions for later," he suggests. Most concerning to Jiang during the gathering is the graceful figure beside the seventh prince. This individual bears a striking resemblance to the prince, and despite being donned in male attire, her form betrays her femininity. Others have likely already discerned her true identity, yet they refrain from mentioning it out of respect for the prince, as there is only one princess who enjoys such closeness with him, Princess Mu Rongjingyue, the favorite of the Empress Dowager. Despite her gender, she has a penchant for wearing men's clothing and has caused her share of laughter in the palace during her youth, though she has since learned to temper her flamboyance. Yet, in the company of her beloved brother, she cannot help but display her whims, tugging at his sleeve beneath the table while imploring him with childlike persistence. "Please, seventh brother, let me step outside. It is dreadfully dull here. I promise to remain by the carriage, and you may have the guards follow me." "Really?" "Indeed, if I speak a word of deceit, I shall never again ask you to take me out." Her earnestness is evident as she nods vigorously, displaying a touch of the charming petulance characteristic of a young girl. "Very well, you may go, but I shall send someone to accompany you. If anything arises, they will report back to me." Irritated by her incessant pleas, the seventh prince reluctantly dispatches 2 attendants to follow the princess. "Thank you, seventh brother." Ecstatic to have received permission, Mu Rongjingyue skips out of the room, momentarily adopting a facade of composure upon noticing the eyes upon her. Jiang, intrigued by the unfolding scene, soon finds an excuse to follow suit. Upon descending the stairs, he observes Mu Rong Jingyue and the two attendants bent over in search of something on the ground, evidently having lost something of importance. Jiang Xijin remains unhurried, allowing them to scour the back courtyard of Xian Lu before he leisurely makes his entrance. "Are you searching for this?" he inquires, holding up a jade pendant. "How did you know?" Mu Rong Jingyue exclaims, astonished at the sight of the pendant in his hand. This piece was worn by her mother before entering the palace, never having been given to anyone else. She had only recently received it as a reward for her good behavior, and she had been specifically instructed to keep it safe. Who would have thought she would lose it after just one outing? Fortune smiled upon me as I happened to spot it. Jiang Xijin replies with a gentle smile, deliberately concealing the fact that he had noticed the pendant long before their arrival in the private room. Once Mu Rong Jingyue confirms its safety, he hands it to the attendants for them to deliver it back to her. Though she currently wears male attire, Mu Rong Jingyue is, at her core, still a woman, and the necessary precautions between the genders must be observed. She, too, recognizes this and finds herself inexplicably drawn to the young man before her. "By the way, how did you discern I was a princess at first glance? Did I not disguise myself well?" "Not at all. Your actions surely reveal your intentions. Such beauty is not befitting of a man." Jiang Xijin's words are spoken with sincerity, devoid of any ulterior motives, as if he genuinely seeks to compliment her. After all, there is no woman who does not appreciate such flattery, not even a princess who enjoys masquerading as a man. Flattery will get you nowhere. You sound just like those courtiers in the palace, merely seeking to win my favor with sweet words. Yet, Mu Rong Jingyue, having grown up in the palace, is accustomed to the sycophantic praise of the servants. Though she possesses some resistance, she quickly regains her composure, feigning annoyance. "The princess is indeed a unique gem in this world. I merely speak the truth. If I were to intentionally utter words that displeased you to prove my sincerity, that would be the true display of ill intent," Jiang Xijin asserts. Perhaps Mu Rong Jingyue concedes, nodding, finding some merit in his reasoning. Just as she is about to continue the conversation, a commotion arises from above as the seventh prince and his entourage descend. Jiang Xijin, sensing the shift, discreetly steps back, creating distance between himself and Mu Rong Jingyue, aligning himself with the two attendants. Upon seeing this scene, the seventh prince makes no comment, even failing to cast a glance in Jiang Xijin's direction. With guards present, there is little chance of impropriety. Furthermore, given Princess Mu Rong Jingyue's unique status, it would be peculiar if Jiang Xijin were to avoid her. After all, countless suitors have sought her attention throughout her life. On her way back, Mu Rong Jingyue found an unusual tranquility, sitting alone by the window, toying with the jade pendant in her hand. Although they had only spent a brief moment together, the feelings that Jiang Xijin evoked in her were unlike any other. It seemed as though some fated connection was guiding them from the shadows. She hoped that this person was indeed different from the rest. Not only Mu Rong Jingyue believed in destiny, but Shun Qinghe, residing in the general's mansion, held the same conviction, firmly believing that she could win Jiang Zhenyuan's affection through her personal charm. A figure resembling Jiang Zhenyuan, almost indistinguishable, staggered in, clutching a wine flask, clearly inebriated. "Sure, why must you treat me this way? My heart aches." Chapter 28. Mistaken Identity. Shua, Xiao Yushu? Jiang Zhenyuan is quarreling with his wife? Listening to the murmurs escaping the lips of the person before her and piecing together the information she had gathered in recent days, Shen Qinghe was certain that he was indeed Jiang Zhenyuan, her heart fluttering with excitement. Earlier, she had heard people in the mansion speak of the unbreakable bond between Jiang Zhenyuan and his wife, which had worried her. However, it now seemed otherwise. "My lord, you are drunk. Allow Qinghe to assist you." With that, Shen Qinghe hurried forward, her delicate arm firmly wrapping around his, fearful that he would awaken and realize something was amiss. For this act, she had even bound her midriff with white cloth before leaving and donned a chest-high RU skirt, appearing no different from an ordinary woman in the dim light. This lecher, feigning decency by day, was no different from those foul men when intoxicated. Were it not for her mission, Shen Qinghe would have pushed him away and fled, enduring such humiliation. "My lord, please be careful of your step." "Burp. It's good that you care for me. By the way, what is your name? It seems I have never seen you in the mansion." The man belched, the stench of alcohol overwhelming Shen Qinghe to the point where she could barely keep her eyes open, yet she had to maintain a demure facade. "My lord, have you forgotten? I am Qinghe, staying in your mansion for a few days." "Qinghe? What a lovely name. delightful and pleasant. You are also quite beautiful. Thank you for your compliments, my lord. As they conversed and walked, it took a considerable effort for Shun Qinghe to lead him to a well-lit area, where she was already drenched in sweat, her makeup slightly fading. How can you reside here? This place is meant for servants. Though he spoke dismissively, the man showed no hesitation, carelessly plopping himself down on a chair. It matters not, for it is merely a place to stay. It is a blessing that the lord and lady have taken me in. Shun Qinghe smiled as she poured him a cup of tea, intending to seize the opportunity to act, but upon turning, she froze in her tracks. You are not Jiang Ruanruan. Who are you? Although Jiang Ruanruan was in his 30s, he had never relaxed his standards. Every evening, Shun Qinghe witnessed his gallant figure practicing martial arts in the courtyard. The man before her, apart from bearing a slight resemblance to Jiang Ruanruan, was entirely different. His demeanor was drastically dissimilar, and the dark circles under his eyes suggested a life of indulgence and vice. Looking around the general's mansion, only Jiang Zhenhai, Jiang Ruanruan's elder brother, could match such a disreputable appearance. Despite being born of the same mother, Jiang Zhenhai lacked Jiang Ruanruan's loyalty and valor. Having been aimless until he was 20 when he barely secured a nominal position through family arrangements, living off his salary without contributing anything meaningful and indulging in pleasures. Just last month, he had taken an 8th concubine. Such a dismal character would have previously garnered no attention from Shun Qinghe. But now she had mistakenly identified him as Jiang Ruanruan. What? Just now. You were the one who pulled me over. Are you denying it now? Jiang Zhenhai, lacking any real talents, possessed an uncanny ability to read people's thoughts, especially those of women. Shun Qinghe clearly had ulterior motives, and rather than let Jiang Ruanruan, that dullard, benefit from her, he preferred to take advantage himself, especially since Shu'er from Xianin Pavilion was ignoring him. No, Qinghe means no harm. It is just, knowing that she could not confront Jiang Zhenhai directly, Shun Qinghe softened her tone, hoping to coax him away quickly. But Jiang Zhenhai was not easily swayed. He cornered her against the wall. No means you are willing. You invited me here, so my understanding is hardly unreasonable, is it? Your Excellency's words are indeed reasonable. But we are merely a few meters from the ladies' quarters. If discovered, it would not bode well. Qinghe's lowly status does not matter, but I fear for your reputation. Shun Qinghe crossed her arms protectively, guarding her last line of defense. Who knew you could be so considerate? But what of it? Isn't that more thrilling? That shameless man. Hearing Jiang Zhenhai's words, Shun Qinghe realized she could not escape today's predicament and concentrated all her strength in her right leg. Ready to deliver a decisive blow, she could flee the mansion afterward, and with that person protecting her, she would not be left without a refuge. Jiang Zhenhai, do not think I do not know where you are. Come out at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. At that critical moment, a voice called out from the entrance, Li Mannion. She had spotted Jiang Zhenhai's carriage half an hour ago and had waited a long time without seeing him. Suspecting something was amiss, she sent someone to search, only to discover he had been hiding here. It was ironic that she had spoken up for Shun Qinghe when she entered the mansion, only to realize she had harbored a wolf in her midst. What is all this ruckus? Look at you now. You resemble a street harlot. Jiang Zhenhai, about to lower his head, lost all interest due to Li Mannion's outburst, shoving Shun Qinghe away and storming out. You call me a harlot? Li Mannion's eyes turned red, clearly furious. Is this the state I am in because of you? If you were not out gallivanting, would I be in this condition? Now that I have ruined your plans, you start blaming me, do you? She was even pregnant. Pregnant? Jiang Zhenhai had not noticed earlier, thinking the woman merely looked slightly plumper. However, upon hearing Li Mannion, he felt a pang of embarrassment. But for the sake of his pride, he chose to remain obstinate. Jiang Zhenhai. This was the first time Li Mannion had called him by his full name since their marriage. She could tolerate many things, but not being compared to an unknown woman. Had I known you would behave this way, I would never have married you. Ah, so you have long regretted it. In a fit of rage, Jiang Zhenhai raised his hand and slapped Li Mannion. She was caught off guard, falling to the ground, her right cheek instantly turning red. Chapter 29. Engaging in the game. The servants present, witnessing the scene, lowered their heads in unison. Although Jiang Zhenhai had quarreled with Li Mannion before, it had never escalated to such a violent confrontation, indicating that this matter would not end amicably. Jiang Zhenhai's slap was forceful. Li Mannion lay on the ground, her head buzzing, struggling to keep her eyes open. But the lady, what of her? I see she is quite capable. Jiang Zhenhai replied, turning to Li Manyun, his gaze laden with meaning. Do not think I am unaware of your actions. I have chosen not to confront you in the past to preserve the feelings of our marriage. Feelings of marriage? Huh. Have we ever had such a thing? Li Manyun forced back the metallic taste in her mouth, struggling to prop herself up. You can deceive others with such words, but how dare you utter them before me? After years of marriage, when have you ever shown me a moment of sincerity? Sincerity? The union between you and I was merely a transaction. Is it too late to speak of these matters now? Jiang Ruanruan, unwilling to remain entangled with Li Manyun, uttered these words and departed from the scene. Once he had distanced himself, the servants sighed in relief and hurried to assist Li Manyun in rising from the ground. Madam, do we need to address Xin Qingha? No need. Li Manyun managed to stand with the help of the matron, then wearily waved her hand. She had discerned Xin Qingha's attitude upon her arrival. Jiang Ruanruan was not her target, and whether or not he was eliminated made no difference. Moreover, even without Xin Qingha, there were still 8 concubines waiting in the wings, and in the future, there could be a 9th or even more. Continuing to exhaust herself with Jiang Ruanruan would yield no benefits for Li Manyun. Her previous actions were purely for the sake of the 2 children. Now, she gazed at the moonlight above, feeling a sudden sense of confusion. Where did I place the letter I wrote to my elder brother? Li Manyun's tone was eerily calm, so much so that it was unsettling. The matron dared not raise her eyes to meet her expression, merely nodding in affirmation. Once everything was arranged, Li Manyun departed from the courtyard with her servants. Not far into her departure, a figure emerged from the shadows by the wall. Pausing for a moment in contemplation before swiftly retreating in the opposite direction, dashing into a room illuminated by candlelight. Upon entering, Jiang Xijin was practicing calligraphy at the table, and without lifting his head, he responded, "Has it ended so soon?" "Yes, but judging by the madam's demeanor upon leaving, she seems utterly disillusioned with the master." Before departing, she mentioned something about a letter, possibly related to your maternal family. This surprised Jiang Xijin, as he had anticipated a prolonged argument between the two. Maternal family? What could mother possibly write to them about? Jiang Ruanruan, unable to bear her parents' quarrels, always sought refuge with Jiang Xijin during such times, a pattern that had persisted throughout her life. This subordinate does not know. Very well, you may leave for now. I will summon you if needed. Jiang Xijin, confident that this person would not withhold information, finished his last stroke and dismissed them. Brother, what are you doing? I have not finished my inquiries. Jiang Ruanruan felt slighted and pouted in displeasure. You should abandon that line of questioning. No matter how many times you ask, he will not divulge any answers. You know Mother-S character. She never discusses such matters with others, especially not in the servants' courtyard. That is true. Jiang Xijin's reasoning was sound, and Jiang Ruanruan, not wishing to dwell on it further, quickly shifted the topic to another matter. By the way, brother, how much do you know about the 7th prince? The 7th prince? Why do you suddenly inquire about him? Jiang Xijin understood his sister's nature. She would not bring up a topic unless she held genuine interest. However, the timing of her inquiry seemed rather coincidental. It is nothing, merely that I found him intriguing during a brief encounter in the city. Jiang Ruanruan was not lying. Her interaction with the 7th prince was indeed limited, and during that time, she had been seated in a carriage, uncertain whether he had noticed her. Yet, the more elusive he seemed, the more her curiosity about him grew. After all, she had heard numerous rumors about him along the way and felt compelled to seek an opportunity to verify them. Intriguing? If that is merely your intention in trying to understand him, I advise you to abandon it at once. The 7th prince is no ordinary figure. Those who come into contact with him will inevitably become his pawns. In the treacherous world of governance, relationships are sustained solely by mutual benefit. From a certain perspective, the 7th prince's actions are justifiable. Regrettably, Jiang Xijin yearned to be a pawn, yet lacked the qualifications to enter the game. Meanwhile, in another study within the general's residence, Jiang Ruanruan examined several silver notes laid upon the table, his brow furrowed. Did Lao Bai truly say such things? Yes, earlier. My son entrusted someone to verify 2 silver notes, and we should receive results by tomorrow morning. At that time, you merely need to present the evidence to His Majesty. The situation was grave. Each passing second increased their peril. Jiang Mingfeng's official rank was too low to risk presenting his case directly to the court, so he sought to buy time for his father in any way within his capacity. His only concern was that this action might arouse suspicion in His Majesty. You have done well. I will handle the remaining matters. Jiang Ruanruan, having served as an official for many years, understood this principle. However, the current circumstances left no room for self-consideration. That night, father and son remained in the study, tirelessly striving to devise a solution that would satisfy all parties. But to no avail. As dawn approached, Jiang Ruanruan hastily donned his official robes and resolutely boarded the carriage to the palace. Xiao Yushu also spent a sleepless night. Upon hearing the commotion from the study in the morning, she refrained from revealing herself, fearing her emotions might disturb them. Only after Jiang Ruanruan's carriage gradually departed did she rise and step outside, softly murmuring in the direction he had gone. "Husband, take care." In the 30th chapter, the illustrious and formidable general. His colleagues understood his thoughts and secretly mocked Jiang Ruanruan's excessive caution. They had anticipated a similar demeanor during court that day. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Ruanruan proactively removed his official hat and, before the assembly of civil and military officials, knelt in the center of the hall with his upper body held straight. "What is the meaning of this, minister?" Murong Tang sat in the main position, his eyes slightly narrowed, revealing nothing of his inner emotions. "Your servant has a matter to report to your majesty, but I am unsure how to commence. As it pertains to the welfare of the people and the state. Prior to court, I have already submitted relevant evidence to Eunuch He. I request your majesty to review it." "Oh, you are quite diligent, minister." Although Murong Tang was wary of Jiang Ruanruan's reputation among the populace, he understood that Jiang Ruanruan was a rare loyal subject. For him to display such uncharacteristic behavior, the matter at hand must be exceedingly serious. Even with this foreknowledge, upon reviewing the documents presented by Hisheng, Murong Tang could not suppress the rage rising within him and slammed the items on the ground. "Li Yi, Zhao Husheng, you two come forth." Li Yi was the Minister of Revenue, while Zhao Husheng was the supervisor of the Baoquan Bureau, responsible for currency minting and official silver notes. Murong Tang's simultaneous call of these two indicated the nature of the issue at hand. When a sovereign is enraged, none can escape unscathed. It seemed that this morning's court session was destined to be prolonged. Jiang Ruanruan awoke to find her mother absent, her behavior markedly less lively than usual. Cradled by the wet nurse, she finished her milk before nestling aside, entertaining herself. At that moment, a maidservant accompanying Shen Qinghe approached with news. Upon entering the courtyard and sensing the unusual atmosphere, she assumed the household had encountered some trouble and instinctively softened her footsteps. "Madam, I have arranged everything you instructed." "Is that so? What is the situation with Shen Qinghe?" Xiao Yushu inquired, lifting her gaze. "Everything remains unchanged, but after yesterday's commotion, it seems she has developed some alternate thoughts. She has not left her room since then, and even her breakfast was placed at the door for her to serve herself." Shen Qinghe was accustomed to being pampered, requiring assistance even to pour herself a cup of tea upon her arrival. Yet now, as her condition demanded help, she had suddenly become industrious, which was truly perplexing. No matter, let her create her own disturbances. With my elder sister watching over her, I doubt she will stir up much trouble. As for Jiang Zhenhai, that was entirely unexpected. However, his presence would likely diminish Shen Qinghe's interest in Jiang Ruanruan, which would be beneficial for them. "Understood, my lady." Having received her orders, the maidservant bowed respectfully, then withdrew a ledger from her bosom and presented it to Xiao Yushu with deference. Without glancing at it, Xiao Yushu simply inquired about the amount and fulfilled her earlier promise by providing the maidservant with double the sum. Before the maid arrived, there was an air of apprehension, as I worried that Xiao Yushu might change her mind or impose new conditions. To my surprise, everything concluded so smoothly, which only deepened my admiration for her. The generosity displayed by the madam is indeed incomparable to that of Shen Qinghe, who comes from a humble background. If given the chance, I would gladly serve under the madam for a lifetime. At this moment, Xiao Yushu was preoccupied with thoughts of Jiang Ruanruan and had no time to converse with the maid in detail. After concluding the financial transaction, she waved her hand to send her away hastily. It was not until noon that Jiang Ruanruan returned slowly in a carriage. As he alighted, he noticed Xiao Yushu and a group of servants rushing towards the entrance. Concerned that her haste might lead to some trouble, he instinctively opened his arms to embrace her. "Why are you in such a hurry, my lady?" he inquired knowingly. Xiao Yushu shot him a reproachful glance and then asked seriously, "Did anything happen during the morning court? The emperor did not trouble you, did he?" "Why would he?" Jiang Ruanruan replied playfully. "Who is your husband?" "A wise and valiant general, indeed. As long as I take action, There is nothing that cannot be resolved. He knew that Xiao Yushu must have been worried about him for quite some time, so he deliberately joked to lighten the mood. Really? Xiao Yushu turned to him, skepticism evident in her expression. It is often said that serving in the court is akin to accompanying a tiger. She had some understanding of her husband's precarious position in the court, and to be frank, by the time he left in the morning, she had already prepared herself for a potential meeting in prison. Of course it is true. Well, have I ever deceived you? To alleviate her anxieties, Jiang Ruanruan recounted the events of the day in detail. Li Yi and Zhao Husheng were negligent in their duties, and naturally, the emperor had to punish them. I merely laid the facts bare. I was not involved in the matter, so there is no reason for blame. As he spoke, a sigh escaped him, feeling somewhat guilty towards Mingfeng. He had expended considerable effort collecting evidence for this matter, yet ultimately received no rewards. As for the official position, had it been someone else's child excelling in 3 examinations, they would have surely risen to prominence in the court by now. However, due to their family's circumstances, Mingfeng was continually overlooked and forced to start from the bottom. Though Jiang Ruanruan did not voice it, he felt a deep sense of indebtedness towards him. Rest assured, Mingfeng is not an ungrateful child. He will certainly understand your intentions. Having dealt with such a significant matter in the morning, Jiang Ruanruan felt a bit dazed as he removed his official robes and sat down for a while. By the way, why have I not heard anything from elder brother today? He didn't attend the morning court and claimed to be ill. He is likely resting at home, Xiao Yushu replied, recounting the events of the previous night, including the task she had assigned to the maid serving Xinqinghe. I see. No wonder things seem so unusual today. Jiang Ruanruan nodded, a look of realization dawning upon him. But this is for the best. If they stir up trouble, it will only create more issues for us. I have never held much hope for my elder brother. It is fortunate if he does not add to our burdens. Chapter 31. A foolish brother. Jiang Mingfeng understood that Jiang Ruanruan was intentionally offering him guidance, so he promptly bowed his head in acceptance. However, he still harbored concerns regarding the selection of individuals for the investigation. According to Xiao Wu, the original case of Li Chuan was jointly investigated by Jiang Xijin and the 7th Prince. Yet now Jiang Xijin was merely a minor official, and this matter would certainly not fall into his hands. Those counterfeit silver notes were well crafted, clearly indicating that someone from within had leaked the original design. The emperor ordered Li Yi to identify the traitor within 3 days, and once the matter was settled, he would face punishment. As for Li Chuan, the newly appointed Deputy Minister of Justice was dispatched, while the 7th Prince remained in the capital as a supervisor. This deputy minister had only recently assumed office, and Jiang Ruanruan was not well acquainted with him, not even recalling his name. The 7th Prince again? It seems he has truly gained favor with the emperor and is prioritized in all matters. Given that the 7th Prince's mother hails from Li Chuan, the emperor must have his reasons for appointing him as supervisor. It would be best not to dwell on it. Having served as an official for decades, Jiang Ruanruan no longer sought personal gain, merely desiring stability. If distancing himself from individuals like the 7th Prince could protect his family, that would be ideal. However, should that not be possible, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his own accomplishments for their sake. Father's words are etched in my heart, Jiang Mingfeng nodded, ready to bow in respect, but was halted by Jiang Ruanruan's hand. Your younger brother is still quite young. I hope you will pay him extra attention and avoid fostering his arrogance. Rest assured, I am well aware, Jiang Ruanruan replied, fearing another lecture. He casually deflected the conversation and found an excuse to leave the study. In the courtyard, Jiang Mingxiu awaited him. For today's outing, he had made ample preparations. Not only had he donned new clothes, but he had also retrieved the wooden sword Jiang Ruanruan had crafted for him during childhood, which he now wore at his waist. Looking rather solemn, Jiang Ruanruan was carried out by the wet nurse to bask in the sun, and upon seeing her 4th brother's attire, she could not help but turn her head for a longer look. Why is 4th brother dressed like this today? He looks rather foolish. Jiang Mingxiu had thought his sister would admire his appearance, but instead, he was deflated by her remark. Is it really that bad? Unwilling to accept defeat, he examined himself again, finding nothing amiss. You little rascal, why are you wearing that to the military camp? Quickly take off your new clothes, lest your mother sees and scolds you. Jiang Ruanruan scolded him in exasperation, but Jiang Mingxiu anticipated his move and evaded capture. I won't. Today is my first visit to the military camp. Naturally, I must wear my best attire. Otherwise, how will others know how much I value this occasion? Such nonsensical reasoning. Jiang Ruanruan was nearly amused to the point of laughter. Children have their own sense of aesthetics, and adults should not force their understanding upon them. Besides, I have but one foolish brother. Please do not let him come a harm. Realizing that his sister was defending him, Jiang Mingxiu felt a surge of gratitude and immediately went to embrace Jiang Ruanruan. However, after the moment of gratitude, he also reflected with a sigh. After all, children are still children, and even his clever sister struggled with such simple arithmetic. They were 4 brothers. How could there only be one foolish brother? Jiang Ruanruan was oblivious to Jiang Mingxiu's thoughts. Had she known he understood things in such a manner, she too would have laughed in exasperation like Jiang Ruanruan. Foolish brother. Foolish brother. The emphasis was undoubtedly on the foolishness. In the harsh society of ancient times, the young masters and misses of noble families grew up in such environments, each cunning and shrewd, with 100 thoughts racing through their minds every minute. Few could match the pure-hearted and clear-minded nature of Jiang Mingxiu. Worried about being late and causing delays, Jiang Ruanruan did not give Jiang Mingxiu a chance to hesitate and directly grabbed him by the collar, leading him to the carriage. As Jiang Ruanruan watched the carriage depart, she silently prayed for her 4th brother. It is worth noting that Jiang Ruanruan's troops were renowned as an iron-blooded army in the original story, undefeated on the battlefield for years, and later, under the influence of the male protagonist's halo, they became legendary. It remained uncertain whether her young 4th brother could endure such trials. I hope he returns alive. Just as Jiang Ruanruan's worries began to mount, Jiang Mingfeng approached with Jiang Mingji, looking down at his sister nestled in the wet nurse's arms, smiling gently. There's a lantern festival in the streets today. Would you like to join us, Xiao Wu? Yes, yes. I love going out. Take me with you. Upon hearing of the outing, Jiang Ruanruan instantly forgot about Jiang Mingxiu, eagerly extending her small hands, signaling for Jiang Mingfeng to carry her. Jiang Mingfeng observed her impatient demeanor, a broader smile gracing his face as he immediately embraced his sister. Jiang Mingji followed closely behind, feeling a twinge of envy. It was true. Having too many older brothers could indeed be a burden. Jiang Ruanruan initially believed her actions to be unproblematic, but upon Jiang Mingji's comment, she felt a hint of embarrassment and nestled in Jiang Mingfeng's arms. Pondering for a long time, perhaps this would suffice. With 12 hours in a day, I could spend 3 hours with each of them, ensuring no one accuses me of favoritism. I am indeed quite clever. Silly little 5. Has she forgotten she still needs to eat and sleep? Jiang Mingfeng suppressed the corners of his mouth that threatened to rise and shook his head in resignation. Chapter 32. A shared encounter today marked the first lantern festival held in the city since Jiang Ruanruan's birth, and they could not afford to miss it. Elder brother, it's right here. Jiang Mingji glanced at the address written on the note in his hand, nodding in affirmation. Had their father changed the location again? The military camp had designated stables for war horses, and ordinarily, it should not be associated with this externally managed horse farm, causing Jiang Mingfeng to ponder further. As it happened, he had heard from his 2nd brother that they had encountered an enemy cavalry unit, resulting in numerous injured horses that could not be accommodated within the military, leading to the temporary transfer of a less severely wounded to this place. It was said that the Hu family stables were co-founded by retired soldiers, so there should not be any major issues. Wait, what did 3rd brother just say this place is called? Hu family stables. Isn't that where my sister-in-law grew up? Jiang Ruanruan was not fond of animals significantly larger than herself, as they made her feel insecure. Thus, upon learning that their first destination today was a horse farm, she had remained sullen until this moment when her spirits lifted slightly. Sister-in-law? The woman named Hunyang? Jiang Mingji's mind quickly recalled the earlier incident, and upon Jiang Ruanruan's reminder, his memory surfaced vividly. It was worth mentioning that the match with the Lin family had not originally been destined for him. However, due to his elder brother's preoccupation with official duties, his 2nd brother fighting alongside their father, and the youngest brother being too young, he had reluctantly become the chosen suitor, although that match ultimately did not materialize. The thought of being second in line, yet nearly marrying before his elder brother left him with a lingering sense of indebtedness. Now, knowing that his elder brother's destined partner was right before him, Jiang Mingji felt a surge of excitement, wishing to call her out immediately for them to interact. In contrast, Jiang Mingfeng appeared somewhat hesitant. His previous encounter with Hunyang had been brief, lacking any substantial conversation. Would entering abruptly lead her to suspect ulterior motives, leaving a negative impression? No, it was wiser to proceed with caution. Mingji, why don't you go in alone? Holding Xiaowu makes it rather inconvenient for me. It would be unfortunate if a horse inside were to injure me. Injure? What nonsense! My sister-in-law is so capable. There's no way I would get hurt with her around. Elder brother, you're just using me as an excuse. How wicked of you. You're taking advantage of my inability to speak, aren't you? Jiang Ruanruan protested, shaking her tiny fist at her elder brother in defiance of his decision. I don't see Xiaowu being afraid. Elder brother, you should come in with me. If anything arises, we can discuss it together. Otherwise, I won't be able to make a decision on my own. Jiang Mingji recognized his elder brother's tendency to overthink, especially regarding matters of the heart, and felt compelled to push him forward. All right then, I shall accompany you. Jiang Mingfeng, feeling bashful, could not resist their insistence and followed suit. From the outside, the Hu family stables appear modest, but upon entering, it revealed a hidden world. Each horse had its own separate stall, and the absence of any foul odor indicated diligent cleaning. Odd. How could such a large horse farm lack visible staff? Had they come at an opportune time? Jiang Mingji wandered around extensively without encountering anyone, murmuring to himself, when suddenly, a striking black horse bolted in from outside. The vibrant red figure atop the horse shone brilliantly in the sunset, reminiscent of a vivacious wildflower blooming unexpectedly in someone's heart. You must be here to tend to the horses, right? Uncle He and the others have gone out for drinks. I'm the only one here at the moment. Feel free to approach me with any matters. Thank you, young lady, but I am not well versed in this. Perhaps it would be better to let my elder brother handle it. He is always thorough in his dealings and will surely satisfy you. Jiang Mingji, feeling bashful, pushed Jiang Mingfeng forward while retreating with Jiang Ruanruan. Well done, third brother. When elder brother marries, you must sit at the main table. There is no need for such formalities. You need not call me young lady all the time. Just call me Hunyang. You seem quite familiar with one another. I wonder if we have met somewhere before. Hunyang was straightforward, expressing her thoughts candidly. We crossed paths on the street yesterday. I did not expect Hunyang to remember. Jiang Mingfeng was unaccustomed to addressing her in such a manner, and, as he hesitated, the phrase Hunyang was on the tip of his tongue before he altered it to Hu Gunyang. Naturally, it is a rarity to meet someone as adorable as your sister. Oh my! Sister-in-law actually praised me. How embarrassing. Jiang Ruanruan, aware of her own cuteness and having received many compliments over the past few months, felt that the same words from her sister-in-law resonated differently, causing her cheeks to flush. She hid in Jiang Mingji's embrace, exposing only her rear to the outside world. In the military camp, each warhorse bore its own name, and the horses brought to the stables were no exception. With the note Jiang Mingwu had prepared earlier, Hunyang quickly assisted them in locating the fine steeds. There is no trouble. You have paid for the horses to be brought here, and we are merely fulfilling our responsibilities. Jiang Mingfeng had already counted the horses and, finding everything in order, prepared to depart with his younger siblings. Wait, we are leaving already? I haven't even started talking yet. Third brother, think of a way to let them converse a little longer. Jiang Ruanruan, perceiving the chemistry between the two, found it hard to accept Jiang Mingfeng's announcement and turned her hopes toward Jiang Mingji. Although Jiang Mingji did not comprehend the term 11 pi, he could see the bright, eager eyes of his younger sister and steeled himself to approach. For the sake of his elder brother's lifelong happiness, he would do whatever it took. That Hugunyang, I heard there is a Lotus Lantern Festival at the marketplace today. We are about to go see it. If you have no other plans, why not join us? Chapter 33. The Lotus Lantern Festival, the Lotus Lantern Festival? That does sound rather intriguing. Hearing Hunyang say this, Jiang Mingji sensed the opportunity and continued to press on. Moreover, I can see my little sister truly adores you. If you accompany us, she will certainly be delighted, won't you, little sister? Feeling the call from her brother, Jiang Ruanruan immediately looked up, revealing her signature toothless smile, which melted Hunyang's heart. In a moment of warmth, she agreed. All right, in that case, I shall accompany you. Jiang Mingfeng wished to intervene, but found it too late, yielding to the whims of the trio. Having spent so much time immersed in the book, Jiang Ruanruan had rarely ventured out. Now, everything in the streets appeared novel and fascinating, causing her eyes to dart about in wonder. Xiaowu, look at that rabbit lantern. Isn't it beautiful? Third brother, will you buy it for me? Third young master, one should never ask a girl before buying her something. If you see something lovely, simply purchase it. It is often said that women understand women best. Hunyang's recent actions have utterly captivated Jiang Ruanruan. to the extent that she no longer desires her brother's company and instead reaches out her arms, longing to be embraced by Hunyang. Xiao Wu, do not act foolishly. Hu Gunyang is a lady. Carrying you would be quite inconvenient. Allow me to take over. Jiang Mifeng, concerned about his younger sister's weight, willingly takes on the role of a support, while Hunyang, holding a rabbit lantern, follows closely beside him. The trio forms a striking scene, attracting quite a few onlookers as they proceed. Jiang Mingji observes this family-like trio with an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Had they not agreed that he and his sister would engage in mischief while his elder brother spent time with Hunyang? How has he become the superfluous one? Had he known this would transpire, he would have refrained from meddling in the earlier conversation. Nevertheless, now that he is here, there is no point in regretting. Jiang Mingji can only obediently trail behind, occasionally taking items from Jiang Mingfeng meant for his sister, temporarily acting as a bag carrier. As they reach the center of the marketplace, they discover a booth for guessing lantern riddles, surrounded by a throng of people, all drawn in by the allure of a particular attraction. What could be so special about this booth that it captivates everyone? Driven by curiosity, the group decides to investigate. Upon approaching, Jiang Mingji spots a familiar figure in the crowd and instinctively hides behind Jiang Mingfeng. What is it? Jiang Mingfeng, sensing something amiss, inquires in a hushed tone. It is the seventh prince. I just saw him. However, today's circumstances differ, as he notices that Jiang Xijin is accompanying the seventh prince, and they appear to be conversing amiably, far more so than their interactions within the palace. And my cousin, why are they together? I do not know. Let us avoid them for now. Not wishing to engage with them, Jiang Mingfeng promptly finds an excuse to lead Hunyang and Jiang Ruanruan elsewhere. The bustling crowd in the marketplace offers them ample cover, and they manage to distance themselves from the seventh prince without raising suspicion, who continues to converse with Jiang Xijin about past events. So, you once served as a companion reader in the palace? I have no recollection of this. Upon hearing Jiang Xijin mention his past role, the seventh prince expresses surprise. While he recalls noble youths entering the palace as companions, he does not remember Jiang Xijin among them. I am but a dullard, raised to be awkward and unable to express myself. It is understandable that the seventh prince did not notice me. Jiang Xijin's explanation is thorough, addressing both his palace service and preserving the seventh prince's dignity, which earns him newfound respect from the prince. Is that so? Yet, I observe that your current demeanor is anything but awkward. People ultimately must grow. If I remained unchanged, I would lack the face to speak of my past in your presence. Jiang Xijin discerns the seventh prince's probing tone and responds candidly. Ha ha, you speak truly. The seventh prince, momentarily stifling his amusement with a fan, prepares to continue speaking when a graceful figure approaches and interjects between them, curiously inquiring, Seventh brother, what are you discussing? Were we not to win the crab lantern for me? Have you forgotten me? The speaker is Murong Jingwei, who, for today's Lotus Lantern Festival, has donned a trendy lotus pink dress, her long hair elegantly styled, revealing her slender neck, a stark contrast to her previous tomboyish appearance. How could we forget? The grand prize shall be saved for the end. The seventh prince hesitates, recalling that he had come at Murong Jingwei's request, and quickly adds, moreover, it is merely a riddle. It need not concern me. With Xijin present, victory is assured, is it not? He gives Jiang Xijin a knowing glance, signaling him to cooperate. Jiang Xijin comprehends the cue and nods in agreement. I shall give it my all. See, I have not deceived you, have I? You better not. Murong Jingwei huffs playfully, mindful of the public setting and allowing the seventh prince a modicum of dignity. But can you truly manage? I have heard that the booth owner presents the most challenging riddles each year. I failed to solve one myself last year. Success or failure, we shall see. Jiang Xijin meets Murong Jingwei's sparkling gaze, his heart skipping a beat. Though, what is but a fleeting moment, it stirs a ripple within him, as he realizes he has never been so attentive toward any woman. Even with Lin Qingqing, it was merely a pretense. What is happening to him today? Has he inadvertently taken ill? Unaware of Jiang Xijin's inner turmoil, Murong Jingwei diverts her gaze back to the crab lantern that she admires. The craftsmanship of the stall owner is indeed exquisite. The crab lantern is not only aesthetically pleasing, but also features movable claws, far more entertaining than the rigid palace lanterns. Even so, Murong Jingwei maintains her fade of nonchalance. In Chapter 34, a tiger father does not raise a dog son. The princess, esteemed and precious, must surely differ from ordinary women. Jiang Ruanruan nods slightly and smiles warmly. Ladies and gentlemen, behold. What I am about to present is the riddle for our grand prize lantern. Should anyone decipher the answer, the crab lantern shall be awarded without charge. Murong Jingyue's cheeks flush at Jiang Ruanruan's declaration, eager to respond, but her attention is drawn to the stall owner's voice. The crab lantern, with its fine craftsmanship and clever design, stands out at the entire Lotus Lantern Festival, capturing the attention of passers-by. Fortunately, Murong Jingyue arrived early. Otherwise, it would be difficult to squeeze into the crowd now. So many people? It seems my judgment is indeed sound. Listen closely. My riddle is an upper line. To win the crab lantern, you must first guess the answer to my upper line, and then provide a matching lower line. Why has the difficulty level increased this year? Indeed, first a riddle, then a couplet. My mind seems insufficient for this task. I think I shall explore other booths. I can forego the crab lantern. Before the riddle was even presented, a fifth of the crowd dispersed. The stall owner, unfazed by this reaction, appears to have anticipated such a response. My upper line is the white snake crosses the river beneath a round red sun. If anyone can guess the answer and provide a matching lower line, simply raise your hand. The white snake crosses the river? I increasingly fail to comprehend the stall owner's riddles. Murong Jingyue furrows her brow, pondering for quite some time without arriving at an answer. She turns to see that the seventh prince shares her confusion. Seventh brother, have you figured it out? I have a rough idea, but I cannot be sure. Murong Jingyue is about to call out Jiang Ruanruan's name when he raises his hand high above his head. I have an answer, though I cannot guarantee its correctness. Do share, we are all ears. The stall owner's eyes gleam with interest in Jiang Ruanruan's forthcoming answer. The answer is an oil lamp. An oil lamp. Yes. The white snake crossing the river, beneath a round red sun. Could the red sun not represent the flame of the oil lamp? How did I not think of this sooner? As Jiang Ruanruan's answer resonates, the crowd erupts in admiration. Murong Jingyue cannot help but glance at him, her eyes reflecting admiration. Excellent. And what is the lower line? The stall owner does not pass judgment, but prompts him to continue. My lower line is the black dragon ascends the wall, adorned with myriad golden stars. Ha ha, splendid. The crab lantern is now yours. For those who can guess the answer to this gentleman's riddle, feel free to approach me for a reward. The first three will receive a prize. Upon hearing that there are rewards to claim, the onlookers are eager to participate. Some clever individuals sought to approach Jiang Ruanruan, hoping he would discreetly reveal the answer to them. However, by the time they realized it, Jiang Ruanruan and the seventh prince had already departed, carrying the crab lanterns, leaving not even a trace behind. It was unexpected that Ruanruan possessed such remarkable talents. If that were the case, why had he not participated in the previous Lotus Lantern Festival? Had we met earlier, perhaps the rewards of those years would have been ours. Once they reached a secluded area, Jiang Ruanruan handed the crab lantern to Murong Jingyue. He had been concerned that she might be jostled while holding it amidst the crowd. Thus he had assisted her in carrying it. Now, as she received it, the wooden handle still emanated warmth, causing her heart to flutter with warmth. The seventh prince offered unwarranted praise, stating that he had merely stumbled upon the answer this time. Had it been in previous years, luck would not have favored him. Ruanruan, you are mistaken. Sometimes, fortune is indeed a facet of strength. Is not this crab lantern a testament to how you combined luck and skill to win for Yuera? The seventh prince waved his folding fan, and an unseen guard suddenly emerged, whispering something in his ear. The seventh prince's expression remained unchanged, yet his tone was noticeably less amiable than before. Rest assured, I shall ensure the princess's safety. With that, the seventh prince departed, accompanied by two guards, leaving Jiang Ruanruan and Murong Jingyue to continue their exploration of a lantern festival. Was the seventh prince always this busy? Indeed, my elder brother excels in his abilities, and our father holds great expectations for him, naturally requiring him to handle more affairs than others. It was only after much pleading with mother that he agreed to accompany me today. It is well known in the capital that the seventh prince is favored by the emperor, and many speculate when he will be named the crown prince. With such an outstanding elder brother, Murong Jingyue felt an immense sense of pride. Thus, he indeed cares deeply for the people. Jiang Ruanruan nodded, his eyes filled with profound meaning. The Lotus Lantern Festival was bustling, and although Jiang Mingfeng and others had sought refuge elsewhere, they still found much enjoyment during their wanderings. By the end of the evening, Jiang Ruanruan was so exhausted that she could scarcely lift her chin, eventually resting her head on Jiang Mingfeng's shoulder and drifting into slumber. Outside, Dawn had broken, signaling the arrival of a new day. The wet nurse seemed to have vanished, and Jiang Ruanruan awoke alone in the cradle. Feeling bored, she climbed up and sat on the edge of the cradle. The disparity felt overwhelming. If it weren't for her tender age, she would have accompanied her fourth brother to the military training yesterday. Wait, fourth brother. In the past, upon waking, Jiang Mingxiu would always be there, ready to take her out to play. Now, having awoken for so long without seeing him, Jiang Ruanruan felt somewhat unsettled, uncertain how her brother had fared in training yesterday. Father, let go of me. My legs hurt so much. Just as she pondered this, a familiar shout echoed from outside the door. Jiang Ruanruan leaned over the cradle to look outside, spotting Jiang Mingxiu lying on the ground, gripping the weeds tightly, while Jiang Zhenhai stood beside him, tugging at his legs as he dragged him towards the gate. No, father, look at my legs. If I have to go again, I will truly perish. Just let me rest for a day, please. Tomorrow, I promise I will go willingly. I won't make you urge me. Chapter 35. Entering the palace, do not deceive me. If you were to keep your word, that would be a miracle. After yesterday's training, Jiang Zhenhai noticed something was amiss with Jiang Mingxiu, but at that time, Jiang Mingxiu stubbornly insisted he was fine, no matter how he was questioned. Believing his words, Jiang Zhenhai did not press further, merely advising him to rest well. However, this morning, before leaving, he found Jiang Mingxiu's room empty. Jiang Zhenhai searched for a long time in the courtyard, nearly turning the entire general's residence upside down, only to finally discover Jiang Mingxiu attempting to climb over a tree. It is not my fault. Who trains their own son with such difficult tasks? Mother said, I am still a child. I cannot be forced to grow too quickly. Jiang Mingxiu struggled desperately, but against Jiang Zhenhai's overwhelming strength, his resistance was as insignificant as an ant scratching an elephant. With a slight exertion, Jiang Zhenhai yanked him and the weeds along with him. What difficulty? Those are merely the basics in the military. If you don't believe me, ask your second brother if he was not trained the same way. As my son, you must strive to excel once you enter the military. Otherwise, you will bring shame upon me. Do you understand? But no buts. With practice, you will become accustomed to it. Jiang Zhenhai did not grant Jiang Mingxiu the chance to refuse and, upon exiting the gate, tossed him onto a horse's back. With a sharp slap to the horse's rear, it galloped away, leaving only the echoes of Jiang Mingxiu's lament in the wind. Zhuiying, let us follow. Zhuiying and the swift steed, Jiefeng, had been with Jiang Zhenhai for many years, deeply attuned to their master's intentions. With them present, even if Jiang Mingxiu wished to escape midway, he would not get far. As the two departed, the courtyard quickly fell silent. In a drowsy haze, Jiang Ruanruan seemed to hear her mother's voice whispering in her ear, intermingled with an unfamiliar voice that sounded like a girl. Knowing her mother was near, Jiang Ruanruan felt secure and lazily drifted back into a deeper sleep. Qiao Yushu stood by the cradle, gazing at Jiang Ruanruan's serene face, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, Ruanruan resembles you. Look at that tiny nose and mouth. There's not a single unlovable feature. If only my future child could be as beautiful as Ruanruan. The speaker was Su Shi, who had visited during the last full moon banquet with her uncle from the Qiao family. She was straightforward and shared a good rapport with Qiao Yushu. Unfortunately, despite years of marriage, she had yet to bear children, leading her to consult renowned physicians and try various remedies, all to no avail. Fortunately, Qiao Jinyan did not mind this matter. The elders in the family would help conceal it when it arose. He had never even mentioned taking a concubine. This only deepened Su Shi's sense of indebtedness. But she knew that Qiao Jinyan would not blame her. Qiao Yushu, sensing Su Shi's distress, gently took her arm and reassured her. Do not dwell on it, dear sister-in-law. The matter of offspring cannot be forced. As long as you and my brother maintain a harmonious relationship, what difference does it make whether or not there are children? If you feel troubled, you're always welcome to visit my residence. I shall be at your service. You have enough burdens managing the household, and now with little Wu to care for, I would not wish to impose upon you. Su Shi shook her head, declining Qiao Yushu's kind offer. Though her heart was heavy, she was also a person of discretion, unwilling to burden others with her troubles. Not at all. You may find it hard to believe, but since little Wu was born, I have hardly had to exert myself in her care. This child is remarkably understanding, often playing by herself, and even the wet nurse says she is the most well-behaved child she has ever seen. Speaking of her daughter, Qiao Yushu could not hide her pride. Upon hearing this, Su Shi felt no jealousy, instead feeling a sense of relief for Qiao Yushu. That is wonderful. Little C is quite lively. I was worried for you when I saw how exhausted you were while tending to him, but it seems I need not have been concerned after all. This is why daughters are such treasures. With none of the sons present in the residence at this time, Qiao Yushu felt free to converse openly with Su Shi. By the way, dear sister-in-law, I have yet to inquire about the reason for your visit today. Has there been any news regarding the matter I entrusted to my brother? It seems you and your brother share a deep connection. I had not spoken, yet you guessed it already. This matter is somewhat inconvenient to discuss within the household, so they sought a secluded spot and dismissed the servants. Previously, you requested Jin Yin to investigate matters concerning your relative, Man Yun. Recently, there have indeed been some developments, though the information available is rather limited. I advise you to prepare yourself mentally and not to harbor excessive hopes, lest you feel disheartened after hearing the news. Su Shi first prepared Qiao Yushu for what was to come, ensuring she was mentally ready before recounting the findings that Xiao Jin Yin had uncovered. Jin Yin has asked me to convey that your earlier guesses were correct. Li Manyan does possess several estates in the outskirts. However, it seems that when she married, those properties were not included in her dowry, which is why you have remained unaware of them. In recent years, the income from those estates has declined, and she has been attempting to supplement her finances from other sources. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yushu felt a heaviness in her heart. It was indeed a sudden decision to ask Xiao Jin Yin to investigate this matter, and she never expected them to uncover any information. The late general passed away early, leaving only the two brothers behind. Due to certain circumstances, they have yet to fully separate their households, and should anything happen to the elder brother's family in the future, theirs could also be implicated. With this thought, Qiao Yushu felt increasingly anxious and hurriedly inquired if any other leads had been found. Has Li Man Yin ever misappropriated funds elsewhere? Currently, there is no evidence to suggest that she has diverted funds. The losses from those estates have likely been covered by her dowry all along. Of course, it is also possible that we simply have not discovered it yet. Jin Yin has been keeping watch, and should any clues arise, he will inform you at the earliest opportunity. That's good to hear. The immediate crisis seems to have passed, and Xiao Yushu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Before she could express her gratitude, the sound of a maid's announcement came from outside the palace, and with Xiao Wu as well. Both Qiao Yushu and Su Shi were taken aback. Previously, the palace had never allowed Jiang Ruanruan to bring his family to a royal banquet. What could this sudden change mean? Is the sun rising from the west? Chapter 36. The Aura of Authority. Qiao Yushu, feeling uneasy, pressed for more information, and the maid quickly nodded in affirmation. Yes, indeed, it is Deputy General Li, who used to accompany the general. He should still be waiting at the door. Madam, if you're concerned, you may go out to take a look. Never mind. Just have someone lead Deputy General Li in to rest for a while. I will come to see him once I am ready. The prospect of bringing Jiang Ruanruan into the palace made Qiao Yushu somewhat anxious, but she could not express this directly to Jiang Ruanruan. Instead, she engaged Su Shi in a lively conversation, pretending to be at ease in front of her. The two exchanged words, vividly portraying all the potential dangers they might encounter upon entering the palace. Jiang Ruanruan, still groggy from sleep, only truly realized what was happening when she was lifted into the carriage. Wait, we're going into the palace already? I'm not ready yet. The original text contained no such storyline, and anything that occurred after entering the palace would rely solely on their efforts. Although it was unlikely anyone would be cruel enough to harm an infant, Jiang Ruanruan still felt inexplicably anxious. Once in the carriage, she began to cry incessantly, and no amount of coaxing from the maid seemed to help. This is strange. Usually, she is the most well-behaved, so why is she causing such a fuss today? What do you know? I'm scared, okay? The palace is a place that devours people without leaving a trace. This is a conclusion Jiang Ruanruan had drawn from watching numerous palace dramas. If she were an adult, she would surely find a way to refuse this trip to the palace. But alas, she was merely an infant, unable to do anything aside from crying. Perhaps it was due to a lack of sleep in the afternoon. It's all right, let me hold her. Sensing Jiang Ruanruan's restlessness, Qiao Yushu tenderly cradled her in her arms, gently patting her back. If it were possible, she would prefer not to lead Jiang Ruanruan into such murky waters. However, today's banquet was specifically requested by the palace, and a decline would surely lead to the emperor's displeasure. The consequences of inciting the emperor's wrath are something they could ill afford. With Xiao Yushu's assurance, Jiang Ruanruan's anxious heart gradually calmed down, and she couldn't help but reflect. While other officials would likely be thrilled to receive the emperor's summons, their family could only dread the situation. Perhaps this was the fate of the antagonist in the original narrative. The General South residence was in close proximity to the capital, and, after a short while, the carriage came to a halt. Xiao Yushu lifted the curtain and saw Jiang Ruanruan waiting by the roadside, leading his horse. She hurriedly stepped down with Jiang Ruanruan and approached him. "Why are you waiting here alone? You and Ruanruan are entering the palace for the first time, and I worry you might not adjust well." Jiang Ruanruan, standing at the foot of the imperial city, was reluctant to speak further. After saying this, he took Jiang Ruanruan from Xiao Yushu's arms, holding her in one arm while guiding Xiao Yushu with the other toward the side entrance. The restrictions in the imperial city were stringent, and their own carriage could not enter. They must use the side entrance to transfer to a palace carriage. Furthermore, the curtains of the carriage must remain closed during the journey to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from noting their route for future mischief. Once they reached a secluded area, Xiao Yushu lowered her voice to inquire. "I have no idea why." Jiang Ruanruan shook his head. Today, he had just arrived at the military camp with Jiang Mingxiu when he received word from the palace, stating that last night's Lotus Lantern Festival had been exceptionally lively, and the emperor wished to celebrate with the common people, hence inviting all civil and military officials to join the banquet. This was indeed unusual. Even as they left, Xiao had been crying incessantly, seemingly sensing something. When Xiao Yushu mentioned her own feelings, Jiang Ruanruan felt a bit embarrassed and buried her head in Jiang Ruanruan's embrace. How could she explain to her parents that her earlier crying was merely a result of social anxiety? "It's all right, madam, just follow my lead. Today, with all the officials present, we shall conduct ourselves discreetly. The emperor is unlikely to notice us." As it turned out, Jiang Ruanruan's thinking was somewhat simplistic. Uncertain whether they had left late or were delayed on the road, by the time they entered the hall, the civil and military officials had already taken their seats. In an instant, all eyes turned towards their family, causing Jiang Ruanruan to freeze in place, too frightened to move. "General Ruanruan, I never expected to see you in the palace today. Long time no see, Sir Zhen." Jiang Ruanruan had spent many years away from the capital, and he did not know many people. Most simply glanced at him before returning to their own social circles. Sir Zhen had previously received assistance from Jiang Ruanruan, and seeing him uneasy, he took the initiative to clarify. "It seems you do not often attend palace banquets. Why not sit with me for now? It will be easier for us to support each other if anything arises." "That sounds splendid." Jiang Ruanruan was more than happy to comply. After Sir Zhen spoke, he immediately took the child and sat down with Xiao Yushu. Just as they settled in, the eunuch's voice rang out from the entrance. "The emperor has arrived." "Oh no, oh no. I accidentally made eye contact with the emperor. He surely won't notice me. Will he?" There's something different about a person who is an emperor. There's an aura about them that is unlike anyone else. Let us refer to it as an aura of authority. In the original text, Murong Tang was not depicted as a wise ruler, and Jiang Ruanruan felt no need to be courteous towards him. Her description of him as having an aura of authority left Jiang Ruanruan and Xiao Yushu momentarily stunned. Fortunately, the thoughts of their little Xiao could only be heard by their close family, or else they might have been in serious trouble today. "Ahem, madam, would you like some water?" "No, wait, madam, would you like some vegetables?" "Never mind, you can manage that yourself. Let me take a moment to collect myself. I'm in no hurry. Let Xiao eat first." The family appeared particularly conspicuous amidst the banquet, in a state of fluster. Indeed, although unsure what Murong Tang intended, Jiang Ruanruan still instinctively stood up and respectfully bowed. "She certainly looks adorable. Come, let me hold her so I can take a closer look." "What? The emperor isn't planning to make a move against me, is he?" Jiang Ruanruan was equally astonished. As far as he knew, Murong Tang hardly ever held the palace as princesses, so why would he suddenly take an interest in their little one? This could be problematic. The little girl is too young to understand, and it could offend the emperor. Yes, exactly. I am capable of both flatulence and burping, and when I become anxious, I might even wet my pants or make a mess, which would surely spoil the meal for everyone. Oh, Emperor Dog, please do not direct your attention towards me. Chapter 37. The emperor schemes at the brink of life and death. Concerns about face and reputation become trivial. In order to dissuade Mu Rongjia from his intentions, Jiang Ruanruan shed a few tears in collaboration with Jiang Ruanruan's words. Minister Jiang, you are overthinking. I am the emperor. Do you think I would fear a mere infant? However, Mu Rongjia paid no heed to their counsel and raised his hand to signal He Sheng to bring Jiang Ruanruan to his side. With countless eyes observing, Jiang Ruanruan could not allow the situation to escalate, and thus he could only watch helplessly as Jiang Ruanruan was taken from his embrace. By the way, I have yet to inquire, what is your little one's name? During their conversation, Jiang Ruanruan's gaze remained fixed upon Jiang Ruanruan. Ruanruan? That is a lovely name. Noticing his attention, Mu Rongjia smiled and cradled Jiang Ruanruan in his arms. There, Minister Jiang, I'm merely bringing the child over for a look. Why are you so anxious? I would not harm her. Not only Jiang Ruanruan, but Jiang Ruanruan was also quite nervous. Her eyes wide as she nearly forgot to breathe when seated on Mu Rongjia's lap. What a strong aura of imperial power. They say that an emperor's intuition is unlike that of ordinary folk. What if Mu Rongjia discovers that she does not possess the soul of a mere child? Would he imprison her in the palace for experimentation? Moreover, the scent of dragon's saliva on him, compared to that of her mother, was but a fraction, overwhelming Jiang Ruanruan to the point where she could barely open her eyes. It seems the concubines of the harem also lead arduous lives. Striving daily to please such a man, year after year, few could endure it. With many offspring in the palace, Mu Rongjia had encountered numerous children of concubines, most of whom either cried incessantly or pretended to be well-behaved in his presence. Jiang Ruanruan's tranquility was indeed a rarity. Contemplating this, Mu Rongjia spoke. Your little one is indeed a sight to behold. Why not allow her to remain in the palace? I can bestow upon her the title of princess, and she shall enjoy the adoration of the people alongside Yu Heng and the others. What? Father, you must not. The princes and princesses, including Mu Rongjingwe and Mu Rongjinghuai, were taken aback by Mu Rongjia's declaration, lifting their heads in astonishment. Although there had been precedents of princesses from outside families in the Shang dynasty, these are due to their parents' loyalty and contributions recognized by the late emperor, and they were only permitted to reside outside the palace. Now, Jiang Ruanruan was merely an ordinary general, fulfilling his duty. How could he be granted such a grand favor? Could it be that the little girl shares some hidden connection with the emperor? No, it cannot be. Mu Rongjinghuai shook his head, lowering his voice. From a look of father, it appears he was merely making a casual comment. Pressing him further would only irritate him. But Mu Rongjingwe bit her lip, knowing that seventh brother meant her no harm, and with so many eyes upon them in the great hall, it seemed unlikely that father would speak so lightly. What? Do you have any objections? It must be said that Mu Rongjinghuai's intervention indeed saved Mu Rongjingwe from a precarious situation. As soon as she sat down, Mu Rongjia's gaze shifted toward them, clearly scrutinizing their expressions. It is likely that the proclamation of an outsider princess was but a ruse to gauge their sentiments. Mu Rongjia raised his voice, causing the princes and princesses to immediately rise and kneel. From Jiang Ruanruan's perspective, all she could see was a sea of dark heads. Ah, it is no wonder that those raised in the palace are so pampered, not a single balding head among them. It is rather amusing to find myself in this position. Who would have thought I would witness the female lead and seventh prince kneeling before me one day? Thank you. Heaven, I shall no longer accuse you of favoritism. Mu Rongjia maintained a smile, deftly diffusing the tension, causing those below to breathe a sigh of relief. Is this the privilege of the highest authority? With just a few words, he can instill such fear in so many. No wonder countless individuals throughout history covet this position. Yes, I express my gratitude for your grace, your majesty. Although Mu Rongjia's words were spoken in jest, Jiang Ruanruan felt compelled to express his thanks. Jiang Ruanruan felt a sense of indignation. Yet being in Mu Rongjia's embrace, she could not vent her frustration. And it was only when Xiao Yushu carried her into the carriage after the banquet that she allowed herself to cry. Wah, the dog emperor is bullying my father. I wish I had urinated on him. After all, I am just a child, and no one would say anything. I am so furious, so furious. Little five, hold on a bit longer. We shall be home shortly. Xiao Yushu found herself in a mix of emotions, unable to directly express her thoughts, and could only offer comfort in this subtle manner. Upon returning home, Jiang Ruanruan remained shaken, embracing Xiao Yushu and Jiang Ruanruan for a long while before he calmed down. The emperor's words today were indeed peculiar. Perhaps he intended to caution me regarding the counterfeit currency case I was involved in. It seems I must exercise greater caution in the future. There is no need for such suspicion. I believe that Dog Emperor is merely a fool. Though her words were somewhat crude, Jiang Ruanruan's sentiment resonated with truth, reddening Jiang Ruanruan's face as he stifled his laughter. Meanwhile, within the Lichuan prefectural office, the deputy minister of the Dali Temple, Ji Yunshu, was conducting a nearby search. This investigation was proceeding more smoothly than they had anticipated. Upon arriving in Lichuan, the gang responsible for the counterfeit currency had revealed their true colors, allowing them to trace the matter to this location. Minister Ji, they spoke the truth. County Magistrate Du indeed resides here with his family. Very well, you all stay here to keep watch. I shall proceed to investigate further. If there is any movement, apprehend them immediately. With Ji Yunshu's command, several figures swiftly dispersed into the shadows, each approaching the residence from different angles. Ji Yunshu led the way and had just taken his position when he noticed a shadow darting past the wall. Who goes there? The individual appeared nervous. Upon hearing Ji Yunshu's inquiry, they intended to evade without answering, casting a lingering glance before attempting to climb the wall to escape. Unfortunately for them, Ji Yunshu was not inclined to grant such an opportunity. Just as the figure raised their leg to scale the wall, Ji Yunshu seized the bow and arrow from his subordinate and shot it towards the fleeing figure. A sharp sound pierced the air as the individual fell from the wall, landing with a painful groan. Deputy Minister, should we not leave a live witness? Rest assured, I did not strike a fatal blow. You all go and subdue them. Understood. Although the Du family was implicated in the counterfeit currency case, their residence was not as lavish as one might expect. From the exterior, it appeared to be an ordinary small courtyard, devoid of any visible servants, indicating their skill in disguise. When the subordinate pushed the captured individual before Ji Yunshu, they appeared defiant, their youthful eyes fixed on Ji Yunshu and his companions, muttering to themselves. As the deputy minister of the Dali Temple, Ji Yunshu had dealt with many vicious individuals, and this person posed no real threat to him. Upon hearing this, Du Lingfeng's pupils dilated in shock. Logically, only their family should be privy to their escape. How could these officials from the capital be aware? There must be some misunderstanding. Thinking of his family, Du Lingfeng felt a surge of courage and, despite the pain, looked up at Ji Yunshu. What if you know? My father is astute. By the time you pursue us, we will have fled to a place where no one can find us. At that point, you will have no choice but to give up. After all, my life is of little value. If I die, then so be it. If you possess the ability, go ahead and kill me now, so I need not be troubled by your presence. Upon concluding his words, Du Linfeng spat upon the ground. Nearby, several subordinates, incensed by his insolent demeanor, drew their swords intending to teach him a lesson, but were restrained by Ji Yunshu's outstretched hand. Remain calm. This lad is deliberately provoking you to act. Do not fall into his trap. Ji Yunshu swiftly orchestrated the forthcoming actions, and Du Linfeng, observing his composed demeanor, felt a twinge of apprehension. He had not anticipated that this so-called Shaoqing of the Dali Temple possessed genuine skills, markedly different from the court officials they had encountered before. He couldn't help but wonder about the well-being of his mother and sister. The two had endured considerable hardships along their journey, their garments tattered, and their appearances lacking the usual refinement. Moreover, the eyes of Madame Du were hollow and filled with despair, suggesting she had faced unexpected tribulations during their flight. Du Linfeng was incredulous that they had been captured so swiftly. Madame Du, gazing at her child who resembled the boy he once was, felt a flicker of emotion in her lifeless eyes. However, the next word she uttered shattered Du Linfeng's faith entirely. Feng or your father. He abandoned us and fled. The anguish of having her longtime companion forsake her and their child in dire straits was unbearable for Madame Du, and even before she finished her sentence, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. How could this be? It's impossible. My father would never do such a thing. There must be a misunderstanding. Mother, please say you became separated at some crossroads. Perhaps father is searching for you. There must be hope, right? Witnessing Madame Du's sorrowful tears, the remnants of Du Linfeng's rationality crumbled. Ignoring the arrow wound on his shoulder, he crawled towards her, desperately clutching at her garment, fervently questioning her. This cannot be true. Madame Du, equally heartbroken, felt an overwhelming hatred towards the man she once loved. He rode away? There are few paths on this mountain suitable for horses. This might serve as a clue. Ji and Shu, standing aside and listening to the family's exchange, silently calculated their next steps in the capture operation. The fact that Du Ruoxu had abandoned his wife and child indicated his ruthless nature. One must not hesitate in dealing with such individuals. I do not believe it. I do not believe it. Sir, you will surely locate my father. One to you? If possible, may I accompany you? I am familiar with the terrain, and I assure you I will not be a burden. Please allow me to see my father once more. I have questions for him. It was evident that Du Linfeng maintained a close bond with Du Ruoxu, unwilling to relinquish the facade of paternal affection even in this dire moment. Oh, is there such a thing? What is it? Has there been news of my father? Little sister, do you still wish to make excuses for your father? Chapter 39. A new faction in his earlier years. Du Ruoxu was preoccupied with official duties, while Madame Du's health was frail. Thus, it was Du Linfeng who personally raised his sister, and they shared a profound bond, confiding in each other without reservation. Yet now, her once bright eyes were devoid of luster, and her cheeks bore the marks of tears. I was wrong. I was wrong. Du Linfeng hunched over, groaning in anguish upon the ground. A family that once basked in happiness had disintegrated overnight. Ji Yunshu observed, yet felt no sympathy. Ultimately, their plight was of their own making. They could blame no one else for their current fate. Seize them and take them away. Thus, Ji Yunshu and his companions at the Dali Temple worked tirelessly day and night, ultimately uncovering new leads on the third day following Du Ruoxu's escape. At the foot of a mountain outside Lichuan City, a horse belonging to Du Ruoxu was discovered, accompanied by several bloodstains, indicating he likely sustained injuries during his flight. So much blood. It seems he is gravely wounded and cannot have traveled far. Not necessarily. Ji Yunshu crouched down, brushing a bit of dirt with his fingertip and inhaling it. The footprints here are chaotic. It appears that Du Ruoxu was not alone. I suspect someone may have aided his escape. One subordinate frowned, skeptical of Ji Yunshu's assessment. The counterfeit currency case has become widely known. Even 3-year-old children playing on the streets are aware of a notorious criminal in Lichuan. Unless there is significant interest at stake, no one would willingly associate with Du Ruoxu at this time. This case is far from simple. There must be others covertly orchestrating events. Otherwise, a mere county magistrate could not incite such turmoil. We must continue our investigation. Shaoqing, a letter from the 7th Prince has arrived. As Ji Yunshu finished speaking, a rider approached, bearing a letter dispatched from the capital. Upon glancing at its contents, Ji Yunshu's expression changed dramatically, and he mounted his steed, hastening towards the capital, with several subordinates following closely. Once they departed, 2 figures cloaked in black emerged from woods. The first possessed an upright stature, exuding an aura distinct from ordinary folk. Behind him, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe leaned against a tree, a wound on his forearm seeping blood, rendering his complexion increasingly pale. Kind of magistrate do. They have gone far. You can now safely accompany us, can you not? Why should I trust you? Do you have any idea the price I paid to reach this point? You think a few words will sway me? Du Ruoxu, struggling to maintain composure, regarded them with disdain. Unperturbed by Du Ruoxu's rejection, the figure in black calmly replied, "We understand your concerns, County Magistrate. However, with the current situation in the capital, only we can assist you in escaping, and given your injuries, you likely have no better options." Du Ruoxu wanted to retort, yet the prolonged loss of blood had taken its toll. His condition deteriorated, and standing for too long caused him to feel faint. Realizing this, he softened his tone. "By the way, I seem to have neglected to ask your name." The black-clad figure, who had been conversing with him, lifted his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "I am Jiang Sijin. You may call me Sijin." Meanwhile, within the general's residence, it had been over a month since the banquet incident. Jiang Zhenyuan exercised extreme caution, fearful that he might inadvertently provoke the emperor's ire against his family. Understanding his father's plight, Jiang Mingxiu threw himself into rigorous training at the military camp, abandoning any pretense of laziness. The once mischievous youth gradually matured into a reliable adult through the monotony of daily drills. After finally obtaining a day off, Jiang Mingxiu hurriedly sought out Jiang Ruanruan, having missed her terribly during their days apart. Children grow swiftly. Jiang Ruanruan had noticeably gained weight since he last saw her. Recalling past experiences, Jiang Mingxiu refrained from uttering anything inappropriate upon seeing her. "Little Wu, you remain as adorable as ever." "Thank you for the compliment, but who are you?" Jiang Ruanruan peered curiously over the railing at the muscular young man before her. Jiang Mingxiu reached out, intending to embrace her, but was taken aback by her response. Sister, do you not recognize me? He had been busy training in recent days and had not spent much time at home. Yet how could little Wu forget him? Had all their shared moments been in vain? No, he could not accept this. Jiang Mingxiu wore a woeful expression, leaving Jiang Ruanruan with an inexplicable sense of guilt. However, she truly did not recognize Jiang Mingxiu just a moment ago. Who could have anticipated such a remarkable transformation in such a brief span? It was akin to a child evolving into a super scion. When caught in an awkward moment, one often pretends to be busy, and Jiang Ruanruan was no exception. She rummaged through a rocking chair, ultimately discovering only the remnants of a half-eaten milk candy from the previous day, which she eagerly presented to Jiang Mingxiu. Initially feeling somewhat dejected, Jiang Mingxiu's spirits brightened instantly upon receiving his favorite treat, and he swept Jiang Ruanruan into a joyful 360-degree embrace. Indeed, I always knew Xiao Wu adored me. Jiang Ruanruan's lips curled into a smile that belied her age. Caught up in his delight, Jiang Mingxiu failed to hear her heartfelt musings. After a brief period of playful banter, they decided to bask in the sunlight outside. Just then, a familiar voice called from the gate. Is anyone home? Chapter 40. Meeting the parents that voice. It's the Saw. Jiang Ruanruan recognized Hun Yang's voice immediately, her excitement causing her to squirm in Jiang Mingxiu's embrace. The two little buns atop her head danced like ebony butterflies with her movements. So was the Saw. Jiang Mingxiu, having met Hun Yang before, promptly carried Jiang Ruanruan over. Young master. The guard stationed at the entrance immediately bowed upon seeing them. Jiang Mingxiu nodded and gestured lightly. I know the person outside. Let her in. Yes. Hun Yang, today dressed in a rare water-red gown instead of her favored riding attire, had her dark hair elegantly pinned up with a simple wooden clasp, exuding a unique beauty. At a mere glance, Jiang Mingxiu hurriedly lowered his head, feigning busyness. Ahem. Do you have something to discuss? You must be Xiao Wu's brother, correct? A few days ago, the general commissioned a carriage at our place, and it's ready today, so I thought to bring it over. I hope it's convenient. Hun Yang's smile crinkled her eyes as she waved at Jiang Ruanruan, making her blush. Oh no, I accidentally made eye contact with the beautiful Saw. I wonder if my little buns are a mess. I'm still wearing yesterday's coat, and there are traces of my milk candy on it. Surely, Saw doesn't think I look sloppy? How foolish. Had I known Saw would come, I would have changed my clothes beforehand. Jiang Mingxiu, initially feeling awkward, instantly forgot his embarrassment upon hearing Jiang Ruanruan's thoughts. Their little Xiao Wu truly possessed a unique perspective. Miss Wu must have had a tiring journey. However, I was unaware of this. Perhaps you should discuss it with my mother, who happens to be resting in the courtyard today. Of course, as a guest. Hun Yang had no objections and followed Jiang Mingxiu into the inner courtyard. Recently, Xiao Yushu had been somewhat restless, struggling to find peace at night and lacking energy during the day. Concerned that her state might affect Jiang Ruanruan, she had refrained from holding her lately. Never mind, my health isn't quite right yet. I'll hold off on that for now. And who might this be? Xiao Yushu raised her eyes to glance behind Jiang Mingxiu, finally noticing the visitor. This is Miss Hu. She mentioned that her father had commissioned a carriage for us a few days ago, and she has come to deliver it. As Jiang Mingxiu introduced, he stepped aside to provide ample space for their conversation. I see. Xiao Yushu nodded, seemingly recalling something. Miss Hu, you're the young lady from the Hu family's horse farm, correct? Madam recognizes me? Hun Yang was somewhat surprised. She believed her interactions with his family had been minimal, only gradually becoming familiar after their last chance encounter on the street. Yet, the way the lady looked at her suggested a deeper connection. Naturally, though you might not remember. Please come inside. Xiao Yushu, who preferred tranquility, usually kept few servants about in the courtyard, which made Hun Yang feel more at ease as they proceeded to the main hall. With the heat of recent days, Xiao Yushu had instructed the servants to prepare refreshing tea to quench the summer heat. They sat leisurely, sipping the soothing beverage, their hearts calming alongside. Jiang Ruanruan, too young to drink tea, was provided with sheep's milk. Outside, cicadas chirped and birds sang, a gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of flowers, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. Ah, how fragrant! The sweet aroma of milk and flowers is delightful. If only days could continue like this, Jiang Ruanruan thought, cradling her milk bottle at the table. feeling for the first time that she wished this moment could last forever. Hearing her inner thoughts, both Qiao Yushu and Jiang Mingxiu exchanged smiles. Feel free to ask anything you wish. As long as I remember clearly, I promise to share it with you. Noticing that everyone had relaxed, Qiao Yushu took the initiative to recount past events to the younger ones. When I first saw you, you were about the same age as our Xiao Wu. Being held in someone's arms, utterly adorable. It's a pity your parents never had the chance to see you. At that moment, Jiang Ruanruan learned that Hunyang, who had been briefly mentioned in the original storyline, had a far more complex background than she had anticipated. An orphan from the war, raised by a group of veterans, a tale that could easily belong to a revenge-driven heroine in any other novel. How tragic. Just thinking of Desaw's sorrowful fate makes my heart ache more than a needle prick. I hope this time she can lead a more fulfilling life. Desaw? Upon hearing this term, Qiao Yushu's interest peaked, her gaze towards Hunyang shifting. This young lady appeared composed, and her ability to handle business for the horse farm at such a young age demonstrated her courage and meticulous nature, making her a fitting match for their Mingfeng. However, recalling what she had heard from Jiang Ruanruan, Qiao Yushu's excitement momentarily subsided as she suppressed the urge to engage with the girl. Whatever the future held, she could not force the two together based on a single remark from her little Xiao Wu. That would be improper. Similarly, if it were her own daughter, Qiao Yushu would prefer a life of peace and ease over a tumultuous romance. As for what lay ahead, that was a matter of fate. I see now. I was unaware of my background until now. Thank you, madam, for shedding light on my confusion. Perhaps reminded of her past, Hunyang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Qiao Yushu, feeling a pang of sympathy, promptly offered her handkerchief. There is no need for thanks. I'm simply delighted to see you safe and well after so many years. Should you find yourself with free time, do visit us more often. Chapter 41. The blind date gathering Qiao Yushu was warm and approachable, and as she conversed with Hunyang, the latter felt no pressure. Were it not for Jiang Mingxiu intervening to keep Jiang Ruanruan occupied, Qiao Yushu might have mistakenly adopted Hunyang as a goddaughter. Until Hunyang took her leave after settling the payment, Qiao Yushu lingered at the door, watching her depart with lingering affection. Jiang Mingxiu, puzzled by his mother's fondness for Hunyang, could not help but inquire, "Mother, isn't this the first time you've met after all these years? How is it that it feels as though you have known each other for many years? What do you understand? This is what we call a connection. You should learn from this and not find yourself at a loss for words when you encounter a girl you admire. I wonder how you will woo a wife then." Qiao Yushu flicked the handkerchief in her hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of worry. That girl, Hunyang, has such a delightful personality. If she were to end up with their family's Mingfeng, I cannot discern whether it would be a blessing or a curse. Mingfeng is rather earnest. When he gets busy, he easily loses track of time and struggles with proper communication. After marriage, he likely would not excel at charming his wife. Perhaps it would be better to introduce Hunyang to someone more suitable while they are still unfamiliar with each other, as it would be preferable to avoid future anxieties at their household. While other ladies may harbor discontent upon meeting their future daughters-in-law, for Qiao Yushu, it was the opposite. She felt her son was unworthy of the young lady. However, it is still too early to dwell on such matters. After contemplating, Qiao Yushu ultimately decided not to act on her thoughts. She took Jiang Ruanruan from Jiang Mingxiu's arms and brought her to play in the courtyard. Presently, Jiang Mingxiu's training regimen has gradually fallen into a routine, to the point that he feels discomfort if he misses a day. Jiang Ruanruan is greatly pleased with this and has ordered a set of training equipment, similar to that used in the military, to be sent to their residence for Jiang Mingxiu's convenience. Throughout the afternoon, the courtyard echoed with Jiang Mingxiu's shouts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Behold my left hook, uppercut, and lower punch. Take that, evildoers. Jiang Ruanruan could hardly bear the noise, crawling onto Qiao Yushu's bed and covering her ears with a quilt, leaving only her round little bottom exposed. Having been married to Jiang Ruanruan for many years, Qiao Yushu was accustomed to such auditory assaults, no matter how loud it became. She could immerse herself in her reading without the slightest disturbance. Perhaps due to her good mood, that night, Qiao Yushu, cradling Jiang Ruanruan, experienced a rare and restful sleep. Jiang Ruanruan, content in her corner, did not require anyone to hold her and played happily by the window. Goodness, I never expected there to be so many beautiful young ladies in the capital. Had I known, I would have made fourth brother or something more presentable. Jiang Mingxiu, who was fastening the horse with the coachman, could not help but glance down when he heard his sister's thoughts, puzzled. What does she mean by saying if she had known, she would have had him dress better? Does he not look good in his current attire? This deep purple garment was tailored for him just last month, and even second brother praised his taste. With that thought, Jiang Mingxiu unconsciously straightened his back. Is that fellow over there dressed like an eggplant truly your fourth brother? No way. How could that be? I don't even know him. Please do not speak nonsense. Just then, Jiang Mingwu and several colleagues from the military passed by, and, seeing Jiang Mingxiu's fierce demeanor, quickly averted their gaze, pretending not to recognize him. When Jiang Mingxiu had previously inquired, he and T looked closely. He thought it was practice attire and casually remarked that it was decent. Little did he know that the young man would actually wear such an outfit, which was indeed quite embarrassing. His colleagues, undeterred, continued to inquire. But I think you two look quite alike. Are you sure you do not want to take another look? I said he is not. Quickly come with me over there. Do not loiter here. We are on a mission, not here to admire flowers. With that, Jiang Mingwu pulled his colleague along briskly in another direction. By the time Jiang Mingxiu turned around, the group had long since departed. How strange. Did I just hear second brother's voice? Mingxiu, come here. Jiang Mingxiu had no time to ponder further, as Qiao Yushu had already raised her hand to beckon him over. The purpose of Qiao Yushu's visit today was precisely this. For aside from the two youngest, the other three young men in their household had all reached the age for courtship, even disregarding the eldest for the moment. The other two had shown no signs of any developments. Could she not be anxious? Madam Qiao, may I inquire who this is? Oh, this is our fourth son. He is still quite young, so there is no rush. Upon hearing Qiao Yushu's words, the noblewoman opposite visibly relaxed. As long as there is no rush. What are the other young masters in your household? I have not seen them today. The slightly older young men from the general's household are all exceptionally capable, a fact well known in the capital. Coupled with Jiang Zhenyuan's current standing in court, many families are eager to form connections with them, especially regarding Jiang Mingfeng. Several individuals had already come to inquire about him, all drawn by his remarkable academic achievements. Ah, it is nothing. They merely remembered to ask out of curiosity. The noblewoman, feeling somewhat shy, could not directly express her inquiries and had to resort to indirect questioning. If I recall correctly, your eldest son is nearing adulthood, yes? Are there no suitable candidates for him to consider? Mingfeng is rather headstrong. He is entirely focused on his duties, and, as his mother, I do not wish to disturb him regarding such matters. It must be left to fate. Qiao Yushu's response was comprehensive, leaving the noblewoman at a loss for further questions, merely nodding in agreement. As they conversed, a group of young maidens suddenly caught their attention, with the leading figure being Qiao Yushu's niece, Jiang Ruanruan, renowned as the first talented young lady of the capital. The noblewoman, with her keen eyes, immediately recognized her. Isn't that your niece, Jiang Ruanruan? Why has she come alone? It seems that my sister-in-law has not been well lately and could not accompany her. Qiao Yushu was also somewhat surprised, but in consideration of Jiang Ruanruan's reputation, she chose to downplay the situation. Recently, she had indeed not seen Li Manyun around the residence. According to the servants, it appeared that she had a serious falling out with Jiang Zhenhai. They had not exchanged a word since their quarrel at Shinqing's place. If it were in the past, Li Manyun would have long since come to her courtyard to lament, yet this time, there had been no such occurrence. For Qiao Yushu, the peace was indeed a blessing, but as the saying goes, strange occurrences often indicate hidden troubles. Her mind could not help but wander with concern. If that is the case, it will make sense. The noblewoman nodded, seemingly convinced by Qiao Yushu's explanation. Just as the two were about to move elsewhere, Jiang Ruanruan suddenly broke away from her group of friends and walked directly toward Qiao Yushu. Aunt, what a coincidence! I did not know you were here. Indeed, I did not notice you earlier. Qiao Yushu, having had little interaction with Jiang Ruanruan, could only awkwardly respond with a couple of forced laughs, attempting to maintain an air of authority as an elder. The weather has been pleasant lately. I thought to bring the little one out for some fresh air. Jiang Ruanruan, upon hearing this, glanced down at the infant in Qiao Yushu's arms, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. Your cousin is at a growing age. She indeed should spend more time in the sun. Sensing Jiang Ruanruan's gaze upon her, Jiang Ruanruan tightened her hold on Qiao Yushu's shoulder, babbling in an unintelligible baby talk. What is she doing? Why does she look at me like that? Does she want to steal my mother? Please do not come any closer. Qiao Yushu was amused by her thoughts and tightened her embrace on the little one to prevent her from overthinking. Children are naturally restless and always wish to run outside. If your cousin grows up to resemble you, I shall feel at ease. By the way, has your mother been feeling better lately? I seem to have not seen her for several days. Much better. Thank you for your concern, Aunt. Jiang Ruanruan's thoughts drifted back to the events in her own household, her gaze dimming. Why is it that, despite being parents, the disparities between them can be so vast? If only she could exchange places with her cousin, today would not be so difficult. Not to worry. After all, we are family. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Xiao Yushu failed to discern Jiang Ruanruan's sentiments, and, having spoken, sought an excuse to lead Jiang Ruanruan away. The urgency of the little girl was palpable. Had they delayed any longer, Jiang Ruanruan might have jumped down herself, tugging at her clothes to insist on her departure. Watching the retreating figures, Jiang Ruanruan silently clenched the handkerchief in her grasp. Ruanruan, why do you linger? Everyone is waiting for you over there. An acquaintance, noticing Jiang Ruanruan's immobility, approached with curiosity, only to be met with her slightly reddened eyes, leaving them momentarily flustered. What happened? You were fine just a moment ago. Why are you in tears now? Did your aunt say something hurtful? No, my aunt has treated me well. A bitter smile flickered at the corners of Jiang Ruanruan's lips. Before further inquiries could ensue, she quickly composed herself, suppressing her discomfort, attributing her redness to the wind that had caused her to squint. It's nothing, Jiao. You need not worry about me. All right then, as long as you're fine. I nearly thought you were being bullied. Meng Jiao, upon hearing this, chose not to press further, allowing the matter to fade. Let us hurry over. Everyone awaits us. I hear Princess Yuheng is present as well. Have you not always wished to befriend her? Today presents a splendid opportunity. Meng Jiao, with her straightforward disposition, remained oblivious to the words that had altered Jiang Ruanruan's demeanor. Yet, Jiang Ruanruan, possessing keen insight, concealed her discontent behind a facade of serenity. Careful to maintain her image as the capital's foremost talented girl. As they approached Murong Jingwei, Jiang Ruanruan did not rush to greet her, but instead leisurely perform a curtsy. I have met Princess Yuheng before. I hope my presence here is not too intrusive. You are indeed the illustrious Jiang Ruanruan, the capital's foremost talent? I have heard mention of you, Murong Jingwei remarked, her interest piqued, albeit she knew little of Jiang Ruanruan, only her commendable reputation and her relation to Jiang Xijin. Under ordinary circumstances, she would not have spoken to anyone in such a cordial manner. Your praise is unwarranted. It is merely a title, devoid of substance. In terms of talent, I am well aware that I cannot compare to the princess. Jiang Ruanruan nodded slightly, her tone modest. Is that so? Murong Jingwei, understanding the flattery, acknowledged her lack of natural talent in this arena, a sentiment echoed even by her father. You are quite the eloquent one. As long as the princess is pleased. Jiang Ruanruan maintained neutrality, ensuring that the conversational reins remained with Murong Jingwei. Meng Jiao, eavesdropping on their exchange, felt her head spinning as she struggled to grasp the underlying dynamics. Finally, she understood why her parents often remarked on her lack of acumen. It would take her 10 years of study to master the nuances of such dialogue. Very well, let us proceed. The mention of activities reminded Murong Jingwei of the crab lantern Jiang Xijin had won for her at the Lotus Lantern Festival, causing her cheeks to flush. And her demeanor toward Jiang Ruanruan softened considerably. Sensing this change, Jiang Ruanruan felt a sense of relief, but remained silent. It was said that Princess Yuheng maintained the closest relationship with the seventh prince within the palace. Forming a friendship with her would likely facilitate future connections with him. Both women harbored their own thoughts, inadvertently arriving at a mutual understanding. At that moment, a commotion arose nearby. Oh no, someone has fallen into the water. Chapter 43, The Male Mama. As the cries for help echoed, the surrounding crowd rushed forward. Ironically, Jiang Mingwu and his companions, who should have been the first to offer assistance, found themselves trapped at the periphery, unable to break through the throng. Make way. Let us through. Whether by design or coincidence, the short distance felt interminable for Jiang Mingwu. Each step met with resistance. By the time they reached the front, the woman in the water was already drenched, her wet garments clinging to her form, revealing her delicate figure. Some onlookers, with ulterior motives, began to jeer. Indeed, and the water does not seem too deep. If she wished to escape, she could have done so. Standing there for so long, she must be waiting for someone to rescue her. It is a pity there are soldiers patrolling nearby. Otherwise, I would have jumped in to save her. Perhaps even take the opportunity to touch her. Disgusting man. How vile. You speak so eloquently. Why not dive in and save her? All your bravado seems confined to words. If your mother knew of your foul thoughts, she would be mortified. Jiang Ruanruan, overhearing the exchange, felt her anger surge and, taking advantage of the moment, spat in their direction. Hey, where did that water come from? Is it raining? Impossible, it's clear today. Perhaps it is just dew from the trees. After searching in vain for the source, the young ruffians resumed their discussions about the woman in the water. Jiang Ruanruan, undeterred, turned and spat at them again. But this time, her luck had run out, as she was caught by the very ruffians she aimed at. So it was you, little demon, causing a ruckus. Speak. Whose child are you? How dare you spit at me? Do you need a lesson? Do not think that because you are a child, we will not deal with you. Jiang Ruanruan silently rolled her eyes. These ruffians clearly lacked intelligence. They threatened her without first assessing her demeanor. In her current state, did they truly believe she could speak? However, they should consider themselves fortunate that she had yet to reach the point of articulate speech. Otherwise, her decade of experience as an online troll would have left them utterly speechless. Speak. Are you suddenly mute? You were quite vocal when you were misbehaving. Do you believe I will let you off? Their words alone were not enough. They seemed intent on physical confrontation. Jiang Mingxiu, initially allowing Jiang Ruanruan to vent her frustrations, finally reacted, swiftly enveloping her in his protective embrace, his hawk-like gaze fixed on the ruffians. She's my sister. What do you intend to do? Reluctant to concede, the ruffians hesitated, casting a glance at Jiang Mingxiu's formidable physique, ultimately choosing to retreat. Better to avoid confrontation with someone who could easily overpower them. Engaging would be tantamount to courting disaster. They were merely foolish, not entirely lacking in sense. Very well, we shall not bicker with children. Mind your sister. With that, they hastily departed. Once the ruffians had retreated, Jiang Mingxiu released Jiang Ruanruan, allowing her to rest her head on his shoulder. Do not fear, little five. As long as I am here, no one can bully you. Although he had anticipated this outcome, hearing Jiang Mingxiu's words softened Jiang Ruanruan's heart, prompting her to nuzzle against his sturdy chest. Oh, this overwhelming sense of security. Having an older brother is truly wonderful. No, with such a fine physique, he should be called male mama. This is the charm of a devoted companion. I have attained enlightenment. Nan mama? What is this new title? Jiang Mingxiu had never encountered such a term before. Yet, observing Jiang Ruanruan's evident delight, he surmised it must not be an unfavorable appellation and accepted it without reservation. As long as his sister was happy, he would embrace any moniker, whether it be Nan mama or otherwise. Meanwhile, the crisis at hand remained unresolved. As the woman in the water continued to struggle, the river appears shallow, yet due to the mountainous terrain, the current flows with considerable swiftness. A moment's carelessness could lead one downstream. Observing that the young woman is on the verge of losing her strength, Jiang Mingwu disregards everything else and steps forward, deftly employing his lightness skill to swiftly reach the center of the river. He seizes her collar and pulls her into his embrace. My apologies, young lady, he murmurs. The entire sequence unfolds in mere seconds. Isn't this the second son of the manor? A voice remarks, I have heard he is adept in martial arts, and indeed, it appears to be true. Qiao Yushu and a noblewoman happen to be on the bank, witnessing Jiang Mingwu's heroic act of rescue. The noblewoman cannot help but exclaim, Sister, your eyes are truly sharp. Had you not pointed him out, I would not have recognized our Mingwu. This child has indeed worked hard, training alongside my husband since he was 3, practically growing up in the barracks. Just moments ago, Qiao Yushu was quite concerned for the safety of the submerged woman. Now, seeing her unharmed brings a visible relief to her countenance. Ah, so he was raised by the general himself. No wonder the second son possesses such kindness. If a union with the renowned eldest son of the Jiang family, who has excelled in his studies, is not feasible, the second son appears to be a commendable match as well. As they converse, the noblewoman begins to entertain other plans in her mind. Truly, he is of military stock, so agile and capable. With the rescue accomplished, everyone breathes a sigh of relief and approaches to discern the identity of the rescued woman. Most of those present hail from families of status and influence within the capital. So if she were indeed a young lady of a notable household, one would expect attendants to accompany her. Yet, no one has come forth thus far, suggesting her identity is anything but ordinary. Young lady, you are safe now. Please release your grip, Jiang Mingwu urges, having draped his cloak over her shoulders. He had thought this would suffice. But the woman clings to him as if reluctant to let go, refusing to respond to others' inquiries. Surely, she cannot be foolish. Typically, one does not simply fall into the water, he muses. She indeed seems dazed, her eyes vacant and speechless. Either she's been frightened into silence or is inherently simple-minded. The surrounding crowd exchanges remarks, leaving Jiang Ruanruan nearly bewildered. Wasn't it said that ancient people were more reserved? How is it that this group speaks so harshly? If I were that young woman, hearing such words would surely make me reluctant to speak. The icy mountain spring of April is indeed cold. Yet the words of the crowd chill the heart even more. Did you fall in by accident, or was it intentional? Jiang Mingwu, hearing the discussions, displays evident displeasure. But the state of the young woman does not permit him to divert attention elsewhere. He seizes the moment to inquire softly, "It was not me." Upon hearing his words, a spark of life returns to the young woman's eyes. Yet, just as she speaks, she nearly loses consciousness. Jiang Mingwu, concerned that this incident may not conclude favorably, shakes her shoulders gently, urging her to remain alert. Just hold on a little longer. The physician will arrive shortly. Can you recall who pushed you into the water? Speak boldly, and we shall ensure justice is served on your behalf. Is it true? The woman, named Yuer, gazes at him with tear-filled eyes, hesitant to voice her thoughts in the presence of such kindness. Indeed, it is true, Jiang Mingwu affirms, his gaze resolute. Oh dear, my second brother is utterly charming without realizing it. If this continues, the young lady may feel she can marry no one else. Jiang Ruanruan, small yet astute, excels at gossip. Her remark prompts Xiao Yushu to notice the awkwardness of the pair's position, just as she intends to move the young woman beside herself. She hears Jiang Ruanruan exclaim, "Wait, what did that sister just say her name was? Yue, right?" At that moment, Murong Jingyue is also present, and her expression suggests she is about to intervene. Oh no, is there truly no way to change this? Realizing the implications, Xiao Yushu steps forward to shield Yue from Murong Jingyue's gaze, gently taking her hand and reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. As long as you speak up, we will ensure justice is served." Yue does not recognize the noblewoman before her, yet the warmth in her voice evokes a sense of familiarity akin to that of her own mother. After a moment's hesitation, Yue finally gathers her courage and, under the scrutiny of all, identifies her assailant. To everyone's surprise, the perpetrator is not a nefarious villain, but rather several well-dressed young ladies from affluent families. They had assumed that Yue, given her timid nature, would never dare to accuse them, and thus they had remained in the crowd, enjoying the spectacle. Now exposed, their expressions turned to embarrassment. "She lies. We never touched her. She fell in due to her own fright. I haven't even begun to question you." Jiang Mingwu raises an eyebrow, his words rendering the wealthy young lady speechless, unable to retort. "It seems you were not acquainted with this young lady prior. Why then, did you cruelly push her into the water? Today, we happen to be here to rescue her. Had she met with misfortune, would you not fear retribution?" His voice rises, indicating his genuine anger. With the inherent pressure of a military man, the young ladies shrink back, heads bowed. Moments pass before one timidly speaks. "We did not intend to harm. We merely thought to teach her a lesson, not realizing the riverbank was so slippery. After all, she is merely the daughter of a convicted traitor. She was destined to die eventually. Our actions could be seen as a form of public service." Daughter of a traitor? How do you know this? Their expressions suggest they possess more knowledge than they let on. "It is common knowledge. Ask anyone. They must know something," the young lady replies, mistakenly believing Jiang Mingwu is reconsidering their fate. "You saved this person, whose full name is Du Linyue, daughter of Du Ruoxu, the mastermind behind the counterfeit currency case. Due to her ill health, she was spared imprisonment and sent to this mountain temple for temporary refuge. We merely encountered her and wished to teach her a lesson, serving justice for the people of Lichuan. Indeed, how dare she bear the name Yu? Only Princess Yuheng is worthy of such a name." Murong Jingyue, present in the crowd, stiffens at the mention of her name, nearly unable to suppress a retort. "These fools, they feign friendship with me, but use me as a decoy in moments like this. Should anyone with ill intent hear this, they might assume I orchestrated their bullying. The question of her connection to the counterfeit case rests with the emperor and the officials of the Dali Temple. If she is indeed guilty, she should face the law of our mighty dynasty. Yet, Which of you young ladies dares to wield private justice within the capital? Are you not afraid of losing your heads? Jiang Mingwu's voice booms, causing the young ladies to collapse to their knees, disregarding their dignity. As they repeatedly bow and beg for mercy. We did not think it through. At that moment, we simply found her displeasing and thought to teach her a lesson. We never considered the implications. Had we known it would escalate this far, even with tenfold courage, we would not have acted thus. Please spare us. We understand our mistakes and shall never repeat them. Jiang Mingwu, seeing their fear, feels his anger subside. Whether or not you are forgiven is not mine to decide. It rests with this young lady. If she is willing to forgive you, then this matter may conclude here. How can this be? Upon hearing that their fate rests in the hands of the daughter of a traitor, their displeasure is evident as they cease their actions, glaring at Du Linyue, who hides behind Jiang Mingwu, their eyes filled with resentment. Your actions in pushing her into the water, subjecting her to humiliation in front of the crowd, and resorting to extrajudicial punishment without knowing the full circumstances of the case. Does this suffice? Or do you wish to accompany her to the Dali Temple and have the Shaoqing provide you with a fair judgment? Chapter 45. No crying Dali Temple? These exquisite daughters of wealthy families had never visited, yet they had heard whispers about it. They spoke of the Shaoqing of Dali Temple, whose fierce gaze struck fear into the hearts of many, for those guilty souls who entered its gates never return alive. In comparison, the humiliation they had inflicted upon her seemed trivial. Can we not apologize? We are truly sorry. We hope you can forgive us. Reluctantly, the wealthy young ladies gritted their teeth and offered a half-hearted apology to Du Linyu, then hastily departed without waiting for her response. Stop, you! Jiang Mingwu attempted to pursue them, but was halted by Qiao Yushu, who raised her hand in restraint. Enough, there are too many witnesses. I know those young ladies. Their families, while not illustrious, are well respected in the capital. Today, Jiang Mingwu's advantage came from their youth and fear. But should this escalate and their elders intervene, the situation would become far more complicated. Even the most convoluted matters could be dismissed with a mere phrase about a young lady's ignorance. By then, it might not just be about an apology to Du Linyu. Her very safety could be at stake. Once Jiang Mingwu regained his composure, he too understood this fact and swiftly bowed his head in apology. I am sorry, mother. What transpired today was impulsive on my part. Why are you apologizing to me? I do not blame you. Your kindness and willingness to defend others is commendable, yet one must also consider the method. Not everything can be reduced to mere right or wrong. As the spectacle began to disperse and the crowd thinned, Qiao Yushu spoke more boldly. The reason they heeded your words earlier was not out of genuine remorse, but out of sheer fear. If given another chance, they might act even more covertly. This is something for both you and you heir to heed. In similar circumstances, you must remain vigilant and not allow others to exploit you. Madam, Du Linyu, initially believing Qiao Yushu had forgotten her, felt a wave of emotion at the thought that she was still in her thoughts. Tears began to flow once more. Qiao Yushu, taken aback by the power of her own words, hurriedly retrieved her handkerchief and offered it to her. Jiang Ruanruan, seeing this, mimicked her actions, moving closer to assist Du Linyu in wiping her tears. Do not cry, your tears are like pearls. Du Linyu, surprised by the kindness of this family, could not contain her emotions and broke into a smile through her tears. Thank you, madam. I was simply too overwhelmed. In the past half-month, she had experienced more than in all her previous years combined. With her father missing, her mother and brother imprisoned, she was left to fend for herself. At one point, she had contemplated ending her life beneath a tree, only to be saved by a passing Taoist priest who offered wise counsel, preventing her demise. Having gone to the mountains for solace, she found herself falsely accused and nearly lost her reputation in a public spectacle. Perhaps the heavens intended for her to endure a while longer. Du Linyu dared not dwell on such thoughts. It was a foregone conclusion that her father's grave crimes had led to their abandonment. For the rest of her life, she vowed to atone for her family's sins, even if it meant living as a servant. All she desired was to see her mother and brother once more before her demise. Qiao Yushu's words were not to be taken lightly. Anyone could see that placing Du Linyu in the general's residence was far more prudent than in a temple, with the general's guards present. No thief would dare entertain ill intentions. You heir, I am forever grateful for your life-saving grace. You can rest assured, I shall do everything within my power to repay this kindness. even if it means serving as a servant. With that, Du Lin Yu prepared to kneel. Xiao Yushu, fearing this action might attract undue attention, swiftly grasped her arm, pulling her back up. Enough, my child. You speak so earnestly it nearly confounds me. Come now, let's get into the carriage. If we miss mealtime, our little fifth will surely cause a ruckus. Ah, mother, you use me as an excuse. Do you truly believe I am so easily bullied? I can only say you have a keen eye. To provoke me, Jiang Ruanruan, is to provoke a bundle of cotton. Jiang Mingxiu, unrestrained, patted his chest with confidence. Fear not, second brother. My training in the military is solely to protect mother and sister. You could trust me completely. Seeing his younger brother so obedient, Jiang Ming Wu couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt as he observed his choice of attire. Before parting, he offered a word of caution. Regrettably, Jiang Mingxiu did not grasp the implication and stood there, puzzled, until the meaning dawned on him. Second brother's words. Do they mean my outfit is too striking? Surely. That must be it. I knew my second brother had discerning taste. He must be worried that my impressive appearance would intimidate others. Second brother, I understand your good intentions. In a moment of clarity, Jiang Mingxiu clenched his fists in excitement, feeling a deeper bond of brotherhood. My brother has a few screws loose. Do not mind him. Let's just enjoy ourselves. Of course my mind is sound. We are all intelligent in our family, save for him, who is the exception. Du Lin Yu was unaccustomed to Jiang Ruanruan's mannerisms. Initially, she thought the two little buns on her head were tied too tightly, causing discomfort. She reached out to help, but hesitated, fearing it might seem impolite, and thus sat awkwardly beside her. Do not be nervous. Little Fifth merely wishes to play with you. Jiang Ruanruan, initially fatigued from her antics, regained her energy upon hearing Xiao Yushu's encouragement and crawled over, tightly embracing Du Lin Yu's arm and refusing to let go. Mother, you are my only mother. You truly understand me. Chapter 46. The Eggplant Spirit. So it is. This young lady is irresistibly adorable, a trait inherited from Madame. Unbeknownst to her, Du Lin Yu had started to refer to Jiang Ruanruan as Miss, clearly placing herself in a subordinate position. Xiao Yushu noticed the shift, but did not intervene. After all, every matter requires a process, and if this approach brings comfort to Du Lin Yu, then so be it. After all, it is merely a matter of address. Indeed, perhaps it resembles me more. Throughout the journey home, Jiang Ruanruan displayed unrestrained joy. With their mother and second brother rescuing Du Lin Yu, in a sense, it diminished the protagonist's support. Any future conflicts would be less burdensome for their family. In this light, the future appeared exceedingly bright. To ensure Du Lin Yu's relaxation, Jiang Ruanruan made various attempts to entertain her throughout the ride. Initially, she found her childlike appearance bothersome, but now it seemed to be a fortuitous disguise. With such an innocent fade, anyone who encountered her would likely lower their guard. Even if mistakes were made, there would be those willing to shield her from scrutiny, for she was merely a child. Jiang Mingfeng glanced at Jiang Mingxiu, suppressing his true thoughts. Is it not lovely? Second brother thinks so too. Jiang Mingxiu, unaware of the underlying meaning, took it as a compliment and proudly struck a pose. Indeed, Jiang Mingfeng stifled a laugh, preparing to move on, when suddenly Ji Yanshu approached, casting a puzzled glance at Jiang Mingxiu. Is this your fourth brother? Why is he dressed like an eggplant? Ji Yanshu and Jiang Mingfeng entered the court at the same time, sharing a certain camaraderie. The individual in question is known for his forthrightness, which has, regrettably, led to his alienation of numerous colleagues in the bureaucratic sphere. Despite Jiang Mingfeng having broached this topic with him, Jiang Yanshu remains unperturbed, causing considerable vexation. Eggplant. This attire I donned is custom-made. How could it possibly resemble an eggplant? Jiang Mingxiu is reluctant to accept this reality. Yet the hesitance in his elder brother's demeanor suggests a grain of truth in the critique, diminishing his earlier confidence. Ah, has this lad finally come to terms with the unsightliness of his attire after a stroll? Coincidentally, Jiang Ruanruan, cradled in Xiao Yushu's arms, passed by, delivering the final blow. So, the gazes of those individuals today were not drawn to his handsomeness, but rather to the peculiarity of his clothing? No, he cannot accept this truth. Reflecting on his earlier attempts to appear dashing before those people, Jiang Mingxiu would have gladly slapped himself in that moment. Mother, is this outfit truly so peculiar? Jiang Mingxiu, unwilling to surrender, sought solace from Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu, feeling sympathetic towards the boy, hesitated to dampen his spirits. However, faced with the sight of his attire, she found it challenging to utter flattering words and thus resorted to various forms of consolation. Nonsense. It is merely an ordinary garment. If you like it, I shall have a few more made in different colors. Well, it doesn't resemble an eggplant that much. I merely meant the style is commendable, albeit the color is a tad unusual. Even if it does resemble an eggplant, it would be a refined eggplant, an elegant eggplant spirit. I shall cease my commentary. Mingfeng, please elucidate this to your brother. Observing Jiang Mingxiu's despondent expression, Jiang Yunshu realized her earlier remarks may have been misguided and, attempting to clarify, only deepened the misunderstanding. Resignedly, she passed the burden to Jiang Mingfeng, hoping he might rectify the situation. No, you needn't say more. I understand this is all merely my delusion. Jiang Mingxiu waved his hand, declining his elder brother's goodwill, retreating to a corner to shed tears in solitude. Allow me a moment of quiet sorrow. I can manage this. Trust me. Well, this indeed resembles a frostbitten eggplant even more now. Is he truly all right in this state? Jiang Yunshu, concerned that Jiang Mingxiu might fall into despair, couldn't help but inquire further. After all, this predicament stemmed from her own words. Had she not let slip those comments earlier, he surely would not be so troubled. No worries, our family thrives on tough love, and besides, this lad's taste certainly requires a bit of refinement. So you have inadvertently done a good deed. Jiang Mingfeng, perceiving the guilt within Jiang Yunshu, offered a reassuring pat on her shoulder. Jiang Yunshu, upon hearing this, promptly gave Jiang Mingfeng a thumbs up. Why else would you be my brother? You are far kinder to your own sibling than to this outsider. Just then, Xiaoqing arrived, reminding them of their pressing matter. What is it? Upon hearing Xiao Furin address him as Xiaoqing, Jiang Yunshu sensed the gravity of the matter and quickly adjusted his demeanor to a serious expression. Pressing for details. With that, Xiao Yushu brought Du Linyue before Jiang Yunshu. Although Du Linyue was not directly involved in the case, she felt intimidated in Jiang Yunshu's presence, hesitating to meet his gaze and barely managing a soft greeting. You are a great Xiaoqing. Du Linyue? What brings her here? The situation is as follows. It seems I have been rather negligent in my considerations. There is no need for such formalities. Xiaoqing is indeed busy, and surely within your capacity to find her a suitable place. However, given the unpredictable nature of human affairs, perhaps it would be best for you to take refuge at the general's residence, making it easier for you to reach her should the need arise. Then I thank you, madam. Xiao Yushu's actions were indeed a significant assistance to Jiang Yunshu, as the counterfeit currency case remained unresolved, and any misfortune befalling Du Linyue could implicate the Dali Temple as well. However, given the male-dominated environment of the Dali Temple, it was indeed inconvenient for a young lady like Du Linyue to remain there. After much consideration, the general's residence emerged as the most suitable haven. Xiaoqing is too polite. I have a connection with Yue, and this arrangement benefits us all. Madam speaks wisely. I am aware of this matter and will report it accordingly. Until then, I kindly ask you to keep a vigilant eye, and should circumstances change, I will dispatch someone immediately. That sounds excellent. With the arrangements in place, it was time for Jiang Yunshu to take his leave. Coincidentally, Jiang Mingfeng had yet to finalize his official duties, so he accompanied Jiang Yunshu in the carriage. Once they had distanced themselves, Xiao Yushu approached Du Linyue, gently grasping her hand and inquiring patiently, I noticed you seemed particularly anxious in front of Xiaoqing. Is there something troubling you? No. Du Linyue shook her head, unsure of the source of her unease. Perhaps the events of that fateful night had left an indelible mark, causing her to tremble uncontrollably whenever she encountered Jiang Yunshu. It was not born of hatred. She understood the actions of her father, and the consequences that befell him were only to be expected. If anything, it was fear that gripped her, for from the moment she laid eyes on Jiang Yunshu, her life had irrevocably altered. To her, Jiang Yunshu embodied absolute fairness, and his presence signified the end of the cherished memories of their family's past, with the future looming fraught with hardship and uncertainty. Confronted with the unknown, human emotions are invariably complex. It is merely a bit of nervousness. Taking a deep breath, Du Linyue mustered a faint smile and lifted her gaze toward Xiao Yushu. However, rest assured, I will surely regain my composure and ensure I do not cause you any trouble. My dear child, what trouble could there possibly be? Xiao Yushu, Noticing the shift in Du Linyue's mindset, felt a wave of relief and affectionately ruffled her hair before they proceeded toward the main courtyard. Mother, I have given it much thought. I shall entrust the selection of my garments to the estate from now on, to avoid any further embarrassment. When Jiang Mingxiu finally gathered his composure and stood from the corner, he found the entrance devoid of anyone but the two guards. Mother, where are you? Wait for me. Kneel. Why must I kneel? I merely returned home, and you are already in such a rage. Might you provide some reason, so I can at least understand my fate? A reason? Do you still dare to ask me for a reason? Why did you refuse the 2 marriage proposals I had your mother seek for you? Have you spent too long at your maternal grandfather's home, allowing your heart to stray, forgetting that I am your father? Jiang Zhenhai, unable to tolerate the attitudes of Jiang Sijin and Jiang Wanxiu, found himself in an unfortunate position as they were his only 2 children. The offspring of his concubines either faced difficulties in childbirth or were born prematurely, leaving him with no choice but to limit his interactions with them. After eagerly anticipating Jiang Wanxiu reaching a marriageable age, he had hoped to use this opportunity to gain influence in the court, thus diminishing the power of his second son. To his astonishment, the girl had resolutely rejected all proposals. If outsiders were to learn that he, as a father, had been spurned by his own daughter, how could he maintain his dignity? As his frustration mounted, Jiang Zhenhai resolved to teach Jiang Wanxiu a lesson today. Oh, father, you're truly amusing. You have never uttered a kind word to me throughout my life, yet now that it is time for marriage discussions, you suddenly remember your paternal role. To you, I am merely a commodity to be sold for the highest price, waiting for the day I encounter a fool willing to pay. Is that not so? Jiang Wanxiu, equally furious, found herself speaking candidly for the first time, without the usual pretense of flattery in Jiang Zhenhai's presence. Had I known this would be the outcome, you should have snuffed out my life on the very day of my birth, sparing yourself the sight of my growth into someone who defies you and causes you distress. Or perhaps, if you were to bring in a few more concubines, the odds might favor you in producing a son or daughter, allowing you to resume your dealings in the future. Oh, I apologize. I almost forgot. Given your age, it seems unlikely that you could father any more children. With that, Jiang Wanxiu unexpectedly covered her face and laughed. What did you say? Jiang Zhenhai was taken aback by his daughter's audacity to strike at his vulnerabilities. Enraged, he rose and struck her across the face. Wretched child, it appears I have been too lenient with you, allowing you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner. From this day forth, you shall remain in the estate, forbidden to go anywhere until a suitable match is found for you. On what grounds? Jiang Wanxiu attempted to evade his blow, but fell to the ground, her stubborn gaze mirroring that of Li Manyun from long ago, chilling Jiang Zhenhai's heart. Because I am your father. It is all your mother's fault, that venomous woman, who fills your head with nonsense and has raised you to be as unreasonable as she is. Thankfully, it is not too late. I shall summon a few governesses in due time to teach you the principles of being a wife and a dutiful daughter. After striking her, he turned to leave. Is this how you torment my mother as well? No wonder I have seen her spirits decline of late. It is all due to your actions. You preach grand principles. Yet have you ever considered whether your behavior befits that of a father? Let go. Do not think that just because you are my father, I will not retaliate. Jiang Zhenhai felt a flush of shame at her words and was about to resort to violence once more when Li Manyun suddenly burst in, using her body to shove him aside. Wretched man, on what grounds do you strike my daughter? Do not be afraid. Wanxiu, your mother is here. Li Manyun tenderly brushed Jiang Wanxiu's hair, her gaze turning fierce as it fell upon Jiang Zhenhai. In my youth, I defied my family to marry you, willing to bear the consequences. However, Wanxiu and Sijin have done no wrong. How can a father treat his daughter with such cruelty? Cruelty? One must first consider what she has done. I do not have an insubordinate daughter. Facing the 2 women, Jiang Zhenhai felt a twinge of insecurity. Obedience? So you merely desire a compliant daughter? Have you ever shown me a moment's concern throughout my life? Now that I am grown, you expect me to comply. Such a notion is utterly absurd. Even a dog requires kindness to listen to its master. Jiang Wanxiu's anger surged, her words flowing freely. She had always held herself to the standards of a noble woman, striving to avoid any mistakes that would tarnish her reputation as the foremost young lady in the capital. Yet, in the presence of her closest family, she unleashed a torrent of invective, shedding the poise expected of her status. Jiang Zhenhai, keenly aware of this, seized the opportunity to mock her. Ah, I I see now. Your meekness has merely been an act. At your core, you are no different from your mother, a shrew. Now your true colors are revealed. With that, Jiang Zhenghai stepped forward, seizing Jiang Ruanruan's sleeve in an attempt to force her to rise and meet his gaze. She resisted fiercely, but ultimately her efforts proved futile. As the tension escalated, Li Manyun, sensing the impending danger, kicked Jiang Zhenghai in the knee. Caught off guard, he stumbled momentarily, providing Jiang Ruanruan the chance to escape from his grasp, joining her mother at the entrance. The servants had long been dispatched elsewhere, leaving only the three of them in the increasingly charged atmosphere. How dare you, you shrew! You think you can strike me? I swear, I will cast you out and see how you fare without me, Jiang Zhenghai declared, oblivious to the fact that his meager salary would hardly suffice to support them all. He was, in truth, the one living off their resources. Li Manyun, however, was fully aware of their circumstances. When she heard Jiang Zhenghai's threat of divorce, she could not help but laugh. By all means, if you have the courage to divorce me, then I shall take all the dowry I brought with me when I married, and let us see what is left in this house. She knew well that even the jade earrings he had gifted to his sixth concubine had originated from her own belongings. Yet she had refrained from exposing this to spare herself further humiliation. From the day of their marriage, she had endured for nearly 20 years. Despite being the youngest in the household, when her brother visited, she felt more like an elder sister, her eyes reflecting nothing but exhaustion, devoid of the dignity expected of a primary wife. Her brother, unable to watch her suffer, had sought to persuade her to leave. Yet Li Manyun understood that given Jiang Zhenghai's nature, such an outcome was improbable. It would either end in divorce or widowhood. But she could not be divorced. After so many years of marriage, if Jiang Zhenghai were to cast her out now, it would not only be a loss of her dignity, but also a disgrace to her family's honor. Moreover, her children had yet to marry, and she must consider their futures. Ah, now I see why you have changed so drastically. You must have remembered the little wealth you possess. How utterly vulgar. Jiang Zhenghai's face flushed with embarrassment as Li Manyun's words struck home. With that, he huffed and departed, leaving mother and daughter alone. He retreated to another courtyard where his ninth concubine awaited him, each one capable of enticing him into blissful distraction. How dare you be so vulgar? You have accomplished nothing. You fool! How was I ever blind enough to choose you? Mother, why are you crying? Crying? Had it not been for Jiang Ruanruan's reminder, Li Manyun would not have realized her own tears, hastily wiping her face and forcing a bitter smile. Perhaps I am simply overwhelmed. With age, emotions become harder to control. I was not like this when I was young. Mother, Jiang Ruanruan fell silent in the face of her mother's sorrow. Enough, do not comfort me. I'm not so fragile. Li Manyun waved her hand with a smile, turning her head to hide her embarrassment from her daughter. Jiang Ruanruan understood her mother's actions and promptly redirected the conversation. So what shall we do now? Will we simply let this go? Let go? Certainly not. Ruanruan, rest assured, with your mother here, no one shall bully you. In the following days, raised voices could be heard from Li Manyun's chamber at regular intervals, making it impossible to pretend not to hear. Concerned that Jiang Ruanruan would be affected by the turmoil, Xiao Yushu resolved to lock the wooden door between their courtyards, planting bamboo on either side to enhance soundproofing. Li Manyun, ever observant, arrived the very afternoon the door was locked, scolding Xiao Yushu. Yushu, regardless of our differences, I'm still your sister-in-law. Seeing the commotion in our courtyard, you do not help and instead lock the door. What does this mean? Do you wish to sever ties? Such words are a bit excessive, sister-in-law. I merely intended to tidy up the courtyard. How has it come to mean I wish to sever ties? Xiao Yushu replied coolly, seated in her rightful place, cradling the tea that Du Linyue had just poured for her. Tidy up the courtyard? Is this how one tidies? You seek to take advantage of our unrest for your own gain. And if Jiang Zhengyuan were to find out, would it not break his heart? In Li Manyun's mind, Jiang Zhengyuan was the one who most desired harmony in the household. Otherwise, he would not have tolerated them for so long. However, the times have changed. In Li Manyun's memory, the couple who could be easily manipulated is now a thing of the past. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yushu merely smiled without a hint of anxiety. Perhaps the sister-in-law is still unaware. That door was locked up by Jin Yuan and his men. Chapter 49. The Beautiful Sister. What? At this point, Li Manyun could no longer maintain her composure. Jiang Zhenyuan placed great importance on familial ties. In the past, he would always follow Jiang Zhenhai's lead, rarely defying his elder brother. How has he changed so dramatically in just a few months? Sister-in-law, please don't take offense. The main reason is that we now have a little Wu at home. Jiang Ruanruan is concerned that the child might not rest well. So he took the initiative to have the surroundings of this courtyard repaired. No matter the hardship, we cannot let the child suffer. Jiang Ruanruan, who had been playing quietly by herself, immediately covered her ears and began to cry loudly upon hearing Qiao Yushu's words, her earnest expression striking. Qiao Yushu, upon hearing the commotion, turned around and looked at Jiang Ruanruan with great satisfaction. What a good daughter. She is truly the child raised by her, and Jiang Ruanruan. The acting skills are superb. After a few days apart, Yushu, you truly impress me. It seems we have indeed caused you some trouble. Li Mannion managed a smile, even if it looked more painful than a frown. But we are all family. Next time such matters arise, feel free to speak directly to me. There is no need for these underhanded tactics behind my back. Sister-in-law, you speak lightly, but with you an elder brother occupied with household matters. How could we dare to disturb you? Qiao Yushu shrugged, knowing that even if Li Mannion wished to hear, she wouldn't dare to share. The sounds of Jiang Zhenhai and his wife quarreling in the courtyard, things being thrown and smashed, would easily injure anyone who ventured in. Qiao Yushu had not trained in martial arts. Entering would only result in being beaten. It seems that in this day and age, one must possess a sound constitution even to enjoy the gossip. Otherwise, perhaps sending their little Wu to learn martial arts would be wise. This way, it would be easier to watch the commotion in the future. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ruanruan, while she was busy enjoying the gossip, her educational plans for the next several years had already been arranged by her mother. Unable to gain any advantage from their interaction, Li Mannion had no choice but to leave in a huff. Du Linyue, who had been quietly listening, stepped forward only after Li Mannion had departed. As she poured tea for Qiao Yushu, she inquired, "Is the temper of the madam always like this?" "It has always been so, though it has improved somewhat recently." Qiao Yushu took a sip of her tea and then looked at Du Linyue with a serious expression. "Linyue, have you truly thought this through? Are you willing to stay in my residence as an ordinary servant?" Qiao Yushu did not say this to belittle servants. After all, Du Linyue was the daughter of a former county magistrate, raised in pampered circumstances. If the opportunity arose for her to reclaim her status, being known as a servant in their household could lead to ridicule. According to Qiao Yushu's original plan, Du Linyue would remain quietly in the residence. Yet she insisted that staying and repaying her life-saving grace as a servant was a stroke of good fortune. Qiao Yushu, feeling a headache coming on from her insistence, reluctantly agreed to have Ji Hua help her become familiar with household matters. Today marked her official first day on the job. Unexpectedly, she performed quite well. "I made up my mind. Rest assured, madam, I will certainly not be a burden to you." Hearing Qiao Yushu say this, Du Linyue thought she had made some mistake and hurriedly stepped back, lowering her head. No, that is not what I meant. It won't be a burden. I just fear you might feel wronged. You should go ahead and busy yourself. I will think about it and get back to you." The more Qiao Yushu spoke, the stranger it felt, so she finally waved her hand, allowing Du Linyue to leave. "Ah, my parents are not good with words." Jiang Ruanruan, listening from the side, shook her head like a little adult. Observing this gesture from Jiang Ruanruan, Qiao Yushu suddenly had an idea and promptly scooped her up, chasing after Du Linyue. A common maid will not suffice. She can serve as a playmate for little Wu. After all, their little Wu usually does not cause trouble, making it easy to manage her, just ensuring she stays close and doesn't get taken away. In this way, it satisfies Du Linyue's desire to repay her kindness while not overburdening her. Qiao Yushu felt like the most clever and kind-hearted mother in the world. Is this appropriate? I have never taken care of a child. What if the young lady gets hurt? Du Linyue, realizing Qiao Yushu's intentions, was somewhat taken aback. "Oh, don't say that. Have you never been a child yourself? Moreover, my health has not been well lately, making it difficult to keep an eye on little Wu. With you here, I can rest assured." Without waiting for Du Linyue to respond, Qiao Yushu placed Jiang Ruanruan into her arms. The sight of the two fair-skinned children gathered together was incredibly heartwarming. Jiang Ruanruan, sensing that Du Linyue was not a bad person, had no guard up and immediately revealed her signature smile, her plump little face prompting Du Linyue to want to pinch it. "Hey, pretty sister, I like you." Although Du Linyue was still young and had not fully blossomed, her features and bone structure suggested that she would grow into a beauty. Unlike the conventional notion of a stunning woman, she possessed an elegant beauty. If Jiang Ruanruan had to describe her, Du Linyue gave the impression of a delicate flower blossoming on the edge of a cliff, seemingly fragile, yet with roots deeply embedded in the soil, embodying a unique vitality that was both fragile and resilient. Seeing that the little girl in her arms seemed to like her, Du Linyue gradually relaxed, holding Jiang Ruanruan tightly, and then kneeling to pay her respects to Qiao Yushu. "Thank you for your kindness, madam. I will certainly protect the young lady with my life." Du Linyue kept her word. Ever since Qiao Yushu entrusted her with the care of Jiang Ruanruan, she had been steadfastly by her side for several consecutive days, proving to be even more diligent than a wet nurse. Due to this effort, the bond between Jiang Ruanruan and her grew increasingly intimate, and each morning upon waking, Jiang Ruanruan would seek out Du Linyue to play. Gradually, smiles began to appear more frequently on Du Linyue's face. This approach of the madam is indeed effective. It not only alleviates the burden of childcare, but also helps Linyue relax. Truly marvelous. What burden? I never considered playing with little Wu a burden. Be careful. If she hears you, she might sulk. Qiao Yushu was quick to respond, and upon hearing Jiang Zhenye's words, she shot him a glance and swiftly distanced herself, fearing he would tarnish her image as the perfect mother. "Ah, that is not what I meant. I'm just concerned about the madam getting tired. Little Wu is our long-awaited precious daughter. I would never disdain her. Zhang's fourth son. We are all surprises?" Chapter 50. I Want to Hold Me. The courtyard was bustling with activity when suddenly a guard rushed over to announce that Ji Yunshu, the vice minister of the Dali Temple, had arrived for a visit. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenyuan quickly straightened his posture and adjusted his clothes, adopting a serious demeanor as if to convey that he was merely a bystander to the events unfolding. With an outsider present, Qiao Yushu always prioritized Jiang Zhenyuan's reputation and chose not to expose his act. When Ji Yunshu entered the residence under the guidance of the guard, he was greeted by a harmonious scene centered around Jiang Zhenyun, a stark contrast to the commotion he had overheard outside. The Jiang family was indeed exceptional. Ji Yunshu smiled as he stepped forward and gave a slight bow. "I apologize for coming unannounced. I hope the general will forgive my intrusion." "There is no need for forgiveness. We are all family." Jiang Zhenyun appreciated Ji Yunshu's demeanor and, knowing that he had a good relationship with his eldest son, did not take his words to heart. Upon hearing this, Ji Yunshu relaxed considerably. His visit today was not coincidental. In fact, he had come with a specific mission. At last, the case has made significant progress. Evidence has emerged to confirm that the two individuals are not directly involved in the counterfeit coin case. Ji Yunshu has specially submitted a request to allow Du Linyue a chance to meet her family, and now they have come to escort her. "Can I truly see my mother?" Upon hearing this news, Du Linyue was overwhelmed with joy and tears. Traditionally, Ji Yunshu would not involve himself in such matters. Even if a party involved had grievances to address, he would delegate those responsibilities to his subordinates. His personal involvement this time is purely due to the case's unique circumstances and the fact that Du Linyue is currently at the general's residence, and he wishes to extend a courtesy to Jiang Mingfeng. In the future, discussing this matter would also reflect favorably on him. Let us go, let us go. Thank you, Lord Xiaoqing. Thank you, General. Thank you, Madam Xiao. Since her arrival at the residence, Qiao Yushu has treated Du Linyue exceptionally well. Thus, in her heart, Qiao Yushu hold a unique status that warrants special gratitude. Observing Du Linyue's excitement to the point of being speechless while attempting to express her thanks one by one, Qiao Yushu swiftly raised her hand to interrupt her. All right, such an opportunity is rare. Let us not waste time. Quickly go change your clothes. We will wait for you in the courtyard. Yes, I shall go now. Du Linyue nodded, bowed towards Qiao Yushu, and then hurried to her room. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Zhenyun shook his head with a tinge of sentimentality. This girl possesses a good nature, yet her fate has been rather unfortunate, losing her family at such a tender age of 12 or 13. Every time he sees her, he recalls another future he heard from Jiang Ruanruan, stirring deeper reflections within him, contingent upon their ability to capture Du Ruoxu. Remembering the circumstances, Ji Yunshu felt a flicker of regret. The clues were right before his eyes. How could he have let him escape? Lord Xiaoqing, may I inquire where Linyue's family is currently held? This case is under the jurisdiction of the Dali Temple, so they are imprisoned in the Dali Temple's dungeon. Why does Madame Qiao ask this? Ji Yinshu knew that Xiao Yushu would not harbor any thoughts regarding the personnel involved in the case. Yet out of a sense of responsibility, he still posed the question. Xiao Yushu hesitated for a moment, glanced at Jiang Ruanruan, and upon meeting his encouraging gaze, continued, having been under the Dali Temple's custody for such a long time. Du Linyue's brother and mother must have endured some degree of punishment. Additionally, considering the conditions in the dungeon, I genuinely fear that Du Linyue might faint upon encountering the situation. This is not unfounded. Even without Xiao Yushu's mention, Ji Yinshu would certainly arrange for someone to accompany her, given Du Linyue's circumstances. Now, the general's residence has inadvertently alleviated their troubles. Thank you, Lord Xiaoqing. Xiao Yushu had merely posed a tentative question, yet was pleasantly surprised by Ji Yinshu's swift agreement, her heart swelling with gratitude. Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Ruanruan piped up with a mischievous idea. A dungeon, huh? I've never seen one before. I would love to check it out. What if our family ends up unfortunate and has to go there? At least I could familiarize myself with our future living conditions. Such innocent words startled both Jiang Ruanruan and Xiao Yushu, who hurriedly covered her mouth and attempted to coax her into sleep. However, Jiang Ruanruan, excited by topics of interest, refused to close her eyes, struggling to peek out from Xiao Yushu's embrace, her bright, round eyes locking onto Ji Yinshu's. Ji Yinshu, being the only son in his family, had no siblings and felt a pang of envy when Jiang Mingfeng mentioned having a younger sister. Coupled with Jiang Ruanruan's playful demeanor and charm, his heart was instantly captivated. He had long heard Mingfeng speak of a young lady, and today, seeing her in person, she was indeed as delightful as he had been told. Of course, our little Wu is quite exceptional. Once the topic turned to matters concerning his daughter, Jiang Ruanruan easily lost his composure, showing no intention of humility. Xiao Yushu, concerned he might inadvertently say something inappropriate in his moment of pride, quickly covered her mouth and interjected, "Ahem, he didn't mean it that way. Lord Xiaoqing, please do not take it to heart. Rest assured, Madame Xiao, I understand the general treasures his daughter dearly. Today, I have witnessed it firsthand." Seizing the opportunity while the adults were distracted, Jiang Ruanruan extended her hand, seemingly requesting Ji Yinshu to hold her. Do you want me to hold you? Is that truly permissible? It is worth noting that aside from Jiang Ruanruan and her brothers, Jiang Ruanruan had never allowed any other men to embrace her. Not even her uncle Qiao Jinyan. Ji Yinshu would be the first. Ji Yinshu was somewhat taken aback by this unexpected attention, adjusting his posture several times, fearful of harming Jiang Ruanruan inadvertently. Ruanruan, do not act recklessly. Chapter 51. A day tour of the dungeon, seeing Jiang Ruanruan so close to Ji Yinshu. Jiang Ruanruan's paternal instincts surged forth as he stepped between Xiao Yushu and Ji Yinshu, blocking her view. Lord Xiaoqing is quite busy. How about letting your father hold you instead? Jiang Ruanruan, quick-witted, instantly recognized her father's intentions. Upon hearing this, she turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge him despite his attempts to coax her. Xiao Yushu, initially worried, quickly grasped the dynamics of the father-daughter interaction. This little girl likely wished for Ji Yinshu to take her to the Dali Temple. Otherwise, she would not be so eager to befriend him. Jiang Ruanruan may have been flustered, but she was not naive. Moreover, Ji Yinshu's cautious nature likely meant he would not easily acquiesce. Wait, when did Wu get over there? Xiao Yushu, momentarily distracted, realized Jiang Ruanruan had already dashed from her arms to Ji Yinshu, grinning with her lone visible baby tooth. Wu, come down. Can't you see Lord Xiaoqing is tired? Tired? That is impossible. I just have a bit of extra meat. I'm not fat. How could I be tired from just one hug? Jiang Ruanruan had initially intended to casually get close to Ji Yinshu, hoping for an opportunity to visit the dungeon with him. But upon hearing her mother's remarks, her rebellious spirit ignited, and she resolutely clung to Ji Yinshu, refusing to budge. Ji Yinshu, in the original storyline, was a rare character unaffected by the leads. He had even assisted their family in his own way when Jiang Mingfeng was exiled. Such a good person is worth getting to know better. It's fine. I'm not tired. Ji Yinshu, destined to be a devoted father in the future, was rather pleased by Jiang Ruanruan's initiative, holding her while standing aside, appearing far removed from the demeanor of a high-ranking official of the Dali Temple. However, he could not hold her for long. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Yushu reached out to take the child back. Allow me, if Lord Xiaoqing does not mind, I would like to take Wu along to accompany Linyue. This child has been closely following Linyue lately. If she is away for too long, she will surely cause a stir. realizing her daughter's cleverness. Xiao Yushu could only concede. Fortunately, Ji Yinshu was not bothered and readily agreed. When Du Linyue emerged from her room after changing, the courtyard was already filled with a throng of people, seemingly all eager to accompany her. "Madam, what is going on?" "Oh, Wu is just being a bit troublesome. We are preparing to take her out for a stroll." Xiao Yushu, wary that Du Linyue might feel burdened by the truth, did not clarify further. Du Linyue paused momentarily at this, but did not dwell on it. Unlike other children, Jiang Ruanruan was fearless and possessed a strong curiosity on pleasant days. Madam would often take her out. However, as they continued walking, Du Linyue sensed something amiss. Wasn't it supposed to be a casual stroll? Why was Madam holding the child and they were getting into a carriage? To this, Xiao Yushu insisted it was merely a coincidence. "The other carriages at home are all occupied today, and since Xiaoqing rode here on horseback, he cannot accommodate you. We will have to squeeze together. There is no need to feel wronged." Ever since entering the general's residence, Du Linyue has felt her life improving day by day. She has never felt wronged and cannot bear to hear anyone say such things, even from the lady she respects the most. After Madame Qiao's remark, Du Linyue's heart was thrown into disarray, causing her to forget what she intended to say. The group thus arrived at the gates of Dali Temple by carriage. According to the regulations, Xiao Yushu and other unrelated personnel are not permitted to enter and must wait outside to watch Du Linyue follow Ji Yinshu into the temple. Jiang Ruanruan, curious, leaned against the window, becoming engrossed in the view. Dali Temple indeed exudes grandeur, worthy of being one of the finest places in the capital. I wonder how Linyue's family is doing now. If they meet, it should not be too problematic, right? I hope everything goes smoothly. With these thoughts, Jiang Ruanruan extended her small hand to her chest and closed her eyes, beginning to pray for Du Linyue. Xiao Yushu, seated beside her, nearly burst into laughter at her adorable demeanor. "What should I do about my cute daughter? If given the chance, I must capture this moment to cherish later, though that may not be possible." Meanwhile, Du Linyue, under Ji Yinshu's guidance, entered the dungeon of Dali Temple. The dungeon's interior was dimly lit, with only the torches flickering on the walls providing minimal illumination. Having never been in a place like this, Du Linyue steeled herself to navigate cautiously. "The terrain here is complex. Watch your step." Ji Yinshu noticed her unease and softly cautioned her. "Thank you, Xiaoqing. I will be careful." Hearing this warmed Du Linyue's heart, and her demeanor relaxed somewhat. Those confined here are mostly serious offenders, their thoughts and actions diverging from the norm. Moreover, as a newcomer, Du Linyue attracted the attention of the prisoners, their eyes glinting with greed. "Oh, Xiaoqing, what's this? Bringing a woman in? What kind of woman? She looks like a mere child, tasteless. Has Xiaoqing never had anything good to eat? What do you know? These officials enjoy things that differ from us. Speak up. Aren't you fond of being despicable? Why the silence now?" Ji Yinshu's gaze turned icy, as if regarding the dead. I dare not. Please spare us, Xiaoqing." "Dare not? You hardly appear to be in fear. Guards, take them away and administer 20 strokes." "Yes." Considering there were more pressing matters to attend to, Ji Yinshu decided to leave their punishment to her subordinates, planning to address it herself when time allowed. After managing these trifles, Ji Yinshu continued deeper into the dungeon with Du Linyue. After passing several empty cells, Du Linyue finally spotted the figure she had longed for. "Brother, Du Nanfeng, your sister has come to see you." Ji Yinshu, knowing he had been tormented by his imprisonment, gently reminded him. "Linyue, is it really you?" "It's me, brother. Xiaoqing brought me to see you." Du Linyue had prepared many words to say to Du Linfeng before her visit, but now, standing before him, she found herself at a loss for words. After a long separation, Du Linfeng appeared almost unrecognizable. Though he was never a striking figure, he could still be considered a charming young gentleman in his best attire, desired by many daughters of good families in the county. Their mother had even joked about him being sought after. Now, however, Du Linfeng's clothes were tattered, and his face bore unhealed whip marks, with nearly every inch of him marked by injury. Even the former Du Linfeng would struggle to recognize himself. At this moment, Du Linyue felt an overwhelming sense of self-loathing. Their mother and brother had willingly entered prison to protect her, yet she had spent her days outside without ever considering how to help them. Lost in the comfort of the life Madame Qiao provided, how could she face her brother? Unaware of Du Linyue's internal turmoil, Du Linfeng mistook her silence for shock from the scenes she had witnessed on the way, and playfully attempted to lighten the mood. What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see your brother? Why the silence? I know my back was quite impressive. You need not idolize me too much. Just a little compliment will suffice. Du Linyue shook her head, and before she could speak, tears began to flow. This caused Du Linfeng to panic completely, reaching out to comfort her, but hesitated upon seeing the blood on his hands, leaving him helplessly anxious. Hey, don't cry. If you don't want to praise me, that's fine. But why cry so loudly? If Grandma hears, she will think I've bullied you. No, Du Linyue gasped, struggling to regain her composure before managing to speak. I just feel so sorry for you and Mother. It's my fault. I've only cared for myself and never thought to do anything for you. Brother, scold me, please. Upon hearing Du Linyue's words, Du Linfeng instantly understood and laughed. His sister had truly grown up, now considering her family. All right, then I shall scold you. Du Linyue nodded vigorously, anxiously awaiting how her brother would chastise her when a warm hand suddenly rested on her head, gently ruffling her hair. Silly girl, have you forgotten what Mother and I taught you? We are family, and we should care for each other, but also know our limits. This case involves much, and even Xiaoqing cannot resolve it easily. What can a young girl like you do? Knowing you are well cared for outside brings great joy to Mother and me. You need not be so hard on yourself. Isn't that right, Xiaoqing? Ji Yunshu felt embarrassed and replied, indeed. The case was indeed complex, and they had wasted considerable time, which could not be denied. Really? Is that true? Du Linyue asked, half in doubt. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Du Linfeng nodded, then curiously inquired, Xiaoqing mentioned you're doing well in the general's residence, and that the lady treats you well. Have any interesting events occurred? Tell me all about it. The mention of the general's residence caused Du Linyue to adopt a serious expression. Yes, the lady treats me kindly, and everyone in the residence looks after me, and the siblings chatted for quite some time until Ji Yunshu gently reminded Du Linyue it was time to leave. Before departing, Du Linfeng made sure to give her a parting instruction. Mother is likely still upset about my situation. If you see her, remember to speak with her, so she does not worry and harm her health. Since that night, Du Linfeng had not seen Du Ruox's father again. Even when mentioned, he was referred to simply as he. Du Linyue noticed this and said nothing more, nodding as she followed Ji Yunshu further into the dungeon. Since Du Foren was a woman, it was inconvenient for her to be with the others, so Ji Yunshu arranged a separate cell for her, ensuring it was quiet and undisturbed. When they arrived, Du Foren was sitting on the bed, lost in thought, hugging her knees. Upon seeing Du Linyue before her, Du Foren appeared incredulous, trembling hands staring for a long moment before she finally stood and approached them. Linyue, is that you? It's me, Mother. Linyue has come to see you. Du Linyue initially believed that after spending some time with Du Linfeng, she would be more composed upon reuniting with her mother. However, to her surprise, tears continued to flow uncontrollably. Madame Du was similarly affected, weeping as she spoke. Where, my dear daughter, you have grown thin. It is I who have wronged you. If it were not for my blind trust in your father, you would not have had to endure this ordeal with us. It is my fault. Mother, please do not think that way. This is not your fault. I have never blamed you, Du Linyue said, gripping Madame Du's hand tightly, fearing that this moment might be a mere illusion. You two continue your conversation. I shall return shortly. The mother and daughter cried heartily, and though Ji Yunshu felt pity for them, he could not withstand such emotional turmoil and sought a quieter place for a moment. Once he had distanced himself, Madame Du suddenly changed her demeanor, grasping Du Linyue's hand and lowering her voice. You err. In your time in the capital, have you heard any news about your father? I heard from Lord Xiaoqing that they have yet to capture him. Given your father's character, he would never easily concede. You must be cautious while you are out there. What? Do you mean he could be in the capital? Du Linyue's immediate reaction was disbelief. With so many officials in the capital, along with General Jiang Ruanruan and Lord Xiaoqing, and no acquaintances of her father, how could he possibly hide under the emperor's nose? Yet, the next words of Madame Du left her utterly stunned. Your father may not possess such great ability, but the person behind him certainly does. Previously, Madame Du had come across some clues at home, but at that time, her relationship with Du Ruoxu had not yet deteriorated, and she believed he would consider their familial bond and act in the family's interest. However, later events unfolded differently. Madame Du closed her eyes, recalling the confrontation on the mountain with Du Ruoxu. Do you know how much effort I have put into reaching this point? Decades. Whole decades. Now, when success is within arm's reach, You want me to abandon everything and flee with you. How can I accept that? This course of action was never my intention. If it were not for your involvement in that counterfeit currency case, we would not have ended up in this predicament. You may not recognize your mistakes, but how can you turn around and blame me? What are you thinking? That day, the evening breeze on the mountains scattered Madame Du's hair and dissolved the bond forged over decades with Du Ruoxu. Those who achieve great things must make sacrifices. My actions were born of necessity. Du Ruoxu lowered his head, a complex expression on his face that Madame Du could not comprehend. Linner, do not blame me. Linner was Madame Du's maiden name, a title that had not been spoken for many years since her parents' passing, making her momentarily taken aback when Du Ruoxu uttered it. But in the next moment, he raised his sword and severed the reins of the carriage. In the face of calamity, after decades of marriage, I cannot bear for you to suffer alongside me. It is better for us to part ways now, allowing each other to move on without further entanglements. You may hate or resent me. It is what I deserve. Seeing Du Ruoxu's intent to leave, Madame Du instinctively wanted to pursue him. However, with Du Linyue still unconscious beside her, she cannot stray far. But what about Yue? She is your own daughter, innocent in this matter. How can you leave her to face the future alone? And Lin Feng, he stayed behind for our sake. Are you not afraid of breaking their hearts? Upon hearing Madame Du mention their two children, a flicker of emotion crossed Du Ruoxu's face, but it was fleeting. At this point, I am powerless. Let them think of me as a father who no longer exists. Du Ruoxu, you scoundrel. With that, Du Ruoxu turned away, mounting his horse and departing, leaving only Madame Du's cries in the wind. Mother, what are you thinking? Coming back to herself, Du Linyue looked at her with deep concern. Madame Du cleared her throat and shook her head. It is nothing, just some past memories. Regardless, you must remember what I told you. Your father has abandoned us. If you encounter him again, act as if you do not know him. Be cautious not to fall under his influence again. Do you understand? I understand, mother. You need not worry. Meanwhile, outside Zui Xianlu, Jiang Xijin entered with a white-haired elder. Upon reaching the second floor, they were invited into a private room by an attendant of the seventh prince. Brother Xijin, it has been a long time. I heard you were looking for me. What is it that you need? It has indeed been a while, seventh prince. Jiang Xijin surveyed the room as he spoke, noticing that besides the seventh prince's entourage, there were several young scions he did not recognize, clearly there for revelry. Although he had previously informed the seventh prince of a pressing matter, the chosen meeting place felt rather careless. Alternatively, it could be that the seventh prince did not anticipate him bringing any useful information. However, the seventh prince was mistaken this time. Jiang Xijin merely gestured for the elder beside him to step forward, prompting an immediate change in the seventh prince's demeanor as he ordered all unrelated personnel to leave, leaving only the three of them. Entendu? It truly is you. Hearing the seventh prince's voice, the elder trembled with excitement, kneeling and bowing 3 times. Seventh prince, I have finally found you. The seventh prince was equally excited. Du Ruoxu was indeed one of his own, though they had not met in person for a long time and only communicated through letters. Now, seeing the elder's white hair raised questions. Uncle Du, what has happened to you? Oh, that? This is all thanks to this young man who helped me. Otherwise, I fear I would not have been able to see you. I see. I did not expect Brother Xijin to possess such skills. The seventh prince expressed a hint of appreciation towards Jiang Xijin. It is merely a small trick of disguise, nothing grand. I am glad to assist the seventh prince. Du Ruoxu recognized Jiang Xijin's modesty and did not refute it. Brother Xijin, you are indeed thoughtful. I did not anticipate that such dramatic events could transpire in just a few days. You have endured much, Uncle Du. However, this matter involves many complexities. I wonder what you intend to discuss today? The seventh prince's tone was filled with inquiry, and Jiang Xijin believed that should he say anything amiss, the seventh prince would find numerous reasons to take his life, even after he had just resolved a significant issue for him. To speak frankly, I fear the seventh prince may find it amusing, but in my heart, you have done me a favor. Everything I have done thus far has merely been to repay your kindness and find peace within myself. A favor? How intriguing. Perhaps you could elaborate on the source of this favor. The seventh prince was well aware that his relationship with Jiang Xijin was not particularly special, merely a friendship formed over shared indulgences, hardly deserving of the title of favor. Your high position has not led you to disdain me for my lowly status. That in itself is a favor. When I mentioned my childhood in the palace, you did not treat me coldly. That too is a favor. To me, you are a mentor, and the grace of recognition is greater than the heavens. I do not know how to repay you, so I can only offer my humble assistance. Jiang Sijin spoke with sincerity, and by the end, even the seventh prince appeared somewhat perplexed. I did not realize you thought so highly of me, Brother Sijin. I had not perceived it before. Of course, seventh prince, you are welcome. That being said, once Jiang Sijin departed, the seventh prince did not hasten to reminisce with Du Ruoxu. Instead, he rose and approached the window, observing for a while until confirming Jiang Sijin had left before taking a seat again. Uncle Du, has this individual shown any peculiarities? Initially, Du Ruoxu shared the same sentiments as the seventh prince, believing that Jiang Sijuan's act of saving him held ulterior motives. Consequently, he approached matters with heightened caution and vigilance. This behavior could be attributed to two possibilities. Either he was genuinely indifferent, solely focused on repaying his debt of gratitude, or he harbored grander schemes, with the current scenario merely serving as his declaration of allegiance. After hearing this, the seventh prince had formed a rough conjecture in his mind. However, the former did not hold water in his eyes. He could not fathom that such benevolence existed within the capital, particularly in his own encounters. As for the latter, Jiang Sijuan's current standing was not one that Mu Rong Jinghuai intended to regard with any significance. Let us depart. Uncle Du, the crowd here is too numerous and prying. We should converse elsewhere. Since the quarrel with Jiang Zhenghai, Jiang Wanqiu had not ventured far from home. Any news she received had to be relayed through Jiang Sijuan, which was undoubtedly stifling. As soon as Jiang Sijuan settled down, Jiang Wanqiu eagerly inquired, "Sister, do not be overly hasty. Have you forgotten what mother advised you?" Li Menyun, sitting between the two, could not help but interject, "Do not speak while eating, nor eat while speaking." "I understand, mother," Jiang Wanqiu murmured, lowering her head. "It is all right. My sister has been cooped up at home and is merely restless." "Do not reproach her too harshly," Jiang Sijuan remarked, lending her support. "Indeed, I feel as though I might perish from boredom." With her brother's presence bolstering her confidence, Jiang Wanqiu spoke with renewed vigor. Upon mentioning this matter, Li Menyun suftanat considerably. Ultimately, it was their shortcomings as parents that had led to the plight of these two children. "It is my fault. How could I have chosen your father, who lacks ambition?" He had long ceased to care about the dynamics between his parents. After being neglected multiple times by Jiang Zhenghai during his childhood, he no longer harbored any expectations of familial affection. Li Menyun's seriousness meant she was oblivious to when Jiang Sijuan had departed. Jiang Wanqiu had matters to discuss with him, and after hastily finishing her meal, she followed suit. "Wait, I have something to ask you." Upon entering the room, Jiang Wanqiu instinctively surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no one else was present before she felt at ease. "I have not left the estate in quite some time. Are there any rumors circulating in the capital?" "None. Everyone is exceedingly busy and has little time to concern themselves with you," Jiang Sijuan replied, his words often sharp. Jiang Wanqiu had grown accustomed to this, so she did not take offense. "And what of the seventh prince? Have there been any recent developments regarding him?" A few days prior, Jiang Wanqiu had overheard the servants discussing Jiang Sijuan's increasing closeness with the seventh prince. At that time, she had harbored doubts, but now, she feared skepticism was no longer an option. Her father persistently urged her to marry, yet the suitors he proposed did not meet her approval. Rather than remain passive, she resolved to take proactive measures for her own future. The seventh prince, known for his charm and intellect, seemed to be a promising candidate. There are indeed some, but I cannot divulge them. Jiang Sijuan discerned Jiang Wanqiu's strategic intentions, neither chastising nor affirming her thoughts. Given that Du Ruoxu had already been entrusted to the seventh prince, an opportunity to forge a new connection was indeed necessary. Yet such an opportunity must arise independently from him. It was a task only Jiang Wanqiu could accomplish alone. "Brother, do you mean?" Jiang Wanqiu, being astute, quickly grasped the implications of Jiang Sijuan's words. "On the 5th day of next month, the seventh prince will attend a poetry gathering. By then, I assume your confinement will be lifted. If you are available, you may go and observe. But I will not intervene on your behalf. Success or failure entirely rests upon your own capabilities." As he spoke, Jiang Sijuan retrieved an invitation from the drawer and handed it to Jiang Wanqiu. The document bore the time and location of the poetry event inscribed in gilded lettering. Jiang Wanqiu had merely inquired casually, but she was taken aback by the unexpected opportunity, her joy palpable. Do not rejoice too prematurely. I have merely procured you a chance to meet. Whether the seventh prince takes notice of you depends solely on your own prowess, Jiang Ruanruan cautioned, concerned that she might become overconfident. Just before departing, Jiang Ruanruan instinctively glanced at the sides of the door. Recently, she had noticed a white-haired elder accompanying her brother. His demeanor was courteous and his conduct restrained, indicating he was no ordinary servant, and his relationship with her brother appeared quite intimate. Yet, for some reason, the elder was absent today. How strange. Could something have happened? Jiang Ruanruan did not dwell on the matter for long. After pondering for a moment, she returned to her tasks, aware that less than half a month remained before the poetry gathering, necessitating diligent preparation. In the following days, the household remained tranquil, with everyone seemingly preoccupied with their own affairs. Jiang Ruanruan, though aware of the situation, was unable to assist. After all, she was still under a year old, and managing her own basic needs was a considerable achievement. Little Five, wake up quickly. Look what I have brought you. At dawn, Jiang Mingxiu hurriedly entered, shaking the still, slumbering Jiang Ruanruan with excitement. The wet nurse, observing this, quickly intervened. Fourth young master, do not. This child, yet to reach her first birthday, requires ample rest. If you force her awake, she may become upset. Wait, what did fourth brother just say he brought? Jiang Ruanruan's favorite creatures were kittens and puppies. However, as a beleaguered working child, she had never had the time to raise one, often contenting herself with watching videos of others' pets. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Ruanruan, who had been feigning sleep, immediately opened her eyes and climbed out of bed, her tousled hair resembling a bird's nest as she reached out her hands towards Jiang Mingxiu. I want it. Fourth brother, take me to see. Little Five, you have finally awakened. Noticing Jiang Ruanruan's delight, Jiang Mingxiu felt a surge of happiness. He had personally enlisted Hu Gu to find the puppy for Jiang Ruanruan's impending first birthday, as his older brothers had the means to procure fine gifts. While he had to take a different approach, it seemed he had made the right choice. However, before getting too excited, the first order of business was to wash up. Despite her tender age, Jiang Ruanruan was quite particular. By the time the wet nurse had helped her change and styled her hair, half an hour had already elapsed. Jiang Mingxiu rubbed his slightly weary eyes and carried Jiang Ruanruan outside. As they turned the corner, Jiang Ruanruan spotted a small, yellow fluff ball on the ground and excitedly pointed at it, uttering sounds of delight. Dog! Fourth brother! Dog! Fortunately, not many could understand Jiang Ruanruan's exclamations. Only their immediate family members were privy to her words. Otherwise, outsiders might misinterpret her enthusiasm as an insult towards her fourth brother. Jiang Mingxiu awkwardly scratched his nose, intending to let Jiang Ruanruan explore and play with the puppy on her own. However, Jiang Ruanruan, emboldened, stumbled toward the puppy. Jiang Ruanruan was exceptionally bright. Even learning to walk came more easily to her than to other children. In just a few days, she was able to walk steadily without adult assistance. The puppy, with its golden coat and sturdy build, had paws larger than Jiang Ruanruan's hands, clearly a standard Chinese rural dog. Initially, Jiang Ruanruan hesitated to approach, fearing it might be frightened. Yet, the puppy proved to be even more affectionate than she had anticipated, soon approaching her with a wagging tail and greeting. When Jiang Mingfeng and Ji Yunshu arrived, they were greeted by the delightful sight of the girl and the dog playing joyfully together. Ji Yunshu was astonished to witness such a free-spirited upbringing for a young girl. The military family's approach to child rearing is certainly unconventional. Dear brother, that is a mischaracterization. We are merely more permissive. It hardly qualifies as unconventional, Jiang Mingfeng rebutted. Without missing a beat, Jiang Mingxiu chimed in. Indeed, as long as little Five is happy, that is what truly matters. JYNSH found herself unable to contend with the two of them, and could only concede with a wave of her hand. Stop. I was merely jesting. Must you take it so seriously? I am truly at my wit's end with these two doting siblings. Of course it matters. Ji Ing M. Anxi nodded, showing no intention of sparing JYNSH any grace. However, I must ask why you have been visiting so frequently lately. ISNT the DLS rather busy? Such eloquence. Have you learned this from your brother? Ji Ing M. NGF Ing was renowned in the court for his piercing words, and it was surprising that his younger brother had mastered this skill to perfection. Wasn't he, it said, that martial generals were not known for their rhetoric? Had he been deceived? DLNYU, who had been tending to the garden alongside the steward, heard Jiang words and immediately dropped what she was doing, rushing over in disbelief. Shoqing are you truly speaking the truth? My mother and the others can really come out? The decree from the Holy One is indeed genuine. DLNYU had thought her mother and brother would remain in prison for life, and the sudden joy was overwhelming. She instantly knelt to express her gratitude to Jiang Ruanruan, while playing with the dog, cast furtive glances, her mood far from light. Could it be that the dog emperor intends to lure the snake out of its hole? But didn't TD Ru-X abandon his wife and children? Would he truly fall for the bait of using family? NGF shared a similar sentiment with Jiang Ruanruan, though they diverged slightly in their conclusions. Rather than using family as bait to draw Ru-X out, he suspected they were attempting to reveal the true mastermind behind Ru-X, someone who was likely hiding a significant criminal element within the capital, possessing power beyond their imagination. Given that the other party had such capabilities, discovering what DFRN had divulged would not pose a challenge. Now that the release was imminent, without the DLS's protection, if the other party truly desired to silence her, a mere flick of their fingers could achieve it. Only someone as Navi as the LNYU would perceive this as a stroke of good fortune. A single decision from the powerful could cost the lives of ordinary families, much like the Jiang family before their fate was altered. Contemplating this, NGF's demeanor towards JYNSH was no longer as amicable as before. Although he understood this matter was beyond his control, he could not help but feel a surge of resentment. But I've only just arrived. JYNSH had just helped DLNYU up from the ground when she heard NGF issue an eviction order, leaving her utterly bewildered. DLNYU stood beside her, her eyes still red, and feeling embarrassed to refuse, JYNSH had no choice but to obediently turn to leave. All right, I concede, but you better not let me catch you idling about. I will be sitting at your doorstep daily. Thank you for your concern. I am not so destitute as to require your supervision. Perhaps, but I can see you are quite anxious. Indeed, it seems everyone is facing difficulties these days. NGF nodded, appearing genuinely convinced by NGF's assertions. Father, regarding the matter you asked me to investigate, I have made some progress. Let us discuss it in the study, and we can also let Anxi and my little sister listen in. Knowing Jiang Ruanruan would undoubtedly be curious, NGF specifically included her. Eldest brother is formidable, as expected of the character who causes the most trouble for the protagonists outside of the main antagonist. His arrangements are indeed meticulous. Very well, let us proceed together. NYUN nodded, embracing Jiang Ruanruan as they entered the study. As soon as the door was shut, NGF unveiled a sensational revelation. Father, your previous conjecture was indeed correct. The seventh prince is closely tied to El Chuan, and it is likely that Ru-X's successful escape is attributable to his machinations. Chapter 56. As expected of you, did I guess that? NYUN, who had been engrossed in entertaining Jiang Ruanruan, momentarily failed to respond. After a brief pause, he realized what NGF was referring to, clearing his throat nervously. What exactly are you referring to? Can someone explain this to me? Anxi glanced between NYUN and NGF, feeling overwhelmed. After standing there for half the time, he had not comprehended a single word. What was this about El Chuan and the seventh prince? Hadn't TJYNSH just stated that this case was nearly concluded? How could it seem to his elder brother that there were still many secrets left to unravel? Grateful for fourth brother acting as my mouthpiece, Jiang Ruanruan shared the same confusion. Although she was aware of the original plot, remaining confined within the room rendered her unable to assist, so she could only obediently listen while in NG's embrace. I told you to read more books and not to run around the military camp. Even when the words are laid out so clearly, you still can't comprehend them. Who do you expect to explain it to you? NYUN, as a true father, had no qualms about ridiculing his own son. Anxi felt his face flush with embarrassment, but upon reflection, he found the situation rather absurd. Despite the lengthy discussion, had anything of substance been conveyed? Father, you. As the impending exposure loomed, Jiang promptly redirected the conversation to Jiang. You have been more involved in this matter. Please take the time to explain it to your younger brother so he may learn. Certainly. Jiang clasped his hands together, turning to retrieve paper and pen from the shelf, meticulously illustrating as he spoke. His eldest brother drawing a character relationship diagram? It looks quite intriguing. Jiang Ruanruan, shifting closer, peered at the contents of the paper. It was a topographical map of El Chuin. The seventh prince's mother hailed from this place, which was in close proximity to Diru X's hometown, making them distant relatives. In recent years, the seventh prince's associates had appeared around El Chuin under various pretenses, but their traces invariably vanished upon nearing El Chuin, suggesting they must have engaged in some clandestine activities nearby. So there exists this layer of connection. Jiang nodded thoughtfully. But what advantage does this offer him? Given the seventh prince's current standing in the court, he should not need to take such risks. Indeed, your insight is commendable. Currently, the seventh prince has no need to take such risks. However, in the past, he was not in such a secure position. At that time, the deposed crown prince held considerable influence in the court, and nearly everyone believed he would successfully inherit the throne. Under such circumstances, the seventh prince would have to undertake actions that others would not dare to. I understand. A thief calling out to catch a thief, framing and slandering, seizing power and usurping the throne, betraying one's teacher and annihilating one's ancestors. Ula ula. Ahem, little five. Your father has brought you some snacks. Would you care to try? Nyun, hearing his child's erratic thoughts, grew increasingly anxious, fearing that someone outside their family might overhear and report it to the emperor. Such talk of usurping power and betraying one's ancestors could cost them their heads with a mere mention. Let's not speak of that. Snacks can't compare to melons. I'd rather you keep them for yourself, father. Jiang Ruanruan shook her head, rejecting Jiang's offering. Unable to deceive this clever little girl, Jiang had no choice but to abandon the notion. After a moment's thought, he shoved the snack into his own mouth. Having purchased it, it would be wasteful not to eat it. By the way, father, I haven't had breakfast yet. Could you share some with me? Jiang, seeing Jiang and enjoying the snack, felt his stomach grumble embarrassingly. Here, take this. Jiang, relieved to share the burden, immediately divided the portion, filling the study with the sounds of their munching. The sweet aroma wafted through the air, and Jiang Ruanruan soon found herself entranced. Oh my, how delicious! Jiang was able to use words to restrain and remind Jiang. But he had no means of controlling the other two younger ones, and could only wait for them to finish their snacks before continuing the discussion. According to the seventh prince's original plan, he was to personally conclude this case, ideally orchestrating events to mislead the emperor into believing it was connected to the deposed crown prince. In this way, even if he could not directly undermine the other's position, it would sow discord between the two. However, the deposed crown prince had fallen from grace even earlier than he had anticipated, rendering this strategy ineffective. Then we managed to get ahead of them. Jiang Mingxiu, having satisfied his hunger, found his mind sharpened, and before Jiang Mingfeng could utter a word, he deduced what was to follow. Indeed, this was the case. However, one aspect still perplexed me. Was this not the seventh prince's plan? How could you, elder brother, be so well informed? Observing Jiang Mingfeng's earnest demeanor while he spoke, Jiang Mingxiu nearly believed that Jiang Mingfeng had a hand in orchestrating the seventh prince's scheme. They have informants, and we naturally do as well. The seventh prince, meticulous and thorough in his plotting, is commendable in this regard. Yet his downfall lies in his excessive caution. To ensure the smooth execution of his plan, he predetermined the roles of individuals at every stage, like beads strung together on a thread, forming a splendid artwork. However, once exposed, they would easily reveal themselves one after another. Du Ruoxu plays the most crucial role in this, thus receiving the seventh prince's staunch protection. Even if matters were to unravel, he would send someone to assist Du Ruoxu in escaping, personally bringing him back to the capital to prevent further information from being disclosed. But not everyone is as fortunate as Du Ruoxu to earn their master's favor. In dire straits, A mere hint of temptation could lead them to divulge all they know. Jiang Mingfeng is acutely aware of this. Thus he dispatched another team along a minor route before Ji Yinshu set off for Lichuan, daring to strike a deal with those individuals ahead of them. The information in Jiang Mingfeng's possession far exceeds their expectations. So, it is no wonder you are my elder brother. Indeed, no wonder you are my son. 3 heartfelt praises filled the room. Even the aloof Jiang Mingfeng blushed at the flattery. Cough. The polo tournament is tomorrow. The 7th prince might take action. 4th brother, you must exercise caution. Yes, elder brother, rest assured. My equestrian skills were taught directly by 2nd brother. I shall not bring shame upon our family. The polo tournament is one of the most vibrant events of the dashing dynasty. Even the emperor attends, highlighting its significance. More importantly, how could Jiang Ruanruan be unaware of such an important affair? How infuriating. Why was I not informed? Jiang Ruanruan clenched her small fist in protest towards Jiang Ruanruan. I recall that in the original story, a certain prince met his demise due to a fall during the polo tournament. I wonder if such a tragedy will repeat itself in this life. Who was it again? How vexing that I cannot remember. Jiang Ruanruan and the others urged her to speak up. Chapter 57. A new storm has emerged. Jiang Ruanruan swore to the heavens that she did not intend to keep them in suspense. It was merely that after a prolonged period of not having to think, her mind faltered at a critical moment. The 3rd prince? No, that guy, who is only growing taller, probably lacks the skills to participate in the polo tournament. Could it be the 10th prince? No, he should be too occupied with courting. After much contemplation, Jiang Ruanruan had to start from the beginning, naming all the surviving princes in the palace. Jiang Ruanruan and the others listened, their foreheads accumulating cold sweat. I've thought of it. It's the 12th prince, the youngest of the princes, and having been frail in his youth, he received the favor of the dog emperor. Although he has grown healthier, he still lags behind the others. For this reason, the 12th prince harbors a strong desire to excel in the polo tournament and please the dog emperor. However, malevolent individuals tampered with his horse, and midway through the tournament, the 12th prince fell, breaking his neck and becoming a cripple. He barely survived 3 days in the palace, succumbing to his injuries. Upon hearing this news, his mother, concubine Rong, was overwhelmed with grief and soon passed away herself. The dog emperor, though inherently cold, had spent many years with concubine Rong and gradually neglected state affairs thereafter. The 7th prince seized this opportunity to rapidly expand his influence within the court, laying a solid foundation for his eventual ascension to the throne. Of course, the male and female protagonists contributed significantly to this. One could say the power transition between father and son began with the 12th prince's demise. In light of this, the matter concerning the 12th prince is indeed of great significance. If we could successfully prevent this incident, it might significantly hinder the 7th prince's ascent to the throne, thereby alleviating the burden on our family. But how should I convey this to father? Jiang Ruanruan pondered deeply, yet failed to devise a viable method, instead exhausting herself in the process. She had eaten too much this morning, and her stomach remained distended. The fact that she had held out until now without feeling drowsy was quite impressive. Jiang Ruanruan, observing Jiang Ruanruan's fatigued countenance, tenderly reached out to pat her little head. Little Five has sacrificed so much for our family. With the information now so clear, it would be unacceptable to disappoint her further at tomorrow's polo tournament. We must give our utmost effort. All right, Xiao Yushu, concerned that his anxiety might affect his performance tomorrow, sent servants to deliver warm water for Jiang Mingxiu to prepare himself for a good night's rest. It is no wonder that you are so considerate. Having you as my wife is truly an honor. You really do have a sharp tongue. Jiang Ruanruan had already fallen asleep, leaving only Xiao Yushu and Jiang Ruanruan in the room. Having heard that they spent a considerable amount of time in the study earlier, bringing Little Five along, was there something troubling? If so, do not conceal it from me. In the past, Xiao Yushu would never have inquired into such matters. Traditionally, the male handles external affairs while the female manages internal matters, a principle she had always upheld. However, the future revealed to them by Jiang Ruanruan was far too shocking, compelling Xiao Yushu to adapt. Knowing both oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Rest assured, I would never hide anything from you, my dear wife. Furthermore, as Jiang Ruanruan's plans for tomorrow's polo tournament required Xiao Yushu's assistance, even if she did not inquire, he would willingly share. That is more like it. Concerned about startling Qiao Yushu, Jiang Ruanruan carefully embraced her, ensuring they were both settled before detailing the events of the day. The 12th prince, being frail from childhood and lacking any possibility of succession, why would they target him? How could the past few years have passed so swiftly? Is the loyalty of those within the palace truly so unreliable? No wonder concubine Rong was so devastated upon learning of the 12th prince's death. Had Qiao Yushu found herself in her position, she likely would have reacted similarly. Sensing Qiao Yushu's emotional turmoil, Jiang Ruanruan gently caressed her back, being even more cautious than when comforting Jiang Ruanruan. My dear wife, do not be agitated. I merely wish to provide you with a sense of understanding. Please do not let this matter weigh heavily on your heart. I understand, but I cannot seem to control myself. Qiao Yushu clenched the corner of the blanket, her heart swelling with sorrow. In the future described by Little Five, it is likely that her own children would meet a similar fate as the 12th prince due to these so-called royal conflicts. If we cannot control our emotions, let's take a step back. I've already made arrangements for this matter. Tomorrow, my dear wife, you need only accompany Little Five. Should she recall anything crucial, ensure that you notify me at once. The male and female participants in the polo tournament are seated separately, and Qiao Yushu can rely solely on herself. Do not worry. I will remember. As night deepened, the two fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, at the general's residence, Du Linyue lay on her small bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Naturally, she felt delighted to reunite with her family. However, reflecting on the kindness shown to her by Madame Qiao, she felt a pang of reluctance. Unable to sleep, Du Linyue decided to get up and tidy her belongings. The clothes hung out to dry in the yard had dried, and she had yet to fold them, so she took the opportunity to organize everything. While she was busy, a sudden sound of conversation drifted in from outside the window. Du Linyue was acutely aware of the survival rules within this grand estate, deliberately diverting her attention to avoid eavesdropping on their conversation. Yet in the next moment, a familiar voice drifted in from outside the window. It was a voice she had heard for over a decade, one she could never mistake. A plan? What plan? The other voice was indistinct, but she deduced it was not from Madame Qiao's side. Initially, there was none, but now there is one. He stated that whether she participated was entirely up to her. If she were unwilling, he would convey a message on her behalf the following day, severing any ties between them. Are you threatening me? Chapter 58, The Mascot. I wouldn't dare. The voices of the two men gradually faded away, and Du Linyue, tense and breathless, only dared to exhale once their conversation had completely vanished. Overcome with emotion, she collapsed onto the ground, taking a while to regain her composure. Although the moonlight was dim, she was certain she had not misidentified the speaker. It was indeed her long-lost father conversing with someone in the courtyard. Unfamiliar with the individuals within that yard, she dared not jump to conclusions and chose to bury the events of that night deep within her heart, intending to inform Madame at the appropriate moment. The next morning, the entire family of the general's residence set out, riding in a grand carriage towards the royal hunting grounds. Due to the attendance of the emperor and empress for this event, Jiang Ruanruan had dispatched individuals to secure the streets in advance, and the shops on both sides had tightly shut their doors and windows. Those wishing to witness the occasion could only do so from a distance down another street. Xiao Wu, do not be mischievous. Why? Jiang Ruanruan protested repeatedly, her lovely little face scrunched up in discontent. Today, we are surrounded by high-ranking officials and people from the palace. Xiao Wu, you must remain by your mother's side. Otherwise, should any conflict arise, your mother may not be able to protect you. Qiao Yushu was not attempting to frighten Jiang Ruanruan. Her words were spoken with sincere concern. Given the incident involving the 12th prince, it was evident that chaos would ensue at the polo match today. At less than a year old, Xiao Wu was particularly vulnerable, and she had to remain extra vigilant. Indeed, life is of utmost importance. Hearing Qiao Yushu's words, Jiang Ruanruan shrank back, no longer daring to lean against the carriage window. The carriage swayed as it approached the royal hunting grounds, where it was already surrounded by numerous other carriages, creating a spectacle more bustling than the spring festival travel rush. Madam, this way please. Upon disembarking, a palace attendant responsible for maintaining order approached, guiding Qiao Yushu towards the southern seating area, where the wives and daughters of officials were gathered, including Su Shi. Upon seeing Qiao Yushu, Susher immediately rose to greet her. Yushu, we have finally awaited your arrival. The carriage moved slowly, so we were delayed. Did we miss anything? Xiao Yushu settled down with Jiang Ruanruan in her arms, the adorable sight attracting the attention of many nearby ladies, who were overcome with maternal instincts and vied to hold her. How can this little girl be so beautiful? Madame Xiao is truly fortunate. I have never seen such a lovely girl, resembling a fairy from a traditional Chinese painting. Indeed, and she is so well-behaved, smiling since she stepped out of the carriage. Far better than my two little rascals. The speaker was the wife of the Minister of Rights, who had a pair of notoriously mischievous twins. Now, seeing Jiang Ruanruan quietly blinking her big eyes while nestled in Xiao Yushu's embrace, she couldn't help but feel envious. They busied themselves entertaining Jiang Ruanruan, who was equally curious, eager to take in her surroundings, fearful of missing any significant details. So beautiful, so beautiful. This lady is beautiful, and that lady is also lovely. And they all smell so nice. I must come with my mother to play again next time. But since the polo match is for women to sit together, how will I find a 12th prince? Jiang Ruanruan's thoughts were clearly heard by Xiao Yushu, though she did not feel rushed. Earlier that day, before leaving the residence, she and Jiang Ruanruan had summoned Jiang Mingxiu, the only family member participating in this year's polo match. The success of the 12th prince's rescue depended on Jiang Mingxiu's performance. Entrusting such a significant responsibility to Jiang Mingxiu had initially caused Xiao Yushu some apprehension. However, seeing Jiang Mingxiu's composed demeanor, she felt her worries were unwarranted. Rest assured, mother and father, I have memorized everything you mentioned. I will act accordingly and ensure I do not disappoint you. Due to the involvement of royal offspring, Jiang Ruanruan had spoken about the matter in a very discreet manner to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Calculating the time, Jiang Mingxiu should be preparing to enter the arena soon, right? Xiao Yushu gazed at the empty grassland in the center of the hunting ground, her heart racing, feeling as if it might leap from her throat at any moment. Yet, she had little time to dwell on her anxieties, as the emperor, empress, and several concubines soon approached amidst a throng of palace attendants. The emperor has arrived. In previous years, the emperor would deliver an address before the polo match commenced, and this year was no exception. However, Jiang Ruanruan found no interest in listening. Her attention captivated instead by a plate of lotus flower pastries before her. Given the large number of attendees at the polo match, it was impractical to arrange a banquet with multiple courses as at a palace feast. Thus, the table was mostly filled with snacks. Jiang Ruanruan scanned the offerings, finding the lotus flower pastries the most enticing. Unfortunately, the emperor was currently speaking, and everyone had to sit attentively until he finished. Watching the delectable treats before her, but unable to partake, Jiang Ruanruan's frustration grew. Why does that dog emperor seem like a mascot, having to make an appearance at every event, while a crowd watches him prattle on? He's even more bothersome than my boss. If I don't eat that lotus flower pastry soon, it'll be cold. Xiao Yushu sat at the table, one ear tuned to the emperor's rousing speech, while the other caught her daughter's thoughts, which could have gotten them all in trouble. She felt overwhelmed. Fortunately, this year's polo match started late, and the emperor, wishing to avoid wasting time, concluded his remarks quickly, leading directly to the start of the competition. Jiang Ruanruan finally received her long-desired peach blossom pastry, her joy evident as she wiggled her little feet, making the wife of the Minister of Rights beside her feel a pang of envy. Indeed, daughters were so much better than sons. Her two boys had never been this well-behaved. Mother, Mingxiu, what brings you here? Isn't the competition about to start? Chapter 59, I will compete with you. Ah, I see. As long as you are aware. Xiao Yushu nodded, not questioning Jiang Mingxiu's choices. Their children had grown, and in a couple of years, Jiang Mingxiu would reach the age suitable for courtship. As parents, they should grant their children some freedom, allowing them to mature more rapidly. At present, Jiang Mingxiu approached, intending to inquire how Xiao Yushu believed he should proceed. Although he had agreed readily in the residence, the significance of the occasion made him feel anxious, prompting him to seek his family's guidance. Even if he said nothing, a nod of acknowledgement would suffice. Yet, seeing Xiao Yushu's trusting gaze, Jiang Mingxiu found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. He simply stood by her side for a moment before reluctantly departing. Jiang Mingxiu had always been straightforward. Though he did not voice his concerns, his expressions betrayed him. Today, it was her first time overlooking his needs, and she wondered whether this decision was wise. Nevertheless, with guards from the army surrounding the hunting grounds, even if Jiang Mingxiu failed to intervene, should any emergency arise during the 12th prince's appearance, the attendants would be there to provide assistance. With such dual assurances in place, everything should proceed smoothly, one would hope. Jiang Ruanruan nestled within Qiao Yushu's embrace, her breath brushing softly against the top of her head, startling her to the point where the lotus pastry in her hand lost its allure. With a glance at the small bite she had taken from the pastry, Jiang Ruanruan seemed to have made a resolute decision. In the next moment, she stretched out her arm, offering the pastry to Qiao Yushu, emitting a series of squeaks that might have led one to believe a little mouse had come to life. Initially, Qiao Yushu misunderstood Jiang Ruanruan's intention, thinking she had grown tired of the pastry and wished for a change. "What is wrong, Xiao Wu? Are you tired of that lotus pastry? Shall I get you another one?" However, as she attempted to swap it for a new one, Jiang Ruanruan withdrew her hand, her large, glistening eyes fixed intently on her. Squeak, cool squeak. Jiang Ruanruan's teeth had yet to fully emerge, with only a few sharp front ones peeking through, causing her speech to be somewhat breathy. "Let me eat." After observing Jiang Ruanruan for a while, Qiao Yushu finally grasped her meaning. Jiang Ruanruan nodded. Being mindful of the fact that Qiao Yushu might be put off by her saliva, she turned the chewed part away and presented an intact piece to Qiao Yushu's lips. Qiao Yushu was both astonished and delighted by Jiang Ruanruan's gesture. The joy stemmed from the concern shown by her daughter, while the astonishment was equally palpable. The reason was simple. Jiang Ruanruan was exceptionally perceptive. Such a child, if faced with adversity, would likely be the one to suffer. Qiao Yushu did not wish to see her cherished daughter subjected to bullying by others. With this thought, she instinctively tightened her embrace around Jiang Ruanruan. As Jiang Ruanruan unexpectedly received an opportunity, she was naturally elated, planting a big kiss on Qiao Yushu's arm. This playful act brought a smile to Qiao Yushu's face, alleviating her earlier tension significantly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Mingxiu silently surveyed the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the youngest prince, the 12th prince. The 12th prince had been frail since childhood, and among his peers, he was notably shorter, blending into the background among the robust young nobles. If it were not for Jiang Mingxiu's knowledge of the prince's fondness for indigo garments, he might have had difficulty locating him today. The polo match was determined by a draw, and Jiang Mingxiu's opponent was not the 12th prince. Logically, they should not have any interaction. Yet the 12th prince seemed to possess an uncanny awareness. As he turned to look at Jiang Mingxiu the moment he glanced away, their eyes met, and Jiang Mingxiu discerned a hint of rivalry in the 12th prince's gaze. "You are the 4th son of the general's manor?" The 12th prince approached him, his eyes scrutinizing, making Jiang Mingxiu feel somewhat uncomfortable. Had it not been for the pressing matters at hand, he might have turned away, as was his usual temperament. "Your Highness has sharp eyes. It is a blessing for a commoner to be recognized by you." "Humph, it's good that you know. You will compete with me shortly." The 12th prince snorted coldly, snatching a whip from a guard, aiming it at Jiang Mingxiu, as if to imply he would face immediate consequences should he refuse. This decision appeared abrupt, yet the 12th prince had contemplated it long before arriving. The polo tournament was held only once a year, and he was eager to seize the opportunity to find a formidable opponent and defeat him in front of his father, thus earning his father's recognition. Jiang Mingxiu was precisely the opponent he sought. This selection of competitors has been predetermined by a draw. Such actions may not adhere to the rules. Jiang Mingxiu was taken aback by the 12th prince's sudden disruption, his expression revealing his discomfort. "Rules? Rules are man-made. I merely stated that you will compete with me. I did not say you should deliberately lose. Or does anyone here have an objection to this decision?" The 12th prince's tone was frigid as he surveyed the crowd. Apart from him, everyone present was a child of ordinary officials, and none dared to openly oppose the royal family. The 12th prince's inquiry was predicated on this understanding. "But I was originally drawn to compete against the son of Minister Feng." Jiang Mingxiu hesitated, unsure of how to continue. "This is perfect. Let you compete against my opponent." The 12th prince waved his hand, and a nearby eunuch quickly understood and retreated. Today, among the competitors, he was the only prince present. Not only could he change opponents without consequence, he could even overturn the entire match if he wished, and no one would dare protest. "Very well, it is settled." With arrangements made, the 12th prince turned to leave. At this moment, the matches for the others had already commenced, capturing everyone's attention. Jiang Mingxiu blended into the crowd of competitors, a faint smile gracing his lips as he watched the 12th prince's departing figure. His elder brother had indeed spoken the truth. The 12th prince was fiercely competitive, and this polo tournament was his sole opportunity to showcase himself, making it essential for him to seize it well. Jiang Mingxiu's task was to subtly display his strength, allowing the 12th prince to perceive him as the most formidable opponent in the crowd, prompting him to seek him out. As long as both of them could appear on the competition field together, their plan would be half accomplished. The next competitor to take the stage was. The polo match was straightforward, and soon it was time for the 12th prince and Jiang Mingxiu to compete. Before the official start, they were required to lead their horses around the field, and Jiang Ruanruan leaned over the railing, watching the 12th prince's white horse, her mind swirling with questions. How strange. Why does this seem different from my memories? Wasn't the horse that threw the 12th prince supposed to be a chestnut one? Why has it changed to a white one? In the original narrative, the chestnut horse had been drugged, causing it to go wild during the match and throw the 12th prince off, resulting in a neck injury and unconsciousness. However, the horse before her was clearly different. Jiang Mingxiu rode alongside the 12th prince, clearly hearing Jiang Ruanruan's thoughts, and instinctively turned to look in the direction of the 12th prince, observing the white horse closely following him, its head raised in excitement for the events to unfold. Additionally, as the eunuch had mentioned earlier, this white horse was said to have been gifted from the western regions, and the 12th prince had trained it himself, indicating a strong bond between them. A fine steed possesses a spirit. One could only wonder if the outcome would mirror the past. The match begins. With the palace servant's command, Jiang Mingxiu's heart raced. The 12th prince, mounted on the white horse, surged forward first, raising his mallet to strike, sending the polo ball soaring gracefully through the air before landing on the grass, rolling far ahead. At this point, the 12th prince was less than halfway to Jiang Mingxiu's goal. If he maintained this momentum, he would only need 2 more strikes to secure victory in this match. A smile spread across the 12th prince's face as he urged his horse forward with a firm kick to its flank. Jiang Mingxiu, seeing this, could not afford to relax. While it was true that protecting the 12th prince was his task, as the general's son, he could not appear too ordinary on the field or risk becoming a subject of ridicule in the future. Just as the 12th prince was about to take his second strike, Jiang Mingxiu charged forward from behind, riding his black steed like a whirlwind, snatching the ball from under the 12th prince's mallet. 12th prince, I beg your pardon. 4th son indeed possesses remarkable skills. Let us see who is faster. The 12th prince, far from angered, felt his competitive spirit ignited by Jiang Mingxiu's challenge and immediately pursued him. The distance between them closed rapidly, and the onlookers outside were on edge. With Jiang Ruanruan perched on the railing, waving her chubby little hands, fervently cheering for Jiang Mingxiu. If she were not so young, she would have insisted on taking the field to compete on behalf of her older brother. Go, 4th brother. The prosperity and riches of our family rely solely on you. No, we must also consider the wealth bestowed by the Dog Emperor. The fate of our Shang dynasty hinges upon you. Upon hearing Jiang Ruanruan's heartfelt thoughts, Jiang Mingxiu nearly toppled from his horse. Who would have imagined that a simple game of polo with the 12th prince would bear the weight of the entire Shang dynasty's destiny? If the emperor were to hear about this, he would undoubtedly be furious. Can you not focus during the competition? I did not select you as my opponent just to cause me distress. Seizing the opportunity, while Jiang Mingxiu was distracted, the 12th prince leapt past him, and the colorful ball curved between them, ultimately landing securely beneath the 12th prince's mallet. Just as everyone believed the 12th prince would seize victory in this match, his white steed suddenly went wild, rearing up and unceremoniously throwing him from its back. Yanea, Consort Rong, seated beside the emperor, immediately stood upon witnessing this scene, her delicate hand gripping the armrest tightly, desperately suppressing her emotions to avoid losing composure in public. Hearing his mother's cry, the 12th prince swiftly regained his composure, adjusting his posture just before falling, using his arms to mitigate some of the impact. Be careful, 12th prince. Jiang Mingxiu rushed over, relieved to see the situation seemingly under control. However, upon noticing the 12th prince's right foot still caught in the stirrup, he couldn't suppress a curse. Damn! What should I do? Jiang Mingxiu, spotting the nearest person, gestured for them to hand him his sword, then quickly mounted his horse, gripping the hilt tightly as he swung it at the stirrup with great force. A dull thud echoed, causing his hands to go numb from the impact. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. The stirrup was severed, allowing the 12th prince to escape, rolling onto the ground and finally coming to a stop after 2 somersaults. 12th prince, be cautious. Yenner. Jiang Mingxiu was closest and rushed to the 12th prince's side, only to find him with his eyes closed, a pained expression on his face. Clearly not unscathed. Could it be that what Ruanruan foretold is indeed coming to pass? Jiang Mingxiu felt a wave of anxiety as he prepared to check the 12th prince's pulse, but was startled when the prince coughed and then curled up on the ground. Oh dear, my back. It hurts terribly. Thankfully, I reacted quickly and managed to brace myself during the fall. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. 12th prince, are you all right? Jiang Mingxiu asked, a mix of shock and relief flooding through him, but the prince evaded his touch. What are you doing? This is not some playful jest. Why are you still here touching me? Yenner, do not be rude. He saved your life, and while your ingratitude is one thing, speaking like that is quite another. Consort Rong had rushed over with the palace attendants, and upon confirming that the 12th prince was unharmed, she finally exhaled in relief before immediately reprimanding him. Though Consort Rong enjoyed great favor, she once struggled to conceive, and the 12th prince is her only child, naturally cherished. Yet today, with all the civil and military officials present, decorum must be maintained. Otherwise, it may lead others to believe she neglects discipline within her court, which could adversely affect Yenner's future. Your humble son understands. Was it not merely a jest? The 12th prince, naturally, had to endure his mother's scolding. Not only did he have to listen, but he also had to endure the pain from his earlier fall, rising from the ground to kneel obediently. Seeing him in such a state, Jiang Mingxiu's irritation from being misunderstood dissipated significantly. It turns out that even in front of his mother, the prince was only subject to reprimands, which put him at ease. Chapter 61. Requesting a reward. Joking must consider the occasion. This is certainly not the time for levity. Quickly rise. Your father awaits your report. As they spoke, the rampaging white horse had been subdued by the guards. After a thorough inspection, they discovered a silver needle embedded in the horse's hind leg, the tip slightly darkened, clearly poisoned. What a novel method of flattery. Jiang Mingxiu's rescue of the 12th prince was indeed a remarkable feat, leading Jiang Zhenhai, Qiao Yushu, and Jiang Ruanruan to be summoned to the emperor's side, where they heard the entire account from the guards. Meanwhile, the 12th prince was surrounded by several imperial physicians for examination. Upon hearing from eunuchs that the emperor intended to punish the horse, he hurried over. Your humble son dares to request that his majesty spare Baiyun's life. Baiyun? Is it the name you bestowed upon that beast? Murong Tang leaned slightly forward, his eyes filled with curiosity. Yes, although the 12th prince Murong Jingyan was fearful, he steeled himself to meet his father's gaze. Baiyun has been raised by me and holds deep significance. This unfortunate incident must be the work of treacherous individuals. Baiyun is merely an innocent victim. I implore you, father, do not lay blame. Innocent victim? But that beast nearly cost you your life. Do you feel no resentment? Even if it is an excellent steed, there are plenty within the palace. If this one is unfit, we can simply replace it. As a prince, your life is paramount. Do not think to spare it merely because it is a fine horse. This is not just an accident. It concerns the dignity of the royal family. If Baiyun is exempt from punishment simply because it has been raised by the 12th prince, it would be overly lenient. Murong Tang's expression darkened slightly. Consort Rong, standing to the emperor's right, immediately interjected. Yenner, your mother understands your affection for the horse, but this matter is too significant. Allowing personal feelings to sway your father's decision is simply unreasonable. However, Murong Jingyan did not expect his mother to oppose him. Just as he prepared to argue, he met Consort Rong's admonishing gaze, and his expression brightened as he altered his plea. But it was a birthday gift from father. I cherish it deeply. If it were an ordinary horse, I would certainly accept punishment, but Baiyun symbolizes your care for me, which I hold dear. To let it perish due to treachery would be a grave loss. Oh, a birthday gift? I do not recall this detail. Murong Tang had not anticipated that the white horse held such significance, thus transforming the 12th prince's defense into an expression of paternal affection, which was quite reasonable. Given the emperor's busy affairs, it was understandable that he might forget, but Yenner is meticulous and sentimental. Baiyun is indeed different to him. Perhaps it is best to heed his request and spare this life. What do you think, your majesty? Consort Rong seized the moment to intercede. Then let it be as he suggests, but the matter of the poison needle cannot simply be dismissed. To dare assault my son in such a public manner calls for severe punishment once we capture the perpetrator. Yinshu. This matter shall be entrusted to you and the Dali Temple. Provide me with a response within 3 days. Are you capable of this? Rest assured, Your Majesty. I shall spare no effort. Poor Yinshu, who merely came to watch a polo match, now finds himself working overtime. Jiang Ruanruan felt a pang of sympathy for him. However, today's incident was indeed puzzling. The 12th prince had already switched horses before the match. How could he still be targeted? Clearly, the assailant was determined to ensure the 12th prince's demise. What kind of formidable enemy would resort to such ruthless measures? In the original text, the 12th prince was severely injured and fell into a coma, with the rampaging horse being killed on the spot, leaving no thorough investigation into the cause. It was likely the assailant had planned meticulously. The horse-switching incident was likely not within the enemy's calculations. Now, investigating the horse that the 12th prince was originally supposed to ride might yield some discoveries. With more clues, capturing the culprit later would be less troublesome. Jiang Ruanruan considered this, and Yinshu, as the Dali Temple's deputy, came to the same conclusion, promptly requesting the emperor's permission to investigate all the horses at the polo tournament. The emperor comprehended Yinshu's intentions and promptly granted his request. As the benefactor of the 12th prince, Tang specifically permitted Jiang Mingxiu to seek a reward. After much contemplation, Jiang Mingxiu could not arrive at a suitable request and ultimately pleaded with the emperor to arrange another contest between him and the 12th prince. The sudden turn of events had left him with a sense of regret as their initial match had been interrupted. He humbly asked if, once the 12th prince had recovered, they might be granted the opportunity to compete again, thus providing closure to the day's events. Very well, replied Tang. It is fitting that the son of a general desires something distinct from others. He had anticipated that Jiang Mingxiu would seek wealth or titles, yet was pleasantly surprised that this young man had only requested a rematch, prompting a newfound respect for him. Jingyan, your opponent has already approached me. Are you willing? The 12th prince, being equally spirited, was eager to compete once more, nearly bursting with anticipation. Of course, I am willing. Since both of you are agreeable, let us wait until you are fully recovered to conduct the match. Once a victor is determined, I shall bestow a reward upon them. Do not disappoint me. Yes. Thank you, father. Thank you, your majesty. The empress and concubine Rong followed the emperor, leaving only the 12th prince behind, who stared awkwardly at Jiang Mingxiu, who remained kneeling. Why you still kneel now that my father has departed? Get up quickly. I do not wish for others to think I am bullying you. Does the 12th prince have something to say? With the 12th prince's permission, Jiang Mingxiu rose, looking at him with confusion. What was this young boy still doing here? He had not left, and Jiang Mingxiu was unable to join his family, only feeling more vexed. It is nothing, merely to thank you for today. If you ever need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will help as best I can. The 12th prince seemed to grow embarrassed as he spoke, his voice dwindling to a whisper by the end, nearly inaudible to Jiang Mingxiu. You exaggerate, your highness. It was my duty to save you. No reward is necessary. Moreover, the emperor has already offered you a reward, so there is no need for further concern. Why can you not understand? I'm expressing my gratitude. Seeing that Jiang Mingxiu did not grasp his meaning, the 12th prince, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, removed a jade pendant from his waist and tossed it into Jiang Mingxiu's arms before swiftly departing. Take this jade pendant. If you ever need anything, bring it to the palace to find me, and no one will obstruct you. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Chapter 62. There is no need for you to feel inferior in defeat. Who would have thought the 12th prince was so proud? It seems he wishes to forge a friendship with my 4th brother. The days ahead will surely be lively. Friends? Upon hearing this term, a chill ran down Jiang Mingxiu's spine, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. The 12th prince struck him as arrogant and domineering. Being friends with such a person seemed worse than death, as it would only lead to further torment in the future. Contemplating this, Jiang Mingxiu felt the jade pendant in his hand grow warm. However, considering the potential tribulations his family might face in the future, he gritted his teeth and carefully stowed the pendant away. Having more friends could lead to more opportunities, and if the 12th prince could truly save them, perhaps his efforts today were not in vain. Mingxiu, are you all right? With the emperor and concubine Rome present, Xiao Yushu and Jiang Jinyuan had refrained from speaking earlier. Now that the outsiders had departed, they hurried to surround Jiang Mingxiu, thoroughly checking on him. Do not worry, mother. I am perfectly fine. Jiang Mingxiu felt warmth in his heart at the concern of his parents. Just as he was about to strengthen his familial bonds, Jiang Ruanruan suddenly kicked him, landing a strike squarely on his rear. Ouch! Father, what was that for? How dare you ask? You reckless boy. Have you forgotten what I told you before you left today? Your safety must come first. If you had harmed yourself while rescuing the 12th prince, what would your mother and I have done? Jiang Ruanruan had made it abundantly clear that Jiang Mingxiu's personal safety was paramount. While the 12th prince's matters were significant, they were not the only option available. Who could have known that this audacious boy, emboldened by his modest skills, would dare to save someone from under the hooves of a frenzied steed, risking his own life in the process? Had he known such reckless tendencies existed in his son, he should never have allowed Jiang Mingxiu to train in the military camp. Rest assured, father, my actions were calculated. Besides, the skills I possess were taught by you. Do you lack confidence in your own teachings? Jiang Mingxiu, understanding that Jiang Ruanruan's actions stemmed from concern, felt no anger and even dared to jest. "Ah, you bold boy, are you becoming cheeky with me?" Jiang Ruanruan, both embarrassed and annoyed, lifted his foot again, ready to deliver another reprimand. You need not feel inferior in defeat. Hearing the praise from his mother, Jiang Ruanruan proudly wiggled her small feet. Jiang Ruanruan, amused by her demeanor, felt the flicker of anger he had felt dissipate. You mischievous boy, I shall forego reprimanding you today, but should there be a next time, I will not be so lenient. Thank you, father. I will remember this. Meanwhile, outside the Dali temple, Madame Du and Du Linfeng supported each other as they exited, followed by 2 guards from the prison. Normally, Ji Yinshu would have sent someone personally, but due to the polo tournament, his aides were otherwise occupied, leaving the task to others. Fortunately, the guards were aware of the Du family's connection with the Lord Shaoqing and treated them with courtesy, accompanying them to the gate before halting. Madame Du, young Master Du, we can escort you only this far. Please take care on the remainder of your journey. You are too kind. I am no longer young Master Du. You may simply call me by my name. Du Linfeng slightly bowed, expressing his gratitude to the 2 guards. Understood. As per the Lord Shaoqing's orders, you must leave the city tonight and may not return to the capital for the rest of your lives. This punishment, though seemingly harsh, was the best outcome for them. After all, they had not lived in the capital previously. Had it not been for this incident, they likely would not have come even if invited. The only regret Madame Du harbored was for her son's future. Young men from official families typically sought opportunities in the capital, and now it seemed Du Linfeng would never achieve great success. He had originally planned to participate in this year's autumn examination, but now, after the guards finished their instructions, they departed without lingering, stepping into the courtyard. Du Linfeng watched as the gates of the Dali temple slowly closed before him, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Just as he was about to speak, he turned to find Madame Du gazing at him with a worried expression. "Mother, what troubles you? Why do you look so concerned?" "Linfeng, I'm sorry for you. You should have had a bright future, but now, with your father's actions, it seems that may never be possible." As she spoke, tears threatened to spill from Madame Du's eyes. Since the incident, she had been in a state of near-constant sorrow, and had it not been for Du Linfeng and Du Linyue's attempts to comfort her, she might have wept herself blind. In contrast, Du Linfeng found himself feeling rather indifferent. "Enough, mother. It is a good thing that we can finally leave. You should be happy, not worry about such unfounded concerns. Crying is not good for your health. And if Linyue finds out, she will scold you." Yes, you are right. I will not cry anymore." Hearing her son's comforting words, Madame Du hastily wiped her tears, managing a forced smile. "We have endured the worst. Brighter days are ahead. That is the spirit." Seeing his mother finally cease her tears, Du Linfeng breathed a sigh of relief. "However, did not Linyu mention yesterday that she would wait for us at the gate? Why has no one appeared for such a long time? The guards in the capital are numerous, and it seems that exiting the city smoothly will require some time. Relying solely on themselves to walk there would surely be too late." Just as he was feeling anxious, a carriage suddenly appeared in the distance, slowly approaching them. Du Linfeng took a glance and saw a masked driver in front of the carriage, while it was difficult to discern who was inside. Out of caution, he did not rush forward, but instead pulled Madame Du back a few steps, stopping near the entrance of Dali Sea. "Who are you?" "Do not be alarmed, Brother Linfeng. I am sent by the general's wife to pick you up. Today, there is a polo tournament in the capital, and the master is busy. No one is available at the residence. Young Lady Lin Yu is also occupied with packing, so I came to assist with your transportation," said the driver kindly as he tightened the reins, bringing the carriage to a halt before the two. "What reason do I have to trust you?" After this incident, Du Linfeng was no longer the naive youth he once was, and his inherent vigilance prompted him to inquire further. In response, the driver produced a token from his pocket and presented it to Du Linfeng. "This is the general's token. If you do not believe me, take it to the general's residence to inquire." The token felt heavy in his hand, and upon inspection, it indeed resembled the one Lin Yu had worn at her waist during her last visit. Moreover, the sun was nearing its descent. If they did not leave the city soon, they would likely miss their opportunity. After some contemplation, Du Linfeng chose to place his trust in the driver. After all, they were in the capital, and Jiang Ruanruan was a renowned general. Who would dare impersonate someone from the general's residence to harm them? He and his mother currently had no identity to speak of, and there was no need for the other party to go through such trouble. Having resolved these thoughts, Du Linfeng promptly led Madame Du onto the carriage. The driver turned his head to confirm they were settled before cracking the whip and heading toward the general's residence. Dalici was not far from the general's residence, and they arrived shortly after. "Do not worry, I will go fetch young Lady Lin Yu," the driver said, glancing at them without hesitation, then handing the reins to Du Linfeng. Upon receiving the news, Lin Yu was busy tidying up inside her room. "All right, I will come right away." Hearing this, she hastened her movements. When she encountered the driver outside, she did not hesitate to pull a piece of silver from her pouch and hand it over. Today, with Madame Qiao's family absent, she was grateful for the driver's initiative. Otherwise, things would not have gone so smoothly relying solely on her own efforts. "Of course, young Lady Lin Yu, you can rest assured," the driver nodded, accepting the bundle from her and helping her onto the carriage. "Take care on your journey." Once he confirmed the group was headed toward the city gate, the driver felt relieved and turned to enter the courtyard with the letter. "Where is Lin Yu? Has she left?" "Yes. It seems that Dalici specifically instructed them to leave the city before dark." Young Lady Lin Yu was anxious about wasting time, so she left in a hurry and did not have the chance to bid you farewell. However, it seems she left a letter in her room. "Would you like me to fetch it?" The speaker was a man, a maid who shared a room with Lin Yu, and the two had developed a certain rapport. "Bring it here. Lin Yu truly should have informed me before leaving. It makes me feel rather uneasy." Qiao Yushu had worried that such a situation might arise and had specifically asked Lin Yu the night before to inform her a day in advance before departing. Yet at that time, Lin Yu had seemed uncertain, taking quite a while to agree. She might have been concerned about parting with her mother and thus chose this moment. A man, worried that Qiao Yushu might form a negative impression of Lin Yu, hurried to explain. "I understand perfectly. You need not worry. I know you and she share a bond, and now that she has left, I will certainly not speak ill of her." Qiao Yushu smiled as she took the letter from a man's hands. Lin Yu's handwriting was exquisite, clearly practiced, and simply looking at it brought joy to one's heart. As she read the contents of the letter, it felt as though Lin Yu were still by her side, and before she realized it, her eyes grew misty. "Madam, there is no need to be sorrowful. Lin Yu has reunited with her family and left the capital to live a simple life. You should be happy for her. So why shed tears?" A man, influenced by Qiao Yushu's emotions, spoke with a quivering voice. "I'm not crying. It is merely tears of joy." Qiao Yushu, concerned about being seen as overly sentimental, hurriedly wiped her tears away, adopting a dignified demeanor befitting the lady of the house. "Indeed, you speak the truth." The contents of the letter were brief, and she quickly finished reading the first page. Qiao Yushu initially thought the rest would follow suit, but upon glancing at the next few lines, she sensed something was amiss and immediately instructed all the servants to withdraw. "You all leave first. I wish to be alone for a moment. Also, check if the general is in the residence. If he is, hurry and bring him to me, telling him I have urgent matters to discuss." "Yes." The servants dared not disobey Qiao Yushu's commands, quickly bowing their heads and exiting. Jiang Ruanruan had intended to make a stop at the military camp before nightfall to handle some matters, but upon hearing from a servant that Qiao Yushu sought him, he immediately set aside his tasks and rushed over. "What is the matter, madam?" "Ruanruan, you must see if there is something wrong with what is written in this letter. This was left for me by Lin Yu before she departed. The beginning seems fine, but the tone shifts dramatically toward the end, and I worry they may encounter some mishap." As she spoke, Qiao Yushu handed over both pages of the letter. Jiang Ruanruan quickly skimmed through it and immediately understood the source of Qiao Yushu's concern. It indeed seemed off, Du Linyu was inherently reserved, and it was unlikely she would write in such a manner. Not to mention, she mentioned Jiang Ruanruan. If he recalled correctly, she had never interacted with Jiang Ruanruan since entering the residence. Why would she mention someone she did not know? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ruanruan commanded someone to summon the steward of the residence to inquire in detail about what transpired when Du Linyu left that day. Young Lady Linyu was indeed in a hurry to depart, but she did not appear to have any abnormalities at that time. The carriage she took also belonged to our residence. Wait, you mentioned a carriage? What carriage? Since Xiao Yushu had not arranged for a carriage to send them off. Hearing the steward imply that someone had arranged everything in advance raised her suspicions. It was the carriage sent to fetch someone from Dali Sea and then take them out of the city, as instructed by the madam, wasn't it? The steward, upon being questioned by Xiao Yushu, became flustered, his previous composure evaporating. This is bad. Someone must have known about their plans today in advance and used the name of the general's residence to send them out of the city. Impossible. Who would dare act in such a manner under the guise of the general's residence? Upon hearing Jiang Ruanruan's words, Xiao Yushu's first reaction was disbelief. The general's residence had strict security, and aside from close personal attendance, no other servants had the opportunity to obtain a token, let alone use it to escort someone from Dali Sea. Unless Xiao Yushu recalled the name mentioned at the end of Lin Yu's letter and felt a jolt in her heart. If it were her elder brother's side, it was not entirely outside the realm of possibility. That is precisely what I was thinking, and according to information from Mingfeng's side, Jiang Ruanruan has recently been in close contact with the Seventh Prince. If they truly conspired, it is likely no one could stop them. What should we do now? At this point, nearly an hour had passed since they left, and it would be impossible to locate them within the capital. The only opportunity to find them lay along the official road leading out of the city. You await at home while I promptly contact the guards outside the city for assistance. The night beyond the city is particularly desolate. As the Du family traverses the official road for a while, Du Foreign suddenly experiences a sharp pang in her stomach, prompting her to ask Du Lingfeng to halt the carriage and disembark to rest by the riverbank. Mother, why not endure a little longer? Let us strive to exit this forest before dawn, and we can seek a doctor in town tomorrow. This way, we will not waste time. Du Lingfeng observes his mother's pained expression, his heart filled with anxiety. Yet, Du Foreign stubbornly refuses, insisting that he abandon the thought of seeking a physician. What doctor? Perhaps I merely have a slight stomach upset. It will pass in due time. Do not forget, we are currently in a precarious state, and we might need money later. So every bit saved counts. But your health. Du Lingfeng understands his mother's intentions. It is merely a matter of her frugality, wishing to conserve resources for their future use. Their previous residence has been confiscated, and Du Foreign has sent a letter to her family, requesting assistance in finding new accommodations. Although it is smaller than their former home, it remains theirs nonetheless. Very well, let us proceed. Upon hearing her command, Du Lingfeng dares not oppose her and immediately calls for everyone to board the carriage. Mother, I just drank some water by the river. Please sip a little to soothe your throat. Throughout the journey, Du Linyu closely attends to her mother, anxious that the fatigue of travel might worsen her discomfort. Thank you, for your thoughtfulness. However, following the earlier incident, the atmosphere grows increasingly tense. Du Lingfeng feels awkward and is about to speak when suddenly a figure appears ahead, startling him into tightening the reins and veering the carriage away, just in time to avoid a collision. Who goes there? It is evident that a shadow lurking on the official road at this hour cannot be a person of good character. What is happening? Mother, Linyu remains silent. I shall investigate. If the situation appears dangerous, do not concern yourselves with me. Flee towards the capital immediately. Without hesitation, Du Lingfeng grabs his sword and dismounts, carefully positioning himself to shield his mother and sister, denying any chance for a surprise attack. Lingfeng? Is that you, Lingfeng? Instead of retreating upon hearing Du Lingfeng's warning, the figure approaches with determination. As the shadows recede, Du Linyu finally recognizes the man's face. It is me, your father. Do you not recognize me? I have finally found you. At the sound of his voice, Du Lingfeng trembles, his grip on the sword loosening slightly. Is it truly you? They all claimed you were dead. Why? Why have you suddenly appeared here? What is your scheme? Those were merely illusions. Had I not feigned my death to escape? How could you have so easily emerged from prison? What schemes or plots are you speaking of? I am your father. Surely, I would not wish you harm. Du Ruoxu speaks as he steps closer to Du Lingfeng, attempting to rekindle the shattered bond of father and son. Oh, why would you not? Du Lingfeng, however, is not swayed by his words. As Du Ruoxu approaches, Du Lingfeng swiftly turns the sword towards him. From the day you abandoned us, you ceased to be my father. Despite this, the sharp blade still leaves a crimson mark upon his neck, rendered all the more terrifying in the moonlight. Du Lingfeng, you dare to commit patricide? Why would I not dare? You were capable of abandoning your wife and children. Do you think I would hesitate to strike you? With his initial attack thwarted, Du Lingfeng presses on, relentlessly pursuing Du Ruoxu with a flurry of strikes aimed at ending his life. Seeing that Du Lingfeng's resolve is unyielding, Du Ruoxu realizes he must rely on the remaining members of his family. Linyue, do urge your brother to cease. Do you wish to witness your father being killed before your eyes? Du Linyue, who had always been soft-hearted, unable to harm even an ant, is now confronted with an unexpected challenge. Du Ruoxu does not believe that if he were truly injured before her, she would refrain from intervening. Yet in the next moment, Du Linyue turns her head away, avoiding her father's pleading gaze, uttering words she had never spoken before. Father, do not blame my brother. He is merely very angry. After all, it is because of you that he has endured such lengthy imprisonment and punishment. If you truly care for him and wish to reconcile, let him express his grievances. It is only a matter of sustaining some injuries. A matter of sustaining injuries. Du Ruoxu, upon hearing Du Linyue's words, nearly sputters blood in exasperation. In just a few days apart, how have his children become so eloquent? Is there some sage in the capital teaching them how to vex him? Very well, you refuse to forgive me, do you? If so, let me take my leave in atonement. When his usual tactics fail, Du Ruoxu resorts to theatrics, rushing toward Du Lingfeng's sword. At that critical moment, Du Foren, who had remained silent in the carriage, suddenly interjects with a commanding voice. Lingfeng, halt. Do not kill him. Mother, why do you wish to save him? Though Du Lingfeng feels a pang of reluctance, he is prepared for anything. Yet at the last moment, his mother's words stop him, nearly causing him to cast aside his sword in frustration. Liner, I did not expect you to be so loyal. I have wronged you. No matter how harshly Du Lingfeng scolds him, Du Ruoxu does not spare him a glance, his gaze fixated on Du Foren, fearful that she might relent and allow Du Lingfeng to take his life. You misunderstand. My intervention is not for your sake. The familial codes of the Du clan are numerous, far too burdensome for an ordinary person to bear. While Du Foren may disregard them, Du Lingfeng cannot. Being still young, he will need the support of the clan elders in matters of marriage or other affairs. Thus, he cannot afford to act rashly. What concern is reputation now? I have already endured imprisonment. Do you believe I still care for such things? Du Lingfeng recalls every moment spent in the prison vividly. He does not harbor hatred for those who interrogated him, for he understands they were compelled by duty to collect evidence related to the counterfeit currency case. His wrath is reserved solely for Du Ruoxu. Had this scoundrel not betrayed them so callously, they would not have been ensnared in such a predicament. Every grievance has its rightful owner. I shall judge all matters in due course. Lingfeng, you have indeed matured. Du Ruoxu, instead of being frightened by Du Lingfeng's words, merely gazes at him with a serene smile, finding joy in his son's growth. It seems my decision to sever ties with you is correct. Had I not taken such a drastic step, do you think you would have so smoothly emerged from prison? It was I who exchanged our relationship for your lives. Now, not only have we avoided execution, but we can also reunite as a family. You should be grateful. Grateful? You must be delusional. Du Lingfeng spits on the ground, clearly unwilling to accept Du Ruoxu's deceitful claims. If you are so eloquent, why not present yourself before the emperor and see if he believes your words? Lingfeng, if you speak thus, it loses all meaning. My actions were all for the good of our family. While the process may have been less than ideal, the outcome is ultimately favorable, is it not? Du Ruoxu's rhetoric grows tiresome. Even Du Foren can no longer tolerate it, urging Du Lingfeng to board the carriage swiftly. Enough! Lingfeng, cease this fruitless discourse with such a man. Hurry and get in. We have a journey to continue. Very well, mother, I shall heed your words. But wait, do you think I will allow you to depart? As the situation grew dire, Du Ruoxu's demeanor shifted in an instant, revealing a malevolent intent. Shadows clad in dark attire surged forth from behind him, encircling the carriage with an ominous resolve. Seize them, he commanded. Once they are dead, No one shall testify to my actions. The truth or falsehood shall rest solely upon my word. Du Lin Feng, startled by this unexpected maneuver, instinctively positioned himself protectively around the carriage, vigilantly observing the movements of the cloaked figures while confronting Du Ruanruan. You are woefully naive. With the presence of the Dali Si, do you truly believe you can alter testimonies? Given the overwhelming odds against him, escape was an impossibility. Yet, a desperate gamble might allow him to secure the safety of his mother and sister. Dali Si, what significance do they hold? Merely pawns serving the emperor. Du Ruanruan retorted. They're not the only ones with backing. Should you perish, I can easily shift blame onto you, claiming you sought to tarnish my name for your own survival. A mere exchange of 1 for 3. This deal is most advantageous. With a gesture, he signaled the assailants to attack, and they surged forward, launching an assault on Du Lin Feng. Although skilled in self-defense, Du Lin Feng's abilities paled in comparison to the professional assassins. In moments, he found himself cornered, sustaining injuries as blood trickled down his sleeve. Mingling with the dust on the ground, the acrid scent of blood wafting through the evening air, attracting the howls of wolves nearby. Relish this moment. I have selected this location with great care. The feng shui is quite auspicious for a burial site, befitting of you and Lin Air as my spouse. You scoundrel. Du Ruanruan, we have severed ties. Why do you persist in harming me and our child? Do you truly possess no heart? Du Murun, engulfed by fury, fainted from the emotional turmoil. Mother. Du Lin, you gaze at her unconscious mother and then at her brother, valiantly fighting outside the carriage, tears streaming down her face. Why? Why has it come to this? Did you orchestrate all of this to lead us to our demise? From the carriage to our departure, was it all your design? Indeed. Lin Yu, you are astute, discerning the intricacies without my prompting. Alas, your gender is a hindrance. Had you been a son, perhaps father would have spared your life, allowing you to remain by my side as a strategist. At such a critical juncture, Du Ruanruan even managed to jest. How dare you? Such familial bonds are mere illusions you wield to deceive us. Had I known you would be such a father, I would have preferred never to have been born. The onslaught of assassins intensified, and Du Lin Feng realized he could barely withstand the assault. Just then, figures emerged from the woods, immediately engaging Du Ruanruan's men in fierce combat. Their movements were swift and coordinated, indicative of rigorous training. With their intervention, the tide of battle shifted, alleviating some of the pressure on Du Lin Feng. Brother, are you all right? Du Lin Yu, fearing for his safety, secured their mother before leaping from the carriage, using her slight frame to shield him. The general has issued a command. Eliminate any suspicious individuals on the spot. Chapter 66. The opponent has been silenced in the struggle. Du Lin Feng had inadvertently sustained an arrow wound to his chest, blood flowing uncontrollably and staining his clothing. Perhaps it was the concern of Madame Xiao and the others upon reading the letter I left them that prompted their visit. Du Lin Yu had not anticipated that her words of caution would ultimately save her life. At the time of writing, she had hesitated, fearing she might misjudge the situation and inadvertently cause trouble for Madame Xiao. In hindsight, her actions proved wise. However, Du Lin Yu was too preoccupied to dwell on that now. She had never witnessed her brother so gravely injured, and panic set in as she sought to apply pressure to his wounds, only to find herself stained with his blood. So it is true. My sister is indeed remarkably intelligent. Due to the significant blood loss, Du Lin Feng's gaze grew unfocused, his voice growing fainter. Not at all. I am the most foolish sister in the world. Without you, I am nothing. You must not abandon me. Seeing him in such a state heightened Du Lin Yu's foreboding. Is it true? Then I must gather myself. I cannot allow you to face this world alone. Before she could finish, Du Lin Feng slumped entirely, his chest barely rising and falling. Brother, Du Lin Feng, stay awake. Please, you must stay alert. When Jiang Wu arrived, Du Lin Yu was kneeling on the ground, holding her brother and weeping uncontrollably. The remaining assassins had been dispatched, leaving only Du Ruanruan, still alive but restrained by several individuals. Are you all right? Jiang Wu assessed the scene before approaching Du Lin Yu. Upon hearing his familiar voice, a glimmer of hope reignited within her. Second young master, you have finally come. You saved me before. You can surely save my brother too, right? Please help him. He is gravely injured and bleeding, and I do not know how to help him. Do not weep. Your brother is not dead. Jiang Wu, unfazed by the chaos, was particularly unsettled by the sight of a woman weeping beside him. This aversion was why he had visited Jiang Ruanruan, the least among his brothers. In his experience, children were the most prone to tears. He could present her with various precious gifts, but he could not remain by her side for long, lest he become overwhelmed. Is he truly not dead? Du Linyu, gasping for breath through her tears, was momentarily stunned by his words. In her arms, Du Linfeng felt cold, devoid of life, appearing as though he had succumbed. What? From your tone, it seems you're disappointed that your brother is not dead? Jiang Mingwu raised an eyebrow. It was indeed faint, but not fatal. He had witnessed far more severe injuries on the battlefield. So this did not surprise him. The chill was merely a result of rapid blood loss. Thank you, second young master. I am forever grateful. Moved to tears once more, looked at the white jade vial Jiang Mingwu handed her. Thank you, thank you. Remarkable. How swiftly you have changed. Mere days apart, and you have become unrecognizable. It appears you have climbed the ranks of the general's household. I must admit, I underestimated you. Du Ruosu still held down, overheard Du Linyu and Jiang Mingwu's exchange, and could not resist taunting them. At this rate, I expect to become relatives of the general's household soon enough. However, Linyu, you are but a commoner now, not worthy of the general's nobility. You can at best aspire to be a concubine. Such a shame. You, utterly shameless. As an unmarried woman, Du Linyu could not tolerate such vile remarks. Her face flushed with indignation, yet she struggled to find words to retort, seething in silence. In contrast, Jiang Mingwu's response was straightforward. He picked up a stone from the ground and approached Du Ruosu. Forcibly prying open his jaw, he shoved the stone into his mouth, shaking it slightly to ensure it stayed in place. Du Ruosu found himself overpowered, unable to resist, and soon the corners of his mouth began to ooze blood, erasing any trace of the arrogance he had previously displayed. If you cannot speak, it is best to remain silent for now. When you arrive at the Dali Sea prison, even if you wish to withhold your words, there will be those capable of extracting them from you. At that time, it will not be too late to remove the stone as well. Bring him away. Yes. With a command from Jiang Mingwu, those surrounding swiftly moved to escort Du Ruosu onto a prepared carriage, ensuring to clear any signs of the scuffle before leaving, so as not to alarm passers-by come dawn. Second young master, what shall we do? Du Linyu knew she could not tend to two unconscious patients alone. Hearing Jiang Mingwu's words, she ceased her hesitation and boarded the carriage. Jiang Mingwu's actions left her feeling uneasy, prompting her to voice her concerns. Second young master, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask without regard for my presence. I have nothing to say. I merely wish to clarify what transpired earlier. Jiang Mingwu scratched the back of his head, looking somewhat uncomfortable. Earlier? What incident? Du Linyu was perplexed. Had there not been just that one event? Jiang Mingwu had saved them, and she was still grateful to him. What was there to explain? Regarding what I said earlier, you are kind-hearted and will surely find someone who cherishes and loves you. Do not belittle yourself because of this. I only intervened to prevent you from overthinking, with no other intention. Please do not misunderstand. Jiang Mingwu's words were half explanation, half rejection, subtly warning Du Linyu not to harbor any romantic notions towards him. Chapter 67. The shameless one. Du Linyu was astute, instantly grasping Jiang Mingwu's meaning, and she smiled. Rest assured, second young master, Linyu is not so greedy as to covet what does not belong to her. Besides, you have saved me twice. The debt of gratitude for saving a life is immeasurable. I would not dare to harbor any thoughts of repaying you with my body. Merely serving you and Madame Chiao in the general's estate is enough to satisfy me. It is good that you understand my meaning. With that, they exchanged a knowing smile. Upon learning that Jiang Mingwu had successfully rescued Du Linyu's family, Xiao Yushu was overwhelmed with joy, insisting on welcoming them at the door despite the late hour. Jiang Ruanruan, concerned that making too much noise might raise suspicions, chose to meet them at the back entrance. Upon seeing Madame Chiao, the facade of strength that Du Linyu had maintained crumbled, and she collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "Madam, I am so sorry. Foolish child, why would you say that? We are all family here. There is no need for apologies. Quickly, get up. Do not kneel on the ground. It is too cold and bad for your health." Madame Chiao's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart aching for her. "No, it is all my fault. If I had been more considerate, my brother and mother would not have been hurt. and you would not have had to run around day and night. It is all my fault. Get up quickly. If you do not rise, I shall truly be angry. Xiao Yushu understood Du Lin Yu's stubborn nature. Once she set her mind to something, she would not listen to reason and needed to be firm. As expected, the moment Xiao Yushu raised her voice, Du Lin Yu immediately stood up, wiping away her tears in a subdued manner. Once she had calmed down, Xiao Yushu softened her tone. Yes, Lin Yu will heed Madame's teachings. Jiang Ruanruan, often away at war, was accustomed to injuries. To ensure immediate medical attention in case of emergencies, Xiao Yushu had years ago summoned physicians to the estate who were on standby day and night. Today, their services proved invaluable. Given the special status of Madame Du and Du Lin Feng, Madame Xiao was concerned that someone might seek to harm them. So she arranged for them to stay in Jiang Ming Wu's courtyard and had Jiang Ruanruan send a guard detachment for protection. In the dead of night, the courtyard remained brightly lit. Servants bustled about, some preparing medicine, others boiling water, creating a commotion that soon drew the attention of those in the neighboring courtyard. Li Man-yun, a light sleeper, was roused from her brief slumber by the noise, causing her considerable displeasure as she sat at the edge of the bed, grumbling. What is the matter? Were you not praising him for his capabilities during the day? Now you seem to be disparaging him? Jiang Zhenhai, lying beside Li Man-yun, immediately mocked her. Li Man-yun knew his character well and retorted coldly. In that case, I must be quite remarkable myself, for I have found a one-in-a-million useless man. Li Man-yun, are you trying to drive me to my grave? Jiang Zhenhai, expecting only playful banter, was taken aback by her harsh words, and he angrily shot up from the bed, raising his hand as if to strike her. Come on, strike me. Let everyone in the household see how Jiang Ruanruan treats me, and then we shall see who loses face. How utterly shameless. How can there exist a woman so unfaithful? Jiang Zhenhai, at a loss for how to handle her, stormed out of the room. The maidens referred to her none other than the 9 concubines Jiang Zhenhai had sought. Li Man-yun, irritated by their noise, feigned illness and closed herself off from the world, achieving a few days of peace. Tonight, news of Jiang Zhenhai's late-night departure would surely set off another round of revelry among them. Let them be. They were merely a group of bed-hopping playthings, foolishly believing they could change their fates and rise to prominence. Even if I were to perish, the position of first wife would not fall to them. Let them compete among themselves. Moreover, the control of the household still rested in my hands. Even Jiang Zhenhai had to seek my approval for funds to establish connections. I wonder what those concubines are thinking, lacking any leverage, yet daring to compete with me. Given the current situation, Li Man-yun realized she would likely not sleep tonight. She instructed a maid to help her dress and prepared herself early, sitting by the window to begin reconciling accounts. Her businesses had been thriving recently, generating wealth daily, necessitating a cautious approach. Have there been any updates from my brother's side recently? The individuals Li Man-yun kept close were loyal old acquaintances from her family, and she never withheld information from them. Li Man-yun did not pry further. Sometimes, the absence of news was the best news. Yes, this maid understands. Chapter 68. A day trip to the underworld. Du Lin Feng's injuries appeared severe, yet they had not affected his internal organs. It was merely a case of excessive blood loss. After a collaborative examination by several physicians, he awakened the following morning, lying in bed, pale and appearing quite weak. Awake so soon? It seems this Duke Gongzi possesses a better constitution than presumed. Of course, surviving an assault by so many assassins without severe injury is proof of his resilience. If it were you, perhaps you would not have managed so well. Who said that? I am quite strong. Thank you very much. What was that saying? A day apart feels like several seasons. Second brother, do not judge me by appearances. Oh, how about we have a competition later? Let us compete. Who's afraid? As Du Lin Feng opened his eyes, a cacophony of unfamiliar voices invaded his ears, causing him a headache. Is this the underworld? It seems rather lively. I wonder if Lin Yu and Mother managed to escape safely. I hope Lin Yu does not blame me. If only I were stronger, perhaps I could have saved them. But you said he was awake. Why hasn't he opened his eyes yet? Could you have been mistaken? Impossible. I have never been wrong before. It is clear you frightened him, yet you refuse to admit it. The injured require peace and quiet. Do you understand? But it is so noisy. Truly, it is unbearable. Du Lin Yue could no longer endure the situation. Just as he was about to open his eyes, questioning what was so lively in this underworld, a pair of warm hands suddenly intruded, audaciously prying open his eyelids. See, you are indeed awake. remarked the impudent ghost. Wait, warm hands. Du Linfeng sensed something amiss and instinctively attempted to rise from the bed, but the pain from his chest wound constricted him, rendering him powerless. Who are you? Oh, he can still speak. It seems he has truly recovered. In response to Du Linfeng's inquiry, Jiang Mingxiu exhibited no signs of tension. Instead, he cheekily reached forward to adjust the quilt at Du Linfeng's side, assuring him, Rest assured, we mean you no harm. We will discuss matters only after you have healed. Despite Jiang Mingxiu's efforts to soften his tone, the inherent pressure from his martial lineage rendered his words somewhat awkward, transforming genuine concern into an implied threat. Jiang Mingwu, concerned that the recently awakened individual might faint again from fright, stepped forward to elucidate. Do not heed his nonsense. This is the general's residence. Last night, we received word that you might be in danger, so we hurried to rescue you. However, your injuries are severe, and for now, you must stay here until you recover before we can discuss your departure. The general's residence? What about my sister and my mother? Upon hearing the mention of the general's residence, Du Linfeng's apprehension diminished significantly. They're all here. Someone has already been sent to summon them. Madame Du has yet to awaken, but only Du Linyue has come after being informed. Learning that his elder brother was relatively unharmed, a heavy burden lifted from her heart. Linyue, you are unharmed. Before Du Linfeng could pose his questions, Du Linyue greeted him with a punch, landing squarely on his injured shoulder. Du Linfeng, who allowed you to be so reckless? Look at what you've become. Let us see if you dare to do this again. Ouch, I won't dare again. Good. If there essay next time, I shall deliver another punch. All right, I will heed your words. Witnessing Du Linyue's émotionnel outburst, Jiang Mingwu and Jiang Mingxiu exchanged glances and discreetly exited the room, leaving space for the two siblings. As they reached the courtyard, Ji Hua approached and bowed, addressing them. Gentlemen, the madam requests your presence. Understood, we shall go at once. Ji Hua's tone was particularly grave, which heightened the tension for Jiang Mingwu and Jiang Mingxiu as they hurried towards Qiao Yushu's courtyard. Upon arriving, Jiang Mingwu's attention was immediately drawn to an invitation card beside her. Mother, what has happened? The noble consort has specifically sent someone with an invitation for us to visit the palace, Qiao Yushu replied, savoring her Longjing tea. And Mingwu, you must accompany your father as well. It seems the affairs of the Du family have reached the emperor's ears, and since you rescued someone, you must assist in clarifying matters. Jiang Mingwu had anticipated this situation and thus was not surprised. In contrast, Jiang Mingxiu felt somewhat overwhelmed. The noble consort? Isn't she the mother of the 12th prince? Why is she inviting us? She can't possibly expect me to take responsibility for this matter. I wish to avoid any association with that scoundrel. Do you think I wish to enter the palace? If she had the choice, Qiao Yushu would prefer to steer clear of the court's intrigues. Yet, now that the invitation had been delivered to their residence, it was impossible for her to feign illness and decline. At this point, we have no opportunity to refuse. We must prepare quickly. We are to enter the palace in half an hour. Additionally, inform the nurse caring for Xiao Wu to help us prepare so we can bring him along. With the family in the palace, leaving Jiang Ruanruan alone at home is concerning. Having learned from past experiences, Jiang Ruanruan demonstrated a noticeable calmness during this palace visit. Sitting in the carriage without crying or making a fuss, solely focused on playing with her tiger-headed doll. Just as Qiao Yushu was about to praise her, she heard a familiar voice echo in her ear. It's all that scoundrel Shabian and the 7th prince's fault. If it weren't for their troubles, I could have stayed home peacefully playing with De Huang and Wu Ti need to run so far. De Huang, my beloved De Huang, I have been separated from you for 36 minutes and 18 seconds. I miss you so much. De Huang was the name Jiang Ruanruan had given to the little puppy, aptly named. Since Jiang Mingxiu presented the puppy to her, Jiang Ruanruan had lost interest in all her other toys, spending every day playing with De Huang in the courtyard. Had it not been for the nurse's intervention, she might have even brought De Huang to bed to sleep with her. Now, being forcibly separated from De Huang, Jiang Ruanruan felt reluctant, but had no one to blame, so she could only curse those two detestable fated individuals. By the way, it seemed quite a while since she had heard any news related to the heroine. She wondered what she had been busy with lately. Heavenly Lord, I, your devotee Jiang Ruanruan, am willing to exchange 3 years of my 4th brother's singlehood for your favor today. Please grant that I do not encounter them. Chapter 69. The Empress Mother. Fortunately, Jiang Mingxiu was not sharing a carriage with them today. Otherwise, he would certainly have caused a scene upon hearing her words. Xiao Yushu sighed in resignation. Just as she reached out to adjust Jiang Ruanruan's slightly askew hair, the carriage came to a halt. Madam Xiao, please disembark. The noble consort is already waiting for you. Thank you, eunuch. Given that the general's residence had previously saved the 12th prince's life, the palace attendants treated them with exceptional care, allowing the carriage to stop directly at the palace gates, just a few steps away. Xiao Yushu understood the palace's etiquette and discreetly slipped a silver ingot to the young eunuch. Upon seeing this, the young eunuch beamed even more widely, bending lower than before, leading Xiao Yushu and Jiang Ruanruan inside. The noble consort sat regally in her seat, rising to personally welcome Xiao Yushu, all the while murmuring, "Sister Xiao, I have long awaited your arrival. I recall that I am a few years your senior. You wouldn't mind me calling you sister, would you?" "Of course not. It is my honor to be considered a sister to the noble consort." Xiao Yushu sensed the sincerity in the noble consort's desire to befriend her, alleviating much of her earlier anxiety. There is no need for such formality. Today, as gathering consists of our own people. If you do not mind, simply call me Sister Rome. Very well, Sister Rome. However, I wonder what brings you to summon us today. We arrived in haste and did not bring any gifts. I hope you will not hold that against us. Oh, your presence is gift enough. What need is there for more? Moreover, if gifts were to be exchanged, it should be I who presents them to you. During that day of the polo match, there were too many people around, and I could not express my gratitude directly, but my appreciation was genuine. Since everyone is here today, I would like to formally thank you. As she spoke, the noble consort began to kneel. Xiao Yushu was taken aback and quickly reached out to stop her. "Sister, what are you doing? Please rise. Since you have declared us to be our own people, there is no need for such empty gestures. Moreover, we are merely subjects performing our duties. It is truly unnecessary." "Subjects? Even subjects can extend a helping hand. Why can't brothers do the same?" Upon hearing Xiao Yushu's words, the noble consort seemed to recall something, momentarily losing her composure. "What?" Xiao Yushu did not catch what she said and instinctively inquired further. Yet the noble consort regained her composure and, unwilling to elaborate, merely shook her head, saying, "It is nothing. I was simply overly excited to see you and spoke a few nonsensical words. Do not take it to heart. Jingyan, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and come greet them." If not for the noble consort's reminder, Xiao Yushu would not have noticed the 12th prince seated nearby. His demeanor within the palace starkly contrasts with that at the racetrack. He had not uttered a single word from beginning to end, merely sitting quietly at the side. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of his breath, one might have mistaken him for a statue. Upon hearing the words of the Empress Dowager, the 12th prince merely stood and nodded slightly towards Xiao Yushu, without offering any further comment. This child had been frightened at the racetrack last time and had yet to fully recover days later. Thus it became clear, with the explanation from noble consort Rome, everything before them seemed to fall into place. Xiao Yushu nodded, about to speak, when suddenly the voice of the gatekeeper eunuch announced, "Her Majesty the Empress has arrived. What esteemed guest is causing such a commotion?" I could hear it even from outside. The door swung open, revealing a regal woman adorned in a red gown embroidered with phoenixes, her beauty accentuated by a touch of rouge at the corners of her eyes. Even Jiang Ruanruan, who had seen countless beauties, was captivated. Is this the Empress, who barely appeared in the original text? She looks nothing like I imagined. Not just different, but entirely unlike what I envisioned. The storyline in the original work began with the crown prince's deposition, and the Empress had remained secluded due to the turmoil surrounding her, rarely making an appearance. Coupled with her strained relationship with the dog emperor, the other consorts, including the mother of the 7th prince, were not particularly amiable towards her. With such factors combined, Jiang Ruanruan had always pictured the Empress as a melancholic figure within the depths of the palace. Yet the breathtaking beauty before her bore no resemblance to such a notion. Regarding the crown prince's deposition, this Empress seems quite shrewd. If she truly wished to intervene, perhaps the crown prince's position could still be salvaged. Could there be a hidden agenda at play? Lost in her thoughts, Jiang Ruanruan did not even realize she had been staring at the Empress. By the time she came to her senses, she found herself in the Empress's embrace. This must be the 5th young lady of the general's residence. I have heard of her, indeed a bold one. No one else has ever dared to gaze at me so intently. Do you believe I am unaware of my own reaction? Now that she was in someone else's arms, Jiang Ruanruan dared not act recklessly. instead stealing glances at the empress, attempting to charm her into releasing her. How adorable. Yet, to her surprise, the empress avoided Jiang Ruanruan's gaze and sat down in the main seat, cradling her. Previously, the master of Ishi Palace had solely been noble consort Rong, but with her arrival, the main seat was now occupied, leaving noble consort Rong visibly displeased. "May I inquire, your majesty, what brings you here?" "What brings me here? I am the sovereign of the harem. Surely, I need no reason to visit my sister. Or is my sister preoccupied with pressing matters that an outsider like me should not overhear?" The empress, true to her title, expertly elevated the atmosphere with just a few words, leaving the attending eunuchs and several from the general's residence bowing their heads, anxious not to draw any ire. What to do? What to do? Will they end up quarreling? I have never participated in palace intrigue. Is it too late to revisit those classic palace drama series? Sitting in the empress's arms, Jiang Ruanruan felt as if she were on the front lines of battle, fearing that the next words from the empress might lead to her being unceremoniously dropped to the ground. As if to validate Jiang Ruanruan's concerns, noble consort Rong promptly dismissed all the attending eunuchs. "Your Majesty, do not worry. I trust you completely. If you doubt anyone, I will send the others away, and you may speak freely. All of you, step back and guard the palace entrance. If anyone arrives, be sure to announce it. Those serving in the palace certainly differ from others." As soon as noble consort Rong finished speaking, they set down their belongings and orderly retreated. Truly remarkable, they are efficient. Chapter 70. Old friends, have they all left? Just as Jiang Ruanruan thought, noble consort Rong was clearing the space for a formal confrontation with the empress. The empress unexpectedly set her down, her keen eyes fixed on the window, as if wary of something. "Rest assured, your majesty, they have all departed." Noble consort Rong's demeanor had shifted, no longer exhibiting that hesitant timidity one would expect in the presence of an adversary. "It is well they have gone. I am utterly exhausted. Rong, come quickly and give me a massage." Upon hearing this, the empress shook her shoulders, completely relaxing. Jiang Ruanruan stood by, utterly bewildered. What is this? According to the script, shouldn't they be at each other's throats? Why are they suddenly exchanging massages? "Mother, this is not the palace drama I signed up for." Xiao Yushu recognized that Jiang Ruanruan's peculiar address was directed at her and instinctively turned to look. However, when it came to providing an explanation, Xiao Yushu found herself at a loss. She was not well acquainted with the relationships among the various consorts in the palace and had never before witnessed the interaction between noble consort Rong and the empress. Yet, from their current behavior, it seemed they were deliberately feigning enmity in front of outsiders. But why? One is the highest-ranking woman in the harem, and the other is the emperor's cherished childhood companion. If they truly wished to befriend each other, surely no one would dare oppose them. Noticing the confusion in the eyes of Xiao Yushu and Jiang Mingxiu, the empress and noble consort Rong exchanged glances and simultaneously burst into laughter. "Forgive us for the amusement. The palace is rife with prying eyes. Only by behaving this way can we avoid suspicion. Indeed, your majesty and noble consort Rong have known each other for quite some time." Upon hearing the empress's explanation, Jiang Ruanruan began to comprehend that the intricacies of palace affairs were far more complex than she had imagined. The world knew only of noble consort Rong's childhood affection with the emperor, yet they were unaware that the empress and noble consort Rong shared a long-standing acquaintance. In fact, their relationship dated back even further, with their parents having known each other since their infancy. At that time, they were too young to foresee their future in the palace and jokingly remarked about arranging a marriage between their children, fostering ties for generations to come. As she recalled their past vows, a bittersweet smile unconsciously graced noble consort Rong's lips. Who would have thought they would both end up in the palace? In the final years of the late emperor's reign, political strife surged, with various factions vying to support their favored princes. The late emperor, influenced by the tumult, grew increasingly suspicious. My father, fearing that our family's close ties would raise the late emperor's suspicion, began to intentionally distance himself, resulting in dwindling opportunities for us to meet. It was not until 6 months later that I learned she was to be wed to the third prince, bestowed by the emperor. The third prince is Murongtang, the current emperor. The empress sighed as she recounted this. I was genuinely happy for her, knowing she and the third prince had a childhood bond, but to my surprise, the very next day, an edict came through, commanding me to marry the third prince as his primary consort. How surprising. I did not realize you viewed me in such a light. Though it was a long-ago event, noble consort Rong feigned annoyance at the mention of it. Observing their interaction, Jiang Ruanruan could surmise the depth of their past friendship. Alas, a marriage contract had intervened, and former friends became co-wives of the same man, one too proud to speak, the other burdened by guilt and unable to express herself. Two strong-willed individuals influencing one another, they endured in the depths of the palace for over a decade. Qiao Yushu felt a pang of sympathy after hearing this. As a woman herself, she understood their plight. There is indeed a matter that requires the assistance of the general's wife. This is something the empress cannot openly discuss, so noble consort Rong will speak on her behalf. We wish for you to help investigate the truth behind the crown prince's deposition and Jing Yan's fall from his horse. Meanwhile, in the Dali Temple dungeon, on that day, when Du Ruoxu and Jiang Mingwu were captured, they were promptly delivered to Ji Yunshu for interrogation. Now, as he counted the passing hours, it had been nearly 2 days. Yet Ji Yunshu had failed to extract any useful information. Having served as the deputy minister of the Dali Temple for several years, Ji Yunshu had encountered numerous suspects, but few were as obstinate as Du Ruoxu. He was curious about the substantial benefits that Du Ruoxu's mysterious benefactor had promised him, compelling him to remain loyal even at the cost of abandoning his wife and children, seemingly as if he were protecting a cherished lover. Du Ruoxu's hands were securely bound by iron chains, his body hanging limply in the air, presenting a most ghastly sight. Nevertheless, upon hearing Ji Yunshu's inquiry, he summoned the last remnants of his strength to force a semblance of a smile. Ji Shaoqing, there is no need for further coaxing. I shall divulge nothing. Having pledged my loyalty, I will see it through. Abandoning my vow would not be the mark of a true hero. A hero? Ji Yunshu burst into laughter. Du County Magistrate, you seem to have lost your senses. These words bear no relation to you. On a public level, your defiance of the laws of the Shang dynasty and your disturbance of the populace do not make you a good minister. On a personal level, your abandonment of your wife and children disqualifies you as a husband and father. After all these years, have you achieved even a single commendable act? To still consider yourself a hero is a grave insult to that term. You know nothing. Ji Yunshu's bluntness incited a noticeable agitation in Du Ruoxu. The victors write history. Every epic creator was once misunderstood. How could you mere mortals comprehend our intentions? Ji Shaoqing, if you have time to engage in idle chatter with me, you should rather be devising a way to report to the emperor. Do not let my predicament cost you your position. Du County Magistrate, you are overestimating your importance. Now that you are in my custody, I shall report to the emperor truthfully. As for the shadowy figure you protect, I can always apprehend them later. Yi Yunshu shrugged, clearly dismissing Du Ruoxu's concerns. Chapter 71. Voluntary Punishment. What did you say? Du Ruoxu had heard others describe Ji Yunshu as a relentless adjudicator, intentionally prolonging their confrontation. Yet the current demeanor of Ji Yunshu suggested indifference to such matters. Nothing of great import. I merely find it lamentable. Ji Yunshu casually took a seat on a nearby stool. You wager your life for someone who has not even deigned to check on you. Is such a master truly worthy of your sacrifice? If you cooperate, I can speak favorably on your behalf before the emperor, with a stroke of luck. You might even avoid death. Surely, Du County Magistrate, you understand this simple principle? Realizing Ji Yunshu's thoughts, Du Ruoxu turned his head away, refusing further engagement. Very well. Du County Magistrate, you are indeed steadfast. I hope you can uphold your convictions. Observing Du Ruoxu's demeanor, Ji Yunshu ceased his conversation. After all, it was not he who was imprisoned and subjected to whims. He had no reason to rush. Given that Du Ruoxu refused to speak, it would be best if he remained silent henceforth. Someone, Du County Magistrate, appears to have retained his vigor. Please attend to him properly. Do not neglect him. Understood? Yes. Rest assured, Ji Shaoqing, I shall not disappoint. After entrusting Du Ruoxu to a few guards, Ji Yunshu set off for the palace in his carriage. The deadline imposed by the emperor had expired. It was time to provide a response. Upon entering, Ji Yunshu was advised to tread carefully as the emperor was in session. Fear not, Gong Gong He. Although referred to as a meeting, the atmosphere within the Yangxin Palace was eerily quiet. As Ji Yunshu entered, he immediately sensed the unusual tension and discreetly softened his footsteps. Minister Ji, I pay my respects to your majesty. Ah, my beloved minister arrives at an opportune moment. I wish to discuss the counterfeit currency case with you. Murong Tang glanced at the memorial Ji Yunshu had submitted, barely scrutinizing it before casting it aside. The seventh prince just informed me that he has some connection to the mastermind behind the counterfeit currency case. I need you to discern the truth of his claims. As soon as he finished speaking, the seventh prince emerged from behind the curtain. Ji Yunshu scrutinized him and then turned his gaze towards the emperor seated in the main position, inwardly cursing under his breath. With the prince's arrival, silence fell. It seemed the father and son duo were conspiring to toy with him. Fortunately, today's matter pertained to the counterfeit currency case. If his report were to implicate the seventh prince, he would surely have made an enemy. The seventh prince holds a noble status. I dare not speak recklessly. Despite his inner turmoil, Ji Yunshu maintained a facade of decorum, feigning difficulty. I have already granted you permission. What do you fear? The law applies equally to the emperor and the commoners. Even I am not exempt. He is merely a prince. Do you truly worry that he will seek revenge? Old Seven, you speak for yourself. Murong Tang's presence commanded authority, causing a nearby eunuch to tremble in fright. Your servant, having been deceived by the villain, mistakenly believed him to be a victim in the counterfeit currency case, sheltering him in my residence for 3 days. Upon accidentally learning the truth, I have come to seek forgiveness from His Majesty. I do not dare to hope for your forgiveness, but I request an opportunity to explain myself. I am willing to take responsibility for my error. Villain? Surely he could not be referring to Du Ruoxu? Yet, if the seventh prince were indeed the benefactor behind Du Ruoxu, why would he come forth to confess? Wouldn't that draw more suspicion upon himself? Contemplating this, Ji Yunshu voiced his doubts. If what the seventh prince says is true, who can attest to the fact that your only transgression is one of harboring a criminal? Ji Shaoqing, please do not misuse your words. My mother's ancestral home is in Lichuan, and I share a bond of kinship with that villain. I happened to encounter him in the capital and, feeling a connection, allowed him to stay at my residence for a few days. Beyond that, there is nothing else. It cannot be classified as harboring. If you do not believe me, you may take someone from my residence to inquire. The seventh prince's demeanor was unyielding, exuding no trace of remorse, and it appeared as though Ji Yunshu was the one attempting to entrap him. Misjudging someone's character is my fault, and I am willing to accept punishment. However, Ji Yunshu detected a flaw in the seventh prince's statements and was about to inquire further when he was abruptly silenced by a glance from Murong Tang. Enough, enough. I see old Seven has made himself clear. Ji Ai Qing, you need not waste more time. Let us proceed according to the law. With this declaration, it was evident that Murong Tang was not inclined to grant Ji Yunshu another opportunity for inquiry. Ji Yunshu felt a surge of frustration, a surge of emotions welling up within him. Thus, Ji Yunshu could do nothing further to the seventh prince. According to the law, the seventh prince was to be confined in the palace for 3 months, reflecting on his actions. Very well, let it be so. I have other state affairs to attend to. If there is nothing else, you may withdraw. Having submitted his memorial, Ji Yunshu deemed it unnecessary to linger. He bowed to Murong Tang and promptly exited. As he stepped outside the hall, the seventh prince hurried after him. Yishokvink, I must express my gratitude for your leniency today. Otherwise, my punishment would surely have been far more severe than mere confinement for 3 months. The seventh prince spoke with undue severity. I merely acted in accordance with the regulations, replied Ji Yunshu. As he spoke, the seventh prince reached out and lightly patted Ji Yunshu's shoulder, laden with an unmistakable warning. Chapter 72. Kindred Spirits in Distress. Rest assured, Your Highness. I would never engage in such actions, Ji Yunshu assured, keeping his head turned to avoid meeting the seventh prince's gaze. The seventh prince stood beside him for a moment before ultimately choosing to temporarily trust his words. That is indeed commendable. I find that I prefer dealing with intelligent individuals. It is getting late. Ji Shaoqing, you should hasten to leave the palace. We shall meet again in 3 months. Alone atop the high platform, Ji Yunshu gazed into the dimming horizon and exhaled softly. He had long expressed his disdain for visiting the palace, and it was clear now that his previous sentiments were indeed justified. Each visit seemed to herald misfortune. As dusk approached, the palace gates would soon close, and should he be discovered by the guards, he risked being apprehended as an assassin. Ji Yunshu dared not linger, and after a brief pause, he hurried towards the gates. Along the way, he encountered Madame Qiao with her 2 children. The trio appeared equally hurried, likely having faced considerable distress that day. Out of politeness, Yun's hupos to greet Madame Quio. However, she seemed lost in thought, failing to hear him until Jiang Mingxiu, following closely behind, reminded her to stop. Yishou Kvink, what brings you to the palace today? There are matters I must report to the emperor. And you, Madame Qiao? Oh, I merely came to keep the consort company out of boredom. Madame Qiao replied with a wry smile. She could hardly divulge to Ji Yunshu that they had inadvertently uncovered the peculiar relationship between the empress and consort Rome, and had been coerced into the palace's internal strife at their insistence. Even if Ji Yunshu were willing to listen, she dare not speak of it. I see. Ji Yunshu nodded, an envious expression gracing his features. Why was it that they enjoyed such favorable treatment within the palace, while he was subjected to the whims of the father-son duo? Alas, alas, they both sighed in unison. The remainder of the journey was marked by silence. No one felt inclined to speak. Jiang Ruanruan, cradled in Jiang Mingxiu's arms, had already fallen asleep, only stirring when they reached home. In contrast to the tribulations faced by Madame Qiao and her children, Jiang Jinyuan and Jiang Minggu had navigated their time in the palace with far greater ease. Madam, why does your complexion appear so pale? Did the consort give you a hard time? Madame Qiao lifted her gaze, her expression one of resignation. I would welcome such treatment from the consort. What do you mean by that? In response to Jiang Jinyuan's puzzled look, Madame Qiao recounted the unspoken words of the empress from earlier. Following the recent incident at the horse racing event, the emperor had dispatched someone to investigate, revealing that a palace servant had harbored grievances against the 12th prince and had sought revenge. That is impossible. Jiang Jinyuan's immediate reaction was disbelief. The 12th prince, with his unique status and the emperor's favor, would not easily become a target. Furthermore, the perpetrator was merely an unnamed servant from the stables. Such actions would be tantamount to open rebellion against the royal family, incurring severe consequences. Madame Qiao nodded in agreement, sharing his sentiments. Not only she, but even the empress and consort Rome, as well as the 12th prince himself, found the accusations implausible. Despite his mischievous nature, the 12th prince was raised by consort Rome and would not mistreat those beneath him. Thus, when the investigation's results were announced, consort Rome took the 12th prince to seek the emperor's intervention, hoping for a re-examination. To their dismay, the emperor declined, citing his overwhelming workload. Evidence from the servants' quarters had been gathered, but upon review, the emperor deemed the matter unworthy of further investigation and ordered the servants' execution, additionally sentencing the 12th prince to a month of confinement without the possibility of appeal. This explained the 12th prince's despondency. Anyone would feel disheartened under suspicion from a respected father. The situation was indeed suspicious. The emperor's character suggested he would not readily accept such claims. Therefore, consort Rome sought their assistance in investigating the matter, believing that the royal hunting grounds, currently under the watch of Jiang Jinyuan soldiers, would yield clues. Aside from them, consort Rome could also reach out to her maternal family for help. However, should this be discovered, the emperor's suspicions would likely fall upon her, making it a risky endeavor. Jiang Jinyuan understood his wife's disposition. If this were the only issue, Madame Qiao would not be so troubled. You are correct. Due to the sensitive nature of the situation, Madame Qiao opted to jot down the details on paper, which Jiang Jinyuan promptly discarded into the incense burner after perusing. The empress had instructed them to keep this matter confidential and to exercise caution. Should they succeed, she would find a way to shield them from the turmoil of the capital. Isn't this rather reckless? Jiang Jinyuan hesitated to agree, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Madame Qiao was well aware of the implications but felt compelled to act, as any misstep could render Jiang Ruanruan a pawn in the empress's hands. I understand. You have endured much, my dear. Years of marital bond allowed them to communicate without words. With a mere glance, Jiang Jinyuan sensed the deep-seated helplessness within Madame Qiao, prompting him to change the subject. Who would have imagined that their initial intention to gradually distance themselves from the treacherous whirlpool of power for self-preservation would lead them deeper into secrets? Jiang Jinyuan harbored concerns. If this trend continued, he feared for their future safety. As night fell, the starry sky shimmered, reflecting the moonlight and creating a dazzling spectacle. Yet those on the ground were preoccupied with their own thoughts, indifferent to the beauty above. Within the dungeons of the Dali Temple, 2 guards were engaged in idle chatter over drinks. If I heard correctly, didn't Ji Shaoqing mention that this person is to be executed in 3 days? Indeed. I believe he should have met his end long ago. Surviving this long after being involved in the counterfeit currency case is a stroke of luck. I agree, but have you noticed a strange odor? Not good. The dungeon is on fire. Someone quick. Chapter 73. Interconnected Events. By the time Ji and Shu received the news and rushed to the scene, the cell had already been reduced to a charred ruin. Lord Shaoqing, please temper your anger. This fire indeed arrived unexpectedly. We were stationed outside and noted nothing unusual within the cell, nor did we see any suspicious individuals enter, the guards pleaded, kneeling and still smeared with soot from their earlier attempts to extinguish the flames. Ji and Shu, incensed, kicked one of them. Is this the excuse you have concocted? It was not uncommon for the guards to indulge in drinks and casual conversation during their watch. Yet Ji and Shu had previously warned them to remain vigilant to avoid unforeseen incidents. It was disappointing to find that they had still failed to heed his advice. Lord Shaoqing, please follow me. The fire had resulted in significant casualties, and the coroner had arrived promptly after receiving word. How many lives were lost? Ji and Shu had braced himself for the worst and was not overly surprised upon seeing the row of lifeless bodies strewn across the floor. He merely inquired softly. 5 deceased, 7 injured. All were suspects who could not escape in time. The coroner knelt down, meticulously identifying the deceased to Ji and Shu. Though their bodies had been reduced to mere remnants by the searing flames, the skeletal structure and various injuries remained unchanged, allowing for easy identification upon slight comparison. They were merely suspects. Their demise was inconsequential. The sole complication lay in the fact that Du Ruanruan was among the deceased. Was there any doubt about confirming his identity? No doubt remained, as the locations of the wounds matched perfectly, affirming that it was indeed Du Ruanruan. Concerned that Ji and Shu might doubt his findings, the coroner meticulously reviewed the recorded information in front of him, and the results corroborated his earlier assertions. According to the emperor's decree, Du Ruanruan was to be executed in 3 days. The unexpected turn of events following the verdict raised suspicions that someone had orchestrated this, aiming to silence him before any further complications could arise. Very well, you all should take care of the bodies and process them quickly. I shall proceed to the palace to report to His Majesty. At this juncture, further discussion was futile, and Ji and Shu had no choice but to accept his fate, dutifully taking the coroner's prepared documents to the palace to inform Mu Rongtang. Upon hearing the news, Mu Rongtang was incensed, immediately issuing an edict to suspend Ji and Shu for 3 months for reflection, alongside the entire staff on duty that night at the Lycée, who also lost 3 months' wages. Ji and Shu found himself unjustly suffering in silence, his heart heavy with grievances that he had no one to confide in, thus seeking solace in the general's residence to lament to Jiang Ruanruan. That clever lad might help him discern where the issue lay. So you suspect someone is deliberately targeting you, hastening the execution to silence you? What other possibilities exist? Ji and Shu, holding a wine jug, slurred his words. I beg to differ. Jiang Ruanruan shook his head, not accepting the wine cup Ji and Shu offered. Instead, he took a sip of the cold tea beside him, contemplating, if they were indeed after you, with so many criminals to choose from, why single out Du Ruanruan? It is not solely him, for numerous inmates perished that night, and Du Ruanruan was merely one among many. Apart from Du Ruanruan, can you name another? Jiang Ruanruan shot Ji and Shu a sidelong glance, countering. Ji and Shu found himself momentarily speechless. As the deputy minister of the Lycée, he had countless matters to attend to, often delegating minor cases to subordinates without wasting his time on them. Du Ruanruan was a high-profile case he had followed closely, thus he remembered it distinctly. Realizing this, Ji and Shu felt a sense of clarity wash over him. So that was it. I heard that the 7th prince recently requested a punishment of house arrest from His Majesty, and I surmise that the emperor is quite pleased with this maneuver. Am I correct? With the former crown prince deposed and the emperor's health failing, the selection of a successor became paramount, especially since the 7th prince had garnered significant esteem in the court without any major missteps. Naturally, the emperor would lean towards him. The 7th prince recognized this as well, which is why he preemptively sought forgiveness from the emperor when rumors began to swirl in the court. First house arrest, then a fire. This way, he could completely absolve himself of suspicion. The plan was meticulously crafted, with Ji and Shu being the unfortunate scapegoat for the 7th prince's cleansing. Of course, Jiang Ruanruan would not elucidate these details to Ji and Shu, especially since he was already suspended, Knowing too much was not advantageous. However, Ji Yanshu was no fool. Achieving the position of Deputy Minister of the Li Si required acumen, and with just a little guidance from Jiang Mingfeng, he began to grasp the intricacies of the situation. I suspected there was something amiss in the words he spoke, but I never anticipated it would manifest so swiftly. How foolish I was to greet him warmly when we last met. My goodwill was wasted. As the effects of the wine intensified, Ji Yanshu's words became increasingly unrestrained. Jiang Mingfeng, unable to tolerate this, was about to make an excuse to escort him away when another guest arrived. Jiang Gongzi, long time no see. The Empress and Consort Rong have entrusted us with the investigation of the royal hunting grounds, and Jiang Jinyuan and Xiao Yushu are undoubtedly devising a plan. However, their knowledge of horses is rather limited, so after some contemplation, they invited Hunyang to assist. Jiang Mingfeng had been unaware of this matter, and upon seeing an old acquaintance, he was understandably surprised. It has indeed been a while. How have you been, Miss Hu? Everything is going smoothly. Hunyang smiled brightly, and just as she finished greeting Jiang Mingfeng, her attention was drawn to Ji Yanshu, who lay drunk and cursing at the table. Who is this? Just a friend. No need to mind him, Miss Hu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingfeng stepped forward to shield Ji Yanshu behind him, his tone revealing an urgency he himself had not recognized. Realizing that Jiang Mingfeng wished to limit her interaction with Ji Yanshu, Hunyang did not press further, exchanging pleasantries before joining the servants to visit Madame Xiao for discussions. Coincidentally, Jiang Ruanruan chased a Huang into the courtyard, and upon seeing her brother's noticeably altered expression compared to usual, she couldn't help but shake her head. TS came in, not even a hint of progress, and already acting protective. Chapter 74. The Strange Poison of the Western Regions. This includes the relationship between my elder brother and sister-in-law, as I recall a suitor who was quite fond of her and shared a good rapport with my brother. The suitor held a respectable position and even sought out my sister-in-law when our family fell from grace, hoping she would join him to spare herself some suffering. Yet, my sister-in-law resolutely refused, choosing to accompany my brother on the path of exile. Later, when Jiang Ruanruan was tormented by the first household, the suitor intervened to assist, embodying the principle of loving all that is dear to one. Alas, this character would fit perfectly in a modern idol drama as the tragic second male lead. A quintessential wealthy and handsome figure. Jiang Mingfeng raised an eyebrow at her words, recalling that he had heard the term shipping from Xiaowu before. But it was originally directed at him and Miss Hu. How quickly had the subject changed? With these thoughts, Jiang Mingfeng approached Jiang Ruanruan, and before she could react, he swept her into his arms. Xiaowu, your first birthday is approaching. How about I find a teacher to enlighten you? Our little Xiaowu is exceptionally bright. While others start at 3, you should begin even earlier. Enlightenment? What does that mean? I go to early education classes? The ancient concept of enlightenment differs greatly from modern early education, lacking the specialized courses and educational toys, and Jiang Ruanruan had no desire to endure such a fate. Thus, upon hearing Jiang Mingfeng's proposition, she immediately rejected it, shaking her head vigorously. You are silent? Then I shall take it as your agreement. I shall bring a teacher over soon for you to familiarize yourself with. Not so, brother. Do I look like I can speak right now? Jiang Mingfeng feigned ignorance, deliberately speaking as if it were a serious matter right in front of Jiang Ruanruan. Little did she expect that merely harboring a clandestine admiration for her sister-in-law's interactions with others would lead her brother to send her off to school. Had she known, she would have been more cautious. How infuriating. Have you sent that friend of yours away? Rest assured, it has all been arranged. In front of Hunyang, Jiang Mingfeng maintained a demeanor of lofty elegance, even his tone lighter than usual. Jiang Ruanruan, placed beside Xiao Yushu by the wet nurse, could not help but pout upon hearing Jiang Mingfeng speak. You just put on an act. You weren't speaking like that when you were scolding me earlier. The moment you're in front of sister-in-law, you automatically turn on the charm, don't you? Turn on the charm? Is it akin to a peacock displaying its feathers? Sensing the immense resentment emanating from Jiang Ruanruan's petite frame, Jiang Mingfeng instinctively lowered his head. As long as he could not see her, he could pretend the situation did not exist. Xiao Yushu observed the playful interaction between the siblings, her laughter causing the fine lines at the corners of her eyes to deepen. With a heart intent on avenging their family as Xiao Wu, Xiao Yushu feigned casualness as she spoke. As long as everything is arranged, that's fine. By the way, Ming Feng, this is Miss Hu. My mother mentioned that you two have met before. I wonder if you still remember her? Of course I remember. The sensation of recalling something oneself is distinct from when it is mentioned by others, especially when the one speaking is a beloved family member. Jiang Mingfeng's face flushed crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp. Well, look who is blushing, Jiang Ruanruan remarked, momentarily forgetting her earlier displeasure as she nestled comfortably in her mother's embrace, continuing to indulge in her favorite official. Fortunately, Miss Hu sat at a distance, and Jiang Mingfeng's back shielded her from the embarrassment. Remembering is good. The matter of the royal hunting grounds is related to our family, and we require assistance in investigating it. I have brought Miss Hu here as I discussed with your father. She mentioned that the poison mixed into the fodder seems to be connected to the western regions. Your father has already dispatched someone to the hunting grounds to retrieve it. Since you are here, perhaps you could also ponder if anyone in the court has recently had contact with the western regions. Having exchanged light-hearted banter, Xiao Yushu did not forget the pressing matter at hand. At this point, Jiang Mingfeng's instinctive reaction was to associate it with the seventh prince or Jiang Xijin. However, upon reflection, both had not left the capital recently, let alone interacted with anyone from the western regions, unless there were undisclosed channels involved. Currently, there are none. Our court has always maintained a tense relationship with the western regions. Ordinary individuals would not willingly associate with them. Xiao Yushu acknowledged, nodding. Your father and I share the same sentiment. Could it be that someone from the western regions has infiltrated the capital to deliberately cause trouble? Miss Hu pondered, presenting another possibility. The substance mixed into the fodder is extremely rare. Even the esteemed gentlemen of the horse ranch have only seen it in books. The western regions have a tradition of horse racing, and incorporating this substance in small amounts can heighten a horse's spirits, enabling them to perform splendidly in races. However, if too much is added, the horses may become uncontrollable. The culprit who mixed such a considerable amount into the fodder must possess significant financial backing. If that is indeed the case, we must report it to the emperor immediately and dispatch someone to investigate. The issue lies here, Xiao Yushu sighed. The one responsible for the horses has already been sentenced to death by the emperor. Now that he is dead, we lack further leads, and without witnesses, it may be difficult to pursue this matter. Moreover, since it has not yet resulted in serious consequences, if our investigations yield no substantial findings, we may face public scrutiny. The matter of spies is of national concern and cannot be reported lightly. Even with the Empress Dowager's support, the consequences of failure are not something we can endure. Indeed, this requires careful deliberation. Jiang Mingfeng furrowed his brow, tirelessly searching for a solution in his mind. If I recall correctly, a poison needle was found on that fine steed. Is there any clue related to it? The physicians at the medical office have already conducted a joint examination. It is merely common snake venom. Snake venom is inexpensive and readily available in the market, making it challenging to pursue this lead. There is no need for Mother to worry excessively. All actions leave traces, with both snake venom and a rare herb from the western regions. It may simply be a smokescreen employed by the culprit to lead us astray. Jiang Mingfeng's statement indicated that he had formulated a plan. Coincidentally, during that day at the horse ranch, my fourth brother sought the emperor's grace to allow him to compete again with the 12th prince. I propose we utilize this opportunity to draw out the perpetrator. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yushu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How should we proceed? The emperor will likely believe that this matter does not warrant a major investigation, considering the 12th prince is unharmed. Thus, we must find a way to make him witness the consequences, using this chance to lure out the mastermind. Jiang Mingfeng initially intended to accompany Xiao Yushu as she departed, but upon reaching the door, she concocted an excuse to send him elsewhere. Jiang Ruanruan, having come from a modern, open society, found it challenging to adapt to the ancient customs regarding interactions between men and women. Concerned that her perspective might influence her in the future, Xiao Yushu seized the opportunity to remind Jiang Mingfeng. Though you both are unmarried and free, a woman's reputation holds more significance than a man's. You must consider the other's feelings in all matters and avoid excessive closeness. Do you understand? Yes, mother. Jiang Mingfeng understood the gravity of her words. As night fell, Jiang Mingfeng dreamt. In his dream, he and Miss Hu were wed, living harmoniously in the bliss of marriage. However, this idyllic existence was short-lived. Merely a month after their union, his father faced impeachment from the court officials, and the emperor ordered his demotion to commoner status, exiling him to the borders, with the family bearing the same fate. On the eve of their journey, Jiang Mingfeng saw himself in the dream calling Miss Hu over, handing her a bundle. She gazed at the package in his hand, disappointment etched across her face as she did not reach for it, merely standing still. "What do you mean? Are you sending me away?" "I do not mean that." Jiang Mingfeng turned his head, forcing back tears. "I am grateful for your willingness to be my wife. But this calamity is beyond our control. I cannot bear to see you suffer alongside us. The borderlands are harsh. Even grown men find it difficult to endure. How could a woman survive there? I have my own ways." Tears glimmered in Miss Hu's eyes as she seized the bundle from his grasp and threw it aside. Embracing him fiercely, "Choosing to marry you means I will bear all consequences with you. This is my choice, and I do not regret it. You must not push me away again. Do you understand? Otherwise, I shall never speak to you again." To alleviate Jiang Mingfeng's sorrow, Miss Hu spoke in a half-joking tone. "Besides, do not forget that my ancestral home is in a small town near the borders. I am surely more familiar with life there than you. If you worry about me, it will be wiser to consider how to care for yourself. As for my father, he must be suffering too. If he learns that I abandoned you to survive alone, what would he think of me? Do you think I could have arranged things so well without my father's guidance?" In Jiang Ruanruan's view, exchanging the last vestige of goodwill to ensure a comfortable life for his daughter-in-law was perhaps the most worthwhile transaction in the world. "You speak true. Both of you share the same temperament, utterly oblivious to self-care." As a tear fell from Miss Hu's eye, the scene shifted in Jiang Mingfeng's dream, transporting him to a forest on the borders. It had been over half a month since they left the capital, and fatigue was etched on every face. The soldiers tasked with escorting them to the borders were no better off. Initially, they took pleasure in exerting their authority to make their journey difficult. However, as time passed, they lost interest, standing like lifeless corpses. "Behave yourselves. We will rest over there." In the midst of the silence, Miss Hu stood out, draped in a cloak, her customary red riding attire peeking through, resembling a radiant sun amidst swirling yellow sands, symbolizing boundless vitality that evoked admiration. As soon as the soldiers walked away, she sprinted from the rear of the line, handing Jiang Mingfeng a water flask she had just filled at the riverbank. "Drink this quickly. Do not let them see. You've worked hard." The relentless journey had drained much of Jiang Mingfeng's energy, and he had to remain vigilant against robbers targeting the vulnerable at home. He barely had the strength to speak. Yet upon seeing Miss Hu, he managed a faint smile, unwilling to worry her. "There is no hardship here. If anyone has endured hardship, it is you and my father. But rest assured, I checked on him earlier. He is well, though a bit thinner." During their exile, the men were shackled, and any movement produced a clinking sound. Jiang Mingfeng, as the eldest son of the family, found it exceedingly inconvenient to communicate with Jiang Ruanruan, who was located far away. Thus, he could only rely on Hunyang to relay messages while the soldiers were distracted. The more he observed, the greater the guilt that swelled within him, ultimately rendering him incapable of meeting Hunyang's gaze in his dreams. Coupled with the heartfelt whispers he had initially heard from Jiang Ruanruan, Jiang Mingfeng began to doubt whether he was a worthy match for Hunyang. If the outcome for their family were to remain unchanged in this lifetime, should he grant Hunyang her freedom? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Mingfeng slowly awakened from his dreams, no longer able to find sleep. Noticing that dawn had yet to break, he rose, dressed, and seated himself at the table, where he took out paper and pen to document the recent events. When he reached the portion concerning Hunyang, his pen hesitated for a moment, and ultimately, he wrote down the name Ji Yunshu beside it. Little Wu had mentioned that Ji Yunshu held similar feelings for her. Perhaps bringing the two together would be inappropriate. After much contemplation, Jiang Mingfeng still felt it unwise and decisively crossed out Ji Yunshu's name on that page. He then cast all that he had written into the furnace, watching it burn clean. To choose anew signified that heaven had granted him a chance to amend his path. How could he relinquish Hunyang to another before anything had transpired? Only cowards acted thus. Should he truly make such a choice, it would be a betrayal of their vows made in dreams and a disservice to Hunyang, who had resolutely accompanied him into exile. There must be a way. Jiang Mingfeng gazed at the flames before him, silently swearing an oath within his heart. Chapter 76. The day of birth with multiple matters converging. The household of the general became exceedingly busy. Jiang Ruanruan, as the family's pillar, was particularly occupied. not only managing military affairs, but also keeping a vigilant eye on the hunting grounds to prevent the perpetrator from resurfacing. In contrast, Jiang Ruanruan had become the most leisurely member of the household, spending her days patrolling the courtyard with De Huang, who was already beginning to shed his fur, exuding an air of authority. Our little Wu truly is my daughter, swiftly learning to protect the home. Jiang Ruanruan, having been preoccupied for several days and neglecting to shave, had a chin that resembled a steel wool ball when Jiang Ruanruan approached him, leaving her with a noticeably red mark. However, Jiang Ruanruan was too engrossed in cherishing his precious daughter to notice. When Xiao Yushu arrived and caught sight of him, she swiftly delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. "Stop. I know I was wrong. Good. Since there is no immediate crisis, I advise you to visit the side courtyard. Someone is waiting for you there." "The side courtyard? Aren't those places occupied by servants?" Jiang Ruanruan stood in place, scratching his head and pondering for a long while, attempting to recall the faces of all the servants in the household, but failing to grasp who could simultaneously concern both him and his wife. Unable to make sense of it, Jiang Ruanruan chose to head over directly. After all, his wife would not harm him. He would soon discover whether the person was human or ghost. "Get out, all of you. Do not think of harming me. I want a physician. Quickly, go find a physician." He suddenly recalled who the person was. Wasn't it that Shin Qinghe? However, judging by his wife's earlier demeanor, she seemed to be jealous, and jealousy indicated that she cared for him. He had always asserted that his wife was the best in the world. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry over." Xiao Yushu, cradling Jiang Ruanruan, was presiding over the situation. After waiting for quite some time, without seeing Jiang Ruanruan approach, she turned her head and discovered him standing at the door, lost in thought, almost causing her to lose her composure. "Here he comes. What does my lady require?" The midwife said the fetus is too large for an easy delivery. To ensure the safety of both mother and child, we may need to find a capable physician. I recall there is a Dr. Su in the eastern part of the city who excels in such matters. Please send someone to fetch him at once. In the brief time it took to converse, Shen Qinghe, who had been commanding those in the room, now lay pale and breathless on the bed, struggling under the weight of her large belly. "Very well, I shall send someone immediately." Since Xiao Yushu had suggested it, Jiang Ruanruan had no reason to hesitate. Moreover, he remembered that Dr. Su was indeed quite skilled. He had treated his wife during the birth of their fourth child, alleviating much of her pain. Yet, little did he know that Shen Qinghe, in her ignorance, would respond with disdain upon hearing Xiao Yushu's intentions to summon a physician. "I refuse. How do I know what schemes you are plotting? What if you seek to harm both me and my child?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruanruan and Xiao Yushu could only laugh in exasperation. "Miss Shen, you are overthinking. You must have heard some of what the midwife said. Your fetus is indeed too large for a safe delivery. If we truly wish to harm you, we could simply leave you here to perish, allowing you to die in childbirth. Why would we bother to call a physician? Wouldn't that be redundant?" Xiao Yushu's words were direct, leaving Shen Qinghe speechless. Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at her. Through the window, Jiang Ruanruan could even see beads of sweat forming on Shen Qinghe's forehead and the veins bulging on her neck. In ancient times, childbirth was fraught with peril, and considering Shen Qinghe's circumstances, ensuring the safety of both mother and child would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. Mother likely remembers the difficulties she faced during her own childbirth. Perhaps she is only trying to help her out of kindness. "My lady, I suggest you cease further discourse with her. If it becomes unbearable, I can have her sent away to fend for herself." Jiang Ruanruan, infuriated by Shen Qinghe's attitude towards Xiao Yushu, intentionally stated this in her presence. Unthinkable. This woman holds a special status. If anything were to happen to her during childbirth, it would inevitably lead to rumors of our mistreatment. We must tread carefully and wait until she safely delivers before making any decisions. Xiao Yushu shook her head, dismissing Jiang Ruanruan's suggestion without a second thought. "Not good, my lady. She has fainted." Just then, a maid who had been attending to Shen Qinghe rushed in, her clothes drenched with sweat, her expression frantic and eyes darting, clearly shaken. "Quick, bring some cool water to splash on her. We must not allow her to fall asleep. Where's the physician? How long until he arrives?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yushu wasted no time. She entrusted Jiang Ruanruan to Jiang Ruanruan and dashed inside, shaking Shen Qinghe's shoulders vigorously in an attempt to rouse her. "Shen Qinghe, wake up. Do not sleep. If you fall asleep, not only will you endanger your child, but you may also lose your own life. Do you hear me? Shun Qinghe, my lady, the water has arrived. As she spoke, the maid hurried in, carrying a wooden basin. Qiao Yushu glanced at it, then swiftly took it, splashing a significant amount of water from the basin onto Shun Qinghe's face. The water was freshly drawn from the well, shockingly cold. After the splash, Shun Qinghe successfully revived, leaning against the edge of the bed, gasping for breath. Qiao Yushu seized the opportunity to wipe the water from her face and placed a clean cloth at her collar to guard against the chill. General, your actions are rather rough. I was sleeping soundly when you abruptly yanked me up without a thought for my frail body. My apologies, Dr. Su. The matter of life and death cannot afford delay. I will certainly express my gratitude once this ordeal is over. Jiang Ruanruan, guarding the door, listened to Dr. Su's complaints and hurriedly offered words of comfort. Chapter 77. Grateful for kindness, it was evident that those who had gone to fetch Dr. Su were acting on Jiang Ruanruan's orders. Seeing Dr. Su's demeanor, it was clear he had endured considerable hardship on the way, leading Jiang Ruanruan to feel somewhat guilty. Very well, on account of the general, I shall overlook today's events. Where's the expectant mother? In the room. Please come in, Dr. Su. After Qiao Yushu's words, she exited the room. Why did you save me? Why not simply let me die? As Shun Qinghe regained consciousness and attempted to inquire further, she was silenced by a look from Qiao Yushu. Any person with a modicum of conscience would refrain from causing harm to a mother in labor, especially since I am a mother myself. I advise you to reserve your strength for your child. We shall await you outside. If you have anything further to say, do so after the safe arrival of your child. I beg your pardon, my lady. As the curtain fell, Dr. Su entered the room, diligently assisting with the delivery. This venture lasted an entire day, during which cries echoed from within, even causing the most stoic wet nurse in the residence to turn away in sympathy. When Jiang Ruanruan saw Qiao Yushu again, it was already dawn of the following day. Qiao Yushu had personally stationed individuals in the side courtyard throughout the night, both to prevent any disturbances and to present a facade for others, lest gossip arise later. My lady, is everything proceeding smoothly in the side courtyard? To say it is smooth would be an understatement, yet there are indeed complications. Qiao Yushu was aware of Jiang Ruanruan's curiosity regarding the outcome and deliberately engaged in quiet conversation with the wet nurse beside her. Jiang Ruanruan, who had been playing alone in her cradle, approached upon hearing the commotion, her little face scrunched in worry, an endearing sight. Qiao Yushu exerted considerable effort to suppress her laughter. The baby was indeed large, making the delivery arduous. The wet nurse, oblivious to her role as a mere tool, continued to chime in. Isn't that true? Moreover, with some signs of bleeding, Dr. Su specifically had someone prepare ginseng soup to assist her, sparing her from further difficulty. Otherwise, it would have taken considerably longer. That woman is truly fortunate to have the protection of the lady and the general to deliver her child safely. Had she been an ordinary woman, her own survival would have been in doubt. The wet nurse's words were not merely flattery, but rather a reflection of the truth. Let us hope that Shun Qinghe is one who knows gratitude and does not squander the lady's kindness. Qiao Yushu understood the wet nurse's implication, but she was not as naive. Shun Qinghe had always prioritized her own interests. It was far from certain that she would express gratitude, and as long as she did not attempt to extort Qiao Yushu, that would be sufficient relief. Of course, she would not voice such thoughts in front of the wet nurse. Should the other servants catch wind of it, it would lead to a multitude of troubles. Indeed, let us hope so. What has happened now? Noticing Qiao Yushu's pallor, the servant delivering the news hesitated. Disturbing her rest was not their intention, but the commotion from the side courtyard was too severe for them to manage, and they had come to seek Qiao Yushu's judgment. It is Shun Qinghe. She is making a fuss, demanding that you come to restore order. We simply cannot hold her back. Very well, I understand. You may leave. I shall tidy myself and come shortly. Qiao Yushu, well aware of the nature of her household servants, would not fault them over this incident. She dismissed them with a few casual words and summoned Ji Hua to assist her with her preparations. My lady, she is safely delivered. What should we do next? Are we to allow her to remain in the residence indefinitely? Ji Hua's words were devoid of jealousy towards Shun Qinghe. She simply felt injustice for Qiao Yushu, who had been tirelessly attending to the matter of that woman's delivery, leaving her no time to rest, while Shun Qinghe had yet to utter a word of thanks. Moreover, The general's residence was not a charitable institution. It was one thing for Du Linyue to bring her family, but why should Shun Qinghe, a stranger, remain for such an extended period? Do not worry, she will not be here for long. Xiao Yushu observed the increasingly prominent fine lines at the corners of her eyes in the mirror, her tone unperturbed. The arrival of this woman was suspicious, undoubtedly. Those behind her intended to use her pregnancy to disrupt the rare tranquility of the general's residence. Now that the child had been born, their plans would surely change, and she merely needed to act according to the circumstances. Furthermore, the newborn remained in swaddling clothes, entirely defenseless. Women are inherently weak, but a mother is fierce. If they could leverage the child to compel Shun Qinghe into action, she might not remain cold-hearted and unyielding. However, this tactic was too unscrupulous, unless absolutely necessary. Xiao Yushu did not intend to resort to it. My lady is exceedingly wise. I trust you will not allow those with ill intentions to prevail. Thus, I wish you the fulfillment of your desires and a victorious outcome. Enough of your flattery. Xiao Yushu chuckled at Ji Hua's jest, her fatigue from the night's vigil diminishing significantly. If her mirth could bring joy to her lady, what harm was there in Ji Hua's playful banter? Tomorrow, I shall take Lin Yu to learn storytelling. Once we master it, we shall perform daily for you and the young miss. Very well, we shall await your good news. The two exchanged light-hearted banter until they reached the entrance of the side courtyard, where they fell into a mutual silence. Shun Qinghe, reclining on the bed and adorned with a headband, showed no inclination to greet Xiao Yushu upon her arrival. Instead, she turned her head away, rolling her eyes in displeasure. You are truly ungrateful. The lady exerted herself to save you, and yet you cannot even muster a word of thanks upon seeing her. Is this your upbringing? Ji Hua, already brimming with frustration, could no longer contain herself at Shun Qinghe's dismissive demeanor and began to reprimand her. Xiao Yushu stood by, neither affirming nor intervening. Sometimes, a maidservant follows her mistress merely to voice what cannot be spoken aloud, their attitude mirroring that of their lady. This approach not only preserves dignity, but also prevents them from appearing at a disadvantage. Thank you? Huh, how dare you, Madam Xiao? Shun Qinghe, having come from a prominent family, was acutely aware of the underlying implications, and her resentment toward Xiao Yushu deepened. You took advantage of my weakest moment in labor to send away my midwife and deliberately brought in a male doctor to attend to me, seeking to humiliate me and tarnish my reputation. Ji Hua had intended to engage in a discourse with her, but upon hearing Shun Qinghe's outrageous claims, she opted to abandon the argument. It became evident that Shun Qinghe was simply foolish, unable to discern whether the lady's actions were benevolent or malevolent, and instead, she sought confrontation. Engaging with such a person was a futile endeavor. A male doctor? Are you aware that Dr. Su is a renowned obstetrician in the capital? Many ladies have specifically requested his presence to ensure a safe delivery. How has it become a scheme of mine to ensnare you? Xiao Yushu found herself both amused and exasperated, regarding Shun Qinghe as one would a simpleton. Who knows what you are thinking? Shun Qinghe retorted, her confidence wavering. If given the choice, she would prefer not to quarrel with Xiao Yushu at this moment. However, with the child now born, her time was limited. If she failed to incite some commotion within the general's residence, it was likely that her fate would be sealed. Having just become a mother, Shun Qinghe could not afford to relinquish her position easily, especially for the sake of her child. Clenching her teeth, she persisted in her unreasonable demands. I see you're merely concerned about gossip. Thus, you deliberately had the general summon a doctor, ensuring that everyone would witness it, leaving me to bear the brunt of the blame. For reasons unknown, Xiao Yushu seemed particularly patient today. Even when faced with Shun Qinghe's accusations, she remained calm. What nonsense are you spouting? Shun Qinghe, overwhelmed by Xiao Yushu's indifference, felt her composure slipping, instinctively clutching her swaddled child to shield them from Xiao Yushu's gaze. Very well. You all may leave. I wish to speak with her alone. Xiao Yushu noted the look in Shun Qinghe's eyes and specifically ordered all the attendants present to vacate the room. Ji Hua, concerned for Xiao Yushu's safety, intended to stay, but Xiao Yushu shot her a glance, signaling that she should exit as well. My lady, please step outside. She has just given birth and is still weak. Do you think I, your lady, am incapable of handling such a person? Xiao Yushu whispered. That is not the case at all. Jihua was acutely aware of her master's formidable prowess. Upon hearing the words, she refrained from further entanglement, merely casting a glance before exiting the room and securely closing the door behind her to wait outside. Once the visitors departed, Shen Qinghe gently set down the child in her arms, her expression betraying a palpable wariness as she regarded Xiao Yushu. Indeed, Madame Xiao possessed remarkable courage, daring to remain in the same chamber as her adversary. Are you not afraid of what I might do to you, adversary? Madame Xiao dismissed Shen Qinghe's provocative tone, finding a chair for herself instead. Where? I do not see anyone. You do not harbor hatred towards me? Shen Qinghe was somewhat taken aback. Yet, when it came to Xiao Yushu, such reasoning seemed irrelevant. Why should I hate? You are merely residing temporarily in my household, and have not engaged in any relationship with the general. In fact, he feels indebted to me and treats you even better than before. If anything is to be said, it will be my gratitude towards you. Xiao Yushu's words were undoubtedly true, and upon hearing them, Shen Qinghe was reminded of her futile attempts to entice Jiang Ruanruan, her countenance darkening immediately. Furthermore, both the general and I are acutely aware that your actions are not of your own volition. Since the matter has reached this stage, why not lower your guard and converse with us? Perhaps we can offer assistance. Assistance? You are incapable of aiding me. Shen Qinghe shook her head, a bitter smile forming on her lips for the first time in front of Xiao Yushu. Why? Xiao Yushu feigned ignorance, pressing for an explanation. Because the forces behind me are far more formidable than you can imagine. Whatever he desires in this world, he shall acquire without fail. To him, we are but mere pawns, not even worthy of being called individuals, let alone possessing the right to choose. You truly have people stationed to monitor me. Xiao Yushu spoke with sincerity, and Shen Qinghe felt her pent-up resentment dissipate into nothingness, achieving no effect whatsoever. It dawned on her why the individual who assigned her this task had warned of its extreme difficulty, with Xiao Yushu stationed in this household. Instigating chaos was indeed no simple feat, from disseminating false information to deploying surveillance. Everything occurring around her bore the hallmark of Xiao Yushu's influence. Fortunately, she had eventually realized the necessity of remaining within her quarters, focusing on her pregnancy. Otherwise, she would have appeared foolish. If given a chance to start over, I would genuinely wish to see Madame Xiao as a friend. No need to start over. The opportunity presents itself now. You have just given birth, and there is still a long road ahead. As long as you are willing, we can assist you in making a fresh start. Nothing is more significant than the gift of life. Noticing Shen Qinghe's wavering resolve, Xiao Yushu seized the moment, earnestly urging her to lower her defenses. No, there is no opportunity left. You may leave. I have nothing further to discuss with you. Xiao Yushu sat for a moment, confirming that Shen Qinghe had entirely surrendered, before finally rising to depart. Before leaving, Xiao Yushu did not forget to close the door behind her. How is it? Is she still unwilling to relent? No, I believe she has made her position abundantly clear. Shen Qinghe's refusal to cooperate stems from her apprehension of the power behind her. And there's only one person in this world who can achieve such a feat without facing any repercussions. Chapter 79. A visitor at midnight for reasons unbeknownst to her. A sense of unease lingered in Xiao Yushu's heart. Leaning against Jiang Ruanruan's shoulder, she listened to the rhythmic beating of his heart, tears streaming down her cheeks. Rest assured, I am here with you. Jiang Ruanruan gently patted her back, offering solace. The current situation had become clear. It would not be long before someone took action. Their sole responsibility was to devise a strategy before that moment arrived to avoid being caught off guard. Shen Qinghe had just given birth and would likely be unable to rise from her bed for several days. I shall assign someone to watch over her daily, and the rest shall be entrusted to you, my husband. Fear not. As husband and wife, we are united in purpose and shall surely overcome any obstacles. Despite his words, Xiao Yushu could not find peace as night fell. She sensed disturbances emanating from a side courtyard. Overwhelmed by various concerns, she hesitated for a moment before deciding to rise and investigate. Jihua happened to be awake and, upon seeing Xiao Yushu emerge, promptly brought a lantern to assist her. Madam, why not rest a while longer? I feel unsettled. Accompany me to take a look. It was only once they reached the courtyard that Xiao Yushu felt safe enough to speak openly. Of course, I understand, madam. Wait, summon a few guards to keep watch nearby. If there is indeed something amiss in the side courtyard, it would be unwise for just the two of us to confront it. Having additional guards will ensure our safety and allow for a timely response should anything occur. Jihua recognized her mistress's meticulous nature and promptly set off to find reinforcements. Thus, the duo, accompanied by a contingent of guards, made their way towards the side courtyard. The matron in charge of the side courtyard had been sound asleep, and upon awakening to find Madame standing before her, took a moment to comprehend the situation before stammering. "Madam, why have you come here in the middle of the night?" "It is nothing. I could not sleep, so I came to check on Shun Qinghe." Xiao Yushu did not engage in idle conversation with the matron, immediately pushing open the door and stepping inside. The side courtyard had several interconnected rooms, and the matron, aware of Xiao Yushu's concern for Shun Qinghe, had specifically brought her and the child to the larger room within. "She is inside. Allow me to guide you there." The matron spoke as she led the way, and at this hour, aside from the night watch, all other servants were fast asleep, leaving the courtyard in tranquil silence, save for the sound of their footsteps. The moonlight cascaded like flowing water, illuminating the scene within. Shun Qinghe lay in bed, cradling her newborn child, appearing to be in peaceful slumber. Xiao Yushu nodded and was about to turn away when she noticed a shadow flitting across the beams above, resembling the hem of a garment. Realizing this, Xiao Yushu swiftly kicked open the door, and the guards, comprehending her intent, drew their swords and rushed out to apprehend the intruder before they could flee, pulling them down from the beams and pinning them to the ground. "Do not move. Remain still. Quickly, check if they are harmed." Jihua, trembling, reached out her hand to feel for Shun Qinghe's breath, and the others in the room fell silent as they observed her action. "There is still a pulse. Madam, she is alive. As long as she lives, that is what matters." Xiao Yushu breathed a sigh of relief, her legs nearly giving way beneath her. The servant noted the marks on her neck, suggesting she had likely lost consciousness. "What the child? What has happened to the child? I did not notice earlier, but now that I think about it, the child has been unusually quiet. Typically, a newborn would cry at night, yet despite the commotion we just caused, this child has not uttered a sound. There is a pulse, but they cannot be awakened. Perhaps they have been drugged. We must hasten to summon the physician. How audacious! Who dares to cause trouble in my general's residence? Do they think I am a mere phantom?" Jiang Ruanruan, upon hearing the account of events, was consumed by rage, kicking the assassin's chest and sending them flying. Moments ago, they attempted to poison themselves, but our men intervened. It appears they were dispatched by someone as a covert assassin. Xiao Yushu sat upright in her position, exuding the authority of the mistress of the house, while Jiang Ruanruan, both literary and martial, maintained a firm grip on the situation. General Ruanruan truly lives up to his reputation. Today, I have been remiss, allowing you to seize the opportunity. However, I advise you not to be overly arrogant. Your end will not be a favorable one." The assassin, having failed in their attempt to take their own life, resorted to goading them into action. Jiang Ruanruan obliged, seizing the sword from the guard's waist and lunging at the assassin. "Do you still have the strength to provoke?" The assassin, believing they could deliver a fatal blow, instinctively closed their eyes. However, the anticipated pain did not manifest. As Jiang Ruanruan's sword approached his neck, it veered slightly, not breaking the skin, but rather slicing away a portion of the fabric at his collar. Jiang Ruanruan extended his hand, firmly grasping the cloth. The assassin, infuriated, remained obstinately silent. Is it not disgraceful to exploit a woman in the throes of childbirth and a helpless infant? One might argue that such actions are even more contemptible. The phrase "to kill both body and spirit" encapsulates the situation perfectly. The assassin had not anticipated that Jiang Ruanruan would not only be a master of martial arts, but also possess a silver tongue, leaving him speechless, sitting on the ground, stammering incoherently for an extended period. Unable to articulate an explanation, then let there be no explanation. Take him away. At dawn, I shall present him to the palace. Indeed, the guards of the general's manor appeared unremarkable, yet they were seasoned veterans from the battlefield, adept at handling prisoners without needing further instructions from Jiang Ruanruan. At that moment, the manor's physician approached, having just completed his examination, and Xiao Yushu dismissed everyone but Jiang Ruanruan. "Dr. Zhang, how is the situation? The child is unharmed, I hope?" Dr. Zhang had served as the manor's physician for several years, earning the trust of both Xiao Yushu and Jiang Ruanruan. His assurance of no significant issues brought some relief. "Thank you, Dr. Zhang. I kindly ask that you keep today's events confidential for the time being." "Rest assured, madam, I am fully aware of the gravity of discretion. Dr. Zhang had witnessed numerous power struggles within high society. Even without Xiao Yushu's request, he would remain tight-lipped unless he wished to court danger. Dr. Zhang's residence was conveniently located within the manor. Are we truly intent on escalating this matter to the emperor? I fear that it may invite trouble upon us. Seizing the rare opportunity presented, Jiang Ruanruan donned his finest official robes, though they did not afford him the commanding presence he desired. Regrettably, he was not dressing to receive accolades. Otherwise, his heart would be lighter. It was precisely because he feared retribution that he sought to amplify the incident, ensuring that the entire capital would be aware of their ordeal, compelling even the emperor to think twice before acting against them. Jiang Ruanruan recognized the pattern on the assassin's collar. Only the imperial guards were permitted such insignia. This was his way of confronting the true instigator, allowing them a taste of unspoken suffering. Xiao Yushu found wisdom in Jiang Ruanruan's words and refrained from further commentary, instead adjusting the collar of his official robe. Her hands lingering on his shoulders, her gaze filled with complexity. It was uncertain when it became more concerning to witness Jiang Ruanruan attending court than to see him on the battlefield. Although the battlefield was perilous, at least the enemy was often visible, and death bore clarity. The court, however, was a labyrinth of intrigue, where outcomes rested upon the whims of those in power. Jiang Ruanruan, being sincere, now braved the court for the sake of their family's safety, stirring deep sympathy within Xiao Yushu. Do not gaze at me with such expressions. My lady, I might find it difficult to leave, Jiang Ruanruan jested, attempting to lighten her spirits. He refrained from mentioning Jiang Ruanruan, for their youngest had a fondness for all manner of delicacies. I shall await your return. At his words, Xiao Yushu smiled through her tears, linking her arm with Jiang Ruanruan as she escorted him to the entrance. Just then, Jiang Zhenhai and Jiang Xijin were also departing for court, and the four encountered each other at the gate. Second brother, why are you dressed so grandly today? Is there some joyous occasion? Jiang Zhenhai, appearing disheveled with dark circles under his eyes, clearly had not rested well, having spent the night in revelry. Jiang Ruanruan dismissed him with a nod. Whether it is a joyous occasion or not, brother, why not see for yourself? Yet, in that moment, Jiang Zhenhai misinterpreted Jiang Ruanruan's ordinary words as boasting, his already darkened expression deepening. Indeed, my second brother is quite talented. It seems I, as the elder brother, have hindered your progress. With that, Jiang Zhenhai turned away, coldly snorting as he boarded his carriage. Jiang Xijin followed closely behind his father, greeting Jiang Ruanruan and Xiao Yushu with a respectful bow. Uncle Aunt, my father and I have matters to discuss. Please excuse us. Having assisted the seventh prince significantly, Jiang Xijin recently garnered connections in court, and he anticipated a promotion soon. Joyous occasions invigorate the spirit, and Jiang Xijin was indeed in high spirits. No matter, Xiao Yushu preferred to limit her interactions with their family, nodding politely before moving on. It has nothing to do with you. My elder brother is merely overthinking. In truth, Xiao Yushu wished to express that Jiang Zhenhai was unwell. Yet considering their presence at home, she opted for a more tactful approach after much contemplation. I had no doubt about my own situation, madam. Rest assured and await my good news. With his wife's affirmation, Jiang Ruanruan felt a surge of confidence. Gently embracing Xiao Yushu to confirm her emotions had settled before he mounted his carriage and set off toward the palace. Sir, we have already taken the assassin into custody. What shall we do next? Act according to my gaze, he instructed. In the court, the presence of officials served as witnesses. Jiang Ruanruan had to ensure that every step was executed flawlessly to implement their plan successfully, bearing in mind the importance of remaining undetected, lest their efforts be in vain. Understood, his subordinate replied. Having reigned as emperor for many years, Murong approached each morning assembly with meticulous care, having participated in countless sessions. He had expected today to unfold without incident. Yet, to his surprise, Jiang Ruanruan emerged from the ranks of officials, dressed in formal attire, kneeling with an upright posture. Jiang Zhenhai, observing from behind, nearly erupted in laughter at Jiang Ruanruan's antics, initially believing it to be a joyous occasion. He was relieved he had not accompanied Jiang Ruanruan to the palace, sparing himself from mockery. Minister Jiang, what is the meaning of this? Murong, lacking Jiang Zhenhai's amusement, furrowed his brow and inquired, an assassin? How could there possibly be an assassin infiltrating the general's manor? Are you certain you have not failed in your duties? Murong Tang raised an eyebrow, ready to use this situation to quell Jiang Ruanruan's boldness, but was taken aback as Jiang Ruanruan knelt again, bowing 3 times before him in the presence of all officials. Your Majesty speaks truly. This matter is indeed a result of my oversight. I did not anticipate the assassin to possess such formidable skills. It required the combined efforts of my guards to subdue him. If your Majesty doubts my words, I have evidence obtained from the assassin for your inspection. He Sheng, bring forth the items for me to see, Murong Tang commanded. Intrigued by Jiang Ruanruan's assertion, he was curious about the skilled individual who dared to cause trouble under the watchful eyes of the general's manor guards. However, regret soon washed over him as he Sheng presented the evidence, revealing a fragment of exquisite cloud-patterned silk, a material so rare that only his closest guards were permitted to utilize it. Stunned, he observed 2 additional officials stepping forward from the ranks. The relationships among court officials were intricate. It was entirely plausible for someone to exploit this opportunity to undermine Jiang Ruanruan. In the past, Murong Tang would have relished this spectacle. Yet, with the evidence implicating him, should he heed their words and punish Jiang Ruanruan, he would undoubtedly face criticism. Do not speak carelessly. Jiang Ruanruan could tolerate disparagement behind his back, but he would never allow anyone to question the bond he shared with his wife in his presence. Your Majesty, I solemnly swear that I am unaware of the identity of that solitary girl. If, as Lord Wang claims, I had any illicit relations with her, I could have easily concealed her to avoid public scrutiny. Why would I bring this matter before the court? It is merely a case of a thief shouting to catch a thief, attempting to absolve himself of guilt. Listening to the heated debate below, Mu Rongzong felt overwhelmed. Enough was enough. You are all officials of the Shang dynasty, and your quarrels are a disgrace that could tarnish our reputation in the eyes of outsiders. Your Majesty, I understand the fear of public opinion, but this matter is perilous, and I cannot bear to risk my family's safety. If your Majesty is willing to uphold justice for us, I shall relinquish all my military power and retire to my homeland, trading my lifetime of achievements for the safety of my family. Observing the right moment, Jiang Ruanruan knelt thrice, prompting murmurs among the other officials. Retiring? This General Ruanruan is still in his prime. It seems too early for such declarations. What do you know? Do you not see the Emperor's darkened countenance? If he does not hear this, how could he be appeased? The border wars are yet to settle, and we need General Ruanruan to maintain order. Losing him would be a significant blow to our dynasty. Such simple reasoning is apparent even to the officials below, and Mu Rongzong is certainly no fool. He initially planned to strip Jiang Ruanruan of his rank and replace him with a younger, more compliant leader, but not under such frivolous pretexts. Steeling himself, Mu Rongzong turned to Jiang Ruanruan, who was kneeling below, and spoke firmly. Minister, thank you for your Majesty's grace. Your Majesty embodies righteousness. It is indeed a blessing for our Shang dynasty. Resolving 2 troubles at once nearly brought a smile to Jiang Ruanruan's south face in the court. In contrast, Lord Wang found himself in an awkward position. He had not anticipated that the Emperor would show such kindness to Jiang Ruanruan today, not only refraining from punishment, but even agreeing to his request. Has the sun risen in the west? Wang Yusher, do you have anything to say? No. Your Majesty embodies righteousness. It is indeed a blessing for the Shang dynasty. Suddenly called upon by the Emperor, Lord Wang trembled, hastily retreating to the ranks. Seeing this, the other officials followed Jiang Ruanruan's lead, kneeling in the court and loudly proclaiming, Your Majesty embodies righteousness. It is indeed a blessing for our Shang dynasty. Enough. Let's conclude here today. I am weary. After the commotion caused by Jiang Ruanruan, Mu Rongzong lost interest in continuing the audience, finding a convenient excuse to dismiss the morning court. Your luck is truly remarkable. Even the Emperor advocates for you. As Jiang Zhenhai passed by his carriage after court, he could not help but mock him, his words dripping with envy. Brother, you flatter me. The Emperor embodies righteousness. Our ability to serve in court is the greatest fortune of our lives. According to the Emperor, someone may come to investigate at my residence later. So, brother, do take care not to be caught in an embarrassing situation. Although Jiang Zhenhai understood, he could not articulate it in front of so many witnesses, gritting his teeth in frustration. You, as your elder brother, I have a duty to advise you. Excessive pride will only harm yourself. I hope you remember these words today. I dare not disregard my elder brother's counsel. but I have someone waiting at home, so I must take my leave. The same scene, similar words. Yet their order of departure was entirely reversed. Jiang Ruanruan, seated in his carriage, observed Jiang Zhenhai's furious expression, feeling inexplicably pleased. Meanwhile, within Yangxin Hall, Mu Rongzong gazed at the half-piece of cloud-patterned silk on his table, his brow furrowed. He Sheng, having arranged matters, entered and hesitated, unsure of approaching. After serving Mu Rongzong for many years, this was the first time he had seen such an expression on his face. Were the assassins he had sent in the palace? Mu Rongzong inhaled deeply and inquired, "Where is Meng Wei?" Meng Wei is the commander of the Imperial Guards. Logically, he should oversee such matters. However, given the time that has elapsed, Mu Rongzong had yet to catch a glimpse of Meng Wei, which incensed him. Meng Wei may be busy. The servant has already dispatched someone to summon him, and he should be on his way now. Mu Rongzong, anxious, felt that He Sheng was even more agitated. Understanding Meng Wei's crucial role in this affair, He Sheng had sent his apprentice to summon him before the court had even concluded. Yet this esteemed individual seemed oblivious, failing to present himself until now. If he seeks to keep his life, He Sheng desires to live as well. The emperor's wrath is unstoppable. After years of decorum in the palace, all he desires is a peaceful old age. Why must this wish be so difficult to fulfill? On the way, does he intend for me to wait for him? Go summon him again. If he does not arrive, he need not appear before me again. There are talents in the Imperial Guards beyond Meng Wei. Should Mu Rongzong wish, he could find countless replacements. Previously, he had entrusted Meng Wei with this matter due to their past camaraderie. However, with time pressing, that detestable Meng Wei dared to wield their shared history to act with impunity in the palace. Does he truly believe I am a foolish emperor? Yes, I shall take my leave at once. He Sheng trembled at Mu Rongzong's command, hastily escorting his apprentice out of the hall. Upon exiting, they spotted Meng Wei approaching in his distinctive Imperial Guard attire, and from afar, He Sheng caught the scent of alcohol emanating from him. I say, Lord Meng, you haven't just come from a banquet, have you? The emperor has been waiting for you inside for quite some time. You should hurry and confess your misdeeds to him. Before he could finish, Mu Rongzong's furious voice echoed from within the hall. Stop wasting time. Get him in here immediately. Thank you, He Gong. I shall go in now. Meng Wei maintained a cheerful demeanor, infuriating He Sheng, who felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. Yet he could not act. No matter how much Meng Wei angered the emperor, he remained the commander of the Imperial Guards. He was merely a servant at the emperor's side. Even with 10 times the courage, he would not dare act out. But with nowhere to vent his fury, He Sheng could only wait until Meng Wei entered the hall, then kicked his apprentice, saying, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and serve tea to the emperor." "Oh, I understand, master. I shall go at once." The young eunuch, clutching his backside, quickly darted into the hall. He Sheng gazed at the sky above the grand hall, letting out a silent sigh. Meng Wei, after days of absence, I see you have grown increasingly audacious, to the point where even my own people cannot summon you. What do you intend to achieve? Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I was merely delayed due to handling urgent matters. It was not intentional. And I have heard about the events of the morning court and devised a plan to alleviate your concerns. It would have been better had he said nothing. Mentioning this matter ignited Mu Rongzong's fury. Indeed, Shen Xinghe was sent by him, but his original intention was merely to have her reside in the general's estate temporarily, both to stir trouble within the inner quarters and to serve as his eyes on Jiang Ruanruan, monitoring any indiscretions. When the time was ripe, he planned to take action against Jiang Ruanruan, which would serve as significant support. However, he never expected that Meng Wei's subordinates would act prematurely, intruding into the general's estate without Mu Rongzong's permission and committing violence, only to be apprehended in the act. If this were to be uncovered, would it not expose the fact that the emperor himself meddles in the internal affairs of his subjects? Mu Rongzong felt his dignity was on the verge of collapse. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Sensing Mu Rongzong's ire, Meng Wei lowered his head once more, kneeling on the ground and speaking each word with utmost care. The intricacies of this matter are profound. Before my arrival, I took the initiative to visit the prison and speak with the perpetrator. According to his account, he had some acquaintance with Shen Xinghe in earlier years and has harbored feelings for her all these years. Upon learning of her recent childbirth, he mistakenly believed that Shen Xinghe had colluded with General Ruanruan, which incited his dissatisfaction and led him to commit this heinous act. Ah, feelings for her? Although Shen Qinghe was married to another in the past, her husband and family have long since passed, leaving her alone at the borders for many years. If he truly cherished her, why did he not seek her out personally? Ultimately, this is merely the result of unfulfilled personal desires breeding jealousy. Zhang, being a man himself, would not fall prey to such simplistic lies. I share the same sentiment. Meng Wei nodded in agreement, adding that since the incident has already transpired, we must devise a way to cover it up and provide an explanation to the general. An explanation? Everyone demands one from me. Yet who can furnish me with an answer? As far as I know, the recent events at the horse ranch seem connected to the western regions. However, no definitive conclusions have been drawn thus far. Perhaps we could turn the situation to our advantage, including this incident in our account, as it just so happens that Shen Qinghe's place of exile is not too far from the western regions, making it plausible. Oh, quite intriguing. Meng Wei's proposed solution was commendable, and Zhang readily acquiesced. By the time the news reached the general's residence, Shen Qinghe had already regained consciousness and was standing by, cradling her child while a nurse assisted her in packing her belongings. The western regions? Such a distant place. If given the chance, I would indeed like to see it for myself. In truth, Qiao Yushu and the others were well aware that this matter bore no relation to the western regions. Yet with the emperor having spoken, they had no choice but to accept it as truth. Shen Qinghe, in this scenario, could only be seen as a victim. What is there to regret? These are my own choices. I came here of my own volition, and now that I am leaving, I cannot blame others. Spare me your pity. Let us not forget that I initially sought to disrupt your relationship with your husband. Did you truly believe I was a benevolent soul? Shen Qinghe maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the events. However, perceptive as Qiao Yushu was, she discerned the trace of sorrow buried beneath Shen Qinghe's facade. Ultimately, Shen Qinghe was but a pawn in the hands of others. To show kindness to others would only harm oneself. Hence, the only thing Qiao Yushu could do was discreetly slip a few banknotes into Shen Qinghe's luggage as a gift for the child. Rest assured, I'm not as foolish as you think. The journey ahead is long, so you must take care. I understand, yet your incessant chatter is unnecessary. Perhaps you should pray that we never meet again in this lifetime, so that you may live more comfortably. Chapter 83. Entering the palace for inquiry, feigning nonchalance. Shen Qinghe waved her hand, and without further ado, she boarded the carriage, child in arms and baggage in tow. Qiao Yushu watched her retreating figure, ultimately refraining from uttering any harsh words. Husband, why do I feel that she's not the same as when she first arrived? Is it just my imagination? Jiang Ruanruan stood behind Qiao Yushu, shielding her from the wind. From a distance, the two formed a perfect height difference. How could that be? Everything you see is indeed true, and your beauty and kindness would naturally influence her positively. Although Shen Qinghe had caused quite a stir upon her arrival, their subsequent interactions had been amicable. Moreover, had she truly desired it, she could have implicated them all, ensuring she would not have to endure her exile and solitude. Yet, she refrained from doing so. When Qiao Yushu had asked if she wished to collaborate, she had declined, likely out of consideration for the emperor's power, not wishing to provoke unnecessary trouble. Later, when the general's residence was attacked at night, she remained composed, quietly protecting her child. Had it not been for Qiao Yushu's intuition to send people to check, she might have lost her life. Despite being inherently good, why did she become a victim of political strife? Qiao Yushu could not comprehend, nor did she wish to dwell upon it further. There were more pressing matters awaiting their family, and fixating on the past was of no use, wasting precious time. Jiang Ruanruan had been sleeping soundly these past few days, knowing little of the happenings regarding Shen Qinghe. She merely awoke one day to find a new baby in the household, and upon waking again, that baby and Shen Qinghe had both departed. Seeing her deep in thought, Qiao Yushu chose not to disturb her, having someone assist in her grooming before taking her into the palace. The emperor had claimed to capture thieves sent from the western regions, not only to resolve matters concerning their residence, but also to provide an explanation to the empress and concubine Rome. As one of the involved parties, Qiao Yushu's family was naturally required to accompany them into the palace. For Jiang Ruanruan, these matters held little significance. After all, she was just a child. No matter how much the adults schemed, it would not affect her. Nonetheless, upon entering the grand hall, Jiang Ruanruan was momentarily dazzled by the opulent surroundings. her round little head swiveling, wishing she could take it all in. The 12th prince sat beside his mother, and upon witnessing Jiang Ruanruan's reaction, he could not help but comment to Jiang Mingxiu, who had already taken a seat beside Jiang Zhenyuan. Why does your sister look as if she has never seen the world before? Surely, your general's residence would not mistreat a little girl? What nonsense is this? Are we such people? Jiang Mingxiu, who usually doted on his sister, nearly lost his temper at the 12th prince's words. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. Just by looking at her, it is clear she has not encountered anything of worth. Otherwise, she would not react this way upon entering. With that, the 12th prince shook his head and pulled a jade pendant from his waist, slipping it into Jiang Ruanruan's hands as Qiao Yushu approached with her. Fortunately, I am kind-hearted. This pendant shall be a gift for your sister. Should she desire anything in the future that is difficult to find, she may come to me, for I have plenty of good things. This might not be appropriate. The 12th prince, being of noble status, was not one to be overly generous. Qiao Yushu was taken aback by his lavish gesture. The pendant was heavy and appeared far more valuable than Jiang Ruanruan's hand could carry, and she dared not accept it lightly. What are you doing? Do you intend to buy my sister with riches? Is that so? However, I cannot help but feel that your assumption is misguided. The 12th prince proudly raised his chin, pointing at Jiang Ruanruan's delighted expression as she held the pendant. Such a grand jade pendant. What a generous fool. Ah, young man, consider it our family's good fortune that we did not save your life in vain. Since you have offered it, I will reluctantly accept it. After all, concubine Rong seems to have no objections, so it must have her approval. Hearing Jiang Ruanruan mention it, Qiao Yushu then turned to concubine Rong. Your Highness, this pendant is far too precious. Ruanruan is still young and may accidentally damage it. What shall we do if that happens? Concubine Rong remained smiling, and upon hearing Qiao Yushu's concerns, she merely waved her hand, gently reassuring her. It matters not. It is merely a piece of jade. Jingyan wishes to delight the child, so take it without hesitation. Do not stand on ceremony with us. I have only this one son and no daughters, if you do not mind. I would like to adopt this little girl as my goddaughter. Being concubine Rong's goddaughter would naturally bestow a noble status. Qiao Yushu had not anticipated such a significant gain from this palace visit. Just as she was about to decline, the empress, adorned in splendid attire, approached from the side and carefully took Jiang Ruanruan from her arms. That will not do. If anyone is to adopt a goddaughter, it should be me first. Concubine Rong, you must wait your turn. The empress, well-preserved and in her 30s, still possessed an enchanting figure, and today, her fitted palace gown accentuated her form, making Jiang Ruanruan nestled against her chest feel utterly blissful. The benevolent empress, with her exquisite beauty, has captured the admiration of all. Is this not a familiar scene? Rong Guifei's eyebrows arched slightly as she rose to meet the empress's gaze. In that moment, it felt as if sparks ignited in the air. What do you think? Shall we have a contest to see which of us the little girl favors more? The empress, unwilling to back down, promptly removed a golden hairpin from her head and placed it into Jiang Ruanruan's hands. Dear Wu, spend more time with your Empress, and I shall bestow upon you all these jewels in the future. Shall we? How dare you bribe a child with such trinkets? This is utterly shameless. Rong Guifei, feeling the urgency of falling behind, instinctively resorted to verbal attacks. Yet, the Empress remained unfazed by such tactics, shaking her head as if she had not heard. What do you mean by such things? These are valuable treasures that will never go out of style. I am merely being foresight, planning for Wu's future. What do you comprehend? You, me. Rong Guifei could not match the Empress's retorts. Turning her head, she noticed the 12th prince, who appeared dazed by the exchange, and a new idea sparked in her mind. If Wu spends more time with Anna Guifei, perhaps I could arrange for your brother Jingyan to be your husband in the future? Chapter 84. Favored above all in the harem, A. Rong. You are being exceedingly reckless. Mother, please do not forsake your son. Guifei, do reconsider. Her words startled everyone present. Why are you all so agitated? Jingyan and Wu are merely 6 or 7 years apart. Is it unreasonable to arrange a betrothal? Rong Guifei feigned innocence, unperturbed by the questioning gazes around her. In other families, they would be eager to marry off their daughters to princes. Why then was there such resistance regarding Jiang Ruanruan? 6 or 7 years. Have you lost your senses? Jingyan is hardly that young. The Empress interjected first. Having no children of her own, The Empress had no use for Guifei's suggestion and would not allow it to succeed. "Oh, it will be fine. Children grow up and become considerate. We all know each other well, and it would be convenient for the children in the future, wouldn't it?" Roan Guifei waved her hand dismissively, viewing age as no obstacle. "Isn't the Emperor currently summoning young maidens in their teens to the palace? They are quite normal in comparison." This argument held a semblance of reason. The 12th prince had always listened to Roan Guifei, and hearing her words now made him reflect. Jiang Mingxiu, observing from the side, felt a sense of despair. Sensing his distress, Qiao Yushu and Jiang Ruanruan exchanged glances, recognizing the shared helplessness in each other's eyes. They did not object to Jiang Ruanruan's marriage. They merely wished for a future husband to treat her well and protect her, with the status being of little consequence. If the 12th prince truly had such intentions, perhaps having Jiang Ruanruan as a prince's consort was not objectionable. Of course, these were merely musings, and the final decision rested with Jiang Ruanruan herself. They understood Roan Guifei's intentions, yet to broach the subject of marriage at such a tender age felt premature. It would be best to wait until she matured and could make her own choice. To appease Roan Guifei and the 12th prince, Jiang Ruanruan added, "Indeed, if we were to be fortunate enough to have a bond with the 12th prince in the future, we would certainly offer our blessings. Your considerations are indeed thoughtful. The matter of marriage truly ought to depend on the young lady's own wishes, as victims of arranged marriages dictated by feudal traditions." Both the Empress and Roan Guifei understood this deeply. They exchanged a glance, and no further words were spoken. "Guifei, you have been demanding an explanation from me. Today, I shall assist you in uncovering the true culprit behind this incident." The Emperor was concerned for Jingyan and sought to deliver justice. "I am most grateful for your assistance." As soon as he took his seat, Murong Tang cast a sharp accusation at Roan Guifei, indicating his dissatisfaction with her recent attempts to pressure him regarding this matter. Should Roan Guifei counter his words, she would undoubtedly face retribution. After all, the 12th prince, Murong Jingyan, was also his child, and if Roan Guifei could assert such claims, Murong Tang would not dare punish her without risking familial discord. Throughout history, the relationships within royal families have been exceedingly complex. One could never know when a prince might commit treason against his father. Murong Tang, valuing his own life, would not take such risks. Just know this. Bring forth the criminal. At his command, Meng Wei hurriedly brought in the palace servant who had been apprehended. For some reason, the Empress felt an unsettling familiarity with the servant's attire, as though she had encountered it recently. This is the true mastermind behind the incident at the horse track. I have had him investigated. He is an agent from the western regions who infiltrated the palace and attempted to harm the heir. Abominable. As if on cue, another elegantly dressed woman rushed into the hall, bringing her entourage of servants to kneel before the Emperor, exuding an overwhelming presence. Her attire suggested that she held even greater wealth than the Empress herself. Such a brazen entrance. She must be the renowned favored consort, the mother of the 7th prince and the heroine of our tale. Yet, her appearance leaves much to be desired. What compels the Emperor to adore her so fervently? Jiang Ruanruan mused, nestled in the Empress's embrace, her small head brimming with questions. If Roan Guifei's favors stem from her long-standing friendship with the Emperor, then the kneeling consort's position was undoubtedly due to her own allure. Over the years, aside from the recently prominent 7th prince and the heroine, she had also borne a son who passed away young, thus enjoying unparalleled favor, so much so that even the reigning Empress would yield to her. It was no surprise that she exuded such arrogance, arriving with a throng of servants to kneel in the court, rendering it impossible for Murong Tang to feign ignorance. "Xian Fei, what brings you here?" "Your Majesty, please do not be angry. I learned that this criminal hails from my palace, which fills me with dread. I have come to apologize to the Guifei and hope for her forgiveness for my ignorance. I shall be more vigilant in the future to ensure that no suspicious individuals infiltrate the palace again." Xian Fei's tearful confession was sincere, and had there not been others present, Murong Tang might have swept her into his arms to offer comfort. "How can you speak so lightly? Your ignorance nearly cost my son his life. Such a grave offense cannot be dismissed with a mere apology." Roan Guifei scoffed at Xian Fei's exaggerated display of remorse, her words dripping with scorn. Chapter 85. 8,000 words of defense. I have no words to defend myself. Hearing Roan Guifei's accusations, Xian Fei showed no inclination to justify herself. Instead, She pouted and knelt on the ground, engaging in a childish display meant only for someone as young as Jiang Ruanruan. If you wish to accuse me, then let it be so. I shall submit to the emperor's judgment. You. Rong Guifei was infuriated by Xian Fei's shameless demeanor, nearly fainting from the provocation. Thankfully, the 12th prince stepped forward to steady her, preventing her from losing composure. Xian Fei's expression grew even more innocent as she feigned ignorance. Sister, what is the matter? Do you seek my life to be satisfied? Enough. Murong Tang could no longer remain composed. He raised his voice to silence everyone in the hall, except for Jiang Ruanruan. She is still quite young, and for her, any form of class oppression is temporarily ineffective. After enduring so much without shedding a tear, Jiang Ruanruan feels she has already given this dog emperor enough face. What more does he desire from her? Upon reflection, being a dog emperor is indeed no easy task. During the day, he must witness the ministers bickering in court, and at night, he has to contend with the various consorts performing their palace intrigues before him. Working 2 jobs, who could be more exhausted than him? Fortunately, Murong Tang cannot hear Jiang Ruanruan. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly grasp her hand and exclaim that she is a kindred spirit. Isn't this incident already tumultuous enough? Let this be the end of it. According to the laws of the Shang dynasty, the principal culprit is to be executed, and of course, consort Xian, as the head of the palace, cannot evade her share of blame, receiving a 3-day house arrest for reflection. Mu Zongdang, worried about consort Rong and the empress continuing to stir trouble, made an excuse to leave the scene. That consort Xian, it is evident that she is deliberately showing off. Yet the emperor is so easily swayed by her. Consort Rong, unable to contain her frustration, smashed the Jianzhan on the table to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Knowing full well what kind of person she is, why bother getting angry with her? The empress knows consort Xian all too well. Back when she was still in the emperor's favor, she tried her best to mediate and fulfill her duties as the empress. But looking back now, it feels as though her sincere efforts were squandered. I am simply infuriated. Such a significant matter. My son's life was nearly lost. And the emperor only punished her with a mere 3-day house arrest. 3 days? What does that even mean? It could pass in the blink of an eye. Had I known this, it would have been better not to seek any punishment from the emperor. It feels more disgusting than if nothing had happened at all. Regardless, the remaining people in the palace are all on their side. Consort Rong is not concerned about her appearance being seen by others, so she speaks her mind freely. The 12th prince, having long been accustomed to his mother's temperament, showed no surprise, staying cautiously by her side to prevent her from losing control and harming herself. Jiang Mingxiu watched from the side, unable to suppress a shake of his head and a soft sigh. I never expected the life of this debauched prince to be so difficult. Being called Na-Vi by the youngest sister, Jiang Mingxiu felt quite conflicted. All right. There should be a limit to anger. Must everyone in the room coddle you? You are a mother now. Calm down. The empress, concerned that allowing consort Rong to continue her rampage may lead to trouble, began to soothe her after listening to a few of her complaints. Jiang Ruanruan, observing from the side, had her little eyes sparkling with hearts. How delightful! Indeed, the bond between girls is the most beautiful. My mother and I share the same. To find a true friend in the depths of the palace who supports each other through numerous trials, in a certain sense, they are indeed fortunate. After this incident, the empress completely incorporated Xiao Yushu and others into her camp. The empress need not be courteous. It is our honor to be of assistance. Xiao Yushu nodded politely and said, the empress especially instructed me, and I could not decline, so I had to agree. My lady, are you certain this is truly something of little value, as the empress claimed? Even Jiang Ruanruan, a man of great experience, was dazzled by the opulence before him. At this rate, it would not be long before their little fifth becomes one of the wealthiest young ladies in the capital. I never expected that after a lifetime of hard work, Jiang Ruanruan would end up benefiting from his daughter. And, thinking about his several sons, Jiang Mingfeng was still nagging Jiang Ruanruan this morning to engage more with his colleagues, while Jiang Mingji has been mysteriously elusive recently, gathering evidence against the 7th prince, with Jiang Ruanruan last seeing him at the entrance of the Drunken Immortal building. As for Jiang Mingxiu, he need not be mentioned further. Without comparison, there is no harm. Jiang Ruanruan has successfully upgraded in Jiang Ruanruan's heart from an ordinary warm little cotton jacket to a golden cotton jacket, capable of generating coins with each outing. Xiao Yushu, noticing Jiang Ruanruan's thoughts, could not help but tease him. Enough of that. What father doesn't work hard while relying on his daughter? The gifts bestowed by the empress are not to be touched. They are for casual admiration, and if nothing else, they can serve as family heirlooms for little Fifth in the future. To have a gold picio for protection, Xiao Yushu is certainly not an ordinary woman. Naturally, I think so too. Hearing Xiao Yushu say this, Jiang Ruanruan hastily agreed. You are the best. By the way, have you arranged those matters I discussed with you a while ago? Jiang Ruanruan always puts in his utmost effort into the tasks arranged by his wife. And upon hearing this, he immediately nodded. Everything is arranged. My lady may rest assured. We will rise early tomorrow and set out. I guarantee little Fifth will enjoy herself and that you will be satisfied. Chapter 86, The Suburban Retreat. Though they spoke of rising early, Jiang Ruanruan did not expect it to be this early. Just as dawn broke, Du Linyue woke her from her slumber and carried her to the bedside, where the wet nurse assisted in grooming and dressing her. Given the recent hot weather, Xiao Yushu prepared silk undergarments and lighter, breathable outer garments for Jiang Ruanruan, complemented by the white jade safety lock gifted by Xiao Jinyin, giving her an exceptionally elegant appearance. Jiang Ruanruan and Xiao Yushu, having tidied up their belongings, beamed with satisfaction upon seeing Jiang Ruanruan in this state. I said our Ruanruan is naturally beautiful, didn't I? Look, she truly looks good in anything, even more adorable than the celestial beings above. I understand. This is what they call the parental filter, as long as it is their child. They appear beautiful no matter what. Jiang Ruanruan shook her two little braids, indicating that she would not be swayed by Jiang Ruanruan's sweet words. Jiang Ruanruan felt unconvinced but could not express it directly. Instead, he had to use Jiang Mingxiu as an example, lest Jiang Ruanruan discover they could hear her thoughts. Unlike Jiang Mingxiu, that lad has recently been neglecting even basic hygiene. He is living rougher than the old soldiers under my command. I wonder if he will ever find a wife. It's all right. If he can't find one, he can just live with us. At least he can help his sister. In contrast, Xiao Yushu took it all in stride. Each generation has its own fortune. Whether they can find a wife depends on their own fate. All I wish for is the health and safety of our family. What the lady says makes sense. Jiang Ruanruan has no principles. Whatever Xiao Yushu says, he will follow. Father, mother, everything is packed. Eldest brother had urgent state affairs to attend to last night and sent word that he would go directly to the suburban retreat, asking us not to wait for him. If we don't wait, then we want tea. That lad is always so busy. I wonder how many days he can stay at the retreat this time. After that experience, whenever they are left with just a few people, they secretly hold a betting game on how many days Jiang Mingfeng can remain at the retreat. Jiang Mingxiu, having little silver left, only had a small piece of broken silver, yet that did not prevent him from participating. I bet 3 days. A maximum of 3 days. Jiang Mingji, with his connections in the palace, spoke with more confidence than the others. I bet 1 day. I am with the lady on this. In contrast, Jiang Ruanruan and Xiao Yushu's choices were more cautious. In any case, they would not be the worst off. Observing them enjoying their conversation, Jiang Ruanruan approached, clutching the golden picio she had just received from the empress, and extended her chubby little hand to show a 5. They are set to stay for 5 days. This was agreed upon long ago. Jiang Ruanruan's gesture indicated that she bets Jiang Mingfeng will stay from beginning to end. Haha! It seems our little Fifth also wants to play this game, but she is still too young. She has no idea about her elder brother. He would absolutely never stay that long. Seeing this, Jiang Ruanruan could not help but laugh. Is it possible? We won't know unless we try. Xiao Yushu refrained from dampening the children's enthusiasm. The few of them were not truly after Jiang Ruanruan's golden picio. They merely noted the events of today's wager and embraced her as they boarded the carriage. Jiang Mingji, fearing that his younger sister might forget him after their long separation, deliberately shared the same carriage with Xiao Yushu, while Jiang Ruanruan and Jiang Mingxiu were relegated to another. Xiao Wu, how are you? Do you still remember third brother? Concerned that the journey might be dull, Xiao Yushu had instructed the household chef to prepare some delightful pastries for Jiang Ruanruan to enjoy, and at this moment, she clutched one tightly, hardly absorbing anything Jiang Mingji said. However, Jiang Mingji was undeterred, leaning closer to her. Xiao Wu, did you hear third brother speaking? I have prepared a birthday gift for you. If you call me third brother, I will give it to you, all right? This was Jiang Ruanruan's first birthday, and the entire family had put in considerable effort for the occasion. Although Jiang Mingji had been preoccupied in the palace, he had never forgotten about it. ensuring that his gift would surely delight Jiang Ruanruan. Moreover, he had heard from their parents that Xiao Wu had recently begun to speak, and all the others had heard her call him once, leaving Jiang Mingji feeling envious. Jiang Ruanruan, overwhelmed by his persistence, finally glanced up at him and managed to mumble, "Third brother. Yes, yes, yes. I am indeed third brother. Our Xiao Wu is truly clever. I suppose my affection for you was not in vain." Upon hearing the response he longed for, Jiang Mingji felt a surge of excitement, nearly moved to tears. However, his joy was short-lived as he soon heard Jiang Ruanruan's inner thoughts. Got it, love-struck third brother. Love-struck? What does that mean? He recalled that during his previous entanglement with his fiancée, Jiang Ruanruan had referred to him in such a manner, and he was astonished that she still remembered after all this time. Reflecting on the pitfalls he had encountered, Jiang Mingji felt a twinge of frustration, while Jiang Ruanruan was finally able to savor the treat in her hand in peace. Upon reaching the countryside courtyard, Xiao Yushu discovered that Li Manyun had arrived unexpectedly. The carriage halted outside the estate, suggesting she had reached ahead of them. However, they had not noticed any commotion when departing from her courtyard, which piqued their curiosity. "Why is elder sister here? Have you heard anything from the people in her courtyard?" Jiang Zhenyuan shook his head. Since the brothers had gradually drifted apart, he rarely spoke to those in Jiang Zhenhai's courtyard. Even the carriage was only identified due to Xiao Yushu's indication. "I don't know. Perhaps elder sister seeks a respite?" Xiao Yushu mused, her curiosity somewhat alleviated. Just as they prepared to feign ignorance and enter the courtyard, several elderly maids from the estate rushed out, dragging a young maid along, each bearing a fierce demeanor as if they had captured a criminal. "Let me go. I didn't steal anything. You cannot wrongfully accuse me. Madam, you must believe me. I am innocent." Chapter 87. Punishing the evil servant impudent. "You are merely a maid. How dare you speak? Whether or not you stole is for the master to decide. Do you really think the master would wrongfully accuse you over a few taels of silver?" The elderly maid raised her eyebrows, and as she spoke, delivered a sharp kick to the young maid's waist, the force causing her to faint, losing the strength to cry out. Just when they thought it would end there, the maid fetched a bucket of water and doused the young maid's face. The cold well water sent the maid shivering. "So cold. Enough. Put her down." Xiao Yushu could no longer bear to watch. She entrusted Jiang Ruanruan to Jiang Mingji's arms and approached with Jiang Zhenyuan and several guards, intercepting the elderly maid. Initially, the maid did not recognize Xiao Yushu's identity, mistaking her for a wealthy lady meddling in affairs beyond her concern. She boldly placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed. Afterward, the maid even shot Xiao Yushu a disdainful glare. Xiao Yushu's anger flared as she sternly questioned, "Family matters? Tell me, which law of the Shang dynasty permits you to handle family matters in such a manner? You are abusing power. If others were to find out, you would be held accountable." Held accountable? The maid, expecting Xiao Yushu's words to instill fear and compel her to release the maid, was instead met with a contemptuous smile, dismissing Xiao Yushu's statements entirely. "There are laws of the nation and rules of the family. Do you know who the master of this estate is? He is a general of the Shang dynasty, a hero who fought against hundreds on the battlefield, renowned throughout the capital. With such a formidable figure backing us, what is it to deal with a couple of dishonest servants? I truly didn't steal anything. It was not my doing." The young maid, possessing a stubborn spirit, defended herself even in her dire situation, fearing this rare opportunity for salvation would slip away if the noble lady was swayed by their words. "You little wretch, you still refuse to admit it? Do you wish to pollute the ears of the noble? Watch how I deal with you." The elderly maid prepared to kick the young maid, but before she could reach her garments, she was kicked away, landing heavily in the field. "Oh, my heavens, a noble struck me. Someone is trying to kill me. That hurts." "What? Did you not say there are laws of the nation and rules of the family? How is it that the general punishing his own estate's people now constitutes wrongdoing?" Jiang Zhenyuan stood behind Xiao Yushu, concealing his identity. "What general? The general in our family is currently." Upon hearing that this noble lady claimed to be a general, the maid instinctively wanted to refute. After all, she had never seen a general and could not fathom that a celebrated general would come to their humble courtyard to seek justice. However, when she finally noticed the tiger head insignia on the waist of the guards behind Jiang Zhenyan, her mind quickly cleared. It really is the general. I'm sorry for not recognizing you. Your arrival was unexpected." I did not mean to offend. I hope you will overlook my transgression. Overlook your transgression? Are you implying that if I punish you, it would be considered a transgression? Jiang Ruanruan ignored her explanations, leaving the maid bewildered by his words. Father is mighty. Father is the best. Punish that tyrant who bullies the weak with her age. Jiang Ruanruan cheered from behind, and Jiang Ruanruan felt a swell of pride, as if his tail might soar to the heavens. However, it was impossible to execute the elderly maid. Only the emperor had the authority to decree death. So Jiang Ruanruan could only administer appropriate discipline. I did not mean it that way. The general, with your great achievements, has every right to deal with me as you see fit. I have no complaints. However, I assure you I acted solely on the master's orders, without any ulterior motives. If the general does not believe me, you may inquire further. Who said I was punishing you for this matter? They would certainly handle the maid situation. Just not at this moment. What was more pressing were the words the elderly maid had just spoken. If she could speak so boldly about punishing a mere maid, it was difficult to imagine how the workers in the estate would behave under the general's banner in other matters. Each incident compounded into a potential threat. If too many accumulated, Jiang Ruanruan feared he might find himself unjustly accused before the emperor, even before he could act. Who gave you the audacity to act in my name? Sensing Jiang Ruanruan's fury, the elderly maid lowered her head in fear, her pain forgotten. The more she cowered, the angrier Jiang Ruanruan became. The cunning servant, who speaks sweetly to people and pretends to be obedient in front of ghosts, must be properly disciplined to instill some sense into her. Otherwise, she may become a source of great trouble in the future. With this thought, Jiang Ruanruan raised his hand and summoned several guards from behind him. You all take her down and keep a close watch on her. Later, bring her to the estate's overseer for punishment according to household rules. Please spare me, General. I truly realize my mistake. Madam, save me. The old woman was taken aback and turned to flee, but forgot that two guards had already stepped forward to seize her arms and force her down. Nearby, a young maid remained kneeling on the ground, and upon witnessing the fate of her bullied elder, she felt no sense of relief. Instead, she buried her head even lower. What is your name? Xiao Yushu, aware of the maid's concern for her own fate, stepped forward and gently inquired in a relatively kind tone. I am a servant named Xiao, an orphan who grew up in the estate. The maid declared, I swear to heaven I did not steal anything from them. Please, madam, do not believe the old woman's words. I will surely find a way to prove my innocence. Xiao? That's a lovely name. Xiao Yushu nodded, extending her hand to help Xiao up from the ground. Since we have witnessed this matter, helping you prove your innocence is our duty. You need only to focus on fulfilling your own responsibilities. Thank you, madam. Thank you. I will never forget this great kindness, and I shall repay you well in the future. Upon hearing Xiao Yushu's words, Xiao was so moved that she knelt on the ground, bowing her head thrice in gratitude. Xiao Yushu did not stop her, but stood quietly by until Xiao had finished expressing her thanks. The events of the day were too bizarre. If she did not allow Xiao to vent her pent-up emotions, it could lead to distress in the future. Ah, who could it be? I heard your voices from afar, and I did not expect it to be family. Ruanruan, you could have told me you were coming. We could have traveled together. Just as Xiao was about to speak, a beautiful woman in a purple brocade dress appeared at the door. Her tone warm as she grasped Xiao Yushu's hand in a friendly greeting. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence, elder sister-in-law. I did not expect you to be here as well. Exactly. I thought I would come out for a breath of fresh air, since there have been fewer matters at home recently. Who would have thought we would end up here together? Isn't this what family fate is all about? Li Manyun, who usually favored vibrant colors to attract attention and establish her status as the legitimate wife in front of Jiang Zhenhai's newly acquired concubines, was dressed in her signature style today. Mother's power is terrifying. She can even accept flattery from such a person. Jiang Ruanruan, observing from the side, felt her mother's presence grow more formidable. Elder sister-in-law, I happen to have something to ask you. This girl claims her name is Xiao. She grew up in the estate and is considered one of us. Today, she was punished by a few old women for allegedly stealing something, and I couldn't bear to stand by, so I intervened. Are you aware of this matter? Xiao Yushu's expression was gentle, yet her words left no room for ambiguity, leaving Li Manyun with no opportunity to feign ignorance. Her? Li Manyun turned to glance at Xiao. Xiao trembled at the sight of her gaze, shrinking back behind Xiao Yushu until she could be sure Li Manyun could no longer see her. Li Manyun sighed as she spoke, seemingly regretting Xiao's behavior. I initially thought to be lenient, since it was her first offense, but when she was caught red-handed and still refused to admit her guilt, I called in a few old women to teach her a lesson. Little did I know you would catch us in the act. Regardless of how Li Manyun behaved toward Xiao Yushu within the estate, they were still family, and maintaining some decorum was necessary. So that is how it is. You wouldn't think I acted too harshly, would you? In response, Xiao Yushu shook her head. Of course not. Those with unclean hands should indeed be dealt with properly to avoid disrupting our rules. I'm glad you think so. Li Manyun, believing the matter could be settled, excitedly patted Xiao Yushu's hand. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yushu shifted the conversation back to the main issue, but I fear the reality may not be as simple. Even a 3-year-old knows to eliminate traces after committing a deed. If that bracelet truly was stolen by Xiao, why would she hide it in her own bed, waiting to be discovered? This reasoning was straightforward, and Li Manyun could not possibly be oblivious. She merely regarded Xiao as easy prey and sought an opportunity to vent her frustrations. Now, hearing Xiao Yushu's words, she could only feign realization, repeatedly agreeing. You are right. I underestimated this matter. Thankfully, you saved Xiao. Otherwise, I would be in serious trouble. Xiao, come here and thank the lady. Thank you, madam. Xiao stammered, clearly trembling in front of Li Manyun. Given her visible fear in front of Xiao Yushu, it was hard to imagine the kind of life Xiao had endured under Li Manyun's command prior to this. Since you have brought it up, I will grant you a favor and conduct a fresh investigation into this matter. However, until the truth is uncovered, Xiao must remain under my watch to prevent any further trouble. The implication was clear. Xiao would serve as a hostage in Li Manyun's hands. As for whether she would survive until the truth emerged, that depended on Xiao's resilience. After weighing her options, Xiao Yushu decided to adopt a strategy of retreating for advancement. That is only natural. After all, it is elder sister-in-law's matter, and how to handle it is for you to decide. However, you work hard managing household affairs, and now that you have a rare opportunity to relax here, I cannot bear to let you worry about this. Since Jin Yuan has brought a few guards, I shall have them assist you. It is settled then. As Xiao Yushu finished speaking, several burly men emerged from behind Jin Yuan, each with swords at their waists. With their presence, even if Li Manyun had sinister intentions, she would find it difficult to act against Xiao. Upon seeing these strong men, Li Manyun's face turned pale. Yet she forced herself to maintain her composure and thanked Xiao Yushu. It seems you are quite thoughtful, Yushu. Very well, I shall hand her over to them. We will discuss the matter of the stolen bracelet once we find the culprit. Mother, are you certain this is wise? Wouldn't Li Manyun take advantage of our inattention to harm her? Not at all. A mere servant is hardly worth her taking such a risk. Xiao Yushu shook her head to reassure them, and then followed Jin Yuan into the adjacent courtyard. The space had been tidied in advance, and to welcome Jiang Ruanruan's arrival, Jin Yuan had even arranged for a swing to be set up in the courtyard, surrounded by blooming flowers. Under the sunlight, everything appeared exceptionally beautiful. Even Jiang Ruanruan, a modern girl accustomed to grand spectacles, was enchanted by the scene before her. Mother, my dream courtyard has come true. Elder brother is in love. Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingji continued to accompany Jiang Ruanruan in the courtyard, playfully pushing the swing back and forth, transforming it into a perpetual motion machine. All Jiang Ruanruan needed to do was sit atop, while the two of them took care of the rest. Xiao Wu, do you think third brother pushes more steadily, or does Jiang Mingxiu? If you believe it's third brother, nod your head. If you think otherwise, just say a word. All right? Third brother, isn't that a bit shameless? It's utterly unfair. In an effort to help Jiang Ruanruan feel familiar with him again, Jiang Mingji employed nearly every tactic at his disposal, showing no concern even with Jiang Mingxiu beside him. As the sole person involved, Jiang Ruanruan expressed her vehement disapproval of Jiang Mingji's behavior. What is the difference between promising you and losing an eye if I refuse? Third brother's tricks are exceedingly shameless. In this household, only she had the right to act in such a manner. Big brother, noticing Jiang Mingfeng's silence, even the slow-witted Jiang Mingxiu sensed something was amiss and leaned into Jiang Mingji, whispering in confusion, "What is wrong with big brother? Why does he seem so strange today, grinning in such a creepy way?" If you ask me, I have no idea either. He could interpret other expressions, but this particular smile from big brother was unprecedented. However, seeing him so cheerful suggested nothing bad had occurred. Ignorance was bliss. Jiang Mingji managed to suppress his curiosity, but Jiang Mingxiu could not. At his age, filled with curiosity about the world, he simply could not resist asking questions. Oh no, look at Big Brother. We three lively individuals are right before him, yet he hasn't even glanced our way. Is this still my clever, brave, and exceptionally intelligent Big Brother? No. I must find out. Clever, brave, and shrewd? Isn't that my idol, Zhu Xia? Jiang Ruanruan remarked, noting how familiar Jiang Mingxiu's description sounded, as though they were all acquaintances. As for the beaming Big Brother, the answer was quite simple. Jiang Ruanruan recognized it at first glance. The reason was merely the experience accumulated over a decade or so. He must be in love. What? Big Brother is in love. Jiang Mingji and Jiang Mingxiu, standing on either side of the swing, simultaneously displayed wide-eyed astonishment upon hearing Jiang Ruanruan's conclusion. Who was their big brother? A child prodigy. Composing poetry at 3 and excelling in examinations at 5, he was exceptionally gifted and commanded authority at home, where his word was law, and they wouldn't dare defy him. In the political realm, he was a master of duality, perfectly embodying the visage of a smiling tiger, and had never shown interest in women. When he achieved his academic triumph, suitors nearly trampled their doorstep, yet Jiang Mingfeng remained unfazed, even when the most beautiful maiden stood before him. Were they not brothers? Jiang Mingxiu might have questioned whether Jiang Mingfeng actually liked women. Such a genius was now rumored to be in love. Fortunately, only Jiang Ruanruan could overhear such musings, or else Jiang Mingfeng would surely be infuriated to learn what his two younger brothers thought of him. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Ruanruan failed to notice the peculiarities of the two behind her and continued to analyze Big Brother's every action regarding this matter. Reaching this conclusion is rather simple. First, he wears an indescribable smile, an expression only those in love possess. Don't question how Jiang Ruanruan knew. After all, she was an adult before coming here. Secondly, since entering, his entire focus has been on the tassel in his hand, presumably a gift from his beloved. Those immersed in love often filter out external sounds, even choosing to ignore them. This explained why certain love-struck individuals, despite friends' advice, still chose to cling to their own beliefs. Don't ask, when it comes to true love, it's simply a matter of the heart. After hearing Jiang Ruanruan's analysis, Jiang Mingji and Jiang Mingxiu found it remarkably insightful and promptly approached Jiang Mingfeng, intercepting him before he could enter the house. Only when his path was blocked did Jiang Mingfeng realize there were others in the courtyard, looking up in surprise. Mingji, Mingxiu, when did you arrive? What about father, mother, and Xiao Wu? Have they come too? Big Brother, faced with Jiang Mingfeng's question, Jiang Mingxiu experienced the sensation of being speechless for the first time. What on earth was he thinking? They had been standing beside him for ages, and Xiao Wu even called out to him as he entered. Had he truly not heard? Jiang Ruanruan, currently learning to speak, made each word seem particularly precious. Jiang Mingxiu wished for her to call him, yet she remained silent, while Big Brother treated her so carelessly. Truly, comparing oneself to others is a source of frustration. Yet, these concerns were trivial. Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingji simply wished to ascertain the truth of Jiang Ruanruan's earlier assertions. Earlier? My apologies. I was lost in thought and didn't hear Xiao Wu. Prompted by Jiang Mingxiu, Jiang Mingfeng recalled that there was indeed such an incident, but he had been preoccupied with the tassel in his hand. Upon hearing Jiang Mingxiu's reminder, he felt a bit embarrassed, his face flushing crimson. Here comes the telltale blush of a lovesick mind. Witnessing his state, Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingji were convinced of Jiang Ruanruan's deduction, each draping an arm around Jiang Mingfeng's neck and guiding him into the room. At this, Jiang Ruanruan was left in a state of shock. Hey, you can't just dismantle the bridge after crossing it. Let me hear what you're discussing. Chapter 90, Substituting Quality with Inferiority. Remembering that Jiang Ruanruan was still outside, Jiang Mingji hurriedly brought her back in. I'm so sorry, little sister. I got too excited and forgot about you. The three of them formed a triangle, surrounding Jiang Mingfeng, each wearing a serious expression. At this point, Big Brother, are you still not going to tell us the truth? Come on. Have you found us a sister-in-law? That tassel must be a gift from her, right? Absolutely not. Little children shouldn't think about such nonsense. Jiang Mingfeng instinctively sought to deny it, yet his flustered gaze and attempts to conceal the tassel betrayed his true feelings. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Ruanruan cautiously took the tassel from his hand. It was red, She was not adept at needlework. In an instant, the name Hunyang emerged in her mind. Noticing the movement in his palm, Jiang Mingfeng helplessly glanced down at Jiang Ruanruan. Look at you two. You've led our little sister astray. Aren't you afraid of what father and mother will do to you? What punishment? Just then, Jiang Zhenyuan and Xiao Yushu approached, having heard the commotion. Curious about Jiang Mingfeng's comment, they inquired, what is it? It's nothing. I have something to discuss with you. It was easy to deceive Jiang Mingji and Jiang Mingxiu. But Jiang Zhenyuan and Xiao Yushu were another matter altogether. Fearing they might discover the truth about the tassel, Jiang Mingfeng quickly diverted the conversation. What is it? Jiang Zhenyuan asked, following Jiang Mingfeng's lead. It's about the village. On my way here, I saw some people transporting grain by cart. What had piqued his suspicion was the contents of the grain bags. I noticed the items they were loading seemed rather peculiar. I approached them under the pretense of asking for directions, and if I'm not mistaken, those bags likely contain not grain but ordinary soil. While they may appear similar on the surface, upon closer inspection, subtle differences become apparent. At present, the southern regions are still suffering from floods. If the farmers in their village are indeed, as Jiang Mingfeng suspects, engaging in the illicit exchange of grain, the consequences would be dire if discovered by others. Even if Jiang Zhenyuan and Xiao Yushu had not heard the commotion and approached, Jiang Mingfeng would still have to investigate after placing down his belongings. Such a situation exists? It seems we have indeed been away from the village for far too long. Jiang Zhenyuan's gaze turned stern, his face reflecting palpable anger, clearly indicative of his fury. In contrast, Xiao Yushu remained remarkably composed, as if she had been aware of this matter all along. There is no need for excessive worry. Although our visits have been infrequent, I have instructed the steward to keep a vigilant eye, ensuring that no mistakes occur. As for the issue Mingfeng mentioned, I know precisely whom to seek. Observing Xiao Yushu's confidence, Jiang Zhenyuan felt reassured, and once Jiang Mingfeng had gathered himself, the group made their way towards the neighboring courtyard. Li Manyun was seated in the courtyard, having a Qiao pour her a glass of water. Upon their sudden entrance, she was momentarily taken aback, taking a moment to collect herself before rising to greet them. Have you finished so quickly? How about we all have dinner together tonight to celebrate? Consider it my gratitude for your tremendous help in saving a Qiao's life. Hearing her call out to her, a Qiao's hands trembled once more, inadvertently revealing the red marks on her arms, indicating recent injuries. Sister-in-law, what happened to a Qiao? Xiao Yushu did not anticipate Li Manyun's lack of composure and asked coldly. Oh, you mean this? It was an accident. I felt remorseful toward the Qiao for asking her to bring me a glass of water so we could talk. Who knew that the poor girl was still shaken from earlier, and a slight tremor caused her spill the water, leaving her arm marked and my clothes damp. As she spoke, Li Manyun revealed the water stains on her garment as evidence, anxious that Xiao Yushu might not believe her. However, the reality proved her concerns valid, as Jiang Zhenyuan and Xiao Yushu clearly did not believe her words. Immediately after she finished speaking, they summoned several guards standing nearby. How is it? You have been standing here all along. Is what my sister-in-law said true? As martial artists, their vision was naturally sharper than that of ordinary folk. Li Manyun did not expect to be seen through despite her efforts to conceal the truth, and her face turned awkward. Perhaps the events unfolded too swiftly for me to recall accurately. I assure you, it was not intentional. You wouldn't be angry with me over such a trivial matter, would you? Of course not. Xiao Yushu replied with a subtle smile. We have other matters to discuss with you. What is it? Jiang Ruanruan gazed longingly, but recalling her still developing milk teeth, she could only let out a silent sigh. Having not visited the village for quite some time, both Zhenyuan and I are somewhat unfamiliar. I also wish to inspect the granary. Given the recent floods in the south, we, as subjects, should express our concerns, should we not? Upon hearing the mention of the floods, Li Manyun's expression shifted noticeably, betraying her discomfort. The granary? I have not been there much myself, but I have heard from the housekeeper that it mainly contains miscellaneous items and is quite dirty. Perhaps you should avoid bringing Xiaowu there. Miscellaneous items? Shouldn't the granary be for storing grain? Jiang Mingfeng seized upon the inconsistency in Li Manyun's statement, pressing further. Yes, the granary for storing grain. I misspoke. Look at my poor memory. The group stood around her, and beads of sweat began to form on Li Manyun's forehead, clearly indicating her unease. After all, our village is quite vast, and it is only natural that I might forget about several granaries. Unlike you, Mingfeng, who is young and has a sharp memory. Since that is the case, it would be ideal for Mingfeng to assist in inspecting the granary today and see how much surplus grain we have left. We can transport half of it at our own expense. Chapter 91. The accuser becomes the accused. Li Manyun's face turned sour, instinctively seeking excuses to deter them. However, Xiao Yushu had come with the intention of addressing this matter and immediately rejected Li Manyun's suggestion. No need for that. It is a rare occasion for us to be gathered together, and we should complete this matter with assurance. We cannot keep trailing behind those few subordinates. Can we, sister-in-law? Yes, that is indeed the case. Realizing that there was no escaping this matter today, the spark of determination faded from Li Manyun's eyes. She instructed a Qiao to fetch the key to the granary from her room and led Xiao Yushu and the others out of the courtyard. The granary was overseen by several stewards from the village. Upon seeing the large group approach, they assumed something significant had transpired and trembled, dropping to their knees. Commoners, greet the general. There is no need for such formality. We are merely passing by to take a look. We hope we have not caused you any trouble. Xiao Yushu's tone was gentle, a stark contrast to the imposing demeanor they had expected from a noblewoman. After exchanging glances to ensure there were no issues, the stewards hesitantly rose, placing their hands in front of their chests respectfully. No, it is our honor for the general and the madam to visit. If only we had received the news earlier, we would have prepared a proper welcome. There is no need to be so formal. You work for a household, and we should consider your needs as well. During the pleasantries, Xiao Yushu pulled aside the more earnest-looking steward and discreetly inquired, I have a question. Shouldn't the keys to the granary be held by you few? Why do they rest in my sister-in-law's hands? Upon hearing Xiao Yushu's question, the steward looked at her with suspicion, clearly hesitating. They often spoke of being one family during polite exchanges, yet in reality, the wealthy officials were quite different from the ordinary citizens. The older steward, wishing to avoid entanglement in family disputes, added cautiously, if the madam has no other matters, I shall take my leave. Please do not mention this conversation to the first madam, nor let her know you are aware of this matter. Otherwise, she will certainly suspect me. Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. Xiao Yushu nodded, agreeing to the steward's request. When Li Manyun instructed a Qiao to fetch the keys, Xiao Yushu had already sensed something amiss. After all, Li Manyun was the housekeeper's wife. Why would the key to a granary be kept in her personal room? There must be some hidden agenda behind this. Having concluded these thoughts, Xiao Yushu no longer felt the need to be polite with Li Manyun. Once the steward opened the door, she led the group inside. The granary was the largest on the estate, filled with burlap sacks of grain stacked into small hills on the ground, a sight that was pleasing to behold. The Dasheng dynasty was known for its simplicity, with diligent and honest farmers. The instinct to store grain was ingrained in their very being. Now, as they viewed the bountiful harvest alongside the steward, a broad smile spread across his face, brimming with pride. General, Madam, this is the largest granary in our village, where most of our grain is stored. Please take a careful look to see if there are any issues. As you conduct your duties, I naturally feel at ease. Though Xiao Yushu said this, her gaze diligently scanned the granary. On the surface, there appear to be no significant problems, but according to Jiang Mingfeng's words, it might not withstand a thorough examination. Before Xiao Yushu could voice her concerns, an unexpected incident unfolded. The steward, without prompting, reached for one of the burlap sacks containing grain, patting the top while introducing it to Xiao Yushu and the others. Madam, you may rest assured that the crops grown on our estate are the finest in the region. There will be no issues. Before he could finish his sentence, the burlap sack seemed unable to withstand the pressure and toppled from the top of the grain pile, causing the strings that secured its opening to unravel, revealing large clumps of dirt and a few scattered grains of rice. The commotion was too loud for Jiang Ruanruan and the others to feign ignorance. The performance was forced to commence prematurely, and Jiang Ruanruan had no choice but to steel himself and step forward, drawing his sword and casting a fierce glance towards the opposite side of the grain mound. To his dismay, he discovered that it was filled with inferior goods, much like the bag on the ground. The majority were clods of earth, with only a couple of bags containing pure grain. The overseer, taken aback by such a grave error, collapsed to the ground, wailing and lamenting, "Oh my heavens! This is a matter of life and death. We confirmed the quality of the grain before moving it into the warehouse. How can it simply vanish? How are we to survive? Given the current circumstances, it seems unlikely we will endure this winter. You wretched scoundrel! We entrusted everything to you, and what do? Dare to play tricks under our very noses? I see you truly wish for your end. I will have you and your family delivered to the authorities to answer for your crimes. Let us see if you dare act in such a manner again. As the situation unraveled, Li Manyun swiftly reacted, stepping forward to slap the overseer, leaving him momentarily dazed. After regaining his composure, the overseer stammered an explanation. How can I know if you did this on purpose to make us believe you are the victim? Li Manyun skufa, clearly unconvinced. Among the 3 overseers who had entered with them, the other 2 had already been rendered speechless, trembling on the ground and daring not to utter a word. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Mingfeng's gaze swept across the group, finally settling on the overseer at the back. Chapter 92. A confused blow to the master. What is your name? Jiang Mingfeng inquired gently, his tone a stark contrast to Li Manyun's. Your surname is Li? Then I shall call you Li Shu. The name, Li Dachui, seemed closely related to Jiang Ruanruan, yet their statuses were worlds apart. One was a revered general, while the other was merely an ordinary farmer laboring in a village. Jiang Mingfeng took the liberty of omitting his surname. Upon hearing this, Li Dachui dared not voice any dissent. Very well, I shall heed your words. There is no need for such trepidation. I understand these matters are not of your doing. I merely wish to inquire further to uncover the true mastermind behind this incident. With some luck, we might even recover the grain, allowing you to weather the winter more comfortably. Jiang Mingfeng spoke with conviction, and Li Dachui, without hesitation, expressed his trust. I believe you. Then, tell me, when was the last time you entered the warehouse? Was there anything amiss at that time? As Jiang Mingfeng spoke, all eyes turned towards him. The last time? It should have been the day before yesterday. That night, a torrential rain fell, and we were concerned about the grain, so we came to check. But there was nothing unusual then. Everything was stored properly. How could it have deteriorated in just 2 days? Gazing at the scattered clods of earth on the ground, Li Dachui felt a pang of sorrow. For them, sometimes the grain was more valuable than life itself. If everything appeared fine 2 days ago, it indicated that the tampering must have occurred recently. The village nearby was bustling with people during the day, making it impossible to act without being seen. Thus, the perpetrators could only have struck under the cover of night. As Jiang Mingfeng grew increasingly earnest in his speech, Li Manyun felt an unsettling sense of disbelief arise within her, prompting her to step forward and interject. Oh Mingfeng, you are too kind-hearted. It is evident to anyone with eyes that they are responsible for this. Why waste more words? Quickly summon the authorities to take them away. You are absolutely correct, Aunt. However, my father taught us to always seek the truth and not to hastily accuse others. If these grains have indeed been compromised, their future will surely be bleak as well. Allow me to finish my inquiries. By the way, Aunt, when did you arrive at the village? At this, Li Manyun became flustered, her gaze drifting as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. It seems it has been a few days. I cannot recall clearly. If you cannot remember, it would be prudent to summon the servants who attended you in the village and question them individually. This is not an overly complex issue, and surely we will arrive at an answer. Jiang Mingfeng had anticipated Li Manyun's reaction and was preparing to command the guards to fetch them. Fearing that Jiang Mingfeng's summons would hinder her ability to deceive, she hastily concocted a timeline. Oh, it was the day before yesterday. Jiang Mingfeng nodded, deliberately elongating his tone. What is it you intend to accomplish, Mingfeng? Instead of interrogating the culprits before you, you come to question me. Your aunt? Jianyuan, you two, as parents, should be more vigilant. Li Manyun, stung by his remarks, grew increasingly anxious and began to lash out at others. While she could not speak ill of Jiang Mingxiu and the others, Jiang Jianyuan and Xiao Yushu were her contemporaries, making them fair game. In response to Li Manyun's accusations, Jiang Jianyuan appeared quite aggrieved. Those familiar with their family would know that in their household, father and son relationships were not always straightforward. Jiang Mingfeng, though young, possessed the most wisdom and often found himself advising Jiang Jianyuan rather than the other way around. Sister-in-law, you know well our Mingfeng's disposition. If he wishes to uncover the truth, there is little I, as his father, can do to stop him. You of all people are a general. How can you not even manage your own son? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed? Aunt, my father is the person I respect most in this world. I kindly ask that you do not misplace your anger upon him. As for you, I have a few questions to pose. What do you wish to ask? Li Manyun giripit her hand kachief tightly, her angieti palpable. There is no need for concern, Aunt. You claimed you are not involved in this matter. So these inquiries are merely a formality, nothing to fret over. I recall that the key to the warehouse was taken from your room. Is that not correct? Yes, that is correct. Given the many witnesses present, Li Manyun found no opportunity to deny it. Everyone has heard this. It is indeed a confession from Aunt. Li Shu, do you recall how many keys there are for this warehouse? How many remain in your possession? Li Dachui, who had been listening attentively, stepped forward and bowed his head. This warehouse contains many items, and in the beginning, we were concerned that having too many keys might lead to theft. So we only made one key and kept it with us. Recently, this lady suddenly came to take the key away, and we have not received it back since. Even during the last reign, it was Li Dachui who sought permission from Li Manyun before having one of her people bring it over. That night, the rain had poured heavily, making it difficult for Li Dachui to see the road, which he remembered distinctly. Thus, with only one key in your possession, it appears that the theft and substitution of the grain cannot be detached from your involvement. Do you have anything further to say about this, Aunt? Are you accusing me? Feeling the weight of Jiang Mingfeng's scrutinizing gaze, Li Manyun leapt to her feet, her tears flowing freely. I have diligently served in the general's household for decades, striving to preserve our family's legacy. Yet the moment something goes awry, you suspect me, turning against your own kin. Is this what your father taught you over the years? It is true that the key was in my possession recently, but I held it out of concern for possible disturbances. The thief within the residence has yet to be identified. If someone deliberately stole the key from my room, how can you condemn me based solely on the words of few individuals? There is an adage, a confused blow may fell the master. Xiao Yushu interjected at an opportune moment. One key proves nothing. What are the account books? Chapter 93. Say what account books? I know not of what you speak. Upon hearing those two words, a fissure finally appeared in Li Manyun's expression. Nature has become the ledger of the eldest sister-in-law's chamber. Xiao Yushu waved her hand, and the attendant behind her stepped forward, presenting a stack of account books that were unceremoniously tossed before Li Manyun. The pages, densely filled with meticulous writing, clearly indicated the accountant's diligence. If it were merely a matter of financial loss, it would be inconsequential. The wealth of the general's residence could hardly be jeopardized by the transgressions of a proper wife. However, it was unthinkable that she would utilize the public assets of the general's estate to cover the losses from the shops she had brought from her maternal family, nearly depleting the general's treasury in the process. Is it you? You have sabotaged my plans, haven't you? The cold blade pressed against her neck made Li Manyun suddenly calm. Those who ruined my plans were also sent by you? Not I. Perhaps it is merely heaveness that has sent someone to torment you, Xiao Yushu replied, fully aware that Li Manyun alluded to the southern flood disaster. She had not participated in that affair. Her only action had been to inform Qiao Jinyan, who then dispatched a few individuals to gather supplies and find a way to sell them at a lower price before the calamity struck. The extensive impact of the floods inevitably attracted opportunists like Li Manyun, profiting from the suffering of the people. Their actions could be seen as a means of alleviating the threat posed to those afflicted by the disaster. Ah, so you have been aware from the very beginning, yet you chose to remain silent, relishing in my misfortune, did you? Li Manyun's anger turned to a derisive smile, her disheveled hair betraying any semblance of her former dignified demeanor. You overthink it. I am not that heartless. My silence was to preserve some dignity for the sake of our family, and to see if you might awaken to your mistakes. Who could have imagined you would persist in your errors, ultimately arriving at this juncture? Xiao Yushu raised her voice, her disdainful expression piercing Li Manyun's eyes and cutting deeper into her heart. Jiang Zhenhai, having received word, surprisingly refrained from indulging in leisure at the tavern and instead awaited within the house. Ah, Jiang Zhenhai, it has been a while. But do you really have the right to criticize me? If it were not for you, for supporting your multiple concubines, would I have risked so much to balance the accounts using my household's resources? After all, she had been involved in prior disputes. Now that this matter was exposed, her chances of recovery were slim. It would be wise to find a scapegoat for a semblance of comfort. For me? Donotist. Zhen Yuan has already informed me that had they not seen the valuable items being emptied from our home, I would never have imagined I had nurtured a white-eyed wolf all these years, dragging our entire family into your downfall. Do you possess any intellect? Jiang Zhenhai was skilled in his own right. Li Manyun's rhetoric was beneath his notice. Truthfully, he cared little for her actions or whose possessions she had touched. His only concern was whether his own interests had been compromised. Had Li Mannion only taken from Jiang Ruanruan, he would not have even bothered to look her way. On a good day, he might have even spoken a few kind words on her behalf. Unfortunately, Li Mannion proved to be greedier than he had anticipated. Had he known this would unfold, he should have seized her dowry when she first entered their household, perhaps preserving something for himself. Mutual disdain. Who can rival your capacity for treachery? Li Mannion scoffed, turning her head away to avoid further sullying her gaze. Once their quarrel reached its peak, Jiang Ruanruan stepped forward, feigning mediation. All right, brother, we are family after all. Now that the matter has come to pass, we must focus on resolving it. Regarding the estate, I propose we temporarily suspend this year's taxes, allowing them to weather the winter. Very well, let it be as you suggest. Jiang Ruanruan, disinterested in such trifles, accepted Jiang Ruanruan's arrangement without further comment, knowing full well that any financial shortfall would fall solely upon Jiang Ruanruan to rectify. And what of the eldest sister-in-law? Regardless of circumstance, Li Mannion remained Jiang Ruanruan's legally wedded wife, and her fate lay solely in his hands. A woman who disregards her duties as a wife cannot claim to be a mother. In my view, it would be better to sell her off entirely, sparing us the annoyance of her presence. Jiang Ruanruan, how dare you? The fate of a woman sold away typically culminated in one of two outcomes: a pretty one becoming a plaything in a brothel, and an unattractive one condemned to arduous labor as a servant. Li Mannion, despite her flaws, hailed from a reputable family, and such an arrangement was decidedly inappropriate. Jiang Ruanruan frowned, candidly stating that may not be prudent. If her family were to learn of this, it could spell trouble for us. Trouble? What audacity do they possess? Jiang Ruanruan sneered. They have raised a daughter who has caused us such immense trouble, and I have shown them leniency by not seeking retribution. Do they dare come to me now? Jiang Ruanruan's words were artfully crafted, yet his true intent lay in coveting the wealth of Li Mannion's family, hoping to leverage this situation for future gain. Chapter 94. Exile to the estate. Jiang Ruanruan, you wretched man. Lacking any ability, you still seek to gain from our family? Dream on. As long as I draw breath, I shall never allow you to extend your hand towards the Li family. Although the Li family held no power, they were indeed renowned merchants, and if Jiang Ruanruan managed to encroach upon their wealth, it would be akin to letting a rat into a grain store. He would soon devour everything and squander their fortune on his mistresses. Li Mannion would never grant him that opportunity, even at the cost of her life. However, Jiang Ruanruan failed to recognize Li Mannion's resolve, dismissing her words as inconsequential. Merely a criminal. Do you think anyone would heed your words? Jiang Ruanruan, you are shameless. Li Mannion, infuriated by Jiang Ruanruan's contempt, spat blood, and Jiang Ruanruan and Xiao Yushu, standing nearby, wore equally grim expressions. Truth be told, despite her shortcomings, Li Mannion was still a relatively normal person, while Jiang Ruanruan was nothing more than a beast reincarnate, indifferent to anything but his own desires. Were it possible, Jiang Ruanruan would have preferred to expel his brother from the household entirely. Unfortunately, Jiang Ruanruan was exceedingly cautious, leaving little room for incrimination. Mother, Wanqiu, Xijin, I'm sorry. My children. It is said that one reveals their vulnerability most easily in front of those closest to them. The once resolute Li Mannion crumbled in tears upon seeing the two children she bore after 10 months of pregnancy. Jiang Wanqiu, witnessing her mother's distress, pushed aside the two caregivers and knelt before Li Mannion, enveloping her in an embrace. Mother, I am sorry we are late. No, do not blame yourselves. Li Mannion shook her head, gazing at Jiang Wanqiu's frail shoulders and realizing for the first time that she had erred. She should not have acted recklessly, but rather with greater caution, ensuring her actions would not be discovered by Jiang Ruanruan, thus sparing her children from fear. It is Mother's fault. I acknowledge my mistakes. But Wanqiu, rest assured, as long as I'm alive, I will never allow that beast of your father to harm you, nor let him reach into your maternal family. Having spent more time in the Li household than in the general's residence, Jiang Wanqiu shared a deep bond with her maternal family. Upon hearing her mother's words, she could no longer contain her anger and glared defiantly. Father, our maternal family already struggles. If you do not care for Mother, how can you further torment them? The elder declared, when has it come to the time for a young lady like you to speak? Send them away. All of them. A surge of fury welled up within Jiang Ruanruan, wishing to sell the mother and daughter duo before him on the spot. After all, his courtyard was filled with numerous concubines, and there would always be one capable of bearing children. If these few were inadequate, he could simply take in more. A man of his stature would certainly not be subdued by 2 children. While his aspirations were lofty, the reality was harsh. Jiang Ruanruan was so engrossed in venting his anger that he forgot that Jiang Xijin was a promising individual who had recently forged many connections in the palace thanks to the 7th prince. And with the emperor's favor, he was bound to be promoted soon. With their mother and sister oppressed by their heartless father, how could Jiang Xijin stand idly by? He stepped forward to shield them, looking down at Jiang Ruanruan, who sat in the principal seat. Regardless of the turmoil within their family to outsiders, they remained a unified front. Reputation, status, everything was intertwined. When one prospered, all prospered. When one suffered, all suffered. Though Jiang Ruanruan was devoid of compassion, he was not ignorant of this simple truth, just too enraged to recall it at the moment. Now, reminded by Jiang Xijin, his expression darkened slightly, and he begrudgingly asked, "Then tell me, how should this matter be handled? Are we to let her go unpunished for such a grave offense? If the matriarch can behave so, how will the servants be treated when they err?" Upon hearing Jiang Ruanruan's words, all the servants present lowered their heads in fear. They had intended to leave, but Jiang Ruanruan had kept them back to let everyone in the estate witness Li Manyun's humiliation. Now, facing repercussions, he used them as examples, which was indeed a difficult position for them. Although the village was remote, there were still servants from their household who could provide some care for Li Manyun, alleviating her suffering. This was the best Jiang Xijin could devise for her. Fine, let it be so. Jiang Ruanruan understood Jiang Xijin's calculations, but, as he said, they were still a family in the eyes of the public and could not appear too disheveled. After a moment's thought, he agreed. After all, once Li Manyun left the estate, no one would oversee or hinder him, and he could do as he pleased. Come, escort the Sinnerly away. Tomorrow, send her out of the estate, and be sure to proceed with utmost caution, ensuring no outsiders catch sight of her. Yes, although she had prepared herself mentally. Hearing the term sinner, Li caused Li Manyun to tremble in shock, her body going limp. It was Jiang Ruanruan who reacted quickly and caught her, preventing her from losing her composure entirely. Sinnerly, Ruanruan, I am so sorry for you. It was all her fault. In a moment of confusion, she had meddled with the general's estate. It was her fault. Mother, do not speak this way. It is not your fault. It is father who is cold-hearted and has wronged you. Neither brother nor I blame you. Please do not think this way. Chapter 95. Unrequited love. Brother, speak. But upon looking up, Jiang Xijin wore a calm expression, showing no intention of responding. Li Manyun sensed Jiang Ruanruan's unease and turned to Jiang Xijin, their gazes locking, and she felt a profound sense of reproach emanating from him. Xijin, you're blaming me, aren't you? You are blaming mother, aren't you? Coming to this realization, Li Manyun could no longer contain her emotions. She could accept Jiang Ruanruan's injustice towards her, for he had never fulfilled his duties as a husband. She had no expectations of him, hence no disappointment. But Jiang Xijin was different. He was the child she had fought to bring into the world after 10 months of pregnancy. Knowing Jiang Ruanruan was unreliable, she had kept Jiang Xijin close, caring for him with a mother's love, fulfilling both parental roles. Aware of his great ambitions, she had felt both sorrow and joy, knowing that a child with such promise could not remain by his parents' side. Fearing that she would hinder Jiang Xijin's path, she had constantly sought opportunities to remind Jiang Ruanruan to be cautious and never let her mistakes affect her son's career. Even if Jiang Xijin hid his talents, she had never doubted his abilities simply because he was her son. Yet now, Jiang Xijin regarded her with such a gaze. How could Li Manyun not feel alarmed? Initially, Jiang Ruanruan did not understand why Li Manyun would say such things and even reached out to stop her. After all, Jiang Xijin had just confronted Jiang Ruanruan on her behalf. It seemed implausible that he would share Li Manyun's sentiments. However, upon seeing Jiang Xijin's expression, Jiang Ruanruan's instinctive reaction to defend herself faltered. Mother, indeed you have been reckless. Once we reach the village, I will ensure someone looks after you carefully. Please be mindful of your actions and do not create further troubles for me. Otherwise, there will be no one to safeguard you. Having said this, Jiang Xijin turned and walked away, leaving no further words for Li Manyun. Jiang Ruanruan observed from the side. Unable to refrain from reflecting, he truly is the protagonist, decisive and unhesitating. No wonder he can achieve great things. Historically, those who accomplish great feats are either deeply loyal and sincere, winning hearts, or decisively ruthless and devoid of compassion. Jiang Ruanruan clearly belonged to the latter. To highlight the protagonist's uniqueness, the original author had emphasized this aspect in the narrative, suggesting that the female lead was the only exception to the male lead's coldness. The sole compassionate figure among the ruthless elite. Many readers had expressed their admiration upon finishing the story. Setting aside her identity, Jiang Ruanruan found herself somewhat in awe of Jiang Ruanruan. After all, his family background was hardly the finest, and Jiang Zhenhai and Li Manyan were not in a position to aid his rise. Everything he achieved was through his own efforts. Such decisiveness is a hallmark of one destined for greatness. Unfortunately, she and her family were mere collateral in his path forward. Otherwise, Jiang Ruanruan would have been more than willing to lend Jiang Ruanruan her support. They had promised a holiday. They could not let such trivial matters disrupt their plans. What had gotten into Ming Feng recently? He had been cooped up in the courtyard for 5 days. Could it be that he faced setbacks in his career and was being overlooked by his superiors? It was no wonder Jiang Ruanruan spoke harshly. It was simply that Jiang Mingfeng's behavior was too peculiar, and he could think of no better explanation. I doubt the situation is as dire as you suggest. If there were truly an issue, Mingfeng would have sought a resolution immediately, rather than appearing so composed. These past few days, Jiang Mingfeng had either been idly sitting or reading in the courtyard, occasionally sporting a smile, not at all resembling someone who had encountered difficulties. Listening to her parents' analysis, Jiang Ruanruan's face flushed crimson with urgency. She longed to step in and explain everything. "Oh, my dear parents, my brother is in love. Do you not understand?" To say in love was somewhat too broad. Jiang Ruanruan was unaware of how Hunyang felt about the matter. After some thought, she concluded that unrequited love would more accurately describe her brother's current state. Jiang Ruanruan rambled on, leaving Xiao Yushu and Jiang Zhenyuan utterly bewildered. What is unrequited love? What is Sui? Is this truly something that could happen to Jiang Mingfeng? It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Their most serious eldest son had actually developed feelings for someone. They wondered who this unfortunate, no, fortunate, girl was to catch his eye. Reflecting on her eldest son's demeanor, Xiao Yushu felt it necessary to have a serious talk with Jiang Mingfeng when he had a moment to spare. After all, it was imperative that the boy understood how to express his feelings to a young lady, lest he stifle her with grand philosophical discussions and scare her away. Although Xiao Yushu had long been aware of the connection between Hunyang and Jiang Mingfeng, she refrained from hastily envisioning Hunyang as her daughter-in-law, given the ambiguous circumstances. After all, human affections are fickle. It was entirely possible that Jiang Mingfeng could develop feelings for someone else after all he had been through. As a mother, Xiao Yushu was more than willing to respect her children's wishes. As for Hunyang, she was indeed a person of compassion and loyalty. If she were to marry into their family, Xiao Yushu would treat her as her own daughter. If not, she would still wish her well and regard her as a goddaughter. There are myriad ways to repay kindness. She would ensure that Hunyang would never again suffer injustice. With such a little fortune-bringer around, their family's future would undoubtedly be smooth sailing. The 12th prince, having recovered his health, sought the emperor's permission to once again compete with Zhang's 4th son. It remained to be seen if he would be available. Chapter 96. The rematch. When the 12th prince spoke, it was clear he had time to spare. Had it not been for He Sheng's visit today, Jiang Zhenyuan might have completely forgotten about the competition. Coincidentally, Jiang Mingxiu was also present in the residence. Upon hearing the news, the group wasted no time resting and followed He Sheng into the palace, where the 12th prince and consort Rong awaited their arrival with evident delight. "Madam Xiao, it has been a long time. I trust you have been well?" Xiao Yushu greeted consort Rong with a bow. In contrast to her initial anxiety during her first visit to the palace, she now exuded calmness and grace, her tone affectionate yet devoid of flattery, which prompted consort Rong to regard her with newfound admiration. Although consort Rong held a high position, witnessing the harmonious demeanor of the Qiao family stirred a twinge of envy within her. "Forgive me for my candidness, but I cannot help but feel envious watching your family enjoy each other's company. Since entering the palace, I have not had such opportunities." Despite her status as a favored consort, consort Rong had sacrificed the most cherished human dignity. In her youth, when her bond with the emperor was still strong, She had not considered this a significant issue. However, as time passed and their affections waned, she became acutely aware of the severity of her predicament. Do not be disheartened, Your Highness. There are countless ways to alleviate one's sorrows in this world. Your esteemed position should not warrant such distress over trivial matters. Xiao Yushu understood consort Rong's sentiments. Yet, as subjects, they could not genuinely advise a consort to leave the palace. Thus, she spoke gently to ease the consort's troubled heart. Sensing the difficulty in Xiao Yushu's words, Consort Rong quickly recovered her composure and responded with a smile. You are right. That is why I summoned you here. The 12th prince, burdened with governmental affairs, could not attend the competition personally and had entrusted Consort Rong to oversee the event. I know you have been training alongside your father in the military, showing significant progress. However, I am no slouch myself. Let us agree not to intentionally lose to one another. Otherwise, if this prince finds out, I shall not be lenient. During the brief moment of chance, the 12th prince leaned in close to Jiang Mingxiu and whispered. Jiang Mingxiu, well aware that martial artists value fairness above all, nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I shall give my all. That is the spirit. Let's see what unfolds. As their conversation concluded, the results of their hand game emerged. Is there something troubling you, Your Highness? Xiao Yushu, closest to Consort Rong, immediately discerned her unease and inquired attentively. It is nothing, merely that I sent word to the Empress to attend the competition, but I do not know where she is now. Consort Rong, confident in Xiao Yushu's discretion, shared her concerns. The Empress, outwardly serene, had once practiced archery under her father in her youth. Knowing her fondness for such events, Consort Rong had dispatched someone to inform her, yet half an hour had elapsed without her arrival, leading to her growing anxiety. Where could that dawdle have gone? Upon hearing Consort Rong's words about the Empress, Xiao Yushu felt a pang of concern. However, considering their relationship, she quickly regained her composure. Do not worry, Your Highness. Perhaps the Empress has been delayed on her way. She may arrive shortly. What? Has the Empress not arrived yet? Feeling unwell? Was she not fine just yesterday? How could she suddenly fall ill? Upon hearing this, Consort Rong could no longer remain composed. The struggles of the Empress in the palace were already arduous. She had hoped that after the previous suppression of the Xinfei, the pressure on the Empress would lessen, yet now, in a moment of carelessness, she had fallen ill. This will not do. I must go see her. Please, convey my message that I shall arrive shortly. And also find someone to summon Physician Shun from the Imperial Medical Bureau to attend to the Empress. Certainly. Seeing Consort Rong's agitation, Xiao Yushu cautiously suggested, Your Highness, if you do not mind, perhaps I could accompany you? Feeling Xiao Yushu's concern, Consort Rong's tumultuous heart was calmed, and her gaze toward her was filled with gratitude. Rest assured, I know what to do. You may proceed. Thank you. As the 12th prince completed his 10 shots and turned to look, the main seat was already empty. Where's my mother? Why is she not here? Xiao Yushu, concerned about the 12th prince's reaction, hastily provided an excuse for Consort Rong. Upon hearing this, the 12th prince did not dwell on it and continued to observe Jiang Mingxiu in the first round of the competition. Meanwhile, Consort Rong hurriedly led her attendants to the Empress's quarters. Upon entering, she was immediately struck by a strange odor, prompting her to instruct her attendants to open the windows for ventilation. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and open the windows. Do you wish to suffocate me? Chapter 97. Surrender. Although the Empress held little power within the palace, Consort Rong was indeed the most favored by the Emperor aside from Xinfei. The attendants, not daring to neglect her request, hurriedly dispersed to open the windows and let in fresh air. With the sunlight streaming in, Consort Rong finally discerned the state of the chamber. Your Majesty, the Empress lay on the bed with her hair disheveled, several empty medicine bowls at her side, and the foot of the bed filled with incense that mingled with medicinal scents, causing tears to well up in the eyes of anyone who entered. Yet, the Empress remained seated amidst it all, seemingly unfazed, hardly blinking. Initially, Consort Rong thought the Empress was in a fragile state from emotional distress and moved cautiously. However, relief washed over her when the Empress turned to look at her, prompting Consort Rong to hasten to the bedside and grasp the Empress's hand with concern. Your Majesty, did we not agree to attend the competition together today? Why have you suddenly fallen ill and left your sister alone? You are well aware of my health. It fluctuates unpredictably. I can only live one day at a time. Today is simply unfortunate. I sensed something was amiss this morning. I nearly fainted while being attended to for my grooming, but thankfully there were not many people present, or else I would have been the subject of ridicule once more. Consort Rong, having intentionally sent most of the attendants away before her arrival, left only those trusted servants close to the empress. Hearing her words, the attendants could not help but bow their heads in tears. However, everything had changed since the crown prince's downfall. Previously, when Consort Rong summoned the physician, he had warned that, given the empress's condition, she likely would not survive the year. Now, as that year approached, Consort Rong felt a growing urgency to find someone who could extend the empress's life. Yet the empress appeared remarkably unconcerned, even instructing her to keep the matter confidential. When the time comes, I shall depart. After all, aside from you and the 12th prince, there is no one else in this palace worth my concern. Enough. Why is everyone crying? This palace is merely unwell, not departed from this world. As she spoke, the empress gently patted the trembling shoulder of concubine Rong. Especially you. Being the mother of Jingyan, how can you not control your emotions? Today you have adorned yourself so beautifully. If you were to cry and ruin your makeup, wouldn't that be a grave offense? Is it beautiful? I find it pales in comparison to the exquisite styles you used to create for me. Upon hearing this, concubine Rong finally managed to smile through her tears and mustered the strength to respond. In her days before entering the palace, she would often sneak into the empress's courtyard to play, pleading with her to style her hair and makeup to match the empress's own beauty. The empress indulged her every whim, never refusing her requests. However, after both entered the palace and became consorts, concubine Rong held a grudge against the empress for overshadowing her and causing her some troubles. The empress, however, never punished her, simply watching with a gentle smile. Finding it increasingly pointless, concubine Rong gradually abandoned her resentment until the night the crown prince was deposed. They sat together in the empress's chamber, talking through the night. And it was then that concubine Rong realized how foolish her past sentiments had been. They were both victims, yet she had always used their shared history to compel the empress to apologize to her. Now that the empress had reached this point, both she and Murong Tang were the true culprits. With her beauty, concubine Rong looked exquisite in any hairstyle. I shall take that as a compliment. Seeing the empress's spirits lifted, concubine Rong felt her own mood brighten as well. In a few months, the physician's predicted year will arrive. Regardless of whether I am present or not, you must take good care of yourself and Jingyan. Do not speak of my affairs to anyone, understood? Concerned that concubine Rong might be distressed by her impending demise, the empress had taken to reminding her during each of their recent meetings. I understand. That physician merely spoke offhandedly. A year is uncertain. Do not dwell on this matter. You should rest now. Although concubine Rong felt dissatisfied, she could not refute the empress in her current state and could only nod in agreement. Do not think me tiresome. At my age, both my parents have passed, and the only child who grew up safely perished in the palace due to those power struggles. You are all I cannot let go of. Mentioning the deposed crown prince stirred an unusual agitation in the empress. At that time, Murong Tang had suspected her child of treason, refusing to listen to explanations, and imprisoned him, presenting him with a cup of poison. By the time she arrived with her people, that child, who had called her mother since childhood, was already gone to the underworld. She harbored hatred and resentment, even contemplating becoming a ruthless empress who would stir unrest in the harem, ensuring that all who wronged her child would pay the price. I too was obstinate once, wanting to uncover the truth and hold accountable those who slandered him. Yet the murderer vanished as if from existence, leaving me with only a few clues. I wonder if he will blame me in the afterlife. He will not, surely not. Sister, you are kind-hearted, and that young one is sensible. He will not harbor anger against you. Upon hearing this, concubine Rong could not help but shed tears, and the chamber fell into a silence, save for the soft sounds of their weeping. Once exhausted from crying, the empress leaned against the bedside and drifted into a slumber. What news? Has the result of the contest been revealed? Oh, I did not expect the young master of the General's mansion to possess such talent. Winning the contest despite the last-minute entry. Surely he is destined for greatness. Murong Tang nodded, his expression complex. How about you, Jingyan? Are you satisfied with this outcome? The 12th prince, though often behaving like a dandy, was not unreasonable. In light of the results, he remained remarkably composed, even showing admiration for Jiang Mingxiu. Chapter 98, Guarding the Frontier. Good, now this is my son. However, Having won this contest, I promised there would be a reward. What does the young master of the General's mansion desire? Wealth, or perhaps a matrimonial alliance? If Murong Tang recalled correctly, aside from the youngest daughter, the children surrounding Jiang Ruanruan were of marrying age, yet there had been no stir from their household. His curiosity piqued. What scheme did Jiang Ruanruan harbor? Did he seek a daughter from a prominent family in the southern cities to consolidate his power? If that were the case, Murong Tang would not allow it. I dare to ask, Your Majesty, for an opportunity to train in the military. To train in the military? Are you not from the General's mansion? If you wish to train, simply inform your father. Why come all the way to request it from me? This left Murong Tang somewhat perplexed. He observed Jiang Ruanruan and did not seem the type to mistreat his children. What could this be about? My father believes my martial skills are lacking. Refusing to let me officially enlist, claiming that on the battlefield, I would only meet with misfortune and bring him shame. Ha ha ha! This Jiang Ruanruan is truly something. Even with his own son, he is so unyielding. No wonder people in the military call him the red-faced Yama. They are not mistaken at all. Jiang Mingxiu's request was astutely crafted, neither greedy nor suspicious, playfully jesting to amuse others, winning a nod of approval even from concubine Rome. Very well, I grant you this favor. You may enlist in the army, but remember to prioritize your safety. Our Shang dynasty is prosperous and does not require you to risk your lives. Yes, I thank your majesty. Seeing the atmosphere shift, Jiang Ruanruan hesitated for a moment before kneeling alongside Jiang Mingxiu. Observing this, Murong Tang furrowed his brow. When Jiang Ruanruan spoke these words, his gaze remained fixed on the ground, his tone sincere and resolute, truly seeming to focus solely on matters of state. Do you truly wish to guard the frontier? Given Jiang Ruanruan's current status, he could easily delegate such arduous tasks to his younger, less favored subordinates. Why must he take to the battlefield himself? Since I have spoken, it is a well-considered decision to volunteer. As long as the frontier remains unsettled, the emperor cannot find peace. As a subject, it is my duty to alleviate your burdens. And the harsh conditions at the border provide excellent training opportunities for those soldiers. This decision yields multiple benefits. Jiang Ruanruan persisted with his request, and Murong Tang could only nod in acquiescence. Initially, he had no reason to refuse. His earlier hesitation was merely to cultivate an image of a benevolent ruler. On the way back, Murong Tang found himself deep in thought. Today, he merely sought diversion and ended up resolving a pressing concern. Could it be that heaven itself is aiding him? Concubine, what do you suppose is Jiang Ruanruan's true intent? Shouldn't a normal person strive to come to the capital? Why would he venture so far afield? Concubine Rong was already troubled by the empress's situation upon hearing Murong Tang's words. She could not help but roll her eyes in secret. The emperor treats his subordinates with kindness. It is only natural they wish to share his burdens. Indeed, I have treated him well in the past. Hearing concubine Rong say this, Murong Tang instinctively overlooked his previous suspicions regarding Jiang Ruanruan's family. If memory serves, he seems to have an eldest son serving in the court. Given the recent flooding in the south, perhaps he could be assigned to a position in Jiangnan, thus fulfilling their family's loyalty and filial piety. Jiang Mingfeng currently holds a minor position in the court, and should he be appointed to Jiangnan as a regional governor, it would be a considerable promotion. Others would surely express gratitude for Murong Tang's regard for their family. However, concubine Rong remained astutely aware. Murong Tang's actions were merely a pretext to prevent their family from causing any disturbances at the border, dispersing them under the guise of promotion. One party resides in the south, while the other dwells in the north, with countless obstacles hindering their paths. Even if they genuinely desire to achieve something, it cannot be accomplished overnight. The machinations of the emperor are indeed formidable. Murong Tang, a man of coldness and indifference, has always harbored only thoughts of his own throne and realm. Emotions and offspring are merely accessories to him. Fortunately, the empress was perceptive enough to withdraw her affections early on. Otherwise, she might not have survived to this day. Contemplating the empress, concubine Rong tentatively broached the subject before Murong Tang. I have heard that the empress has been unwell and has been resting in the palace. Your Majesty, if you have no pressing matters, perhaps you could accompany me to visit her. The empress? Hasn't she always been in poor health? If there are issues, she should seek the physician. What use will my visit serve? Not only for myself, concubine Rong, but you should also refrain from visiting her frequently, lest you catch her illness. The well-being of the two women was of little concern to Murong Tang. he feared merely the possibility of contagion. After all, he was the sovereign of the realm, and any ailment that befell him would be no trifling matter, warranting utmost caution. Your Majesty speaks most wisely. I shall remember your words. Concubine Rong, aware of Murong Tang's callousness, was taken aback by the harshness of his words. Her expression faltered momentarily, and her steps unconsciously slowed until she felt satisfied with the distance between them. Merely remembering is insufficient. One must also act accordingly. That shall be enough for now. I have matters to attend to in the palace of noble consort Qi. You need not accompany me. If anything arises, I shall send someone to inform you. With that, Murong Tang signaled to He Sheng and led a retinue of palace attendants in another direction. Your servant bids farewell to your Majesty. Concubine Rong remained behind, her eyes ablaze with intense resentment. Chapter 99. Confession. The decision for Jiang Ruanruan and Xiao Yushu to guard the borders had long been discussed, and the children had also caught wind of it. Thus, when Jiang Ruanruan mentioned it before the emperor, they did not display much surprise. What? Jiangnan? Why this sudden development? We received no prior word that the emperor intended to send someone to Jiangnan. Are you certain this news is reliable? Indeed, it is as the emperor himself stated. Once I conclude the handover of my duties in the coming days, I must hasten to take up my post, and I fear I cannot accompany you to the borders. According to their previous plans, Jiang Mingfeng was to remain in the capital to continue his duties, watching over the household and relaying messages when necessary. However, with this unexpected turn of events, their plans could no longer proceed as intended. If it cannot be done, then so be it. Since we have made this choice, I merely hope that our family remains safe and sound. Even if we cannot reunite soon, there will surely be opportunities in the future. In this regard, Xiao Yushu remained quite optimistic. She was merely concerned that Jiang Mingfeng might encounter some difficulties on his own, especially since he had yet to establish a family. He was solely responsible for all matters, and his upcoming duties would undoubtedly involve many trivialities that he could not delegate to others. The thought of the hardships Jiang Mingfeng might face brought tears to Xiao Yushu's eyes. It is indeed a trial for Mingfeng. We are unfamiliar with that place and have no acquaintances who could assist you. Should you encounter any challenges, be sure to exercise caution and do not compromise your well-being. Do not worry, mother. I shall remember your words. Observing the family's somber mood, Jiang Ruanruan could not help but interject. Continuing like this is not a solution. How about this? Mingwu and Mingxiu will proceed north to guard the borders as originally planned, while Yushu, you take Mingji and Xiao Wu to Jiangnan to join Mingfeng in his new role. This way, at least our family will be together, and there will be some mutual support. Jiang Ruanruan's suggestion was indeed a viable one, and Xiao Yushu readily accepted it. You mean we shall divide into two groups and proceed separately? Precisely. Mingfeng's promotion was undoubtedly a sudden decision by the emperor, intended to prevent our family from gathering in one place and conspiring. Therefore, we must comply with his wishes and keep our distance for peace of mind. But Xiao Wu is still so young. I worry that this separation might affect her. What if she fails to recognize you upon our next meeting? You need not fret. Dear wife, our Xiao Wu is quite astute. She will not be influenced by this temporary separation. Jiang Ruanruan spoke with utmost confidence, even daring to assert that even if they were apart for 10 years, Jiang Ruanruan would never forget him. Anyone who disagreed simply underestimated the bond of kinship. You make a fair point. Xiao Yushu nodded in agreement, recognizing that their Xiao Wu possessed remarkable abilities far beyond the ordinary and would not be swayed by trivial circumstances. As Jiang Ruanruan was mentioned, Jiang Mingxiu recalled his own ability to hear thoughts, and after a moment's hesitation, he decided to seize the opportunity to share this revelation. Father, mother, there is something I have not yet told you about my sister. What is it? You didn't sneak off with her to play again, did you? No. I have matured. I would never repeat such a mistake. Jiang Mingxiu scratched the back of his head, gritting his teeth. You may find it hard to believe, but I have always been able to hear my sister's thoughts. She has informed me that our family will face tribulations, many of which have already come to pass. I suspect she must be a celestial being reincarnated on Earth to endure trials. This time, I cannot be by her side as we head north, so mother, you must take good care of her and ensure that no one bullies her. You cheeky boy, she is my daughter. Do I need you to remind me? Xiao Yushu was both amused and exasperated, yet she felt a pang of nostalgia. Her children had truly grown up. Even the once mischief-prone fourth son was now concerned for his sister. With such children around, it seemed their future days would surely become brighter. Indeed. But shouldn't you be astonished, mother? I can hear my sister's thoughts. Is that something an ordinary person can do? Jiang Mingxiu nodded, preparing to express his admiration for his mother's understanding, only to suddenly feel something was amiss. Hearing thoughts was no trivial matter. Logically, his mother should have sought to inquire more about it. Why then did she seem so unfazed? And what of father, elder brother, and a second brother? Could they all possess this ability too? In an instant, myriad thoughts flooded Jiang Mingxiu's mind. The most unacceptable notion was that he had always believed his ability to be unique. It is certainly not a capability reserved for the ordinary. But our family is not limited to you alone. Your father and I can do so as well. As for your brothers, I was initially unaware, but judging by their reactions, they likely share the same gift. What? Do you think yourself to be the chosen one? Xiao Yushu spoke with pride, regardless of how others perceived it. Jiang Ruanruan was the child she carried for 10 months, making her the one with the closest bond to her. If anyone were to be deemed special, it should be her. As for Jiang Mingxiu, he was merely lacking in awareness, taking so long to realize this truth. Huh? If you all knew, why didn't you say so sooner? You made me think I was the most special one. Reflecting on the resolute words he had just spoken, Jiang Mingxiu felt so embarrassed he wished he could vanish into the ground. Mother, please refrain from teasing the fourth brother, or I fear he might die of shame on the spot. With Xiao Wu possessing such a unique ability, it surely was a blessing from the heavens. They must cherish it and not allow trivial matters to squander their efforts thus far. Chapter 100. The night of departure from the capital, the current emperor harbors considerable disdain for superstitions regarding spirits and deities. Should those with ulterior motives learn of Xiao Wu's talents, it could very well pose a danger to her. Rest assured, with Ming Feng and Ming Ji present, Xiao Wu shall not encounter any misfortunes. At present, Li Manyun has been escorted to the Zhuangzi by personnel dispatched by Jiang Zhenhai. The Jiang Zhenyuan family will soon split into 2 groups to journey to various regions in the north and south, leaving the Grand General's residence remarkably desolate, appearing rather forlorn. However, this is merely the perspective of Jiang Zhenyuan and his kin. To Jiang Zhenhai, this is indeed the most fortuitous circumstance imaginable. Zhenyuan, I initially doubted the report of the Emperor assigning you to guard the northern borders, but it appears to be true. Rest assured, I shall attend to everything at home while you are away, ensuring that no issues arise. No issues? Allowing Jiang Zhenhai to take charge is the gravest concern. Jiang Zhenyuan observed the smug expression on Jiang Zhenhai's face, suppressing the urge to ridicule him multiple times. Since they were destined to depart, it was preferable to leave a good impression on one another, lest Jiang Zhenhai, devoid of any shame, seek to create trouble upon their arrival at the borders. I trust you will handle matters well, elder brother, but we have retained someone to oversee affairs at our residence, so there is no need for your concern. Du Linyu's mother and elder brother remain at the estate recuperating and cannot accompany them on this journey. After discussing it with Xiao Yushu, Jiang Zhenyuan decided to temporarily keep them as household servants, allowing them to remain in the residence with proper justification. Thus, even if Jiang Zhenhai were to attempt any mischief in their absence, Du Linfeng would be able to intervene. Is that so? No wonder they say my younger brother is meticulous in thought. This arrangement is indeed thorough, which puts my mind at ease. By the way, wasn't it mentioned that Jiang Mingfeng was to take up a post in Jiangnan? Why have we not seen him? Plans having fallen through, Jiang Zhenhai's countenance darkened. Uncle Meng is one of the primary overseers of the Hu family's horse farm and has watched Hunyang grow up. Their bond is akin to that of father and daughter. Jiang Mingfeng thought the same. Yet he could not bring himself to voice such sentiments unless directed towards Hunyang. After much contemplation, he finally uttered a few words of blessing. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Zhenyuan had completed loading the carts and was merely waiting for everyone to gather before embarking. Upon seeing Jiang Mingfeng's crestfallen expression, Xiao Yushu assumed he had encountered something distressing during his earlier outing and inquired with concern, "Fenger, why do you appear so troubled? Has something unfortunate occurred on the road?" "No, perhaps I simply did not rest well last night," Jiang Mingfeng replied, shaking his head and withholding the truth from Xiao Yushu. She sensed this, but refrained from pressing further. As children mature, they develop their own thoughts, and it is essential for parents to grant them space. Relentless pursuit only breeds pressure for both parties. She needed to exercise caution, but Jiang Ruanruan did not. Observing Jiang Mingfeng's demeanor, Jiang Ruanruan could easily deduce the cause. "We are about to leave the capital, and I wonder if my elder brother and sister-in-law have expressed their feelings." If they do not clarify things this time, will there be another opportunity in the future? Surely not. I can't be left hanging. B? What does that mean? Is it akin to wishing to be like the pair of birds in the sky? If so, that should be a good thing. Yet, why does our little fifth's tone sound so desolate? Having already discussed Jiang Ruanruan's heartfelt concerns yesterday, the family's reactions to her words were quite lively, some stifled laughter, while others awkwardly searched for a place to hide, leaving no one idle. Jiang Ruanruan and his party, heading north, could not depart the city alongside Jiang Mingfeng and the others. After exchanging reminders at the entrance, they each boarded their carriages and departed. Upon exiting the city gates, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, and the previously buried emotions of sorrow began to surface, lingering in Jiang Mingfeng's heart, difficult to dispel. As night fell, Jiang Mingfeng chose not to engage in idle chatter with his family, but sought a different location to keep watch. Concerned that he might exhaust himself, Jiang Mingji brought him a grilled fish, saying, "Elder brother, try this. It's grilled according to the recipe my little sister provided, much tastier than the previous ones." Knowing the arduous journey southward awaited them, Jiang Ruanruan had repeatedly mentioned wanting to take along more ingredients and spices before their departure. Xiao Yushu, feeling for her daughter, ensured that nearly everything she requested was packed, and it was surprising how quickly they proved useful. "Let be for now. I lack an appetite," Jiang Mingfeng replied, shaking his head and declining Jiang Mingji's kindness. "Very well. I shall save it for you. Come find me if you feel hungry in the middle of the night." Jiang Mingji did not press further, placing the grilled fish aside to afford Jiang Mingfeng ample space. "Never mind, just give it to me now." Sensing his brother's cautious concern, Jiang Mingfeng sighed and invited him to stay, saying, "It is said that the mountains nearby are not peaceful, and there may be bandits lurking. Let us both endure a bit tonight to ensure the safety of mother and little sister." Although they had brought guards and servants for this journey, they would undoubtedly need rest, so for safety's sake, Jiang Mingfeng decided to keep watch alongside them. "Of course, I will follow elder brother's lead." Chapter 101. The infuriating sense of relaxation. "Thank you for your effort, Mingji." Just as the night watch arrangements were settled, a commotion arose in the area where Xiao Yushu and Jiang Ruanruan were located. Jiang Mingfeng and Jiang Mingji exchanged glances and simultaneously grasped their swords, rushing over. Upon reaching the riverbank, they found themselves encircled by a group of armed individuals, clearly there with malicious intent. As the wife of a general, Xiao Yushu remained composed in the face of danger, carefully shielding Jiang Ruanruan in her embrace as she addressed the leader of the group. "Who are you? We are merely passing through. We bear no grievances against you, so why draw blades upon us? What the general's wife states is correct. We have no connection with you. However, someone has paid for your lives, and we are merely individuals seeking to make a living under someone else's orders, with no choice but to carry out the task." "Seeking to make a living? So, you're not bandits?" Xiao Yushu frowned slightly. If they were merely bandits, the situation could be resolved with a bit of money. Yet, these individuals were clearly organized and disciplined, and they would not withdraw unless their task was completed. Who would be audacious enough to attack them on Jiang Feng's journey to take up his post? Xiao Yushu's mind raced as the assassins prepared to strike. "Bandits? We are certainly not. We differ greatly from those desperate rogues. Do not insult us with such terms, general's wife." Jiang Ruanruan, sheltered in her mother's embrace, remained unperturbed. She trusted that her father had sent someone to protect them discreetly. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to reach their destination safely. Xiao Yushu's willingness to negotiate was merely a ploy to extract information. An adult's actions are meticulous. They're certainly not something that mere bandits can compare to. "Might I trouble you to disclose who has hired you to take our lives, so that we might meet our end with clarity?" "I am afraid I cannot disclose that." The moment the words left his mouth, the group surged forward towards them. Xiao Yushu reacted swiftly, seizing Jiang Ruanruan and leaping onto the carriage just before they could reach them. The guards immediately rushed forward to engage the attackers, resulting in utter chaos. This infuriating sense of relaxation is simply unbearable. Uncertain of the outcome, it seemed that his aspirations would likely be dashed. As they spoke, they stealthily approached the area where Xiao Yushu and the others were situated. For this journey was not only accompanied by visible guards, but also a number of hidden sentinels arranged by Jiang Ruanruan. Anyone daring to make a move against them was truly reckless. "Little fifth, Remember that these guards were sent by your father to protect you as you grow in the south. Should anything happen in the absence of your mother and elder brother, do not hesitate to seek them out. They will not dare disobey." Jiang Ruanruan blinked her eyes after listening, her small face filled with reverence for her parents' foresight. The guards dispatched by Jiang Ruanruan were well-trained, swiftly turning the tide of victory in their favor. Those assassins, sensing danger, attempted to retreat but were intercepted by Jiang Mingfeng and Jiang Mingji, who worked in tandem. Jiang Mingfeng wasted no time engaging them. With a swift upward thrust of his sword, he disarmed the leader. The leader, seeing this, instinctively tried to bite down on the poison concealed in his mouth. But before he could act, a stone flew in from a distance, striking his jaw. "Hunyang, what brings you here? Do you believe I just happened to pass by?" Hunyang tightened the reins, halting her horse before plunging into the crowd. Her bright phoenix eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, and with just a glance, Jiang Mingfeng found himself utterly captivated. Noticing the increasingly peculiar atmosphere between the two, Jiang Mingji understood immediately and promptly commanded the guards to escort the assassins away to another location. "Brother, we'll be heading elsewhere for questioning. Remember to come find us when you're done." "Understood." Hunyang, observing Jiang Mingfeng's startled expression, couldn't help but chuckle. "What's this? This morning, you rode all the way to our horse farm to bid me farewell, and now that I stand before you, you seem displeased?" No, absolutely not. I am simply overwhelmed with joy, to the point where I can hardly believe this is real." Had it not been for Hunyang's repeated initiations of conversation, Jiang Mingfeng might have doubted if he had fallen victim to the assassin's drugs. "How joyful are you?" Hunyang found his reaction amusing and pressed on. "About as joyful as when I achieved the top 3 in the imperial examinations." Jiang Mingfeng swore that his proclamation was devoid of exaggeration. The person he had longed for had finally appeared before him, and who wouldn't he be overjoyed? With a sizable entourage and provisions in tow. They had paused several times along the way, concerned for Jiang Ruanruan's comfort. Thus, it was only natural for Hunyang to catch up with them. However, Jiang Mingfeng was curious as to why Hunyang had rushed out. Did she merely wish for one last glimpse of him? From her earlier words, it seemed that Uncle Meng had conveyed his final sentiments to her. Did her pursuit imply something more? The more he pondered, the more flustered he became, his cheeks reddening before he could utter a word. "Brother, how can you be so indecisive? Your sister-in-law has taken the initiative to chase after you. It's high time you clarified your feelings. The circumstances are not conducive to a long-distance romance. If you don't speak now, you may never have another chance." Jiang Ruanruan, hiding behind a tree with Xiao Yushu, kept a vigilant eye on Jiang Mingfeng, and seeing no progress, wished she could transform into a deity of love to entwine them together with a red thread. Chapter 102. The passionate listening to Jiang Ruanruan's incessant chatter. Jiang Mingfeng's face turned even redder. Fortunately, it was still dark, and the surroundings lacked illumination, or else Hunyang might have noticed and teased him mercilessly. As for the words he longed to express, he hesitated. He feared that Hunyang merely wished to bid him farewell in person, if that were the case. Speaking his heart would only serve to complicate matters, hindering the development of their relationship. "I'm not quite decided yet. Let us just walk and see. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I will escort you all the way to Jiangnan." The more Jiang Mingfeng appeared reserved, the more Hunyang wanted to tease him, speaking in vague terms that compelled him to inquire further. Jiang Mingfeng was somewhat taken aback by her words, stumbling over his speech. "I recall that someone specifically asked Uncle Meng to convey to me this morning to take care of myself and seek a good partner to fulfill my aspirations. Coincidentally, my aspiration is to travel and explore, and since I am quite obedient, here I am." Hunyang raised her chin, entirely oblivious to any impropriety in her statement. "However, given the arduous journey ahead, I worry I may not be able to care for you properly and might incite your displeasure." Jiang Mingfeng, swept away by sudden joy, began to utter uncharacteristically dull remarks. Fearing that his clumsy words might scare away this hard-won opportunity, Xiao Yushu, unable to hold back any longer, rushed out from behind the tree, pulling Jiang Ruanruan with her and warmly greeting Hunyang. "Excellent. It's fortuitous that we're on the same path. We can look out for each other. Mingfeng, why are you dawdling? Hurry and bring down some provisions for Hunyang from the cart. She must be starving after rushing out of the city." "Thank you, Xiao Foreign." Hunyang, already close to Xiao Yushu, beamed with even greater delight at her warm reception. There's no need for thanks among us. But are you sure you've made everything clear at the horse farm? They shouldn't have any objections to your departure, right? Absolutely not. The elders at the horse farm have cared for me since childhood, and they know my character well. If I wish to do something, none can stop me. Of course, you are such a good child. We are thrilled to have you accompany us. Xiao Yushu held Hunyang's hand, visibly pleased. Yet, she remained puzzled about when these two children had forged such a connection. In her recollection, her eldest son had little interaction with the horse farm. So when had this deep bond developed? Please don't mind me being nosy, but I'm curious. Did you two know each other prior to this? Me and him? To be honest, we hardly met. Fortunately, Hunyang was astute enough to decipher Xiao Yushu's implication and candidly recounted her interactions with Jiang Mingfeng. Truth be told, she and Jiang Mingfeng had little in the way of shared experiences, and opportunities for private encounters were scarce. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, from the very first moment she laid eyes on him, she felt he was unlike anyone else. Though they had never exchanged words, there was a strange sense of familiarity. Their few meetings at the horse farm, owing to the affairs of the general's residence, only deepened her intrigue. He appeared to harbor a multitude of thoughts, yet remained silent, deliberately maintaining an air of mystery that compelled her curiosity. The last time we met was during an event at our horse farm. I was distributing the tassels I had made, and he happened to pass by, so I gave him one. As Hunyang recounted her encounters with Jiang Mingfeng, Xiao Yushu picked up on a crucial detail. Wait a moment, did you just say that tassel was given to him by you? So all this time, the tassel my brother cherishes was merely a trinket you handed out casually during an event? The token she had given him, he treasured like a gem, carrying it with him at all times. Such a portrayal of infatuation was simply irresistible. With the wind calming and the rain ceasing, Jiang Ruanruan felt a surge of confidence. Her long-cherished hopes for her brother and sister-in-law had indeed been rekindled. Not only Jiang Ruanruan, but also Xiao Yushu was taken aback by Hunyang's revelation. As a mother, she had never anticipated that her astute eldest son would display such naivety when it came to matters of the heart. In her own youth, her courtship with Jiang Ruanruan had been far more straightforward. Where had this child inherited such obliviousness? What are you two discussing? Just then, Jiang Ruanruan returned with food. Noticing Xiao Yushu's exasperated gaze fixed upon him, he felt a twinge of confusion and instinctively glanced down at his attire. His demeanor was proper, and his clothing was quite suitable. There seemed to be no major issue. Why was his mother looking at him like that? Ahem, what about those assassins? Have we discovered who sent them? Being his mother, Xiao Yushu refrained from reprimanding him in front of Hunyang, opting instead to shift the topic until a more opportune moment arose to address Jiang Mingfeng's shortcomings. No, they appear to be specially trained assassins, and they refused to divulge who sent them. Knowing they would seek death, Jiang Mingji deliberately bound their hands and feet, leaving them by the riverbank to await Jiang Mingfeng's command. Jiang Mingfeng believed this was a viable strategy and promptly nodded in agreement. However, this necessitated their prolonged stay in the vicinity. For safety's sake, as dawn broke, Jiang Mingfeng and Jiang Mingji searched the area, ensuring it was secure before escorting Xiao Yushu and others to the inn, instructing them to wait there until matters were resolved. Chapter 103. My heart yearns for you. If he merely suggested that Hunyang rest well, she would surely not feel at ease staying behind. Hence, Jiang Mingfeng emphasized the latter part of his request, asking Hunyang to take care of his mother and sister, to which she finally nodded in acquiescence. Ji Yinshu had received Jiang Mingfeng's letter in advance and was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Mingfeng, he even had the leisure to jest. I heard your beloved rode 100 miles to bid you farewell. Did you meet her? Beloved? How do you know? Jiang Mingfeng was taken aback by his sudden remark and quickly glanced around to ensure no outsiders were listening before he felt at ease, pulling Ji Yinshu aside. How do I know? Of course, your beloved personally inquired about you. You left in such haste that you didn't even inform her where you were going. Wouldn't she naturally ask before setting out to avoid getting lost? Ji Yinshu smiled, quite proud of his friend's success. So you did meet? Of course. How could I inform her of your whereabouts without seeing her first? True, my bad. I was entangled with those assassins for quite a while last night and didn't rest well. Understandable. Anyone would be affected by such events. However, you are rather unfortunate. You just left the capital and already found yourself embroiled. Thankfully, your father foresaw this and sent someone to protect you. By the way, is your beloved planning to accompany you south? What do you plan to marry? Don't forget to send me an invitation. Although it's a bit far, I shall certainly attend. Ji Yunshu had few friends, and Jiang Mingfeng was one of them. Naturally, he would attend his friend's wedding, provided Jiang Mingfeng extended an invitation. Isn't it a bit early to discuss this? Early. The girl is willing to follow you south for her position. If you don't give her a title soon, what will others think? Is she merely a servant from your household, or a cousin from another family? Ji Yunshu felt a mix of exasperation and urgency, wishing to push Jiang Mingfeng to propose to the girl immediately. No, that's not what I mean. Jiang Mingfeng shook his head. He certainly wished to grow closer to Hunyang, but such matters depended on her feelings. If she was unwilling, he could not force her. Nevertheless, Ji Yunshu made a valid point. If Hunyang did not wish to rush, he ought to arrange matters accordingly. But I understand your meaning. Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements. That's more like it. I knew you were not the type to toy with a girl's feelings. Seeing Jiang Mingfeng take his advice to heart, Ji Yunshu felt a sense of satisfaction and patted his shoulder. Inspired by Yunshu, he made a detour to the Hu family's horse farm before leaving the city, hoping to speak with Uncle Meng and express his feelings. Unfortunately, Uncle Meng and the others were out, and the gates of the horse farm were firmly shut, leaving no sign of life. In just one day, Xiao Yushu and Hunyang had nearly discussed matters that would take others decades to conclude. If not for considering Jiang Mingfeng, Xiao Yushu might have even wished to adopt Hunyang as her goddaughter, given their remarkable rapport. How is it? What is the situation? It's already been handed over to Ji Yunshu. He will inform me of any developments. It's good to have a plan. They have committed such acts. They must face the consequences. Xiao Yushu nodded, about to say something else, when she noticed Jiang Mingfeng's gaze fixed on Hunyang's face, as if he had something to say to her privately. You must be tired after a long day. I will take your sister for a stroll. You two talk. Understanding her son well, Xiao Yushu quickly found an excuse and took Jiang Ruanruan out. As soon as they left, the room fell into silence. The girl had traveled 100 miles for him and was willing to accompany him south for work, if he did not give her a title soon. What would others think? Indeed, he should be braver. Are you expressing your feelings to me? Hunyang's eyes sparkled with mirth, her tone unexpectedly gentle. If you are willing, then it is an expression of my feelings. If not, you may pretend nothing has occurred and consider it a mere encounter on the road. This way, your reputation will remain intact. Jiang Mingfeng had a multitude of words he wished to share with Hunyang regarding their past lives and how he would treat her if they were to marry. Yet, the more he thought, the more he found himself at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally condensed all his sentiments into a single declaration. Hunyang, I yearn for you, but I hope for your well-being more. This journey south will undoubtedly bring trials, and our family is not favored by the emperor. I fear you will face hardships if you accompany me. Is that so? Yet, I recall that someone is a renowned scholar, praised by all as destined for greatness. Hunyang understood Jiang Mingfeng's concerns and gently raised a finger to silence his forthcoming words. My desires are simple. I merely wish to see the beautiful landscapes and find a kindred spirit. Now that I have the chance to fulfill both, why would I refuse? So you agree? Jiang Mingfeng was elated and immediately embraced Hunyang. Chapter 104, Unexpectedly Lost. Hunyang, thank you. For what? Hunyang leaned against Jiang Mingfeng's shoulder, feeling as if everything before her was a beautiful dream. She had truly promised a future with the young man she had only met not long ago. Many things, too numerous to express at once, but I must thank you. Jiang Mingfeng struggled to contain his emotions, ensuring Hunyang could not hear the tremor in his voice. He was grateful to the heavens for granting him a second chance to amend everything. In this life, he would not allow the scenes from his dreams to recur. Due to the urgency of their journey south, Jiang Mingfeng and Hunyang clarified their relationship, which did not change significantly. They merely visited a matchmaking shrine on the road to pray for blessings, with Xiao Yushu overseeing their ceremony. Jiang Mingfeng was aware that this arrangement left Hunyang with many regrets, so he made a solemn promise before the deities to organize a grand wedding in the future. However, to his surprise, Hunyang merely smiled at his words. Those things are not important. I have already dreamed of our wedding. As long as I can be by your side, what difference does it make whether there is a grand wedding? When she spoke these words, her voice was barely a whisper, and Jiang Mingfeng initially did not catch what she said. What did you say? Hunyang shook her head, and, after speaking, she took Jiang Mingfeng's hand and walked out. Afterward, their journey south went exceptionally smoothly. Occasionally, a few assassins appeared, but the guards swiftly dealt with them, and they hardly lost any time. By the time they arrived, it was even a few days earlier than initially anticipated. However, they were not rooted in this area and lacked connections, making it necessary for Jiang Mingfeng to exert extra effort to establish his footing among the local officials. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was Jiang Ruanruan's 4th birthday. Compared to when they first arrived, she now resembled a little adult, especially when she mimicked Qiao Yushu's manner of reprimanding the servants in the courtyard. Her tone and gestures were strikingly similar to Qiao Yushu's. My daughter is indeed raised by the lady. Even her speech patterns are identical. Hunyang supported Qiao Yushu as they stood to the side, unable to help but exclaim, "This little one is quite remarkable. She is not someone I could teach." Qiao Yushu stifled a light laugh and then turned to Hunyang, recalling how in recent years Jiang Mingfeng had been so busy that he had not been able to fulfill his promise of a grand wedding. Consequently, Qiao Yushu had often chided him for this lapse. Aware of the inappropriateness of his actions, Jiang Mingfeng had finally managed to carve out some time toward the end of this year. "In a few months, you and Mingfeng will be wed. Since your elders are no longer with us, I shall take charge of the preparations. Do share with me any desires you may have. Do not hesitate to voice them, for I do not wish for you to feel deprived." They indeed owed Hunyang a great deal. "Rest assured, madam, Mingfeng and I have already conferred. We shall keep it simple, inviting only our close family to gather, for ostentation may invite undue gossip." Hunyang had never been one to concern herself with superficial matters. Had it not been for Jiang Mingfeng's insistence on making amends, she would have preferred not to prepare anything at all. "Indeed, both you and Mingfeng are good children. As long as you two live well, I shall find peace." Qiao Yushu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Jiang Ruanruan had finished dealing with the few errant servants and, spotting Qiao Yushu and Hunyang in the corridor, rushed towards them, her little skirt in hand, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, yet she showed no signs of fatigue. "Mother, sister-in-law, do we not agree to visit the temple today to pay our respects? When do we depart? I have long been prepared. I was merely awaiting you." Qiao Yushu smiled, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Jiang Ruanruan's brow, jokingly remarking, "Our little Wu has begun to exhibit the demeanor of a head of the household. Perhaps it is time for me, as your mother, to step aside." "A head of the household? I have no desire to assume such a role." Jiang Ruanruan shook her head seriously. "In our family, there are so many capable individuals. There's you, mother, along with elder brother, third brother, and sister-in-law. It hardly falls upon me. Besides, rather than head of the household, I would prefer to be a wealthy lady." Ever since Jiang Mingji arrived in the south, he had developed an interest in commerce, diligently establishing connections. Recognizing his talent in this area, Jiang Ruanruan had contributed a considerable amount of her pocket money to support his endeavors. Once Jiang Mingji's business flourished, Jiang Ruanruan would become his most significant investor, spending her days merely counting her profits. "Very well. Our little Wu is indeed ambitious. Your mother shall await you good news. All right, let us proceed." Given the recent tensions at the border, Qiao Yushu harbored concerns for Jiang Zhenyuan and his two sons' safety. Therefore, on the 1st and 15th of each month, she made a point to ascend the mountain to burn incense and pray for their well-being. Although Jiang Ruanruan did not subscribe to such beliefs, she complied with Qiao Yushu's earnestness and followed her. The concept of deities is merely a means to seek inner peace. If this practice could grant Qiao Yushu more restful nights, it would be a blessing. "Mother, I have heard that the flowers on the back mountain are blooming beautifully. I wish to go see them." "Go ahead, but remember to stay with the nanny. Do not wander off." Qiao Yushu knew Jiang Ruanruan was not like ordinary children, and thus did not worry excessively, offering only a few gentle reminders before allowing the nanny and guards to accompany her. Upon reaching the back mountain, Jiang Ruanruan was instantly captivated by the stunning scenery, dashing into the flower thicket to revel in the beauty of nature. "Miss, do be cautious. Do not trip over the stones on the ground. I know, Zhang Mama, your legs are not as spry, so wait here. I shall come to find you shortly." Though Zhang Mama was somewhat nagging, she meant no harm. Jiang Ruanruan had always been quite close to her, thus her words were casual. "Very well, miss, do take care." Zhang Mama, upon hearing this, did not press further and hobbled away from the flower thicket. Zhang Mama felt on the verge of tears, and seeing two guards rush in, she turned and stumbled down the mountain. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruanruan, having accidentally fallen into a trap, found herself face to face with a peculiar boy with long hair, unable to suppress an exclamation of surprise. "Damn, Chapter 105. The peculiar boy Jiang Ruanruan could never have anticipated that amidst the flowers, a trap would suddenly appear, and she would tumble in without warning, fortunately escaping injury. What surprised her further was that she was not the only one ensnared. There was also the boy before her, disheveled and bare-chested. To call him Xiao Ma Te would be an understatement. With his attire, even the beggars on the street would find him disgraceful. Hello. The space at the bottom of the trap was exceedingly confined. To avoid contact, Jiang Ruanruan curled herself into a ball, hugging her knees to protect herself from any sudden aggression from him. Got it, you cannot speak. Jiang Ruanruan recalled hearing from the older gentleman on the street that there were wolf packs roaming the back mountain, and one wolf had transformed into human form, following the pack to hunt. She found the notion of a wolf becoming human utterly ludicrous. Could it truly be that coincidental? Remembering the fierce confrontations the antagonist had with the protagonist in the original plot, Jiang Ruanruan suddenly devised a plan. Gathering her courage, she extended her hand toward the boy and made a tsk sound. Indeed, she had emitted the sound she often made at home for her dog, De Huang. This instinctive response was embedded in the very fabric of humanity. Regardless of time or place, encountering a small dog prompted tsk, while a small cat elicited me. Its practicality was undeniable, even in the face of certain feline predators, assuming one was not afraid of peril. This was a precursor to a wild wolf's attack on its prey, and it was evident that Jiang Ruanruan's previous actions had provoked him. Stay calm. We can discuss this. I apologize for my earlier offense. However, our encounter here is fate. Would you grant me another chance? Jiang Ruanruan, undeterred, continued speaking while searching her person. Before leaving, she had played with De Huang for a while, and if her memory served her right, she should still have some jerky on her. Found it. Fortune favored the determined. Just as the boy was about to lose patience and pounce on her, she finally located the remaining piece of jerky in her small pouch. Wait, do not rush. This is mine, and I have the right to decide whether to give it to you. Sit still. Sensing that her tactic might succeed, Jiang Ruanruan cleared her throat and adopted the tone she usually used to train De Huang. Good, very obedient. Observing the boy's gestures resembling those of De Huang, she instinctively reached out to pat his head as a reward. However, seeing the greasy strands of hair atop his head, she ultimately abandoned the idea, opting instead for verbal praise. If the boy truly had a tail, it would likely be wagging joyfully by now. Do you wish to eat? If so, I shall give it to you. Jiang Ruanruan, noticing his eager gaze, could not bear to waste more time. After speaking, she tossed the jerky towards him, and the boy, lifting his head, caught it deftly and devoured it in just a few bites. Take your time, do not hurt yourself. This jerky, crafted with the aid of the chefs at her home, was typically used by De Huang as a chew toy, so one could imagine how tough it was. Yet, the boy seemed unfazed, swallowing it whole and looking back at Jiang Ruanruan with an expression of anticipation. You must be truly hungry. Jiang Ruanruan wished to satisfy his appetite, but with only that half piece of jerky remaining, there was no way to conjure more. Miss, are you nearby? I'm here. Miss, we have finally found you. Wait for us. We shall rescue you shortly. The two guards, demonstrating remarkable efficiency, quickly secured a rope and pulled Jiang Ruanruan from the trap. Upon confirming she was unhurt, they instinctively exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. Miss, you must not be so mischievous next time. How shall we explain this to Madame and the General? As they rescued Jiang Ruanruan moments ago, the two guards indeed noticed another figure lurking in the trap. However, seeing the peculiar attire of this individual, which was hardly that of an ordinary person, they paid it no mind. Moreover, if the madam were to discover that the young lady was in the company of such a character, she would undoubtedly be enraged. If mother inquires, just say it was I who suggested it. I have a way to make her accept it. You need only to bring the person up. Jiang Ruanruan understood the concerns of the two guards and spoke up proactively. Very well, with Jiang Ruanruan insisting. The guards had no choice but to comply and rescued the young man trapped in the pit. Upon seeing so many unfamiliar faces, the boy was evidently agitated and struggled to escape as soon as he was brought up. However, the guards, being highly skilled, incapacitated him with a blow to the back of his neck before he could act. Could this be the fated person you encountered on the mountain, little sister? In the 106th chapter, Enemies at the Door, several maids and matrons huddled in a corner, each wielding items taken from the kitchen for self-defense. In the center of the courtyard crouched a long-haired youth, his hair obscuring his features from Jiang Mingji, but his posture and demeanor suggested he was on high alert. Third brother, be careful. Do not let him harm you. Jiang Ruanruan, hiding under a pot lid in the corridor, waved her hand at Jiang Mingji, urging him to exercise caution. De Huang squatted beside Jiang Ruanruan, diligently guarding his little master. Hearing Jiang Mingji's warning, he snorted in indignation, his intimidation factor being virtually non-existent. Who said that? Our De Huang is quite obedient. As a responsible pet owner, Jiang Ruanruan immediately stepped up to defend De Huang's honor. Unable to argue against the duo, Jiang Mingji raised his hands in surrender. Calm down. Third brother is merely jesting with you. You'd better be. Jiang Ruanruan pouted, visibly displeased. Yet considering the danger in the courtyard, she decided to share her pot lid, allowing Jiang Mingji to take shelter beside her. We're a mother and sister-in-law. At that moment, upon hearing Jiang Mingji's commotion, Xiao Yushu ordered someone to open the door. Mingji, remember to protect your sister at all costs. I have sent someone to fetch the iron cage. It will arrive shortly. An iron cage? Are you planning to imprison him? As they spoke, the strange boy suddenly turned to look at them. Jiang Ruanruan, caught off guard, made eye contact and was just about to attempt communication when the boy picked up a handful of gravel from the ground and hurled it at them. No way. Is he serious? Fortunately, with the pot lid for protection, they narrowly avoided being struck. You see, this child has likely lived among wolves on a mountain since childhood, and his temperament is quite wild. Until we find a way to control him, we must proceed with caution. Initially, everything was going well, but after he regained consciousness, he went into a frenzy, injuring 2 maids before bursting out of the room. If not for the guards blocking the door, no one would know where he had run off to. Moreover, Jiang Mingfeng is currently under scrutiny from the governor. As family, we must not err. Very well. Do take care. Following Xiao Yushu's directive, Jiang Mingji quickly scooped up Jiang Ruanruan, shielding her as they retreated to a safer corner of the corridor, with De Huang closely trailing behind them. Sensing the commotion from Jiang Ruanruan's side, the strange boy charged at them once more. Whether it was Jiang Mingji's imagination or not, he felt that this wild child seemed particularly fixated on his little sister. At the very least, since he entered the courtyard, each of his outbursts coincided with Jiang Ruanruan's movements. Could it be that this boy harbors some special feelings for his sister? While Jiang Mingji could tolerate much, the thought of this strange, unidentifiable boy showing particular interest in his sister infuriated him. Seizing the opportunity, while several guards were moving the iron cage into the courtyard, Jiang Mingji swiftly threw a pot lid, striking the wolf child squarely on the forehead. With a yelp, the wolf child collapsed, clutching his head and losing consciousness. Jiang Ruanruan watched in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. This was the future, the greatest threat to the male and female protagonists. What had her third brother done to him? Would he hold a grudge once he awakened? What to do? What to do? Should I go up and hit him again to the point of amnesia? That way, even if he wakes up, he won't remember us. Being targeted by the great antagonist is quite an unpleasant sensation. In the original plot, the slow progression of the relationship between the protagonists was significantly influenced by the antagonist. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. As Jiang Xijin's destined adversary, Jiang Ruanruan is quite willing to cultivate an exceptional rival for him. Of course, this is premised on the antagonist surviving safely within their household. With the antagonist temporarily confined in the iron cage, everyone in the courtyard breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yushu, supported by Hunyang, stepped out from the room, ready to speak, when a young doorkeeper rushed in, clearly flustered. What is the matter that has you so flustered? Though young, the doorkeeper was remarkably composed in his duties, and this was the first time Xiao Yushu had seen him so agitated in the 3 years since he had been in their service. There are many people at the door, and they brought boxes. They must be from the Zhao family in the east of the city, seeking your husband. I tried to stop them, but couldn't. The doorkeeper gasped for breath, nearly colliding with the iron cage in the courtyard. Coincidentally, the Zhao family from the east had ancestral ties to the capital, but relocated to the south for business. Upon learning they were from the capital, they had been particularly warm towards them. However, after becoming acquainted, the Zhao family had ulterior motives, seeking to marry their only daughter to Jiang Mingfeng. Upon discovering that Jiang Mingfeng was already betrothed to Hunyang, the girl even entertained the idea of becoming a concubine, which infuriated Xiao Yushu, prompting her to expel the matchmaker and the Zhao family's elders. After such a ruckus, Xiao Yushu believed their two families would never intersect again. Yet today they had come knocking once more. Given that they were already at the door, even if Xiao Yushu wished to avoid them, the other party would likely not believe her intentions. "Mother, let me go out and drive them away, so you won't be bothered," Jiang Mingji offered. Having some knowledge of the Zhao family from his business dealings, he initially thought the Zhao girl wished to marry him, and he had even attempted to dissuade her, only to be met with ridicule, her stating she would only marry someone who excelled in the imperial examinations, which left him both amused and annoyed. "No need. We'll confront them as they come. We have done nothing wrong, so why should we fear them?" Xiao Yushu waved her hand dismissively, not taking the visitors seriously. "Very well. I shall go greet them," Jiang Mingji replied, having grasped the situation. He promptly led the guards and servants to the front courtyard. Hunyang, aware that they were compelled to oppose the Zhao family for her sake, felt somewhat guilty. "I have caused trouble for everyone. If it comes to it, perhaps I should speak with them myself." Having been raised without much restraint, Hunyang was unfamiliar with the customs of high society, and it was only in the last 2 years, following Xiao Yushu, that she had learned a bit. She believed that the Zhao family's young lady, having been pampered, would not voluntarily wish to marry as a concubine. "No, we owe you for this matter. How can we let you step forward on our behalf?" If Jiang Mingfeng had not been preoccupied and had formally married Hunyang, the Zhao family would not have sought to meddle. The grievances of today would not be placed on the shoulders of others. Xiao Yushu was determined to handle the matter herself. Be cautious in all things. In a short while, the Zhao family had entered the front courtyard, their clamorous voices audible even over the courtyard wall. Xiao Yushu, concerned about potential complaints from the neighbors, dared not delay any longer. After speaking, she hurriedly led Ji Hua towards them. Upon seeing Xiao Yushu, the matriarch of the Zhao family wore a look of pleasant surprise. "Oh, is that not Madame Xiao? Just moments ago, I saw your third son leave on his own, and I thought you were not at home. It seems I have come at the perfect time," Zhao Madame exclaimed with a smile. "Madame Zhao, you jest. I have no pressing matters that would necessitate my absence from home," Xiao Yushu replied politely. "However, I am curious as to the reason for your sudden visit today. And what are these boxes?" With a dismissive wave of her handkerchief, Zhao Madame revealed a wealthy person's characteristic smile. "What else could they be? They are, of course, the silver donations from our Zhao family." The Zhao family was renowned as affluent merchants in the Jiangnan region, owning embroidery workshops, taverns, and even 2 banks. Their daily financial turnover was sufficient to support an entire village for several years. Xiao Yushu was not surprised by their ability to part with such a sum. She was merely intrigued as to why Zhao Madame felt the need to do so. "Please do not regard me with such suspicion, Madame Xiao. Our patriarch is inherently benevolent and delights in doing good deeds. Moreover, the recent floods have affected the surrounding countryside, and we simply cannot stand idly by," Zhao Madame explained. "I understand your sentiments, Madame Zhao, but traditionally, donations are managed by the county office. It would be inappropriate for me to handle such matters at my residence. Perhaps I could send someone to assist you in delivering this silver?" Xiao Yushu suggested, wishing to avoid entanglement with the Zhao family. Furthermore, having such items in their residence could imply bribery, which she could not agree to under any circumstances. However, Zhao Madame merely shook her head, saying, "I fear you misunderstand my intentions. Recently, our youngest daughter sought to marry your Ming Feng, but was turned away, which greatly saddened her. As parents, it pains us to see our child in distress. Despite this, we heard of Ming Feng's recent troubles and felt compelled to assist. These silver coins are given in our personal capacity." With a slight pause, Zhao Madame cast a condescending glance at Xiao Yushu. "After all, Ming Feng is known for his integrity. Your household may not be able to produce such a sum. If he fails to meet expectations, the provincial governor may develop a bias against him, potentially affecting his career." Zhao Madame's words ostensibly expressed concern for Jiang Mingfeng's future, yet they served to enhance her family's reputation. Despite their current lack of relationship, she spoke as though Ming Feng were entirely reliant on them. Given their shamelessness, Xiao Yushu felt no obligation to spare them any courtesy. "Madame Zhao, do not utter such nonsense. The provincial governor is wise and just. He would not hold such trivial matters against our Ming Feng. Furthermore, the government has allocated disaster relief funds sufficient to address immediate needs. Your personal donation of such a large sum could raise suspicions of collusion between our families," Xiao Yushu retorted. "Collusion? Our Zhao family is honorable and has never engaged in such dealings. Zhao Madam was taken aback by Qiao Yushu's words, instinctively glancing around to ensure only their household servants were present. Ming Feng is a government official, and though he may be struggling now, that does not mean he will always be so. Your repeated offers of assistance are, to us, a nuisance. I hope Madame Zhao will consider her actions in the future. While the current emperor does not overtly obstruct relationships between officials and merchants, excessive closeness could invite gossip. Qiao Yushu had refrained from mentioning past events since arriving, and Zhao Madam was unaware, interpreting Qiao Yushu's words as a deliberate insult. If Madame Qiao does not wish to accept my generosity, why resort to threats? Zhao Madam retorted as she approached the door. Qiao Yushu hastily followed, offering a few final admonitions. You think anyone would willingly visit your home? Zhao Madam, in her anger, stumbled down the steps and fell, her hairpins scattering across the ground, crying out in pain. Quickly close the door. We must not let them frame us. Yes. Qiao Yushu commanded her servants to shut the door tightly, ignoring Zhao Madam's cries for help. As the commotion outside attracted onlookers, Zhao Madam, seizing the opportunity, feigned victimhood. Why must you bully an old woman such as myself? I have connections to officials. Surely your family can show some decency. In the back courtyard, Jiang Ruanruan heard the commotion at the door and seized the chance to open the back door, releasing De Huang. The dog, understanding the situation, charged toward Zhao Madam. Barking fiercely, Zhao Madam, unaccustomed to such treatment, fell into a frenzy, crying out loudly. Though her servants wished to assist her, they hesitated upon witnessing De Huang's fierce demeanor. What are you standing around for? Quickly put that mad dog down. The nearby residents, familiar with De Huang's usual gentle nature, expressed their discontent at Zhao Madam's words. I have lived here for over a decade, and since the Qiao family arrived, I have never seen De Huang behave like this. Surely, Madame Zhao must have done something wrong to deserve this treatment. I concur. De Huang is indeed a perceptive creature, unlike any ordinary dog. Surely, she has wronged Madame Qiao's family. Are you all right, Madame Zhao? After the surrounding chatter settled, Qiao Yushu emerged from the house, calling De Huang aside and feigning concern. What do you think? Do I look unharmed? Zhao Madam, supported by her servants, rose from the ground, disheveled and covered in dirt and dog prints. A far cry from her earlier dignified demeanor. I sincerely apologize. I thought you had departed and paid no mind to the commotion outside. I never intended for De Huang to escape. He is usually so gentle, Zhao Madam began. And what do you expect? You think I sought your displeasure, deliberately unleashing a mad dog to humiliate you? Do not presume that I would hesitate to take action against a mere beast. I need only inform the county magistrate. And he would, before Zhao Madam could finish her sentence. Jiang Ruanruan burst forth from the house, weeping profusely. No, do not take De Huang away. It was Ruanruan's fault. I did not watch him properly. If you must punish someone, punish Ruanruan instead. I will be good and will not anger you again. You little brat, who do you think you are calling your grandmother? Zhao Madam, taken aback by the unexpected resilience of Qiao Yushu's household, faltered. Please forgive me, grandmother. Ruanruan should not have called you that. Please do not bully my mother. My sister has already fainted from your cruelty, and I cannot lose my mother. I am so scared. Though Ruanruan appeared to be crying intensely, a closer look would reveal that not a single tear had fallen from her eyes. Yet her adorable visage elicited no blame from the onlookers. As time has passed, the absence of Mr. Qiao has become evident, leaving the Qiao family seemingly reduced to a widow and her orphan children. It is truly unfortunate that they must endure the difficulties imposed by the Zhao family. Although the bystanders did not articulate their disdain explicitly, their contempt was unmistakably revealed in their eyes. Mrs. Zhao, upon hearing this, nearly fainted from rage. How dare you? Qiao Yushu, I came here with good intentions to assist you, and this is how you repay me? Are you attempting to play the martyr? Should you possess any fortitude, do not ever seek our family's assistance again. Regardless of Mrs. Zhao's vehement protests, Mrs. Qiao maintained her serene demeanor, reminiscent of a delicate chrysanthemum. While beside her stood the indignant Jiang Ruanruan and the quietly squatting De Huang, who was loyal to his young master. The bystanders' sympathy for them surged. Upon entering the Zhao residence, a shadow darted towards Mrs. Zhao. Mother, what is the situation? Is Brother Ming Feng at home? Did he accept the silver? Have you informed Mrs. Qiao that these were entrusted to you for delivery? Mother, what are you doing? I merely inquired why you struck me. Zhao Mengru, the apple of Mr. Zhao's eye, had never faced harsh words, and after receiving a slap from Mrs. Zhao, she stood bewildered, unable to regain her composure. Just then, Mr. Zhao rushed in with others, having heard the commotion, and immediately shielded his daughter behind him. "Madam, what is the meaning of this? Mengru is our beloved daughter. How would you bear to strike her? A young lady's beauty is paramount. If you mar her face, how will she ever marry? Her face? She may have retained her beauty. But today I have lost my dignity." Mrs. Zhao sneered, for the first time disregarding Mr. Zhao's counsel, stepping into the light to reveal her own injuries. "You two heartless beings, do you see this? All these wounds were inflicted by that Xiao Yushu and her entourage, who cast me aside along with my belongings. Even at this juncture, do you still foolishly wish to marry that Jiang Mingfeng? How could this happen?" Zhao Mengru was taken aback by her mother's wretched state, momentarily forgetting her own pain. "Mother, what have they done to you? Why did you not inform us earlier? Had you told me, I would have surely helped you. What good would it do? Can either of you avenge me?" Mrs. Zhao scoffed, her gaze fixed mockingly on the silent Mr. Zhao. Jiang Mingfeng was once an official in the capital, and his family background far surpasses ours. Mr. Zhao, feeling her piercing stare, muttered softly, "If we cannot compare, then we must find a way to do so. It is unreasonable for me to suffer while considering their feelings." Mr. Zhao was amiable by nature and rarely engaged in disputes in the business world, often allowing Mrs. Zhao to handle difficult matters. This led to her reputation for having a fiery temperament, making her socially isolated except for a few families with whom they had business relationships. Despite her tireless efforts for the family, Mrs. Zhao felt a chilling loneliness, realizing that no one was willing to stand up for her. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Though the Zhao family may not be a prestigious clan, we will not be easily manipulated. If you choose to ignore this, I shall take matters into my own hands and see who prevails. Madam, why subject yourself to this? Mr. Zhao felt an overwhelming helplessness and did not know where to start. He understood Mrs. Zhao's grievances, but as the head of the family, he could not act impulsively. He needed to consider the long-term implications. Jiang Mingfeng was exceptionally talented, and if they could secure his support, it might benefit their family's future. Sighing at the thought of his sons, Mr. Zhao lamented, had there been no alternative, he would not have placed such hopes in an outsider who had only recently joined their family. Regrettably, his sons were unambitious, spending their days chasing after pleasures, leaving him with only one daughter who was relatively manageable. For the sake of Zhao Mengru's future, he must cultivate a good relationship with Jiang Mingfeng. Why must I endure this? I simply cannot swallow my pride. Mrs. Zhao's fury flared as she cast a scornful glance at Zhao Mengru. And you, do not think I am scolding you without reason. Given our circumstances, there are many fine young men nearby. Why must you fixate on Jiang Mingfeng? Are you determined to bring misfortune upon yourself? Except for brother Mingfeng, I cannot find anyone else worthy. Summoning her courage, Zhao Mengru stepped between her parents. Mother, I will surely win his heart and bring glory to our family. Please, bear with today's events. Once I marry him, there will be ample opportunities for revenge. Besides, I heard from the servants that brother Mingfeng was not at home today. It was not his doing, so why direct your anger at him? As the daughter born of Zhao Mengru, Mrs. Zhao would typically soften at such words, but today, her heart was consumed by thoughts of revenge. You might want to marry him, but he may not wish to marry you. I saw how he treasures his fiancée. I went today and did not even catch a glimpse of him. If you both possess such confidence, then go ahead without me. I shall not be part of this any longer. Mother, what do you intend to do? You are furious now, and if you confront him, you will only face his wrath. Not even the gods could save you. It is all my fault. I failed to notice something was amiss when Mother stood before me. She must surely harbor resentment toward brother Mingfeng's family now. What shall I do? Being family, Zhao Mengru was not overly concerned that Mrs. Zhao would retaliate against her. Rather, she worried about the repercussions for Jiang Mingfeng. Mrs. Zhao knew many people in Jiangnan, and if they truly sought to trouble brother Mingfeng, it could result in severe consequences. Perhaps even his loss of position. But what if they could not? Jiang Mingfeng was a man of integrity, and Zhao Mengru knew he would never bow down to her mere words. Solutions are born from human ingenuity. If they refuse to act, then they should not blame us for being unyielding. Mr. Zhao grimaced, revealing his yellowed teeth, and spoke softly. He had no intention of blaming Xiao Yushu. In fact, he believed her approach was rather lenient. I was indeed at fault. I should have severed ties with the Zhao family when I sensed their ulterior motives. or else we would not have reached this stage. Do not say that. None of us are at fault. They are the ones in the wrong. Xiao Yushu took a sip of tea, interrupting Jiang Mingfeng's self-reproach. The Zhao family had private connections with local officials, and if Jiang Mingfeng rashly expressed his stance, he might find himself in trouble. As a mother, Xiao Yushu did not want to see Jiang Mingfeng suffer. Her only regret was for Hunyang, the legitimate wife of Jiang Mingfeng, who was forced to endure the antics of those around her. Thank you, mother. Jiang Mingfeng nodded slightly, appearing solemn, yet secretly clasped Hunyang's hand. He had long awaited this day. It was better left unspoken, but once the topic arose, Xiao Yushu felt a headache coming on. That child held a unique status and could potentially pose a threat to their family in the future. Sending him away too easily could invite calamity. Noticing Xiao Yushu's troubled expression, Jiang Mingfeng realized the situation was likely more complicated than it seemed. The next day, before departing, he made a special visit to the neighboring courtyard. After a night of rest, the wolfish youth appeared to be in significantly better condition. Entered the room to find the wolfish boy crouched in the corner of an iron cage, eyes closed in slumber. However, the moment the door creaked open, the boy awakened instantly, using both hands to scramble to the edge of the cage, letting out a low growl. In Chapter 110, Two Tigers Cannot Share One Mountain, Jiang Mingfeng regarded the wolfish boy's display of defiance without a hint of fear, boldly stepping forward to grasp the edge of the cage. Their eyes locked in a moment of silence, after which the wolfish boy was, to his surprise, somewhat intimidated by Jiang Mingfeng's presence. Nevertheless, he resolved, I'm not afraid of you. According to his mother, once the boy matured, he would possess the power to alter the entire landscape. Thus, they must hasten to become acquainted with him. Given their family's current predicament, they could not afford another adversary. Since being confined in the cage, the peculiar boy had commenced a hunger strike in protest. Adding to his plight, he had been trapped on the mountain for several days. Conservatively speaking, he had not consumed a proper meal in 4 or 5 days, save for the piece of jerky Jiang Ruanruan had offered in a bid to bond with him. Xiao Yushu concluded that this situation could not persist. She enlisted the household servants to devise various strategies to coax him into lowering his guard and eating something. Yet, regardless of their efforts, the boy remained obstinate. In desperation, Xiao Yushu summoned Jiang Ruanruan, adhering to Jiang Mingfeng's advice before his departure. Ruanruan, be cautious as you enter. Do not allow him to harm you. If things go awry, retreat immediately. Your mother will be waiting outside. To bolster Jiang Ruanruan's courage, Xiao Yushu gathered all the guards and secured the door. Do not worry, mother. I am far more clever than he is, Jiang Ruanruan assured, nodding resolutely. After taking a few deep breaths and clutching her pouch filled with jerky, she stepped through the door. The aftermath of the earlier struggle left the room in disarray, with debris scattered across the floor, and Jiang Ruanruan proceeded with utmost caution. However, upon turning, she was met with a pair of clear, penetrating eyes. Hello, we meet again. Huh? As a seasoned caretaker, Jiang Ruanruan quickly understood the situation and retrieved the jerky from her pouch, extending it towards him. The boy sniffed the offering, hesitated for a moment, yet eventually accepted it, stuffing it into his mouth. He was simply too famished. Once he began eating, he could not stop, devouring the entire bag of jerky Jiang Ruanruan had brought, licking his lips in satisfaction once he confirmed there was nothing left. Jiang Ruanruan had initially thought she had brought enough, but it seemed it was merely sufficient to whet his appetite, leaving her somewhat distressed. At this rate, could their family truly sustain this living Buddha? Regardless, the fact that he began to eat was a positive development. Fearing he might not be satiated, Jiang Ruanruan hastily transported all the freshly steamed buns from the kitchen, and the boy devoured nearly half in one go. During this time, Jiang Ruanruan also decided to give him a name. In truth, she had known the name of the antagonist from the outset, but since this narrative thread was just beginning, and a wave of events was yet to unfold, it would be rather impolite to immediately inform him that he would become the most tragically doomed villain. Since you do not object, I shall assume you agree with me, little Hay. Having eaten his fill, the wolfish boy reclined comfortably on the ground, stretching lazily, seemingly indifferent to Jiang Ruanruan's words. At that moment, he was unaware that this brief moment of distraction would lead to great regret in the future. With the most pressing issue in the household resolved, Xiao Yushu felt invigorated. Taking advantage of the pleasant weather, she decided to take Hunyang and Jiang Ruanruan out for a stroll, hoping to procure items needed for Ming Feng's wedding. In the Jiangnan region, where water transport flourished, many merchants thrived, and the market offered a plethora of goods. Upon entering a shop, Xiao Yushu's attention was immediately captured by a stunning ruby headdress displayed prominently before her. This exquisite piece, centered around rubies and adorned with gold filigree fashioned into a peony pattern, exuded grandeur, perfectly complementing Hunyang's usual attire. Moreover, since the wedding gown she would wear also featured peony motifs, it seemed fitting to say that this headdress was tailored specifically for her. "This is the one," Xiao Yushu declared without hesitation, calling the shopkeeper to assist her in packaging it. Recognizing her as a valued customer, the shopkeeper welcomed her warmly, leading them to the second floor while extolling the virtues of the headdress. "Madam, you possess remarkable taste. This headdress is the pride of our shop, a treasure that all who enter admire, yet none dare to purchase. You are the first to acquire it. Is that so? I must thank you, good sir, for allowing me the chance to encounter such a celestial creation," Xiao Yushu replied with a smile, recognizing the flattery in his words. "Not all. It is your generosity that allows for such acquisitions. Most are not so fortunate." In the shopkeeper's mind, only two families in the city could afford such a headdress, Xiao Yushu's and the Zhao family. However, having heard of recent discord between the two families, he assumed they would not cross paths. As the saying goes, what one fears one encounters. Just as the shopkeeper was letting out a sigh of relief, a frantic shop assistant rushed upstairs, whispering urgently in his ear, "Shopkeeper, it's bad. The young lady from the Zhao family has arrived, specifically requesting the headdress that Madame Xiao just bought." "What? How could she arrive at such a moment?" The shopkeeper was taken aback. The Zhao family's daughter frequently visited their shop, but had never shown interest in that headdress, deeming it too ostentatious. Why, then, had she chosen to come today, right after Madame Xiao's purchase? Could there be a traitor in their midst? "Shopkeeper, what shall we do? The young lady from the Zhao family is offering this amount and specifically wants that headdress. I told her it has already been sold, but she refuses to listen. Shall I go down and speak with her?" The assistant raised 3 fingers cautiously. "It seems I must go myself." With a resigned sigh, the shopkeeper understood that no one else could handle this delicate situation, so he prepared to confront it himself. "You stay and attend to Madame Xiao and her family, and be sure not to inform them of the Zhao young lady's arrival." Understood. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Their small shop could not accommodate 2 formidable patrons simultaneously. In Chapter 111, money can move mountains. Since Madame Xiao had already made her payment, there was no reason for the transaction to be unilaterally halted due to a higher offer. Although the shopkeeper was greedy, he still adhered to the fundamental principles expected of a merchant. "Miss Zhao, it has been a while. What brings you to our humble shop today?" Upon seeing Zhao Mengru, the shopkeeper donned a broad smile to greet her. However, Zhao Mengru merely cast a fleeting glance at him, clearly impatient. "Enough with the pleasantries. Does this require an explanation? Where's that headdress? Who purchased it?" As a member of a business family, Zhao Mengru should have known that revealing buyer information was not customary for merchants. "I must implore you, Miss Zhao, to refrain from pressing me further." The shopkeeper's face showed signs of distress as he spoke, carefully monitoring her expression, fearful that an unfavorable reaction might lead her to wreak havoc in his modest establishment. Is asking a few questions considered pressing? Is this how you conduct business? Zhao Mengru had spent a restless night due to the previous day's events. Hoping to cheer her mother with a new piece of jewelry, she had ventured out only to encounter such misfortune, missing the most coveted headdress in the shop. No, you misunderstand, Miss Zhao. I only mention this for your own good. The shop is bustling with many eyes, and any potential conflict would not reflect well on your reputation, would it?" Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper hastily waved his hand. "Reputation? Do you think this young lady cares for such empty accolades?" Zhao Mengru let out a cold laugh, extending a finger to raise her offer, stating, "I shall double the price if you can bring that buyer over to transact with me, and if the deal succeeds, I will additionally reward you. Should it fail, I shall not hold you accountable. How does that sound?" The conditions Zhao Mengru proposed were exceedingly enticing. The shopkeeper could earn double the commission with minimal risk. Faced with such an alluring opportunity, he felt regret gnawing at him. It was not merely a matter of money. "Zhao Miss, you still do not grasp my meaning. Let me assist you by inquiring with other local establishments to see if they might have something more suitable for you and sell it at a lower price." I refuse. I want that one. Since childhood, her father had taught her that there is nothing in this world that money cannot buy. Zhao Mengru had deeply internalized this lesson, having always found ways to acquire whatever she desired, often with success. However, since encountering Jiang Mingfeng, her previously unyielding principles had begun to falter. Not only could she not obtain what she wanted, but even a simple headdress required her to settle. Why should she? Zhao Mengru was determined to see this through, to test whether her wealth held more power than the shopkeeper's so-called principles. Nearby, a money-hungry attendant overheard Zhao Mengru's declaration and could not help but urge the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, I implore you, do not hesitate. This double commission could equate to several days' worth of our shop's earnings, and you need not even negotiate. Why would you refuse such an opportunity? Get lost. Who are you to speak here? The shopkeeper did not wish to refuse, but he could not agree. Before so many customers, if he acquiesced, it would tarnish his reputation. Although everyone might outwardly understand, they would still harbor reservations upon returning. Word would spread, and before long, they might be forced to close their doors. This was a family business passed down through generations, and a shopkeeper would not allow such a calamity to occur. So, have you considered? If you are unwilling to meet my price, we can negotiate. After all, I have ample funds. Zhao Mengru spoke truly. Indeed, their establishment had become impoverished, possessing little beyond money. That ordinary headdress might seem exorbitant to an average person, but for Zhao Mengru, it was merely a slight indulgence of her personal savings. Not a significant expense. Losing it would be a tremendous loss for any shop. The shopkeeper understood this, yet still gritted his teeth and refused Zhao Mengru's request. I must ask for your understanding, Miss Zhao. I have already made my position clear. No matter how much you offer, I cannot agree. Unless you are willing to purchase my humble shop outright. You, how utterly archaic. Zhao Mengru, while affluent, was not foolish. It was not that she was reluctant to part with her money. Rather, she saw no necessity to do so. Seeing the shopkeeper's lack of appreciation, she could no longer persist and, with a haughty expression, departed the shop with her maid and attendants. Once in the carriage, however, Zhao Mengru did not rush to leave, but instead handed a silver ingot to her maid, instructing her to find an opportunity to discreetly summon the two shop attendants who had just been whispering with the shopkeeper, claiming to have matters to discuss. The maid acted swiftly. Having received the silver, she quickly exited the carriage, and before long, she returned with the two shop attendants before Zhao Mengru. Miss, I have brought them. Zhao Mengru did not exit the carriage, but merely tossed 2 silver notes out the window. The two attendants picked them up and nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment. This Ms. Zhao truly was generous. Such a sum could sustain us for a year. At the very least. Not merely a year. With careful spending, it could last 2 years. It seems there is no need to worry about bride prices. Money can indeed work wonders. With those 2 silver notes, Zhao Mengru effortlessly extracted information about the buyer from the attendants. However, they did not possess the breadth of knowledge that the shopkeeper had about Xiao Yushu's identity. They could only inform Zhao Mengru that the buyer was still seated on the 2nd floor of their shop, and that she might still catch them if she went now. Ah, so that is why the shopkeeper was so eager to usher me away. Someone is waiting upstairs. Just as the shopkeeper had stepped away from the main hall, the others dared not obstruct Zhao Mengru, watching helplessly as she ascended to the 2nd floor, heading directly towards the location of Xiao Yushu and her companions. Xiao Yushu was enjoying tea with Hunyang in the room, while Jiang Ruanruan nibbled on pastries alone, when suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Who is it? Xiao Yushu knew the shopkeeper would never knock in such a manner and cautiously inquired further. It is I, Madam Xiao. The shopkeeper asked me to bring some refreshments for you and your companions. Is it convenient for me to enter now? If not, I will leave the items at the door. Zhao Mengru, being astute, understood her own identity might be inconvenient and had the 2 attendants relay the message. It is fine. Come in. Xiao Yushu recognized the voice and, finding it familiar, did not suspect anything further. Chapter 112. The path of governance having received permission, the attendant opened the door, and Zhao Mengru followed closely behind, gracefully entering while holding her skirt. Madam Xiao, I apologize for intruding. I happened to overhear that you were here and thought to pay you a visit, as well as extend my apologies regarding yesterday's incident. You heard we were here and came up on your own? Do we know each other so well? Jiang Ruanruan detested green tea, particularly those who undermined her elder brother and sister-in-law as relationship. Xiao Yushu shared Jiang Ruanruan's sentiments. Albeit as an adult, she expressed herself more delicately. Miss Zhao, you are being overly courteous. Our families do not share a deep connection. We have merely met a few times, and there is truly no need for such a formal greeting. As for yesterday, it is in the past and should remain there. Zhao Mingru felt quite uncomfortable uttering such insincere words, yet for the sake of making a favorable impression on Madame Qiao, she had no choice but to comply. Observing the woman seated before Madame Qiao, Zhao Mingru felt a pang of envy. She had heard that this woman was an only child, orphaned at a young age, and in terms of family background, Zhao Mingru felt she could not compete. In terms of appearance, she believed herself to be equally, if not more, captivating. Had it not been for her prior acquaintance with Mingfeng Gige, the position of the legitimate wife would undoubtedly belong to her. With such thoughts, Zhao Mingru proudly lifted her chin, subtly straightening her back. To her surprise, Miss Zhao is quite observant, unlike Madame Zhao. Madame Qiao, you yist. Each person is unique. While my mother and I share blood, our temperaments differ. However, yesterday's affair was indeed difficult for my mother to accept. She was still sulking in her room this morning before I left. Oh, there is no need for you to share your family matters with me. They are merely trifles. And Xiao Yushu found the conversation a waste of time. After speaking, she sought an excuse to dismiss her. Zhao Mingru sensed Xiao Yushu's intent and quickly stepped forward, stating, "Regarding the headdress in the shop, I have heard that you purchased it, Madame Qiao. The best ruby for my mother. I kindly request that you be magnanimous and transfer the headdress to me. I am willing to offer double the reward as compensation." Double? Is this the power of a wealthy second generation? That headdress is already precious, and a double reward is a staggering price. Were it someone else, they might hesitate for a moment before agreeing. But her mother is not like others. Jiang Ruanruan discreetly glanced at Xiao Yushu's expression and, confirming that she would not agree, felt a sense of relief. Miss Zhao's calculations may be misguided. I am not one to be swayed by wealth. That headdress was prepared for my daughter-in-law's wedding and cannot be easily relinquished. The Zhao family is affluent and powerful. If Miss Zhao truly desires it, I'm certain you could select from a multitude of headdresses across the land. Why become fixated on this one? Xiao Yushu raised her teacup to her lips, maintaining a smile throughout. Or perhaps, Miss Zhao, you wish to use this matter to create difficulties for me, portraying our household as unreasonable? Zhao Mingru had no such intentions. I implore you, Madame Qiao, do not speak rashly. Buried deep within her heart, a secret was openly revealed by someone Zhao Mingru wished to be close to, causing her complexion to darken considerably. However, considering Jiang Mingfeng, she gritted her teeth and endured the discomfort. In the face of adversity, she chose to take action. As dinner time approached, Xiao Yushu had specifically instructed the cooks at the estate to prepare an array of delectable dishes for Jiang Ruanruan, ensuring that such trifles would not impede their plans. With that, Xiao Yushu rose and took Jiang Ruanruan's hand, leading her outside, with Hunyang trailing behind them. As they passed by Zhao Mingru, Hunyang glanced back. Their eyes met, and Hunyang discerned an unspeakable animosity in Zhao Mingru's gaze. Was it truly worth opposing the Zhao family for the sake of appearances? The eldest son had already faced numerous obstacles in his career, and if the Zhao family allied with the county magistrate to create further troubles for him, it would only add to his burdens. Now that matters had reached this juncture, did one truly believe that without today's incident, their relationship with the Zhao family could be mended? Lady Zhao was known for her vengeful nature. Following yesterday's uproar, unless they took the initiative to reconcile, she would never let the matter rest. Furthermore, what was Zhao Miss really thinking? It seemed she was determined to marry into their family, fixated on Jiang Mingfeng without regard. Until their issues were resolved, peace would remain elusive. Yet, Xiao Yushu could not bring herself to sacrifice her child's happiness for her own ends. Thus, it seemed more prudent to escalate the situation, thereby severing any chance of reconciliation with the Zhao family, which might, in turn, safeguard their livelihood. Throughout history, those who in the hearts of the people hold dominion, and this principle holds true in governance as well. After several conflicts, their family had established a reputation among the populace as one that stands firm against the powerful, embodying integrity, which would greatly benefit Mingfeng's future endeavors. Such a favorable outcome was too enticing for Xiao Yushu to disregard. Realization dawned upon Ji Hua after receiving Qiao Madam's guidance, her mind suddenly clear. Meanwhile, Hunyang listened intently, absorbing knowledge, eagerly awaiting an opportunity to assist Qiao Madam in the future. Recently, however, the situation in their household had taken a turn. Yet, the poetry collection was indeed something I had sought out specifically for the eldest son, and I kindly request that you pass it on, madam. This collection, crafted by renowned masters of the previous dynasty, consists of 2 volumes, with only 1 copy of each. It was certainly no easy feat to acquire such a treasure, and Zhao Mingru had indeed put in considerable effort. Is this poetry collection truly so precious? Hunyang was not one to sit still. She had never been fond of delving into poetry or songs, finding them difficult to grasp. Yet, she had recently encountered some of the verses from this collection, as Jiang Mingfeng had penned a few lines during his leisure moments in the study, which piqued her interest enough to read further. An unparalleled masterpiece. How remarkable! Indeed, her true passion lay in horse breeding. There was no need to force oneself. Mingfeng admired her as a person, unaffected by other matters. If she were to compel herself to comprehend such things for his sake, it might only make him uncomfortable. Xiao Yushu perceived Hunyang's sentiments and offered a comforting smile.